I have guarded the largest prison in the city for 5 years, but I have never seen a single prisoner. Guards are on duty from morning till night, and at the end of the month, they are even paid a good salary. This is the prison specifically for guarding demons and monsters. However, when I, Yen Foam, saw the silver handed over by the head of the prison, I couldn't be happy at all. You have been infected by the evil aura and won't live for more than half a month. Take this silver home and prepare for your funeral. I saw that the silver ingot that should have been 10 taels had become 5 taels. Just as I was about to agree, I changed the subject. Head Wang, as you know, I have taken over as the prison warden after my father. Now, there is only me left in the family, and this silver is of no use to me. Wang Fu seemed surprised that I refused outright, looked at me in astonishment, and asked, "Then what do you want?" Upon hearing this, I immediately clasped my hands and said, "I have heard that the flesh and blood of demons are very beneficial for refining qi and blood, and snake gallbladder is especially effective in detoxification. So, I dare to ask Head Wang for a demon snake gallbladder." Upon hearing my request, Wang Fu's expression turned serious. Although the gallbladder of the demon snake is good, its effect on the yin energy is limited, and refining the qi and blood is not a simple matter. I continued, "I understand that the flesh and blood of demons are precious. My father left behind 50 taels of silver as a pension, and I am willing to offer it to you, Wang Fu." Upon hearing that I was offering 50 taels of silver, a hint of a smile appeared on Wang Fu's face. "Very well, in consideration of your father, I will give you a demon snake gallbladder. If you can truly refine your qi and blood with this and resolve the yin energy in your body, it can be considered your destiny." "Thank you, Wang Fu." Before long, I walked out of the cell with a wooden box in my arms, a hint of joy in my eyes. Although it cost 60 taels of silver, it gave me hope to live on. Then, I walked towards the prison gate with the wooden box in my hands, my expression looking rather solemn. Colleagues I met on the way mostly showed a hint of pity in their eyes when they saw me. However, as I passed through the area of Ding 146, I was suddenly stopped by someone. "Uncle Su, what's the matter?" I looked at the old prison guard in front of me. This person's name is Su Wen, and he is a close friend of my father. When I first entered the prison department, he led me to familiarize myself with the relevant matters. "Xiao Feng, I have something to tell you. Shall we go in and chat?" I hesitated for a moment at the words, then nodded. Upon entering the classroom with Su Wen first closed the door, then poured me a cup of hot tea, and said, "Xiao Feng, I once promised your father to take good care of you, but now I have broken my promise." I took a sip of tea in silence, then slowly put down the teacup and said, "Uncle Su, just say what you need to say." "Alright, I won't beat around the bush." Su Wen's gaze darkened slightly as he stared at me intently. "I know you only want to refine your qi and blood by using snake gallbladder to remove the evil energy in your body. However, although the gallbladder of a demon snake is beneficial for refining qi and blood, you have just started practicing body refinement and it will take at least 1 or 2 years before you can refine your qi and blood." I frowned at the words. What does Uncle Su mean? Then, Su Wen spoke in a low voice. "I have suffered a hidden injury, which has prevented my cultivation from progressing. If I could have the flesh and blood of a demon for healing, perhaps there could be a breakthrough. Of course, I won't take advantage of you. 10 taels of silver in exchange for the snake gall in your hand. You would be helping Uncle Su. How about it? Trying to cheat the snake gall for 10 taels of silver. This old guy is really too much." But I still suppressed my anger and said, "Uncle Su, it's not that I don't want to help, but this snake gall is really not something I can give away. Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance of survival, I will not give up." Upon hearing my straightforward refusal, Su Wen's expression gradually turned gloomy. "Since that's the case, I won't insist. However, if you want to refine your qi and blood, you still need to take it with high-quality medicinal herbs. I have a close relationship with your father, and coincidentally, I have an old ginseng plant at home. I'll bring it to you tonight." I knew this old fox had no good intentions, but I remained calm on the surface. "Thank you, Uncle Su. Just remember not to rush to take the snake gall. Let me find someone to come up with a prescription and try to maximize the effectiveness of the snake gall." Once we have agreed, Su Wen watched my gradually disappearing figure. His face darkened, and then called a young prison guard. "Why waste a precious snake gall on a dying man? Out of respect for his father, be quick and make it less painful for him." "Understood, Captain Su. That kid is not smart. I will make sure he understands the ways of the world." On the other side, I hurriedly returned home from the prison office. I knew the other party would not give up easily. Su Wen, as the head of the prison guard team, was far beyond my strength. I immediately locked the doors and windows, sat cross-legged, and focused my mind inward. I saw a palm-sized purple gold small pot, shining brightly, named the Demon Refining Pot. As long as I gathered the materials of demons and monsters, I could refine their power for my own use. After half a month, I finally gathered all the materials needed to refine the snake demon. At this moment, in the demon refining pot, 10 drops of crimson blood and a black airflow are suspended. Then, I opened the wooden box in my hand, and with a thought, the emerald snake gall inside the box disappeared into thin air. Refine. As soon as I had the thought, I suddenly felt as if something had been drawn out of my body, and a sense of exhaustion and powerlessness surged from the depths of my heart. At the same time, the refining cauldron in the body trembled slightly. The surface of the purple gold flow slightly surged. The suspended demon snake blood suddenly exploded, turning into a snake-shaped shadow and screaming wildly. At this moment, a purple gold flame fell from the refining cauldron and landed on the demon snake. After a moment, the demon snake was refined by the purple gold flame into a red pill. The pill flew out of the refining cauldron and turned into a spiritual light that merged into my body. In an instant, I felt a powerful force entering my limbs and body, sweeping away the exhaustion from the extraction of my lifespan. At this moment, the red pill transformed into a crazy nourishing light, nourishing every inch of my flesh and blood, giving me an invincible physique. During the transformation of my body, a strand of blood and energy was successfully born within me, continuously growing stronger. The entire process lasted for more than 10 minutes. After the transformation was completed, I suddenly stood up. With the activation of my chi and blood, and the resonance of my tendons and bones, this is the symbol of reaching a basic level of mastery. My originally pale complexion became rosy, and I excitedly clenched my fist, with a gleam in my eyes. A single refining session can rival the years of hard cultivation of others. At this moment, if I were to unleash my full power, the strength of one arm would not be inferior to 1,000 kilograms. From crossing over to the present, I finally have some confidence in survival. However, the joy in my heart did not last long, and my brows suddenly furrowed. After my physical transformation, my various senses also increased several times. Even with the doors and windows closed, I could still not be deceived by the slightest noise outside the courtyard. Then my eyes turned cold, and I grabbed a black dagger from the bedside. At this moment, in the dark sky, a sneaky figure approached the courtyard wall. Dealing with that Yin Phone kid may not be worth mentioning, but this kind of thing is not honorable after all, so we need to be extra careful. So Li Dao changed into a black outfit, confirmed that there was no one around, and then easily jumped onto the courtyard wall. Who would have thought that what awaited him was a cold and sharp blade? Li Dao was immediately frightened, rolling to the side to narrowly avoid the oncoming strike, but still had his entire right arm severed. Li Dao then screamed in pain, and before he could get up to escape, there was a crack as the blade sliced across his neck. The moment this person appeared, I knew who was behind him. This Li Dao was a trusted aide under Su Wen, already honed in martial arts, and only a surprise attack was the most secure way. Looking at the body in the courtyard, I pondered for a moment, then proceeded to clean up the scene, preparing to destroy the evidence when night fell. At night, I lay alone in the house after dealing with the body, thinking about the events of the day. Perhaps being accustomed to death in prison, even though it was my first time killing someone, I didn't feel much. But once Su Wen knows that something has happened to his men, he will definitely notice me. However, Su Wen, although not talented in martial arts, has already reached the stage of great accomplishment in his cultivation. Not to mention that the opponent has decades more experience in fighting than me. It is not very likely to escape. Su Wen, as a veteran prison guard for decades, has an extraordinary network of contacts in this peaceful county town. If I were to escape, I might be caught by the other party before I even left the city for 100 miles. After much thought, the only way is to return to the prison department. Only in the prison department, the other party dare not openly attack me, and I also need to obtain more demon materials to enhance my own strength. The next day, in the prison cell, Wang Fu carefully scrutinized me with his eyes full of undisguised shock. However, I remained calm and composed, clasping my hands together and saying, I must thank Wang for giving me this snake gall. Otherwise I would not have been able to successfully refine my chi and blood. Wang Fu looked deeply at me upon hearing this, and said meaningfully, just a snake gall alone cannot achieve this. It seems that your father has put a lot of effort into you in the past. I see his misunderstanding, just as well to avoid explaining. Anyway, it's all thanks to your blessing from King, so I can break through by luck. This is your own destiny, proving that your life should not end. Wang Fu waved his hand at the words. Since you have refined your chi and blood, you should theoretically guard a cell alone. How about this? Su Wen has a good relationship with your father, so you will join him? I hesitated slightly at the words, but decided to inform the other party of the conflict with Su Wen. After briefly recounting the matter, Wang Fu did not show a surprised expression on his face. Apparently this kind of thing was not worth being surprised about. Wang Fu pondered for a moment and said, there are not many vacant guard positions in the prison now. If you want to switch, then go to the area of D125. which happens to be the area your father used to oversee. Thank you, Wang Head. After a while, I walked out of the cell. Now I have officially been promoted from a level 1 guard to a level 2, and I need to guard a cell alone. I immediately went to report to the squad leader in Area 125. Along the way, many colleagues looked at me with envy, of course mixed with some strange looks, especially when I passed through Area 146. I found a cold gaze locked on me. I didn't want to get involved, but I was suddenly stopped. Uncle Su, do you need anything? I turned around to meet Su Wen's gaze, forcing a polite smile on my face. Su Wen stared at me intently. Where is Li Dao? Your body was injured by the evil aura. After you left the prison yesterday, I instructed Li Dao to follow and escort you back, but I did not see Li Dao yesterday. I remained composed, showing no signs of anything unusual. Su Wen looked at me closely when he heard this, his eyes showing even more coldness. You're lying. Tell me where Li Dao is? Seeing the other party tearing off the facade, I was also too lazy to continue pretending. Su, I really don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave first. Su Wen stared at my departing figure, a hint of gloominess flashing in his eyes. After half an hour, I arrived at the area of Ding 125. The head of this area is named Zhang Tao. Although it was the first time we met, he was very friendly towards me. I have seen Head Zhang. I respectfully saluted. Zhang Tao waved his hand upon hearing this, with a smile on his face. No need for so much courtesy. I have a good relationship with your father. You can just call me Uncle Zhang in private. I didn't expect that you would successfully cultivate your chi and blood within less than a month of entering the prison. Your father, who is no longer with us, must be pleased as well. Uncle Zhang is too kind. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, I received a prison cell key from Zhang Tao. When it comes to official matters, Zhang Tao's expression slightly stiffened. From now on, you will be in charge of the 7th cell. Although the fox demon's temperament is not considered fierce, it must be whipped at least once every 3 days. Do not slack off. I understand. At this moment, a string of information suddenly appeared in my mind. I looked at the silver fox curled up in the corner of the prison cell, a hint of peculiarity flashing in its eyes. According to convention, demons above the 2nd rank should be detained in higher-level prisons. So why was this fox demon imprisoned here? I surveyed the listless silver fox in the cell, its silver fur dull, covered in bloodstains, with several fierce scars on its body, its slender limbs chained with dark iron, weakly lying on the ground. After observing carefully through the prison door for a while, I did not notice anything unusual. Yen Feng scrutinized the cell door through it for a while and did not find anything strange. Regardless of why this fox demon was locked up here, as long as it was imprisoned by the arcane iron chains, it couldn't turn any waves. This was conversely a good thing for Yen Feng. Sacrificing a second-order demon would definitely reap more than a first-order demon. Now that Yen Feng was guarding this cell alone, it was just right for him to strategize on how to collect the fox demon materials in a reasonable manner. It's fine to torture demons as usual on weekdays, and it's not uncommon for demons to die from flogging, but there were a number of parts on each demon, so it would be unreasonable to have less for no reason. Although Yen Feng was anxious to improve his strength, he did not want to take any chances. In case someone sees the end of it, it's not worth it. Yen Feng intended to collect the fox blood in the Yin fiendish chi first, and then find a way to pluck the fox demon's eyes and heart. After inspecting the cell where the fox demon was being held, Yen Feng began to choose his own place of residence. Right next to the cell where the fox demon was being held, he picked an empty cell at random and tidied it up slightly to use it as his residence. Unsurprisingly, Yen Feng would not leave the prison division for the last few months. The environmental conditions in here are not good, but it's better than being safer. In the next 2 days, Yen Feng conducted a torture session on the fox demon. Of course, the so-called torture was just a formality, and the real purpose was actually to flog the fox demon. Demons held in the prison division must be routinely whipped every few days, and the iron whip must be drenched in blood before it can be stopped. Yen Feng didn't know what the reason for this was, but it didn't stop him from collecting the sacrificial materials. While whipping the fox demon, Yen Feng then managed to collect 10 drops of fox blood. While collecting the fox's blood, Yen Feng was also poking around for the whereabouts of the Yin fiendish chi. Many of the cells in the year-round prison are almost soaked with blood due to the overkill, and the combination of the blood gas and the underground Yin chi usually gradually forms a Yin fury gas. This kind of Yin and fury gas is no less than a deadly poison to ordinary people, and with only a slight stain, one's days are numbered. Even for body-refining martial artists who had boiled out their chi and blood, the Yin fury chi would cause a great loss of chi and blood when it entered the body. And the formation of the yin and yang is irregular and almost undetectable to the naked eye. Only an experienced old jailer can barely judge a thing or two with his old eyesight. This is one of the reasons why outsiders view jailers as short-lived positions. The last time Yen Feng had collected the yin fiendish chi, it was all by luck that he had bumped into it. for which he had searched more than 30 cells that had been temporarily shelled due to excessive killing, and had eventually managed to have the Yin fiendish chi invade his body. Having had the experience of the last time, Yin Feng had gained some insight into finding the Yin fiendish chi. In a few days at most, he would be able to gather the 3 strands of Yin fiend chi needed to sacrifice the fox demon. The result was just as Yin Feng had expected, and on the second day alone, he managed to collect a strand of Yin fiend chi. And just as Yin Feng was about to continue searching for the Yin fiendish chi, he suddenly received a summons from the squad leader. Zhang Tao, my subordinate has met Zhang Bantu. Yin Feng came inside Zhang Tao's squad room, only to see the last person he wanted to see. The corner of Su Wen's mouth curved up when he saw Yin Feng. Zhang Tao looked at Yin Feng and spoke. Yin Feng, one of the guards under Su Bantu's command has disappeared, and there is currently a cell that lacks a guard, so I see that you've been wandering around for the past 2 days, so why don't you go to Su Bantu's place to help torture the demons? Su Wen arched his hand toward Zhang Tao. Thank you, brother Zhang. Zhang Tao smiled. A show of hands. No need to say thank you. The two of them spoke in unison, not even giving Yin Feng a chance to open his mouth. What? Could it be that you don't want to? Zhang Tao's face immediately turned cold when he saw Yin Feng's delay. Yin Feng mentally sucked in a dark breath as he gritted his teeth and said, subordinate obeys. Su Wen laughed. Let's go, little wind. Uncle Su's place is really understaffed lately, and I won't let you help out for nothing, and you'll definitely be rewarded afterwards. Yin Feng's eyes sank. Thank you, Uncle Su. Su Wen laughed. Wait for the duo to leave the squad room. Zhang Tao withdrew his playful gaze and pulled out a silver ingot from under the table case and placed it in his hand to play with. It was 10 taels in weight. He did have a good relationship with Yin Feng's father, and had similarly had the same intention of looking after Yin Feng earlier, which was why the easiest fox demon was given to him to guard. But the best of friendships, after all, is dead. How does it compare to real money? What's more, for the sake of a mere Yin Feng, offending Su Wen, an old man, was simply not worth it. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on that kid's bad luck. Zhang Tao rubbed the silver ingot in his hand and pondered where he was going to have tea after his shift today. The scene shifts. Yin Feng followed Su Wen to the Ding 146 area. Along the way, Su Wen did not say a word and Yin Feng followed in silence. Su Wen brought Yin Feng straight to a cell, threw a key to him, and said, the tiger demon in here was originally guarded by Li Dao, and now that his whereabouts are unknown, how about you take charge of the torture? Yin Feng took the key and looked up at the other party. Uncle Su, I have already truthfully reported what happened that day to Wang Tu, and it was also Wang Tu's intention to have me report to Ding E25. Hearing Yin Feng move out of the jailer Wang Fu, Su Wen's face changed slightly, but he quickly laughed. Don't misunderstand me? Before our uncle and nephew did have a little conflict, but that's all in the past. I didn't put it on my mind. This time I asked you to come and help, but also want to take the opportunity to talk to you clearly. Yin Feng looked deeply at him. Earlier, it was my nephew who spoke out of turn. Many thanks to Uncle Su for his magnanimity. No harm done. It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. I don't have enough manpower here lately, and Uncle Su is happy in his heart that you're able to come over and help. Su Wen smiled and patted Yin Feng's shoulder. During this period of time, the tiger demon inside this cell will trouble you. The reward that is due to you, Uncle Su will definitely not shortchange you. Thank you, Uncle Su. Su Wen nodded. I have things to do. I'll leave the inside to you. Let me know if you need anything. Yes. Yin Feng gazed at Su Wen's departing steps, and after taking a deep breath, he turned to look at the thick iron door. Then he pulled out his key and opened the iron door. Chapter 5, The Tiger Demon. Inside the dark, airtight cell, a spotted tiger close to 3 meters in size lay prone on the ground, and the floor beneath its body was dyed dark red with blood. Sacrifice target, First Order Tiger Demon. Required materials, 10 drops of tiger blood, 1 tiger heart, 1 strand of Yin Chi. Sacrifice cost, 1 year of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 58 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? As Yin Feng sized up this tiger demon, the tiger demon's scarlet eyes were also staring at him in death. In the face of the tiger demon's bloodthirsty gaze, Yin Feng's body instantly tensed up, his face looking as if he was facing an enemy, and his throat couldn't help but roll a little, because the Xian iron chains that were supposed to lock the limbs of this tiger demon were all scattered on the ground. It was only at this moment that Yin Feng realized exactly what Su Wen had in mind. The other party was not good enough to take a shot at him fair and square in the middle of a prison cell. He can be killed even with the help of a demon's mouth. What an evil mind. Inside the cramped cell, Yin Feng did not even dare to move the slightest bit. Yin Feng had no doubt that the moment he turned around, the sharp tiger's claws would absolutely tear his back. A man and a tiger face each other. Yin Feng's gaze swept around the tiger demon extremely quickly, and his heart was slightly relieved. Many of the wounds on this tiger demon's body were newly added, and the fur on the tiger's torso was dripping with blood, so it looked like it had just been whipped. It was precisely for this reason that they did not immediately pounce upon Yin Feng after sensing the aura on his body. Obviously, in the eyes of the tiger demon, Yin Feng also made it feel no less threatened. Therefore, both of them did not move presumptuously, and their eyes revealed their scorn for each other. The tension lasted for several breaths. Yin Feng also saw the tiger demon's approximate reality, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in the bottom of his eyes. A severely injured first-rank tiger demon was not a chance. Right at the moment Yin Feng's eyes changed, the tiger demon with keen perception immediately detected something strange. Roar! The tiger demon rose up boldly and let out an angry hiss towards Yin Feng, his ferocious might showing. However, this appearance of the tiger demon was more like a colorful and weak appearance in Yin Feng's eyes. With the ferocity of a demon, if it really had a backbone, it simply wouldn't let go of an enemy that provoked it. Yin Feng's gaze was certain, and he immediately drew out the saber he had with him, his body suddenly storming, like a cannonball as he charged towards the tiger demon. When the tiger demon saw Yin Feng taking the initiative to kill, the scarlet tiger's eyes erupted with shocked fury, its huge tiger body shaking violently, waving its claws to slap the blade, opening its bloody mouth and then tearing madly towards Yin Feng. In a flash of lightning, one person and one tiger collided together with a bang. Only a clanging sound was heard, and the ear-piercing sound of gold and stone exploded between the blade and the sharp claws. Seeing the tiger demon's foul-smelling bloody mouth tearing to the front, Yin Feng directly discarded the constantly vibrating saber in his hand, and then clenched his palm into a fist, ruthlessly smashing it onto the tiger demon's head as if it were a hammer. Boom! The tiger demon let out a mournful roar, and his entire massive tiger body was smashed back, shattering more than a dozen pieces of the ground stone floor. Although Yin Feng didn't have much combat experience, he knew the reasoning behind riding the wave of victory, so he decisively bullied his way forward, and his bloodstained fists poured madly towards the tiger demon's head like a torrential downpour. A mournful growl resounded in the small cell. The tiger demon, who was suffering from a bludgeoning attack, desperately resisted, but was greeted with even more violent attacks from Yin Feng, and was directly suppressed to the point where it was difficult to roll over, until the tiger demon's body was deformed and its head was close to shattering, almost completely paralyzed on the ground. Yin Feng regained his saber on the ground, and aimed it at the tiger demon's head. Click! Hot blood splattered as a large tiger's head fell to Yin Feng's feet. It was then that Yin Feng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After his mind relaxed a little, a sharp pain suddenly struck his entire body, causing Yin Feng to grimace in pain. At this moment, he realized that his body was torn out by the tiger's claws with 5 or 6 wounds, and although none of them had injured his muscles and bones, the blood had almost soaked through his entire body. Yin Feng wiped the bloodstains from the corners of his eyes as his icy gaze surveyed the tiger demon's corpse. At the time of the fight, Yin Feng could sense that the tiger demon's power was not stronger than his, and was even considerably weaker than him. However, under the tiger demon's desperation, he still suffered considerable injuries. In addition to the wounds on the surface of his body, the chi and blood in his body were also bombarded with some hard feelings. It all boiled down to his lack of combat experience. Although sacrificing the snake demon had given him the power of the sinew and bone minor stage, Yin Feng was unable to fully utilize his strength. Just now, in this fight, this tiger demon, who was originally seriously injured and had suffered a serious loss of chi and blood, could be said to have been wiped to death by Yin Feng's strength. If Yin Feng possessed a wealth of combat experience, he would have been able to kill the tiger demon with ease simply by virtue of the power of his blades. This battle allowed Yin Feng to deeply realize his own inadequacies. However, it also allowed Yin Feng to see where his strengths lay. To Yin Feng, it was clearly unrealistic to want to improve his combat experience in a short period of time. But if one can have a great power that far exceeds the enemy's, then it is enough to make up for the lack of combat experience. To summarize in one sentence, one force breaks all laws. Let the enemy be fancy and just crush through with absolute power. And this was just enough for Yin Feng, who possessed the demon refining pot, to realize this. This tiger demon that he had worked so hard to kill was the best sustenance for him to enhance his strength. With a stroke of the saber in Yin Feng's hand, he easily broke through the tiger demon's fur, and then opened his belly, taking out the still hot tiger demon's heart. Then with a thought, a fresh heart instantly appeared in the demon refining pot, as well as 10 drops of crimson blood. Sacrifice target, first order tiger demon. Required materials, 10 drops of tiger blood, 1 tiger heart, 1 strand of Yin Chi. Sacrifice cost, 1 year of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 58 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. As Yin Feng's mind was activated, the scene from the last time he sacrificed the snake demon was immediately reproduced in the demon refining pot. only to see all the tiger demon's blood in the pot instantly explode. The fiendish chi absorbed the blood mist and then coalesced into a bloody tiger silhouette, which then swallowed the tiger demon's heart in one gulp. The mighty blood tiger roared up to the sky in the demon refining pot, and suddenly a purple and gold flame fell down, and the blood tiger immediately let out a painful howl. A moment later, the purple gold flames disappeared, and only a blood-colored Dan pill remained in the demon refining pot. In the next moment, the Dan pill flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into a spiritual light that merged into Yanfeng's body. Sacrifice target, First Order Tiger Demon. Proceeds from ritual, Chi and blood cultivation +7. Tiger killing 5 styles. The moment the spiritual light merged into his body, Yanfeng felt that powerful mysterious force again. Only Yanfeng's body shook violently, a crunching sound emanating from the bones within his body. Then his body was like a secondary development that had once again grown several centimeters taller, and the wounds on his body began to heal, scab, and then fall off at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Under the nourishment of the spiritual light, it was as if Yanfeng had swallowed some kind of heavenly treasure. As his fleshly body at the small completion stage of the sinews and bones underwent another metamorphosis, the most direct manifestation brought about by the metamorphosis was that Yanfeng's strength had directly skyrocketed by several times. At the same time, a memory belonging to the tiger demon appeared out of thin air in Yanfeng's mind. Chapter 6, The Sinews' Great Success. As the tiger demon's memories appeared, it was as if Yanfeng had brought himself into the tiger demon's perspective. Countless memory fragments merged into Yanfeng's mind, which contained images of various gruesome killings. Yanfeng seemed to have transformed into a ferocious tiger, fighting desperately with other demons, fighting fiercely with humans, dozens of times wandering on the edge of life and death, and ultimately integrating the memories of battles into his body's instincts. When the absorption of all the memory fragments was complete, an epiphany rose from the bottom of Yanfeng's heart. This tiger demon's lifelong experience of killing had condensed into 5 killing moves suitable for the human body to execute. Yanfeng had previously understood that many of the techniques practiced by human martial artists were initially comprehended by emulating demons. Therefore, although Yanfeng's heart was a little surprised at the tiger killing 5 styles obtained from the sacrifice, he did not find it difficult to understand. Moreover, compared to the tiger slaying 5 styles, the biggest gain from this tiger demon sacrifice was that the physical body had once again undergone a metamorphosis. This metamorphosis not only allowed Yanfeng to repair all of the injuries he had previously sustained, but his chi and blood cultivation was also taken to the next level. Boom! Yanfeng's tiger body shook. A powerful aura burst out. The bones in his body emitted a crisp sound like the collision of gold and jade, and his chest cavity faintly contained the sound of wind and thunder. The bones are like gold and jade, and the chi contains wind and thunder. This is the manifestation of the great accomplishment of the sinews. Yanfeng estimated that at this moment, he was afraid that the strength of his single arm was no less than thousands of pounds. If he exploded with all his strength, he might be able to approach the strength of 10,000 pounds. Yanfeng thought to himself that with his current strength, with the tiger killing 5 styles, he would never be much weaker than Su Wen. The moment he thought of this person's evil intentions of designing to put him to death, Yanfeng's heart could not hold down the surging killing intent. However, in just an instant, Yanfeng hid all his killing intent in his heart. Even though he now possessed the strength to deal with Su Wen, it wasn't easy to kill the other party. For a veteran like Su Wen, who had been in prison for decades, a sneak attack would definitely not be as effective as expected, and it's harder to find the right time to strike. In addition, Su Wen is the head of the prison squad, and the manner in which he is dealt with requires extra attention. Just as Su Wen didn't dare to take a shot at Yanfeng openly and honestly, on the bright side, Yanfeng was unable to directly strike at him violently, unless he took advantage of Su Wen's departure from the prison, and then found a way to secretly execute him. However, recently, the weirdness within Anning County has been making a lot of noise, and as far as Yanfeng knows, this person Su Wen hasn't left the prison division for more than a month. Therefore, Yanfeng intended to put the matter of revenge on hold and work on collecting demonic materials first. As long as he performed the sacrifice again, his strength was bound to surge by a hair. At that time, resolving Su Wen with crushing strength would not only be easy, but would also ensure his own safety and security. After having made up his mind, Yanfeng exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Turning his head to look at the blood-stained cell, he couldn't help but let out a sneer in his heart. If he really wanted to count, he had to thank Su Wen more this time. All the demons held in this prison were recorded, and he was not in a good position to make a move even though he was guarding a second-rank fox demon. It just so happened that Su Wen had sent him a sacrificial material, while boosting his chi and blood cultivation for him. It also made up for his lack of combat experience. As for this tiger demon that had its heart plucked out, it was a demon that belonged to the Dingwon 46-foot region. What business is it of his to have a demon in charge by Su Wen? Yan Feng was certain that even if Su Wen found out that the tiger demon's heart had been removed, he would definitely not publicize the matter. Otherwise, once Yan Feng had completely broken the disagreement, the other party would definitely not be any better. At that time, Yan Feng casually made up a reason to explain. At most suffered some punishment. On the contrary, Su Wen will not be so easy to muddle through. So Su Wen could only eat this dumb loss, and still had to find a way to make things right for the tiger demon. Since this was the case, Yan Feng simply decided to make a small exit first, so he carried his saber and disintegrated the tiger corpse on the ground into a pile of crumbs. Flesh, blood, and hair stuck together, broken bones mixed with blood, and the original shape could not be seen at all. In this way, not only could he cover up the traces of him removing the tiger's heart, he could also make it slightly more difficult for Su Wen. Yan Feng felt that with the greed of the jailer Wang Fu, heavily punishing Su Wen shouldn't be a problem, but there was definitely no less hemorrhaging. After doing so, Yan Feng wiped the blood stained on his saber and turned to leave the cell without a second thought. On the way back to the Ding E25 area, many of the jailers revealed expressions of astonishment when they saw the blood-covered Yan Feng. Quite a few people intended to go forward to inquire, but when they noticed Yan Feng's icy cold eyes, they immediately stopped in their tracks. Soon, when the news reached Su Wen's ears, Su Wen, who was filled with shock and anger, shattered the teacup in his hand and hurried back to the cell where the tiger demon was being held. The moment the cell was opened, a strong, pungent odor of blood hit his face. Gazing at the narrow cell that looked like purgatory, Su Wen's face was gloomy as if he wanted to drip water, especially when he saw the pile of hair-mixed blood and meat debris on the ground. Su Wen was even more pale, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Su Wen stopped at the entrance of the cell for a long time. Eventually, the anger in the vaguely reddened eyes gradually converged, leaving a chilling cold snort echoing in the empty cell. The other side, Yan Feng, who had returned to the Ding E25 area, did not head to the squad room to report to Zhang Tao. Instead, he went straight back to his place. To Yan Feng, with his tendons and bones accomplished, he had no fear of Zhang Tao, the head of the class. Although the other party was his top boss, he had previously sold him directly to Su Wen. Based on this point alone, Yan Feng had firmly memorized this person in his heart. If there was an opportunity, Yan Feng would not begrudge the other party a good return. As for now, Yan Feng hadn't even resolved Su Wen yet, so he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to provoke Zhang Tao. Nowadays, Yan Feng's intention was to continue searching for the Yin fiendish qi and then find a way to pluck the 2 sacrificial materials from the fox demon. The next 2 days, as Yan Feng endeavored to search for the Yin fiendish qi, he was also paying attention to the movements in the prison. The truth was indeed as he expected. Su Wen did not tell the tiger demon's matter, apparently swallowing this dark loss alone. Although Su Wen didn't continue to retaliate, Yan Feng didn't dare to be careless. Both were well aware that the relationship between the two sides had reached the point of no return. Yan Feng wanted to gather the sacrificial materials earlier so that he could completely eliminate Su Wen's threat. Within 2 days, Yan Feng finally managed to gather 3 strands of Yin Fian Qi after strolling through several areas and frantically rummaging through dozens of cells. Next, as long as he got the fox demon's eye as well as the heart, he would be able to perform the sacrifice again. As Yan Feng thought about it, the matter might also fall on Zhang Tao, as Zhang Tao was the squad leader of the Ding E25 area. Those demons who died from the punishment of whipping needed to have him collect the remaining useful demonic materials and then submit them to the jailer Wang Fu. And after the last pension incident, Yan Feng had a deep understanding of the greed of this man Wang Fu. So if you wanted to seek the fox demon materials, the best way was to take care of Zhang Tao. However, because of the matter of Su Wen, Zhang Tao did not summon him in the past 2 days. Yan Feng intended to take the initiative and plot the fox demon materials from Zhang Tao. However, just as Yan Feng was preparing to go forward to visit Zhang Tao, instead, a special crisis is quietly brewing in the Department of Prisons. Chapter 7. Hidden Prison Division. D1-2-5 Region. Carrying a box of osmanthus cakes that he had been entrusted to bring in, Yan Feng prepared to head to the classroom to pay his respects to Zhang Tao. After poking around to find out what this person's preferences were, Yan Feng deliberately spent 2 taels of silver to have the pastries brought from the most famous restaurant in Anning County. Previously, because of Su Wen's matter, there was some animosity between him and Zhang Tao, but not to the extent of tearing his face off. He took the initiative to carry a gift and went to pay his respects, so he thought that the other party should not turn away. While on the road, Yan Feng even thought about what he would say later, when he arrived at the squad room. However, he was told that Zhang Tao was not in the jail division. Today, Bantu Su celebrated his birthday and hosted a banquet at the Spring Wind House, inviting Bantu Zhang to go to the banquet. Many of our Ding Z prison Bantus were there. and I heard that even Head Wang was there. The jailer in charge of the guards said to Yin Feng. Yin Feng frowned. Su Ban Tu? Which Su Ban Tu? The jailer said. It's Su Wen, the shift leader of the Ding 46 area. This day Su Shantao celebrated his birthday, and specially gave benefits to the guys. Invited the cook from Spring Wind House, so you'll be blessed with a good meal for the evening. Seeing the jailer's face full of joy as he recounted his story, Yin Feng felt something strange in his heart. Logically speaking, Su Wen would inevitably be slaughtered viciously by Wang Fu when he took the opportunity because of the tiger demon. As a result, he was actually in the mood to celebrate his birthday, and not only invited a group of people to have fun at Spring Wind House, but also generously arranged benefits for everyone. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like something Su Wen can do. Although Yin Feng could not figure it out a bit, this matter seemed to have nothing to do with him no matter how he looked at it. Therefore, it was lazy. As for the matter of the fox demon materials, they could only wait for Zhang Tao to return. Thus, Yin Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with the jailer on duty before returning to his residence the same way. Late afternoon. The atmosphere in the prison division was much more lively in a rare way. Naturally, because of the benefits Su Wen had arranged for the Ding jail, the dinner for all the jailers was made by the cooks of Spring Wind House. And not only were there many fine and delicious pastries, but there was also a good quality drink for each person. Yin Feng had heard the intense clamor outside when he was inside the house, but he did not have the heart to go out and join in the fun, and took his evening meal alone in his room. After finishing dinner, Yin Feng practiced the tiger killing 5 styles inside the house. Although the tiger demon's lifelong sense of killing had already been absorbed by him in its entirety, the grinding of killing moves against his own power was necessary. The higher the level of control over one's own power, the more powerful the power exerted by performing a killing move would be. Yin Feng's current strength was all boosted by sacrificing demons. He did not seek to control all his powers to the smallest detail, but at least to be able to perform properly during a fight. Yin Feng sweated in the room, his mind completely sinking into the stances as he practiced the 5 tiger killing styles over and over again. After practicing nearly 100 times, Yin Feng consumed a lot of physical strength and was ready to stop and take a short rest, but when he came back to his senses, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The clamor that was still chaotic outside just now had all but disappeared. Yin Feng's face instantly changed, his heart on alert. He was debating whether or not to go out and check on the situation when a small sound came to his ears. My lord, please hurry, if someone wakes up it will be a problem. Humph, this drunken god incense is the secret medicine of my sect, and they won't show any abnormalities even if they are poisoned. But as long as they are hooked with the incense guide in my hand, they will sleep like a dead pig in an instant, and they won't be able to wake up at all without 1 or 2 hours. My lord, that being said, it's not guaranteed that someone won't have eaten those meals, so we'd better be careful. So what if there's no food or drinks? Almost all of the squad leaders of the districts in this Dingzi prison have been lured to the Spring Wind House, and even that bastard Wang Fu isn't there. So even if there are still 1 or 2 left to slip through the net, who can stop me? My lord is mighty. Cut the crap. Quickly take me to that fox demon. Please be at ease. My lord, that fox demon is imprisoned right in front. 2 months ago my subordinates were ordered to search for this fox demon's trail, only to find out that it was taken away from the Qian family by the people of the enforcement division, and finally imprisoned in the prison division. You will be credited with a great deed when you return to the sect for this matter, and the people of the prison division shouldn't have found out the secret of the fox demon, should they? Reporting back to my lord, when my subordinate discovered the fox demon's traces, he immediately used his connections to blend into the prison division, and although he didn't have the opportunity to contact the fox demon, he also had someone conceal the fox demon's information and left it in the Din prison. Well done. After today's accomplishment, I will personally ask the Lord Protector for your merit. Many thanks, my lord. My subordinate has another matter to report here. Say it. Yes, it's not really a big deal. It's just that Su Wen instructed me to let us take care of someone for him on the way when we do it. Inside the room, the eyes of Yin Feng, who had heard these words, suddenly chilled. Then he heard the voice outside impatiently say, this Su Wen guy is really troublesome. Who does he want us to help him get rid of? It's a newcomer called Yin Feng, and coincidentally, this person is none other than Yanjin's son, who took over the jailer's identity and entered the prison division after Yanjin's death. Yanjin? The guy who almost detected the fox demon's secret earlier? That's him. Before the fox demon was guarded by Yanjin, thanks to Su Wen, my subordinate was able to remove Yanjin. Otherwise the fox demon matter would have definitely been exposed. Alright, in that case, let's give him a face. A rookie jailer in the district is just wasting more time. Coincidentally, that Yin Feng's residence is just ahead, and that fox demon is now guarded by him as well. Then let's take care of him on the way. Inside the house, Yan Feng listened to the sound of footsteps gradually approaching, the bottom of his eyes icy cold. As the two people outside grew closer, Yan Feng clearly smelled a strange fragrance, which was obviously the so-called sleeping god fragrance guide. At this moment, Yan Feng also wanted to understand why he had not been poisoned. When he first sacrificed the snake demon, he gained a special physique that was invulnerable to all poisons. That's why he was able to be spared this time and managed to avoid a killing spree. And the conversation between the two outside just now had allowed Yan Feng to harvest a lot of information. One of the things that angered him the most was the fact that his father's death was not an accident. Although Yan Feng had crossed over, he had fused all the memories of his original body. At this moment, hearing the real cause of his father's death, Yan Feng could not help but feel a monstrous rage in his heart. The only way to quell this anger is to kill. In Yan Feng's mind, these two people outside, including Su Wen, belonged to the people who must be killed. According to Yan Feng's judgment, since the people outside had allowed Su Wen to lure away the group of squad leaders of the Dingji prison with the help of the birthday banquet, it meant that the other party's strength would not be as strong as it could be. In addition, from the tone of the two men talking about Su Wen, one could also determine the strength of the person in charge, probably at the same level as Su Wen. In other words, the strongest one of the two people outside should be at the sinew and bone stage. The other had a humble tone, and his strength was likely not even up to a sinewy little Chang. Yan Feng's thoughts turned, and his heart gained a lot more strength. Even if it was 2 against 1, he had to take a chance at this moment. Even if he didn't want to fight, the other party wanted to get rid of him for Su Wen. In that case, the only thing to do is to make the first move. Chapter 8, The Red Fire Cult. My lord, this is Yan Feng's residence. A youth in a jailer's uniform respectfully said towards the middle-aged man with a gloomy face next to him. The shadowy middle-aged man nodded. That guy should be sleeping like a dead pig. You go in and finish him off. Yes, the young jailer answered, immediately drew his saber, and stepped forward and kicked the door of the room. Boom! The door to the room was violently kicked in and the darkened room was dead silent. The young jailer stepped inside with his saber in hand. The shadowy middle-aged man stood outside and waited, and soon a slight movement was heard from inside, followed by the smell of blood wafting out from inside the room. After waiting for a few more breaths, the shadowy middle-aged man's face changed slightly, and his tone was unpleasant. If you've solved it, hurry out. How much property can a jailer have? Don't delay the big event because of this, the shadowy middle-aged man said as he walked towards the room. However, the moment he stepped into the room, a terrifying blade suddenly fell from the sky. How dare you? The shadowy middle-aged man, who seemed undefended just a moment ago, instantly changed his aura, and an arm and claw made of shin iron immediately greeted him towards the top of his head. Dangling! The ear-piercing sound of collision of golden stones exploded. The gloomy middle-aged man's face changed again, only to feel that his entire arm was numb, and his stumbling figure instantly retreated violently. Seeing the other side retreat, Yan Feng decisively pursued and attacked. The knife madly greeted to its body, out of the knife without any rules, on the main playing a momentum. The shadowy middle-aged man was even more horrified as he was suppressed by Yan Feng's series of fierce attacks after losing the first move. It was really that this person's strength was completely out of his expectation. Just now he did not see his accomplices immediately come out. He realized that something was wrong. Deliberately talking is to let the people inside relax their guard. Even so, he didn't give a damn about the people in the room. They had prepared for this night's action for a long time. Now that the Din prison was empty, there shouldn't be anyone who could hold him back. But the facts proved that the strength of this person who sneak attacked was not weaker than him in the slightest, the same as the stage of great success of the sinews and bones, and even the power is vaguely stronger than him. He wondered if word had gotten out that what happened tonight was a trap, specifically designed to lure them in. As Yan Feng erupted with all his might, the shadowy middle-aged man was completely overwhelmed. He now didn't believe that the person in front of him was any kind of rookie jailer at all. Who the hell are you? The shadowy middle-aged man glared at Yan Feng with contained anger, his heart already itching to kill that Su Wen fellow. Yan Feng did not say a word, his saber waving ferociously in his hand, forcing the shadowy middle-aged man to retreat back and forth. Taking advantage of the other party's opening of his mouth to speak, his attack became 3 times more rapid, and he managed to add a saber mark on his right arm. Just kidding. You don't concentrate when you're fighting desperately. Can't you wait until you're dead to say something? Deception. Seeing that Yan Feng had not spared anyone after gaining the upper hand, and had been continuously pounding out his output, the shadowy middle-aged man's heart was simply seething with rage. In fact, he could tell at a glance that Yan Feng's blade skills were not outstanding, relying on nothing more than his powerful strength, as well as his overpowering blade. The other party, by virtue of these two things, was hard just to crush him. Seeing that Yan Feng was still unforgiving, The shadowy middle-aged man's heart crossed and he immediately activated the mechanism in his sleeve. The shin iron arm claw suddenly flew out and the chain at the end instantly wrapped around the blade. Harpies, go to hell! Taking advantage of the chain locking the blade, the anger in the eyes of the shadowy middle-aged man completely erupted as he drew out the short dagger at his waist and stabbed at Yin Feng's chest. This strike was not a kill, but to force the opponent to abandon his sword. Sure enough, the next moment he saw Yin Feng shed his saber. However, to his surprise, Yin Feng did not retreat after abandoning his sword, but instead took the initiative to meet him. What? The shadowy middle-aged man's face changed violently. Realizing that something was wrong, he intended to retreat. However, in haste, even if he reacted, it was simply too late for him to move. And besides, how could Yin Feng let go of such a good opportunity? Amidst the horrified gaze of the shadowy middle-aged man, Yin Feng avoided the short dagger in his hand with a bizarre pouncing stance, before his right hand directly penetrated his chest. This move was clearly one of the 5 tiger killing styles, Black Tiger Hollow. The shady middle-aged man's horrified expression froze on his face, and when he opened his mouth, blood clogged the words in his throat, and his pupils rapidly laxed. The next moment, the entire body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yin Feng wiped the blood on his hands and slightly calmed his shocked chi in blood. This person's strength was indeed not weak, and the weapon used was very sinister. The other party's arcane iron arm claws were glittering with an ethereal light, definitely quenched with intense poison, including the short dagger that sneaked up on him as well. The battle tactics were vicious on the end. It was fortunate that Yin Feng was impervious to all poisons, or else even if he had started to gain the upper hand, he was afraid that in the end, he would have been overturned. Yin Feng exhaled wearily and looked down at the corpse on the ground. Then he crouched down and began to feel the body. Perhaps it was because of the mission. The shadowy middle-aged man didn't carry much on his body. Yin Feng only seized a few taels of broken silver from his body, 2 medicine bottles of unknown use, and when he opened them, he smelled a fishy odor. No surprise, it's mostly some kind of poison or something. In addition, Yin Feng also searched for a black iron token with a flame pattern engraved on the front and the words Red Flame written on the reverse. Red Fire Order? Yin Feng's face changed violently, suddenly remembering the conversation between the two earlier. In that case, these two should be the rebels of the Red Fire sect. Yin Feng's gaze was heavy as he surveyed the corpse of the shadowy middle-aged man. His thoughts complicated. As far as Yin Feng knew, this Red Fire cult was the largest force of rebels within the Qian Kingdom. Every place we go sets off a disaster. Now people from the Red Fire sect had actually appeared in Anning County and were related to the Fox Demon. Yin Feng felt as if he had inadvertently gotten involved in the middle of some kind of terrifying unknown storm. The original's father died because of it. Thinking of this, Yin Feng could not help but feel a little heavy. However, at this moment, the person had already been killed, and it was unlikely that he would want to stay out of it. The only thing he could do was to improve his strength as soon as possible. As long as you have a strong power, even if the future storms are big, you will have enough strength to keep yourself safe. With the thought certain, Yin Feng instantly felt his heart relax. After thinking about it, he placed the black iron token back on the corpse. As for the corpse, Yin Feng did not intend to move it. The corpse was good to deal with, but the traces of the fight around it could not be covered up. The battle took place right in front of his residence, and disposing of the body alone was a bit of a misnomer. Not only that, Yin Feng also returned to the house to clean up the bloodstains carefully. The other body was then dragged out as well and put together with the corpse of the shadowy middle-aged man. As for him, he had long been hit by the sleeping god incense and slept like a dead pig, having nothing to do with this battle. After doing so, Yin Feng took advantage of the fact that the jailers within the prison were still asleep and came alone to the cell where the fox demon was. Originally, he was still agonizing over how to reasonably obtain the sacrificial materials on the fox demon. Tonight, the Red Fire sect thieves broke into the prison, providing a perfect opportunity. Chapter 9, Sacrificing the Fox Demon. Bang! The warped heavy iron door was violently smashed open. The reason why we don't use keys is because the Red Fire cult thieves don't have them. The godly fox demon slumped to the ground, lifting her eyes feebly to look at Yin Feng. After resolving the Red Fire sect's thieves, Yin Feng wanted to take the opportunity to resolve this fox demon again. There was definitely no way to hide what happened tonight, and after the incident tomorrow, the Red Fire sect's purpose would definitely be exposed. At that time, the prison division would certainly not let go of the secret on the fox demon. Although Yin Feng was interested in this secret, there was no way to obtain it from the fox demon. He had been guarding this fox demon for several days, and instead of letting the fox demon be taken away by the top to investigate, he should finally contribute materials to help him cultivate. As for the death of the fox demon, just blame it on the thieves of the Red Fire cult. The other party was traveling for the fox demon anyway. Yin Feng carried his saber and took a step towards the fox demon. If it's not my kind, It's not my kind, so don't blame me. Looking at the fox demon's pitiful and pleading eyes, Yan Feng swung his sword down without mercy. The fox demon, who had been whipped and bruised all over, eventually ended its life with a mournful wail. After the fox demon died, Yan Feng began to pick the sacrificial materials, a pair of glass-like eyes, and the fox demon heart. Soon, the demon refining pot had gathered the sacrificial materials. Yan Feng did not stay within the cell, but returned to his residence before preparing to sacrifice for a breakthrough. Inside the darkened room, Yan Feng adjusted his mind, and then his consciousness entered the demon refining pot. Sacrifice target, second order fox demon. Required materials, 1 pair of fox eyes, 1 fox heart, 10 drops of fox blood, and 3 strands of demonic energy. Sacrifice cost, 3 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 57 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Yes. Buzz off. The demon refining kettle emitted a slight tremor, perhaps due to the reason of sacrificing a second-order demon. The purple and gold light emanating from the surface of the demon refining kettle was even more brilliant than before. At this moment, in the demon refining pot, 3 wisps of Yin Qi absorbed all of the fox demon's blood and coalesced into a blood-colored demon fox. Then the scarlet demon fox devoured the heart and eyeballs, and its illusory figure gradually solidified. However, this demon fox did not behave as violently as the demon that had been sacrificed before, merely staring at a pair of blood-colored pupils. His expression was dull as he looked up at the space in the pot. The purple-gold flames fell, and the scarlet demon fox let out a painful wail of despair, eventually turning into a blood-colored Dan pill. The Dan pill flew out of the demon refining pot and merged into Yan Feng's body. Sacrifice target, second-order fox demon. Proceeds from sacrifice, Qi and blood cultivation plus 23. Void-breaking spiritual eyes, divine seed, remnant. Boom! A powerful Qi suddenly erupted from within Yan Feng's body, only to see that the pores on his body began to ooze blood outwards. The chapped skin continued to fall off as if it were dried bark, and the newborn skin exuded a faint metallic luster. And within Yan Feng's body, the majestic Qi and blood at this moment seemed to have transformed into a human oven, completely igniting his entire body. Under the scorching hot Qi and blood, Yan Feng's flesh, blood and bones were undergoing metamorphosis. The tendons and veins in his body were like gnarled dragons coiled up, and his blood was like surging magma under the quenching of his Qi and blood. When the Qi and blood in Yan Feng's body boiled to the extreme, for a moment as if it was an extreme state of sublimation, a trace of substantial strength finally managed to simmer in the human body's oven. The appearance of this trace of strength instantly opened a gate for the congested flood, and the surging Qi and blood were transformed into newborn strength. The continuously born strength traveled through all the limbs and bones, bringing Yan Feng an incomparably powerful feeling. While Yan Feng was immersed in the process of his body's metamorphosis, he suddenly felt a sense of coldness welling up in his eyes. It was as if a clear stream of water had infused the soul, and there was an ineffable sense of subtlety. Furthermore, Yan Feng realized that there seemed to be one more thing inside his body. With a slight perception from his mind, he saw a dried-up gray seed that was irregularly flat and round, with a body size that resembled the size of a soybean. Enlightenment rose in Yan Feng's heart. This should be the divine seed obtained from the sacrifice, but it was in a mutilated state. At the same time, Yan Feng had also obtained a memory belonging to the fox demon in his mind, which contained information about the divine seed. It turned out that the fox demon was a demonic pet kept by the main mother of the Qian family, a large clan in Anning County. After the bizarre extermination of the Qian family, Fox Demon managed to escape. As a result, he was caught by the officers of the magistrate's department and then sent to the prison department for detention. This crippled divine seed was what the fox demon had obtained from within the bedchamber of the Qian family's main mother. As for the divine seed, it is a treasure naturally generated by the heaven and earth's Tao rhythms, which can also be called an innate thing, containing a special rule power. If a living being was able to refine the divine seed and successfully catalyze it, it would be able to obtain a kind of divine power. In the fox demon's memories, it seemed that there had always been a certain mysterious force searching for the whereabouts of this divine seed, and even the destruction of the Qian family was related to this divine seed. Seeing this, Yan Feng's heart was somewhat astonished. Wasn't the extermination of the Qian family the work of the bazaar? How did you get involved with the Red Fire cult again? However, all of this had nothing to do with Yan Feng for the time being. However, the fox demon escaped with the divine seed, but was targeted by the Red Fire cult, wanting to take the divine seed back out of the fox demon. Therefore, after the fox demon was imprisoned in the prison division, it did not think of escaping from the prison like the other demons. Instead, it had been trying to find a way to catalyze this divine seed. Although the fox demon had refined the divine seed, it had never been able to obtain the divine abilities birthed within. Now Yan Feng was aware that the fox demon's inability to catalyze the divine seed was entirely due to the fact that this divine seed itself was crippled. Judging from the shape, this divine seed should look like a third or a quarter of a complete divine seed. In other words, Yen Feng would not have a chance to obtain the divine power contained in the divine seed unless he collected another part of the divine seed. Although Yen Feng was very keen on the legendary power of the avatar, he did not want to take the risk of competing with others. With the demon refining pot by his side, as long as he was given time, he would be able to increase his strength step by step, and there was absolutely no need to take a risk for the sake of a divine ability. As for the remaining portion of the divine seed, if one was fortunate enough to come across it in the future, that would naturally be the best. If he really did not have this chance, Yen Feng would at most feel slightly regretful. The harvest from this fox demon sacrifice. Aside from the divine seed, he had also gained one of the fox demon's talents, void-breaking spirit eyes. This talent is capable of breaking through illusions, and it can also read qi and observe destiny. Yen Feng's mind moved, and an arc of curved moon silhouette quietly surfaced within the deep pupils of his eyes, and the vision in front of him seemed to instantly change a layer of heaven and earth. Not only did he see as if it was daytime inside the pitch-black house, Yen Feng also saw the air flowing with wisps of ethereal blood-colored air currents, intertwining and churning with the black mist seeping out of the ground. Yen Feng knew that this was the formation process of the Yin Fury Qi. When the blood aura accumulates to a certain level, a wisp of Yin Fury will be born in this place. With the void-breaking spirit eyes, it would undoubtedly become very easy for Yen Feng to collect Yin Fiend Qi in the future. Of course, the biggest gain from this sacrifice was the cultivation strength that had skyrocketed once again. The blood dan transformed by the second-rank fox demon directly elevated Yen Feng, whose sinews had come to completion, to the entry level. To condense the qi and blood in one's body into substance and successfully give birth to strength is to be an entry martial artist. With Qi Li, what a martial artist relies on to fight is no longer purely physical strength. The destructive power of a wisp of strength far exceeded that of an ordinary sword, and a martial artist at the entry level could already be called number one within this Anning County city. In the entire Dingxi prison, the only person known to Yen Feng was the cell head Wang Fu, who was an entry martial artist. In other words, at this moment, Yen Feng's strength had officially surpassed Su Wen's. Chapter 10 Attack and Kill. It's night. The stars and moon were hidden, and the sky seemed to be covered with a dark canopy, with not the slightest bit of light visible in the night sky. The wind is a little bit cooler and noisier this evening. After Yen Feng had cleared away all the traces within his residence, he planned to take advantage of this opportunity tonight to get rid of the aftermath. Su Wen. This person had tried to kill him several times, so Yen Feng naturally could not let the other party off the hook. To Yen Feng, as long as he possessed enough strength, he would never let someone who was a threat to him survive for one more day. It just so happens that the Red Fire Cult Sleeping God Incense can provide him with the perfect alibi. Tonight is the best time to settle Su Wen. Yen Feng changed out of his jailer's uniform and put on a wide black coat that could hide his figure well. He also didn't carry his saber on this trip, but instead brought the poison dagger from the corpse of the shadowy middle-aged man. With the void-breaking spirit eyes, the night color did not bother Yen Feng at all. Due to the recent shenanigans going on in the city, basically no one would be hanging out at night. Empty and deserted streets. Yen Feng walked unhurriedly towards Spring Wind House. At this moment, the Spring Wind House, the lights are brilliantly bright. The silk and bamboo sound is endless, and the sound of the guests' joyful and reckless sound spreads to the surrounding several long streets. The end is hilarious. Apparently, as the most prestigious pleasure-seeking place in the city of Anning County, Spring Wind House had not been half affected by the bizarre events in the city. Inside one of the upper-class boxes of the Spring Wind building, a group of people wearing the uniforms of the prison division were enjoying the songs and dances while laughing and pushing their glasses. Tonight this birthday banquet, Su Wen almost invited Dingxi prison most of the class head, about more than 30 people. Excluding some of the squad leaders who were not on duty at the prison division today, it could be said that basically all the stewards of the Din prison were here. This was enough to reflect Su Wen's connections after decades of hanging out in the prison division. In particular, even Wang Fu, the head of the jail, was invited to come to the birthday banquet. Undoubtedly make Su Wen this birthday banquet atmosphere more and more lively. Wang Head, my subordinate toasts you. The tiger demon thing is my subordinate's management negligence. Actually did not find that Guy Li Dao actually dared to supervise and steal. Please rest assured that Wang Head, my subordinate, will definitely catch that bastard back to be properly punished. Wang Fu looked deeply at Su Wen, who was toasting, and a smile that both of them understood appeared in his eyes. There is no harm. People are not saints, who have made mistakes. Underlings moved. This kind of accident is unavoidable. In the future pay attention is. Regarding the matter of the tiger demon, Su Wen's handling of the matter had satisfied him. Although the price Su Wen paid was far from the value of a tiger demon. But since the other party had taken this matter onto the missing subordinate, Wang Fu was happy to do so. After all, If the tiger demon was lost in Su Wen's hands, even if the other party gave compensation, that would be recorded. However, if it was supervised and stolen, then these demonic materials would be equivalent to being directly lost. In this way, the compensation on Su's documents will naturally go into his personal pocket. The tactics of false publicity were not the least bit difficult for someone like Wang Fu. Today, this birthday banquet, the reason why Wang Fu made an exception to attend, is entirely for the sake of money to give each other a face. Seeing that Wang Fu was very much giving face, Su Wen's face also piled up with a false smile. Thank you, Wang Tu. In the future, my subordinate will definitely manage his men well and resolutely prevent such things from happening again. So be it. The two then laughed and shared a drink. Su Wen had just put down his wine glass when Zhang Tao, who was next to him with a plump physique, raised his glass and laughed. Brother Su, speaking of henchmen, I wonder if the people you asked for from me earlier are still available. At the mention of Yin Feng, the smile on Su Wen's face stiffened slightly before returning to normal. For Yin Feng, the killing intent in Su Wen's heart was in no way less than what Yin Feng had for him. That kid not only killed Li Dagger and made him lose one of his right-hand men, but also caused him to be ripped off by this bastard Wang Fu for a large sum of silver. However, although Su Wen hated Yin Feng with a passion, he didn't take him to heart at the moment. If nothing else, that kid won't make it through the night. Even if the Red Fire Sect's people were more cautious, they could have completely planted the Fox Demon's matter on Yin Feng, because originally that Fox Demon was guarded by Yin Feng. The jail division didn't find anything special about the Fox Demon anyway. It's not a big deal to have another instance of this kind of theft. Just as Su Wen was feeling secretly pleased that he was about to get rid of Yin Feng, unbeknownst to him, there was a pair of eyes that were closely watching him at this moment inside the Spring Breeze building. When using the ability of the void-breaking spirit eyes, Yin Feng was able to clearly detect Su Wen's aura even though he was separated by a layer of boxes. There were dozens of thick qi and blood in the next box, obviously a group of squad leaders from the prison division. One of the most powerful breaths, which stood out like a crane amongst the many qi and blood, should belong to the jailer Wang Fu. In addition to Su Wen's aura, Yin Feng also discovered Zhang Tao's aura. Among the group of squad leaders, he had only seen these two. Although he had identified his target, Yin Feng quietly sipped his drink right next door to them and did not rush to make his move. This was so because Yin Feng had clearly detected more than one powerful aura far beyond Wang Fu's within the Spring Wind building. In the probing of the void-breaking spirit eyes, even one of the attendants who had just received him had an aura that was no less than his. Obviously, this Spring Breeze house was able to become the most prosperous and joyful place in Ning County, and was bound to possess sufficient heritage. Daring to make a move here is tantamount to asking for death. Yin Feng intended to wait for the banquet inside to end before looking for an opportunity to strike at Su Wen. Of course, Yin Feng had to return before the jailer on duty at the entrance of the prison division woke up from his drunkenness. Otherwise he would risk exposing his identity. Yin Feng estimated that in another half hour or so, the jailers in the prison division who had been drugged down would wake up one after another. If things really couldn't be done tonight, then Yin Feng wouldn't risk forcing his hand. At most, count this guy Su Wen lucky. Also let him live a few more days. Continue to wait for the next opportunity is. Fortunately, Su Wen did not let him down. Perhaps the grade of Spring Wind House was too high, and the overnight fee for more than 30 people was too expensive. After the crowd had had their fill of wine and food, Su Wen didn't entertain a group of squad leaders to stay overnight in Spring Wind House. When the banquet ended, Su Wen's group of people left Spring Wind House and returned in the direction of the prison division. A few moments later, as the crowd gradually moved away from Spring Breeze House, Yin Feng had already ambushed himself in advance on one of the eaves on both sides of the road that must be traveled. Seeing Su Wen, who was less than 2 meters away from Wang Fu, a hint of ruthlessness flashed under Yin Feng's eyes. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a long time. And letting Su Wen go back and find out that he wasn't dead was bound to create a lot of problems. So, tonight Su Wen will die. Yin Feng's face revealed a touch of determination as he pulled out the poison dagger from his bosom, mobilizing the strength in his body to wrap around it. He then poured half of his strength into the poison dagger. After Yin Feng had spotted a moment, the hand-poisoned dagger instantly shot out like an arrow off the string. Chapter 11, Getting Out. Boo! Ear-piercing sonic booms exploded in the night sky. Yin Feng's momentum-strengthening strike that consumed half of his body's strength was simply no less powerful than an anti-aircraft artillery shell with the addition of 10,000 kilograms of enormous strength in his physical body. The moment the poison dagger was shot out, Wang Fu and the crowd's face changed abruptly. Look out! Su Wen, who had been alerted, subconsciously turned around and was shocked to find a cold light like lightning coming towards him. Su Wen couldn't react at all, just when his eyes were filled with horror and he thought he was in trouble. On the side, Wang Fu erupted on the spot. His powerful qi and blood shattered his clothes, and his power-wrapped fist smashed into the flying poison dagger. What? However, in the instant of contact with the poison dagger, Wang Fu's complexion suddenly changed. In the next moment, he left Su Wen behind without hesitation, and his figure retreated towards the back at a rapid pace. However, even though he retreated in time, because he touched the poison dagger, he triggered the powerful force wrapped around it. In a flash of lightning, Wang Fu immediately had a decision in his mind with his veteran combat experience. At the critical moment, he roared, his body not retreating but advancing, urging more strength in his body, and his fists fiercely blasted out like hammers. Boom! The two energies collided in the air with a loud bang, and the violent commotion seemed like a thunderous explosion. Put! Wang Fu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell back 4 or 5 meters. The outburst in haste was ultimately a step weaker for him. To the side, Su Wen, who had managed to dodge a bullet, was lifted back several steps by the aftershocks of the collision of power. Before the stunned man could stand still, another object suddenly flew towards his head from behind. There was a fluffy sound. A big good head exploded like a watermelon. Bright red flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Asshole! The surrounding group of jailers had just come back to their senses when they heard the angry hissing of the jailer Wang Fu. Then he saw Wang Fu leap and chase after the black-clothed figure on the roof. The remaining jailers on the scene glanced at each other, and most of them immediately chased after the duo in the direction they had left. We'll follow up and plunder for Wang Tu, and you go ahead and find the patrols of the Executive Yamen Division. The thieves are at least at the entry level. Make sure to ask one of the constables to come and help Wang Tu. Since then a group of jailers had split into 2 groups. One group tracked along the traces, while the other group started to look for the patrol team from the Department of Narcotics Enforcement in the vicinity. The other side, the two of them, Yan Feng, engaged in a frantic chase in the night. They say it's a chase, but it's really just a chase. Yan Feng had put his best foot forward, but he was still unable to get rid of Wang Fu behind him. Looking at Wang Fu, who was like a mad dog, Yan Feng had no intention of tangling with him at all, not to mention the fact that he had only just broken through the entry level, whereas this person Wang Fu had been deeply cultivating at the entry level for many years. There might not be a big difference in power between the two, but there was definitely a significant difference in the strength that could really be utilized during a fight. If he were to fight Wang Fu, perhaps Yan Feng would not lose quickly, but he certainly would not be able to win. And once Wang Fu dragged him down, when the jailers behind him caught up, then Yan Feng would be in jeopardy tonight. Yan Feng didn't want to tangle with Wang Fu, but the other party followed him like a dog's skin. The more time dragged on, the more unfavorable the situation would become for Yan Feng. In desperation, Yan Feng used his power to cover his throat, changing his voice as he shouted towards Wang Fu behind him. Stupid! How much salary do you get in a month? The one surnamed Su is not your relative, and you are not the head constable of the executive office. Do you need to fight so hard for him? Gutless rat! You ambushed me in the middle of the night, attacked and killed my guards in public, and humiliated me with your words. So if you have the ability, show your true colors and fight me. Although Wang Fu was furious, he maintained absolute sanity at all times. Judging from the person's stance in the party, the other party's strength was at most in the middle of the pack with him. Such strength to kill Su Wen in front of the other jailers. If he, the head of the cell, hadn't made any moves, the loss of face or anything else would have been a minor matter. If we are to be strict, not only was he unable to even shelter his own men, but he also indulged the thieves who committed the murder to escape in a big way, which is a serious dereliction of duty. Therefore, whether it was to give a statement to the above, or to deal with those jailers who were at the scene just now, Wang Fu could not easily let go of the thief in front of him. Of course, Wang Fu did not deny what Yan Feng had just said in his heart, and he indeed did not want a fight with Yan Feng. Just as Yan Feng had feared, the time advantage was on his side. As long as Yan Feng is held back until support arrives, not only will he not be at fault for what happened tonight, but he will be credited. However, when Yan Feng heard Wang Fu's words, his hoarse voice let out a cold laugh. You want me to fight you? If I do stop, do you really have the guts to fight me to the death? Wang Fu grunted coldly. What do I have to fear from a person who hides his head? Seeing that he still wouldn't give up, Yan Feng spoke out and sneered. Wang Fu, you're really stupid. I helped you clean up a mole in the Red Flame sect. You don't think of being grateful. Instead you're chasing after me. End of the day. It doesn't make sense. Your bull ting me. When he heard the words Red Fire sect, Wang Fu's face changed violently. Then he regained his composure. Yan Feng continued to scoff. If you don't believe me, by all means return to the prison division and take a look. If my expectations are good, there should be no survivors in the prisons today. What? Wang Fu's mind was shaken. His face was vaguely pale, and even his steps were slightly unsteady. It seems that you finally reacted. Suwon swindled and transferred many experts in the prison this night under the false pretense of a birthday banquet, just to facilitate the Red Flame sex people to make their move. If you rush back now, you might still have a chance to clean up the mess. As soon as Yin Feng said this, Wang Fu, who was in close pursuit, gradually slowed down his pace. Looking at Yin Feng's figure, Wang Fu's eyes hesitated for a moment before he finally shouted toward Yin Feng, "Who are you and can you leave your name?" Yin Feng's figure did not pause for a moment, only leaving behind a sentence. Black Whirlwind, Li Kuei, Kuei Li? Wang Fu gazed at Yin Feng's departing back, his earlier anger having subsided. At the moment, his mind was pondering what Yin Feng had just said, recalling Yin Feng's tone of conviction just now. His intuition told him that he was afraid that this matter was not empty talk. In other words, it was highly likely that Suwon was the mole of the Red Fire cult, and among the prison division. I'm afraid it's now been overrun by the Red Fire cult. Thinking of the prison being broken, although Wang Fu's heart was anxious, he did not immediately move to return. It's like what Yin Feng said. How much does he get paid a month? The Red Fire sect is notorious for its ferocity. Who knows how strong the thieves who came to commit crimes tonight are? Of the group of people attending the birthday banquet this evening, only he had just learned of the news from Yin Feng's mouth, and the rest of them were again unaware of it. Then why did he rush back to fight with the Red Fire sect? It was better to wait for the others to follow and gather the strength of the crowd, then slowly go back and figure out how to clean up the mess. Even Wang Fu was a little hesitant to chase a little further. It would be best to delay until the Red Fire sect's thieves had all withdrawn before returning to the prison. The other side, Yin Feng, who had gotten rid of Wang Fu, turned his body around and quickly ran towards the direction of the prison division. From Wang Fu's reaction earlier, Yin Feng knew that this person would most likely not return to the prison division alone, so Yin Feng would be able to rush back to the prison before him, filling in the perfect alibi. Even if there are people investigating the people who had a grudge against Seo Man because of his death afterward, Yin Feng can also be easily cleared of suspicion. In this way, this night's revenge was a success. In the future, he didn't have to worry about Suwon, the Scourge, looking for trouble, and he could also continue to hide himself, go slowly raising his strength in the prison. A few moments later, Yin Feng returned to the prison division, the two jailers at the entrance still slumbering. However, looking at the door of the prison division that was close at hand, Yin Feng did not dare to take a step forward. Chapter 12. Weirdness. Deep in the night wind swept up a misty white fog from nowhere, enveloping the long empty street. Yin Feng gazed at the white mist that had suddenly risen in front of him, his feet suddenly rooted in place as he watched the prison division in front of him change. The two mighty and domineering evil-suppressing stone beasts at the entrance suddenly turned into green stone lions wearing brightly colored red flowers. The prison gates cast in bronze basalt iron were replaced by vermilion gates with lights and colors. The silver-hooked, iron-painted plaque of prison division also became the words Qianfu. In an instant, the originally solemn prison division was transformed alive into another festive scene. Phew! A gust of night wind came, and the chilly air made Yin Feng's bones creep and he couldn't help but shiver. One should know that with his qi and blood cultivation at this moment, even if he was inside the 39th heaven, he could still keep himself as hot as an oven. This night breeze blowing in from the white mist was more like an eerie chill belonging to another dimension. Jingle bells! Suddenly, a sound of silk and bamboo abruptly rang out, and the sound of pipes and strings immediately came from the dead silent streets, followed by swana playing and the clamor of gongs and drums. In the hazy white mist, a red-cloaked welcoming party slowly sailed towards Yin Feng. The gloomy Yin Feng's heart was alert beyond measure, and he immediately knew that he had encountered something dirty. Before he could ponder why Creepy was outside the prison division, the welcoming party from across the street had approached him. It was only then that Yin Feng realized that those who carried the sedan chair were all white-faced paper people. This scene was a bit creepy for Yin Feng to see. The strength in his body was already poised to be released. Once these paper people made any movement, he would immediately strike. However, Yin Feng did not have much certainty in his heart. As a clan that had been passed down for hundreds of years within the city of Anning County, the Qin family must have enshrined martial artists within their residence whose strength far exceeded that of Yin Feng, so much so that there was an extermination. You can see the horror of the weirdness. However, Yin Feng was not completely without any hope. When he had sacrificed the fox demon, Yin Feng had learned from the fox demon's memories the reason why only one fox demon escaped from the entire Qianfu in the first place. Although there was a fluke, but it was more because of the fox demon's talent. Void-breaking spirit eyes. This talent is able to break through illusions, and it can also be used to read qi and observe destinies. Simply put, it means that you can see certain things that ordinary people can't peer at with the naked eye. This is how the fox demon was able to escape from the murder of the Qian family. As Yin Feng catalyzed his void-breaking spirit eyes, an arc of curved moon silhouette emerged from his eyes, and the welcoming procession that was getting closer and closer in front of him suddenly disappeared, turning into a grass rope stained with mottled blood. The moment he saw the grass rope manifest, Yan Feng no longer hesitated, urging his chi to cover his fist and fiercely blasting it out. Snap! The grass rope was destroyed by the fist force and turned into ashes, more fragile than Yan Feng had expected. At the same time, the gates of the Qian mansion, which were decorated with lights, disappeared, and the white fog on the long street grew thicker and thicker, shrouding everything once again. Yan Feng urged his void-breaking spirit eyes with all his might, but he still could not see through the reality of this white mist. Yan Feng knew that this was because his strength was too low. However, from the scene just now, Yan Feng also realized that this weirdness wasn't as horrifyingly insurmountable as he had imagined either. Perhaps Guile was indeed able to kill martial artists stronger than him, but there should exist some sort of restriction. Otherwise, the moment he fell into the white mist, he might have been in pieces. Just as Yan Feng's thoughts were mixed up, another strange sound suddenly came from the white mist. Dukes! Dukes! A stooped figure on crutches gradually emerged from the white mist. The hunchbacked old woman was dressed in black. Her face was as white as paper. Her pale face was hideous and creepy, and her dry palms were like tree bark, just like a stern ghost. Yan Feng's eyes stared deathly at the hunchbacked old woman, his feet stepping, the green stone underneath his feet exploding, his figure blasting out like a cannonball. Boo! As his fist exploded, Yan Feng's pupils could not help but widen as his punch solidly blasted at the hunchbacked crone's body, but it was as if a clay ox had entered the sea. Not even the black clothes on the hunchbacked crone produced a single crease. After failing to land a single blow, Yan Feng saw that the hunchbacked crone did not seem to be reacting, and not daring to take any more risks, he planned to retreat first. However, the other party only lightly tapped the ground with the walking stick in his hand, and Yan Feng realized that his entire body instantly stiffened. At this moment, Yan Feng was like falling into an ice cave, his body sweating, his heart filled with powerlessness. Is this what it feels like before being killed by creepy? Just as Yan Feng was desperately preparing to admit his fate, the hunchbacked crone's walking stick gently knocked on the top of his head. Put! Yan Feng sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, which was mixed with hints of black gas. As he spat out the blood, Yan Feng instantly felt much more relaxed, and the long-lost warmth returned to his body. The bizarre force that eroded your body. The old body has already pulled it out for you. After going back and warming it up with your chi and blood for 3 to 5 days, then there will be no big problem. The hunchbacked crone's raspy voice was a bit harsh. Yan Feng, however, immediately understood, his eyes revealing surprise. Many thanks to Senior for saving me. The old body observes that you are not very old, yet you can simmer down your strength, so it can be seen that your qualifications are still good. But it seems that you have not practiced any strength-raising techniques. Latecomers come from humble origins, so they have never practiced an entry-level technique. So it is. The hunchbacked crone nodded her head slightly. The old me came here originally to meet that bazaar for a while. I didn't expect it to be so cautious. Here is only a detachment formed by the bazaar power. In that case its purpose is not to subdue the evil stone tablet. A flash of disappointment flashed across the hunchbacked old woman's eyes as she said to Yan Feng, the bazaar detachment here has already been scared away by the old me. This illusory bazaar domain can't continue to be maintained. The mist will soon dissipate. The old me can't stay for too long. You can just leave on your own later. Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Greetings to Senior. Yan Feng bowed his hand towards the hunchbacked crone and watched the other party's figure disappear into the mist. Phew! Yan Feng saw the hunchbacked crone leave, and only then did he heavily exhale a mouthful of turbid air. It seems that this Anning County town has really been treacherous lately. He had only slipped out for a few moments, but he would actually stumble upon the shenanigans of overthrowing the Qian family, even though it was only a by-location. If it wasn't for the hunchbacked crone showing up, he would have been in dire straits this night. Regarding the hunchbacked old woman who had appeared just now, Yan Feng had some vague guesses in his heart. The other party had obviously come specifically for the sake of the weirdness and knew about the evil suppressing stone tablet, and had made a special effort to help Yan Feng pull out the weird power that had eroded his body, so much so that it should belong to the court. I just don't know which high-ranking person within Anning County. Tonight the other party happened to save his life. In the future if there is a chance to meet again, must be a good thank you. Soon, the white mist on the long street dissipated and the gates of the prison division reappeared. Taking advantage of the fact that the guards on duty were all still asleep, Yan Feng rushed back to his own residence. Only when he returned to the cramped room did Yan Feng's turbulent mind settle down completely. Compared to inside the prison division, the outside is still too dangerous. In the future, if not necessary, Yan Feng would definitely not leave the prison easily. Even if you have to go out, you can't wander out alone at night. Witnessing the weirdness with your own eyes is the only way to realize the horror of it. Yan Feng lay on the bed forcing himself to stop thinking about what had just happened. trying his best to empty his thoughts and adjust his state. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. When Wang Fu and the others returned, a storm was bound to break out in the prison division. Chapter 13 Accidental Exposure. The following morning, Yan Feng was summoned by Zhang Tao's dispatch, and the fellow officers he saw along the way were basically all heading in the same direction. The crowd had a number of jailers talking, and it was clear that word of last night's events had spread. Yan Feng had heard that almost all of the squad leaders who had gone to Su Wen's birthday banquet last night had been severely punished. The jailers in charge of the guards were punished along with them. There were quite a few afflicted jailers who had greeted the cook of Spring Wind House in Su Wen for 18 generations of their ancestors. Yan Feng took in everyone's performance, his heart somewhat suspicious. It was reasonable to say that the only place in the prison where things went wrong was the Fox Demon in the Tingwan, 5-foot area, and as he was the Fox Demon's guardian jailer, he couldn't be held responsible for this incident no matter what. Yan Feng had long since cleaned up his own traces, and had also thought of what to say in response, but at the end of the day, no one came to interrogate him. There's something wrong with that. However, although things had developed somewhat unusually, Yan Feng was still confident that he hadn't left any cracks. Even if the prison division investigated any further, it would be impossible to suspect him. Soon, all of the on-duty jailers in the entire Din prison were gathered outside of the classroom where the roll call was taken. The line of nearly 200 men stood in neat rows, waiting without a word for the jailer to admonish them. However, to everyone's surprise, today, the person who summoned the jailer to give instructions was not Wang Fu, the head of the jail, but a black-faced middle-aged man who wore 5 stripes of red sword tattoos on his lapel. One should know that Wang Fu, who was the head of the cell, was only a 4th-level jailer. However, this black-faced middle-aged man's grade was 1 level higher than Wang Fu's. After seeing Wang Fu come out half a step behind his opponent and remain silent the entire time, all the jailers present realized what was going on, and the atmosphere at the scene became a bit gloomy. Immediately afterward, the black-faced middle-aged man stood at the main seat in the center, with Wang Fu flanking him at the side. Fellow officers, my name is Chen Jail, from the Ding Air Prison, and I have been ordered to come today to deal with the attack on the prison division last night. Chen Jail's majestic gaze swept around the crowd and said in a deep voice, because some of the jailers were negligent in their duties last night, it led to the thieves taking the opportunity to break into the prison and almost triggered a big mess. Therefore to this day, the entire prison division is under full martial law, and must be strictly checked on duty every day, resolutely eradicating any sneaky behavior, and once someone is found to have violated it, they will not be tolerated. Chen Jail surveyed the silent crowd and said, in addition, the head of the cell, Wang Fu, has been falsely using the public for personal gain and has been found to have committed serious misconduct. He is hereby dismissed from his position as the head of the cell, and will arrange for someone else to come and manage it later. After saying that, Chen Jie glanced at Wang Fu next to him. Wang Fu's face was calm as he handed over the jailer's token and behaved very well. After Chen Jie received the token, his majestic gaze swept across the room and finally landed on Yan Feng, who had his head bowed. By order of the court, jailer Yan Feng, from today onward promoted to 4th grade jailer, transferred to serve in the Ding Air Prison along with Wang Fu. Report to duty tomorrow. What? Hearing his name, Yan Feng raised his head in incomparable bewilderment. His eyes filled with confusion. How did it get exposed? There's no reason. While Yan Feng was still in a daze, the entire crowd of jailers had unanimously cast their gazes at him. Even the former jailer, Wang Fu, cast a shocked look. Zhang Tao, the squad leader standing in front of him, even had an expression of having seen a ghost. Under the gaze of many complicated gazes, Yan Feng had no choice but to respond with a stiff-cupped fist. My subordinate obeys. Chen Jie nodded. All right, the matter is finished. All go back to work. Yes. On the way back, Yan Feng had been pondering over which part of him had gone wrong that had caused him to expose his strength. From 2nd-class jailer, he was promoted directly to 4th-class jailer. Nowadays, it was no longer a secret that he possessed strength at the entry level. As Yan Feng thought about it, during last night's action, whether it was the Red Fire Sex thieves or the assault on Su Wen, he had left no clues, nor were there any details that had been overlooked. The only time he can be exposed is when he encounters shenanigans. The hunchbacked old woman who had appeared in time to save his life. At that time, Yan Feng guessed that the other party should be someone from the imperial court. Nowadays, it seemed that this person had a great relationship with the prison division, and might even be a high-ranking member of the prison division. The only way to explain why the Fox Demon thing did not involve him, and also gave him a promotion and a raise, transferring him to the Ding Air Prison. Figuring out the key point, Yan Feng could not help but sigh as well. Originally, he had planned to hide his identity well, and Go had slowly raised his strength in prison. Who knew the unexpected could come so quickly? Not only did he expose him to a multitude of sights, he also didn't give him the slightest time to prepare. Yan Feng did not need to think to guess that after last night's incident, the Red Fire sect side would definitely try to find a way to obtain the information in the prison division. When the time came, it would only take a little reasoning to realize that it was Yan Feng who had sabotaged their actions. In other words, from now on, there was a high probability that he would be targeted by the thieves of the Red Fire sect. After all, the Red Fire cult had plotted against the God Seed for a long time, and now the Fox Demon was dead, while he, the one who had killed the Red Fire cult, was still alive. Any way you look at it, the Red Fire sect wouldn't let him go next. Thinking of this, Yan Feng became a bit headstrong. At this moment he not only did not have the joy of being promoted, but his heart was filled with bitterness. I had not thought that just a one-sided relationship, that hunchbacked crone had put him so much in his heart, causing his next situation to become very passive. The other side is not to blame for this. After all, the hunchbacked crone had not only saved his life, but had also promoted him in rank afterward. Truly, Yan Feng still had to say thank you to the other party. That's all. It's done. The worst thing is to live in prison for the next few years. The ferocious reputation of the Red Fire sect was deeply rooted in people's hearts, and Yan Feng felt that the only way to be sure of saving his life was to hide within the prison division. It just so happened that there had been a lot of weirdness going on in the city recently, so Yan Feng planned to stay in the prison for a year and a half first. He didn't believe that the Red Fire sect could still keep an eye on him. When the Red Fire sect realized that they couldn't help him, they would naturally lose patience gradually. At that time, Yan Feng would then quietly sneak out to have fun, and the Red Fire sect wouldn't be able to do anything about him. Adjusting his mood, Yan Feng quickly returned to his residence. He didn't continue to rush to collect the Yin Fury Chi as he had originally planned. Instead he stayed inside the house and polished the strength in his body. Although he had been exposed in public today, it was all the more important to keep a low profile at a time like this. With the gift of the void-breaking spirit eyes in place, collecting Yin Fian Chi was not a difficult task for Yan Feng. Instead, almost the entire prison division was now buzzing about him, especially his strength at the entry level. As long as Yan Feng didn't show his face, even if someone couldn't help but be curious in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to take the initiative to come and find him to inquire. As long as he reported to the Ding Air prison tomorrow, things about him here would fade away. Just as Yan Feng was preparing to spend his last day in this place in a low-key manner, an unexpected person, however, came knocking on the door in the early evening. Chapter 14, The Door to Ask for Forgiveness. My subordinate, Zhang Tao. Meet Lord Yan. The plump Zhang Tao carried an exquisite gift box and respectfully saluted towards Yan Feng. Zhang Bantu? Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. I wonder what Zhang Bantu's orders are here. Dare not. Dare not. Zhang Tao hurriedly waved his hands in fear. Lord Yan is a 4th-level jailer. How would my subordinate dare to command you to act? My lord, it's just that I heard that your excellency loves osmanthus cakes, and I just happened to buy some when I passed by Spring Wind House, so I thought I'd bring them over for your excellency to try. I like cinnamon cake? How come I don't know that myself? Yan Feng glanced at the gift box in the other party's hands and took it after a slight hesitation. Just after entering his hand, Yan Feng clearly noticed that the weight of the gift box was not right. Without having to utilize his void-breaking spirit eyes, Yan Feng guessed what was inside. Yan Feng accepted the gift box without moving, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. What does Zhang Bantu mean by this? Zhang Tao arched his hand and said, my subordinate has offended a lot before. Please forgive me, Lord Yan. Yan Feng smiled noncommittally. Zhang Bantu is joking. You and I have no grudges in the past and no enmity in the near future. Why would we say we are offended? You are being overly concerned. After saying that, he turned around and poured a cup of hot tea for himself, leaving Zhang Tao out to dry. Seeing this attitude of Yan Feng, Zhang Tao immediately showed fear. Lord Mingjin, that day the matter is so when that guy served me 10 taels of silver. My subordinate was confused. I hope that the Lord forgive me. Yan Feng let out a cold laugh. You are interesting. I will be transferred out of my post tomorrow, and you are in such a hurry to come and claim your offense. My subordinate is terrified. Only because Su won that guy's previous warning. My subordinate because of the previous thing's heart really uneasy. Then I want to early with the Lord to solve the misunderstanding. Zhang Tao bowed in obeisance, directly interpreting the humble attitude to the extreme. He was also an old jailer who had been in the business for more than 10 years and deeply understood when to bow down. Young and vigorous martial artists like Yan Feng tended to be more rigid and domineering in character. From the result of Su Wen, it can be seen that this son is insidious and poisonous and strong, and revenge is not separated by months. Therefore, in order to resolve the previous grudges, Zhang Tao had gone to great lengths, so what was it worth to suffer a little humiliation? Looking at Zhang Tao's shivering body, Yan Feng let out a cold snort. You are indeed a sensible one. but you almost caused me to die that day. You wouldn't think that some silver tails in the district would make me let you go. Please don't be angry. My subordinate knows that some out-of-body things are really hard to make up for the offense to your lord that day. Zhang Tao peeked at Yin Feng's face and continued, my subordinate is only a pawn in the prison. These years barely enough to feed and clothe the body outside of nothing long. Perhaps the only thing that can make your honor interested in is some accidental understanding of the secret stories of the prison. Oh, your excellency entered the prison division not long ago, and is not familiar with most things in the prison. My subordinate, as the head of the squad, had learned about the Ding Air prison through certain channels. If your excellency does not mind, my subordinate is willing to solve the confusion for your excellency. Hearing these words, Yan Feng instantly straightened his expression. Tell me more. Yes, Zhang Tao said in a respectful voice. Your excellency, do you know why our place is called the Ding 1.25 area? Yan Feng's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that there is still something to be said about this number? That's right. Our place is known as the Ding Yi prison, and previously there were a total of 500 cells under the jurisdiction of the King's Head, which were divided into 50 zones, ranging from Ding Yi 01 to Ding Yi 50, and the ones incarcerated were all first-rank demons, and above the Ding 1 cell, there is the more advanced Ding 2 cell, which is located one level below our feet. Only the entrance to the cell is more secretive, and all of the demons imprisoned there are of the first rank and above. Wait, aren't the higher-level demons imprisoned in the prison of C-word prison? Zhang Tao's eyes were slightly hesitant. Your excellency does not know that many of the rumors of the so-called C prison are actually not to be believed. How? This specific subordinate is not clear, but my subordinate has heard that what is being held in the C-word prison does not seem to be demons, but something else. Yan Feng's eyes widened abruptly. Weird? My lord, be careful. This matter is a secret story. Most of the real information about the C-word prison is strictly forbidden to be revealed to the outside world. It is easy to invite trouble. Why? It seems to be related to the Red Flame cult, and there is not much that my subordinates know, and much of it is hearsay and cannot be taken as true at all. Seeing this attitude displayed by Zhang Tao, Yan Feng nodded thoughtfully. I see. Zhang Tao continued. In fact, not only the C-word prison, the A-word prison and the B-word prison are also relatively mysterious, and what is imprisoned in them seems to be something extraordinary. Better tell us about the Dingy 2 jail. Yes. Zhang Tao immediately pulled back to the topic and introduced Yan Feng. As far as my subordinate knows, the scale of the Ding Air prison is basically the same as ours here, but the treatment of the two is vastly different. Those who work here are basically civilians, perhaps some martial arts qualifications, but after decades of training their muscles and bones, they will only have the luxury of entering the country at the highest level in this life. But the Ding Air prison is not the same at all. The ones who can go there to serve are almost all the high families within this Anning County, the same as jailers, but the resources they get on weekdays are far beyond what we can imagine. With just a few sentences, Zhang Tao gave Yan Feng a rough impression of where he would serve next. In simple terms, that means that the Ding 2 jail is more advanced than the Ding 1 jail, compared to the Ding 1 prison. The Ding 2 prison seemed to be more focused on the training of the jailers. Those who were originally able to enter the Ding Air prison as an errand boy basically possessed good qualifications, coupled with the resources to vigorously cultivate it. The overall strength of the Ding Air prison completely crushed the Ding Yi prison. This was also the reason why demons of the first rank and above should be uniformly imprisoned in the Ding Air prison. Only a strong guarding force can deter all kinds of demons and evil spirits. Lord Yan, my subordinate has something to say that I don't know whether to speak or not. Zhang Tao tentatively looked into Yan Feng's eyes. Yan Feng glanced at him, personally poured him a cup of tea, and laughed. Zhang Bantu can say anything. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Tao respectfully received the tea. His face lightened up a lot. Forgive my subordinate for speaking frankly. Although your excellency is about to be transferred to serve in the Ding Air prison, but as far as my subordinate knows, the winds of strife in the Ding Air prison are particularly fierce. And in order to compete for resources, it is also common for people to fall out with each other over positions. And the jailers serving in the Ding Air prison are basically all sons and daughters of clans, among which the influence of the four major families in Anning County is the most prevalent. So if your lordship is living in one of them, he must think carefully. These words Zhang Tao originally did not need to mention, and the reason why he said them at this moment was purely for the sake of making good karma with Yan Feng. Yan Feng is naturally clear about this. Slightly measured Zhang Tao found that although this person's appearance is not good, but is indeed a very understanding of the times and intelligent people, with this person to leave a point of mercy, it is not impossible thing, perhaps in the future can also be used. As for the situation described by Zhang Tao, Yan Feng was actually not worried. Intrigue exists everywhere, regardless of status, but in the end it is strength that ultimately determines everything. It's just like this scene right now. If Yen Feng possessed sufficient strength, all threats would naturally be resolved without a hitch. When the Ding Air prison was over, he himself would not need to compete with others for resources. As long as he kept a low profile and sacrificed demons, his own strength would continue to rise at some astounding rate. Chapter 15, Ding 2199. The next day, Chen Prison led Yen Feng and Wang Fu to an empty cell in Ding Sanchi. Under Yen Feng's astonished gaze, Chen Jia pulled out a jade tablet from his pocket. Wang Fu on the side saw this and explained, "This is the teleportation jade tag. Although the Ding Air prison is just one level below us, but the entrance is hidden, and you need to hold the teleportation jade tag to be able to pass through." Yen Feng was puzzled. Since the entrance to the Ding Air prison is hidden here, why have we never seen anyone come out of this place before? That's because there's far more than one entrance to the Ding Air prison, but it's spread throughout the entirety of Ning County, all of which can only be accessed by a jade token. The one who spoke was Chen Jail, only to see him take out another glistening white stone and place it into a hidden corner of the cell wall. This is a spirit stone, a precious treasure that can only be used by true Qi realm experts, and is also the source of energy to activate the teleportation array. As the spirit stones filled in, the entire wall suddenly seemed to open up some sort of organ, and a gray stone platform carved with complex runes was revealed. Chen Jia placed the teleportation jade card into the groove of the stone platform, and the entire gray stone platform instantly looked as if it had come to life. The runes inscribed on it erupted in a burst of dazzling white light, directly engulfing the three figures. As the white light gradually dispersed, the aura-depleted spirit stone shattered. After Yen Feng's three figures disappeared, the revealed teleportation stone platform reappeared hidden, and this empty cell once again returned to business as usual. The other side, Yen Feng only felt the image in front of him turn, and his vision instantly changed. The foot is still a gray stone platform. Around the same teleportation stone platform no less than a dozen. Next to the jailer guards. "Come with me, and I will take you to pay your respects to the head of the cell first, and then we will assign you specifically to your postings." Yes, Yen Feng was a newcomer who had been transferred here, so naturally, he had to pay his boss a visit first. Within a short while, Yen Feng and his duo met the head of the Ding Air prison under the leadership of Chen Jail. The head of the cell is named Huang Qi, a sickly middle-aged man with gray hair, who also coughs from time to time when talking to people, and obviously has a disease. Yen Feng had quietly utilized his void-breaking spirit eyes to observe the other party. Huang Qi, this person's cultivation aura clearly exceeded the entry level and should be a true Qi realm expert. Even though the other party looked sickly, Yen Feng held a respectful and cautious stance. However, Huang Qi was exceptionally enthusiastic about Yen Feng, with much appreciation between his words. In the end, Huang Qi arranged a position for Yen Feng as a squad leader. The position of the head of the class of Ding Air 199 was just vacated some time ago. Originally there were quite a few people who wanted this position, but the meaning of the above is to find a better position for you. What do you think? Huang Qi smiled and looked at Yen Feng. What does it mean up there? Yen Feng's mind immediately realized. No wonder the other party would treat him in this manner, and immediately responded, "My subordinate thanks the yellow head, and will do my duty and live up to the expectations of the adults." Being new to the city, although Yen Feng did not want to draw attention to himself, the position of a squad leader could indeed provide him with many conveniences in sacrificing demons. Huang Qi smiled and nodded. That's good. Having established the position of Ding Air 199 as the head of the squad, Yen Feng soon received the relevant items. The first was a jailer's uniform with a lapel embroidered with 4 lines of red swords. Then there are the corresponding sabers, identity tokens, etc. for 4th level jailers. In addition, there was also a power technique called Purgatory Power, as well as a bottle of brown pills. My lord, this is the Qi and Blood Elixir, refined from demonic flesh and blood essence and precious medicine. Entry-level jailers can receive 1 bottle per month, and you as the squad leader can receive an extra bottle per month. The young jailer who was looking after the storehouse explained for Yen Feng with a respectful face. Yen Feng casually surveyed the man, perhaps slightly younger than him, but his Qi and blood cultivation was at the sinew and bone stage. With this kind of strength, in the Ding Yi prison, he would at least be a squad leader, but here he could only guard the storehouse. What's your name? Belonging to Li Qing, a child of the Li family? Yen Feng's eyes moved slightly. Originally there were 5 big families in Ning County, all of which were behemoths with a heritage of more than 100 years, controlling the economic lifelines of various industries in Ning County. But 2 months ago, one of the 5 great families, the Qian family, was suddenly wiped out by the entire family. Nowadays, there are only 4 big families left in Anning County, and the Li family is one of them. Noticing Yen Feng's expression, Li Qing realized what was going on and hurriedly opened his mouth. Your honor has misunderstood. My subordinate is nothing but the Li family's collateral descendant. To be able to enter the prison division is already by the grace of the clan, and is actually not much. Letting your honor see you laugh. Yan Feng's heart moved. Brother Li comes from the 4 great families. How can he be presumptuous? I see that Brother Li's cultivation is not far from the entry level. There is the power of the family to shield. His future is unlimited. As Yan Feng was the class leader of the entry level, these words were already equivalent to lowering his stance to befriend the other party. Yan Feng did not care about this person's identity as a child of the Li family, but this Li Qing is the treasury guard. Then there is a need for friendship. As the level of demonic materials required for future sacrifices gets higher, the difficulty of collecting them will naturally increase. If Yan Feng was able to form a friendship with Li Qing, he might be able to find a way from the treasury side when the time came. And hearing Yan Feng's words, Li Qing's expression was indeed somewhat moved. Borrowing from your excellency's auspicious words, if my subordinate is really able to break through the entry level by chance, I will have to thank your excellency for his words today. Yan Feng smiled and nodded, not continuing to say anything more. The first time they met, it was not good to show too much instead, and it would give people the suspicion that he was looking at the face of the Li family before rushing up to make friends. When he comes to the storehouse more often in the future, I think the other side will not turn him away. Yan Feng and Li Qing then exchanged pleasantries with each other, and after the two agreed to have tea together in a couple of days, Yan Feng led the way towards the Ding Air 199 area under his jurisdiction. During his pleasantries with Li Qing just now, Yan Feng had also slightly probed the other party about the situation of Ding Air 199. It so happened that Li Qing had a clan brother who was the guard of the prison near Ding Air 19, so he told Yan Feng some of the general information he had learned. According to Li Qing, there was an accident in Ding Air 199 some time ago, resulting in the death of the then squad leader. After the accident had subsided, a group of guards at Ding Air 199 were seeking the position of shift leader. The two of them who fought the most fiercely. One was the distant cousin-nephew of the Anning County minister, and the other was a direct descendant of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families. Both of these two were about to break through the entry level, and they had been fighting all this time, but they were equal. If there were no surprises, once whoever could be the first to break through the entry level would be able to become the new head of the class. It was only after Yan Feng briefly understood the situation that he realized what the words spoken earlier by the jailer Huang Qi actually meant. Chapter 16, Establishing Authority. D219 region. Inside the squad room, a group of guards gathered here. The first two are Lin Jun and Du Xiaoyong. These two arch-rivals, who usually looked at each other with disdain and almost fought their brains out over the position of class leader, unexpectedly sat together. But whoever it was didn't look very good at the moment. What led to all of this was, quite literally, the sudden parachuting in of a new shift leader. Both of them had originally regarded the position of class leader of Ding Air 199 as their own, and for this reason they had gone to great lengths to cross swords with each other. Who knew that just when they were fighting to the death, someone would pop up to pick the peach? When the jailer Huang Qi ordered the news to be delivered, it was like a bolt from the blue for the two of them. Damn it! Give me half a month at most and I'll be able to break through to the entry level. To actually send someone to take over the position of class leader right now, this is definitely intentional. With an indignant face, Lin Jun couldn't suppress his inner rage and slapped the armrest of the wooden chair into pieces. What's the use of even if you're not willing to do what the higher-ups have decided? This is the prison division. And the Lin family's face isn't that good. The two don't get along. And Du Xiaoyong doesn't forget to taunt whenever he catches a chance. However, although he was not as enraged as Lin Jun, his expression was also very gloomy, and his mood at the moment was also very unpleasant. Hearing Du Xiaoyong's mockery, Lin Jun's face grew more and more ugly as his voice was icy cold. Don't forget, once the new head of the class takes over, all your previous efforts will be for nothing, and the two of us will just be each other. Du Xiaoyong coldly hummed. You don't have to provoke me either. I know what you mean. Today you gathered everyone here. Isn't it because you want to give that person a downward spiral? It's just a pity that it's nothing but futile in the end. Du Xiaoyong, are you really willing? I still say, what can you do if you don't recognize the orders from the top? If you're really capable of making that man resign of his own accord, what's the harm in letting you have the position of squad leader of this Ding Air 199? Good. I hope you do what you say you're going to do. As soon as Lin Jun's words fell, the entire classroom suddenly rumbled with a loud bang. The next moment, the door to the squad room was violently kicked open directly from the outside. Looks like there's a lot of activity here. Dressed in a 4-striped red sword uniform, with a saber hanging from his waist in black boots, Yan Feng stepped into the squad room with a dragon's stride. Bold. Boom. Lin Jun slammed his palm on the table and stood up violently. His eyes were like cold swords as he angrily rebuked Yan Feng. Who are you? You dare to break the door and trespass here. Yan Feng glanced at the storming Lin Jun, his eyes sweeping past him. paying no attention to this person at all. Then he swept his gaze across the room, taking in all the people's expressions, and said without hesitation, "I am the new head of the Ding Air 191 class. You should have been notified in advance. And now the door of the room is tightly closed. Is it that this head of the class is not welcome? How dare you? How dare you call yourself the new head of the class with empty words?" Seeing that he was being ignored, Lin Jun's heart grew even more furious and he continued to chide. "Present your identity token for us to inspect. If you dare to impersonate the head of the class, even if you're a 4th level jailer, we'll report you for punishment today." "What did you say?" Yan Feng's gaze sank as he turned his head to stare at the other party. Being oppressed by Yan Feng's strong eyes, Lin Jun instantly snorted coldly in displeasure. And just as he was about to open his mouth, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he let out a sharp and violent cry in terror on the spot. "How dare you!" Yan Feng, however, did not say a word as his figure shot out like a cannonball, directly slapping him across the face. Lin Jun had been riding roughshod over the Lin family's direct lineage, so why had he ever thought that someone would suddenly take action against him at the drop of a hat? Seeing Yan Feng suddenly strike at this moment, Lin Jun's heart panicked. But the good thing was that he wasn't a straw man with no combat experience, and he reacted hastily but instead became even more alarmed and furious. So he immediately mobilized all his chi and blood and swung his fist at Yan Feng to meet him. Click! A crisp bone-cracking sound rang out, and Lin Jun screamed miserably as he flew backwards, spilling blood all over the place. "Daring to take a shot at me is courageous, but very foolish." Yan Feng coldly surveyed Lin Jun, who was lying on the ground wailing, presuming to use his flesh and blood to fight against the strength, simply not knowing how to die. If he hadn't withdrawn his strength in time just now, the other party wouldn't have been as simple as a broken arm. Lin Jun covered his bleeding broken arm as resentment erupted in his eyes. "How dare you make a move against me?" Yan Feng swept his eyes. "You also said just now that I am a 4th level jailer, and you are merely a mere sinew-boned Chang. A fool like you, who keeps provoking me. Even if I kill you, it will be because you have violated your superiors from below. So what can the Lin family do about it?" Lin Jun's face went white as he finally reacted, his expression vaguely horrified as he saw Yan Feng's icy cold eyes. Yan Feng glanced at him and snorted coldly. If he didn't want to completely tear his face off with the Lin family, the slap he received just now would have directly exploded his head. Yan Feng's intention was not to cause any trouble, but if he took a step back today, in this place of endless strife, it was bound to seriously affect matters related to his demonic sacrifice. It would be better to take advantage of the opportunity to establish authority and stomp on the unopposed guy to deter the crowd. It may offend some people as a result, but the effect is definitely immediate. With Yan Feng's strike just now, and Lin Jun's miserable condition at the moment, the eyes of the other jailers now clearly changed when they looked at him. This included Du Xiaoyong, one of the two pricks, who was obediently keeping silent at the moment. As for Lin Jun, who was made an example of, just based on the look in his eyes just now, Yan Feng would never let this person go. For all enemies that could pose a threat to him, Yan Feng would get rid of them. Today, because of the Lin family, it was not good to directly kill them in public. After a few days, he was ready to report that Lin Jun had been poorly guarded and had accidentally died in the mouth of a demon, mentally arranging for his death in advance. Yan Feng then did not care about Lin Jun, who was lying on the ground. Turning to look at the other jailers, his gaze landed on Du Xiaoyong. "Where were we?" Du Xiaoyong immediately felt a great pressure. "My lord. Oh, by the way, it was said just now that you and others are gathered here, but the door of the room is closed tightly. Is it that this class leader is not welcome to take office?" "No. Yan Bantu has misunderstood," Du Xiaoyong hurriedly explained. "We were just discussing how to welcome Yan Bantu, and my subordinate just proposed to host a banquet at Spring Wind House tonight to receive you. But who knows that your lordship has suddenly arrived here? It is really my subordinate and others who have failed to welcome you from afar. I hope that your lordship will forgive me." Yes, Brother Du is right. We were so busy discussing the setting up of the banquet that we forgot to go out to greet your excellency. Please forgive me. Your excellency, please forgive me. My lord. The crowd of jailers on the scene followed suit and pleaded guilty, completely ignoring Lin Jun, who was lying just a short distance away. Yan Feng smiled. Setting up a banquet is not necessary. Recently the city has been very weird and noisy. This class head also does not like too much hustle and bustle. As long as all of you in the future to do your duty, there is no need to engage in the form of those false head. Your excellency is wise. I follow your orders. At your service, my lord. Chapter 17, Sacrificing Ape Demons. My lord, it is the ape demon that is imprisoned here. After expressing his submission, Du Xiaoyong personally brought Yan Feng to familiarize himself with the various things in Ding Air 19, the most important of which was the second-order demons imprisoned here. This also happened to be the thing that Yan Feng was most concerned about. My lord, our Ding Air 19 area is currently holding 6 second-order demons, and this 8th demon is particularly vicious. Not only is its ferocity hard to tame, but its strength is terrifying. If it wasn't imprisoned here, I'm afraid it wouldn't be far from breaking through to the 3rd order. It could be seen that Du Xiaoyong was scornful of this 8th demon. Yan Feng surveyed the motionless 8th demon in the cell and said with a calm expression, I've heard that there was an accident at Ding 219 some time ago that resulted in the death of the former squad leader. What's the story? Du Xiaoyong immediately arched his hand. I don't dare to deceive your excellency. This matter is precisely related to this 8th demon. Speak carefully. Yes, Du Xiaoyong recounted. I heard that this 8th demon was originally a demon kept within an ancient temple over in Surabaya County, and that this 8th demon secretly stole the inherited techniques of the ancient temple, but was accidentally discovered by the monks in the temple. In order to protect the inheritance of the temple from being leaked, the monks in the temple then wanted to kill it on the spot, and as a result, the 8th demon was so ferocious that it killed quite a number of monks in the temple on the spot, and then absconded all the way to Anning County, where it was eventually captured by the Executive Yamen Division. Yan Feng nodded. A demon from Surabaya County who has also practiced Buddhist techniques. That's an extraordinary origin, Du Xiaoyong continued. Indeed, due to the fact that this 8th demon had practiced Buddhist Kung Fu and developed a terrifying strength, he even secretly shook off the Xian iron chain and made a sudden sneak attack, which led to the death of the previous class leader. If that's the case, why don't you just execute this 8th demon instead of still imprisoning it here? Your Excellency is unaware that any demon that is imprisoned in the prison division almost always has its corresponding value, especially the higher the rank, the greater the value contained in the demon. Du Xiaoyong pointed at the 8th demon. It's like this 8th demon, although it is very vicious in nature, it has stolen and learned the ancient Shastra's inherited techniques, to be able to shake off the Xian iron chain while all 4 limbs are locked. This is definitely a top-notch strength practicing technique. If your Excellency can torture it out, it will definitely be a great achievement. Yan Feng's mind moved. Then how do you think this technique compares to the purgatory strength? Your Excellency is joking. My subordinate has not yet broken through the entry level. How can I acquire purgatory strength? Du Xiaoyong noticed Yan Feng's face, and his words changed slightly. However, when my subordinate entered the prison division, I did listen to the county magistrate's evaluation of the purgatory strength, even though it is considered to be the top strength practicing technique within Anning County. But looking at the entire Surabaya County, it's barely mid-range at best, and naturally it's far inferior to the ancient Shastra inheritance's top-tier Gong methods. In that case, this 8th demon is indeed of extraordinary value. After listening to Du Xiaoyong's words, Yan Feng had already selected his next sacrificial target in his mind. It was thought that this 8th demon should be able to bring him what he wanted. Then, information on the materials required for the sacrifice appeared in Yan Feng's mind. Sacrifice target, 2nd order 8th demon. Required materials, 1 ape heart, 1 caddy of 8 bone, 10 drops of 8 blood, and 3 strands of yin and yang energy. Sacrifice cost, 3 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 54 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, Yan Feng did not move and glanced at the 8th demon who was bound all over his body by the Xian iron chains. Now that he was the head of the class, although he was unable to corrupt a large amount of demonic materials openly and honestly, but can be in the dark a little planning 1 or 2, just to give the above a look past the account can be. If it was really not possible, after the sacrifice of the 8th demon, he would take out the tortured top-level technique. Compared to a top-tier power practicing technique, a mere few pieces of demonic materials were nothing at all. After inspecting the 8th demon, Du Xiaoyong continued to lead Yan Feng forward to check the next cell. Although the remaining few demons are not as fierce and strong as the 8th demon, they are all second-order demons, so naturally they are not that bad. Therefore, after Yan Feng's mere first inspection, these few demons were all considered by him as his own sustenance, just waiting to collect the Yin Fiend Qi. His strength would next see a surge. As for Yan Feng, who possessed the void-breaking spirit eyes, collecting the Yin Fiendish Qi was not a difficult task at all. The Yin Fury Qi, which could not be detected by ordinary people's naked eyes, simply had nothing to hide in his eyes. The place where the Ding 2 prison was located was situated deeper into the ground than the Ding 1 prison, and the ones imprisoned here were all second-order demons or above, so the formation of Yin Fury Qi was naturally easier than in the Ding E prison. After only 1 day, the demon refining pot inside Yan Feng's body had 3 more strands of Yin Fiendish Qi. Immediately afterward, Yan Feng arrived at the cell where the 8th demon was located, preparing to personally torture this ferocious and untamable second-stage 8th demon. After sternly ordering everyone not to go in and disturb them, Yan Feng opened the heavy iron door of the cell. Du Xiaoyong was ordered to guard the outside and soon heard the 8th demons hissing in pain from the cell. After a mournful wail, calm gradually returned to the cell. When Du Xiaoyang saw that Yin Feng had not yet come out, although his heart felt a little doubtful, he kept one sentence in mind: diligence. The consequences of offending Yin Feng could be seen from what happened to that idiot Lin Jun. Just because Yin Feng had been ruthless, that guy Lin Jun could only hide in his family's excuse to recuperate from his injuries nowadays, and didn't even dare to remain in the prison division. Even so, how long can you hide? Unless one didn't want this jailer's uniform, sooner or later one would have to face Yin Feng, the top boss. In the days to come, this guy Lin Jun is going to suffer old age. Just as Du Xiaoyang was gloating, Yin Feng inside the cell had already dug up the ape heart and the ape bones. Sacrifice target, second order ape demon. Required materials, 1 ape heart, 1 caddy of ape bone, 10 drops of ape blood, and 3 strands of yin and yang energy. Sacrifice cost, 3 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 54 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, with the sacrificial materials gathered, Yin Feng could not wait to raise his strength. Sacrifice. Buzz. As if the demon refining pot had been instructed to do so, the entire body blossomed with a brilliant purple golden light. In the demon refining pot, 10 drops of ape demon blood exploded one after another, rendering the yin fiendish chi into a scarlet color, looking like a ball of sticky blood. In the next moment, a blood-colored ape demon was conjured from sticky blood, probing out a huge blood-colored palm to grab a section of white ape bone, moving roughly to integrate it into his body, and the illusory ape body instantly solidified a lot. Immediately after that, the scarlet ape demon stared at the fresh heart, grabbing it and shoving it into his mouth to chew greedily. After devouring the heart, the ape demon whose body had completely solidified into substance madly pounded its chest to vent its anger and roar. A purple and gold flame drifted down, instantly setting the blood-colored fur on fire, and the blood ape's entire body continued to struggle in the blazing flames. Soon, when the purple-gold flames gradually dissipated, the figure of the blood ape disappeared. A blood-colored Dan pill lay quietly in the demon refining pot. Chapter 18, King Kong's Demon Flying Strength. The blood-colored pill flew out of the demon refining jug, scattering into countless spiritual light and integrating into Yin Feng's body. Sacrifice target, second order ape demon. Received from the sacrifice, strength plus 13, Vajra voodoo strength experience plus 9. Vajra's body. Rumble. A powerful and incomparable mysterious force erupted, washing over every inch of flesh and blood of Yin Feng's body, continuously transforming the sinews and bones as well as the blood veins of his entire body. Yin Feng's entire body underwent changes that were visible to the naked eye. First of all, his originally slender figure was once again raised by a few centimeters. His body's muscles were like gnarled dragons bulging, and the surface of his skin added a layer of dark, dull-colored luster that was like a metal. As his fleshly body was transformed, the qi and blood power within Yin Feng's body skyrocketed. At the time of the grand completion of the sinews and bones, Yin Feng's body strength was close to 10,000 kilograms of force, and after breaking through the entry level, although he had condensed his strength, the upper limit of his physical body's strength had not increased, and at this moment, after his body had been transformed into a Vajra body, Yin Feng felt that his physical strength had at least doubled, breaking the power limit of the sinew and bone grand completion stage. In Yin Feng's memories, only certain body-refining martial artists with heavenly god's divine power could break the shackles of the human body while boiling the sinews and bones, possessing physical strength comparable to that of a demon. Now Yin Feng's adamantine body was also the same, and it was even more powerful than the innate divine power. This was because the Vajra's body did not simply enhance the strength of the physical body, but rather transformed the overall quality of the body. Yin Feng could clearly feel at this very moment that in addition to his power skyrocketing, his own defense had also increased by a large margin. Especially after his physical body was transformed into a Vajra body. The surface of his body was as if he was wearing a layer of armor, and as a preliminary judgment, he could definitely ignore ordinary swords and soldiers. In addition, the power within Yin Feng's body had also changed. In just a few moments, the strength in his body had increased by more than several times. The original slightly flimsy strength had been continuously condensed, and compared to the previous power, it had also skyrocketed by a large margin. And as the strength in his body continued to grow, Yin Feng's mind also developed many more epiphanies, as well as related memory fragments. It was as if he had taken the form of an ape demon whose spiritual wisdom had begun to blossom, kneeling bitterly in the wind and snow to worship the statue of Buddha in an ancient temple, just to seek the true transmission of a word. However, countless monks in the ancient temples passed by, and seeing their mountainous and demonic origins, they simply could not see the piety of the ape demon. As time passes slowly, the ape demon kneeling day by day to worship the Buddha statue, perhaps the Buddha mercy, really let the ape demon from the Buddha statue to realize a gongfu. Since then, the ape demon more and more pious, daily cultivation is kneeling after the statue of Buddha, cultivation is also increasingly sophisticated. Until one day, there are two monks who have just entered the temple, saw the ape demon after the heart of greed, want to kill to take the ape demon flesh and blood cultivation. So, the ape demon rage, mist-whacked two monks, but also exposed the bottom of the gong method. It is certainly the ancient temple lost for a long time of the top of the power-raising gong method. Vajra voodoo power. The power raised by practicing this technique is not only powerful and terrifying, but also has a kind of suppressing characteristic itself, especially for the demons. It has a special deterrent effect. Yin Feng received the memories of the ape demon's cultivation of the Vajra voodoo strength, and at the same time, he turned the many cultivation insights in his mind into his own, and the strength in his body was quietly changing. Finally, when Yin Feng had absorbed all of the sensations in his mind, all of the strength in his body had been transformed into Vajra voodoo strength and had reached a limit. In the next moment, Yin Feng's eyes opened in vain as a powerful force instantly exploded out of his body, blowing his robes into a hunting sound. The power is externalized and no longer only attached to fists and blades. This signified that Yin Feng had successfully broken through to the mid-entry stage. Phew! Yin Feng exhaled a mouthful of powerful qi, and the invisible airwave shot forward like a sharp sword for several meters, eventually suddenly collapsing after piercing the wall by half an inch. My lord, may I ask what you want? Du Xiaoyong, who was guarding the outside of the cell, heard the commotion and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Nothing. This ape demon was not too obedient. This class leader slightly applied some means, and now he has subdued it. Yin Feng walked out of the cell with a light touch, the strong smell of blood still lingering on his body. Du Xiaoyong's remaining light stole a glance toward the cell, and suddenly his face changed greatly. Sir, don't make a sound. It's just a mere ape demon. I'll report this matter to Yellowhead. My subordinate obeys. Du Xiaoyong respectfully answered yes. As the class leader of Ding Air 19, Yin Feng naturally had the right to deal with an ape demon. Although Du Xiaoyong felt some pity. After all, if he tortured out the top-level technique, it would certainly be a great achievement, and even he himself could follow the benefit. But the thought that the ape demon is unruly and untamable. Even the former class leader was killed in the hands of the ape demon. The hope of torturing out the technique is very slim. So it seems, this ape demon died but also save a lot of worry. Save in case one day and secretly break free from the chains, and then make a mess. My lord, then how will the corpse of this ape demon be dealt with? Du Xiaoyong arched his hand in a tentative inquiry. Yin Feng waved his hand and said, go and dismantle the useful materials, seal them up and send them to the storehouse. I will personally write a report and present it to Huang Tu. Yes, Du Xiaoyong immediately began to take action after receiving the order. The extremely skillful way to decompose the ape demon corpse, hundreds of pounds of ape demon flesh and blood, to be processed and sent to the storehouse, only less than half of the remaining. In the end, when a piece of blood and flesh of excellent quality was delivered to the classroom, it caused Yin Feng to remain silent for a long time. Half an hour later, carrying the pastry box that Zhang Tao had given him in the beginning, Yin Feng decided to personally present his report to Huang Qi at his door. Yin Ban too. What do you mean by that? Huang Qi looked at the exquisite gift box on the table. The expression on his face could not be seen as anything different. Yin Feng arched his hand and said, my subordinate is indebted to Huang Tu's generosity before he was able to manage the Ding Air 19 area, and today I have come to thank him, and I hope that Huang Tu will take more care of him in the future. Huang Qi measured him deeply, then smiled. In fact, you don't need to be like this. I promoted you to the position of squad leader not only because of your outstanding strength and qualifications, but also for reasons explained by the higher-ups. I believe that you understand this point as well. Yin Feng said in a respectful voice. In any case, the yellow head of the grace of mentioning the subordinate will bear in mind. The subordinate is new here. I do not know the yellow head of the usual preferences, so I prepared some of the pastries of the Chunfeng house. I hope that the yellow head will not be too much. Hearing this, Huang Qi smiled and casually opened the gift box on the table. The smile on his face grew wider when he saw the rows of white silver ingots, as well as the extremely high-quality ape demon's blood and flesh. You have a heart. Yin Feng immediately clasped his fists. It's good that Huang Tu likes it. My subordinate has another small matter to report. Say it. My subordinate tortured an ape demon today, and that ape demon was so vicious and untamable that my subordinate didn't pay attention when he was whipping it, so he hit it a little harder. Yin Feng paused slightly and then said, now that the ape demon's blood and flesh has been sent to the treasury, it's just that there was a mistake when his men decomposed the ape demon's corpse and accidentally destroyed the ape demon's heart, which is inconvenient to continue to keep, so my subordinate took the liberty of leaving the ape demon's heart behind. Huang Qi laughed. No harm done. It's just a heart. Decomposing demons is inherently prone to mistakes. Just have your men be more careful next time. Yin Feng respectfully saluted. Many thanks to Huang Tu. My subordinate will certainly teach his subordinates well when he returns, and will also routinely pay the compensation to the treasury as soon as possible. It's just a small matter, and it won't hurt to pay some compensation slowly. Huang Qi obviously did not put this matter on his mind, but the words suddenly turned. But I really have something here to inform you. Yan Feng's brows furrowed as he listened with an arch. I wonder what Yellowhead has to teach us. Do you know of Wang Fu? Who came with you to report for duty? What happened to him? Wang Fu died yesterday. Chapter 19, A Hidden Crisis. What? Wang Fu died yesterday. When torturing the demon was killed by the demon's sudden resistance sneak attack. However, the real cause of death is the dark poison. The body's strength was suppressed by a strange poison. Not to catalyze the qi in blood cannot be detected at all. Is that even possible? Yan Feng's eyes were chilled. He was not sympathizing with Wang Fu's ordeal. Rather, he felt that such insidious tactics struck him as somewhat familiar, and that Wang Fu was likely not the real target. After all, Wang Fu had only just come to the Ding Air prison, and had no enemies here at all, much less to incur the trouble of killing. The only possibility was that it was related to the Red Fire cult thieves attacking the Ding Yi prison, and this poisoning thing was also very similar to the Red Fire sect's style of action. Yan Feng had beheaded 2 Red Fire cult thieves in the Ding Yi 25 area that night. Although his true strength was exposed afterward, the only 2 people who really guessed that he had struck were 2. One was Wang Fu and the other was Zhang Tao. Only these 2 knew of Yan Feng's grudge against Su Wen, and combined that with the fact that Su Wen had colluded with the Red Flame sect, it is not difficult to surmise that the death of the Red Fire cult thieves came from Yan Feng's hand. Yan Feng exhaled with a heavy heart. He knew that sooner or later, the Red Fire sect would notice their eyes on him. I never thought that the Red Fire sect would actually act so quickly. It's only been 2 days, and it even directly found Wang Fu's head, and used such rough and ruthless means, directly poisoned. There is no fear of being discovered. What Yan Feng hadn't expected in particular was that the Red Fire cult's hands had actually reached all the way to the Ding Air prison. Unsurprisingly, at this moment, the Red Fire sect had already set their sights on him. It seems that even hiding in a prison is not always safe. A strong sense of crisis arose in Yan Feng's heart. Now that his possession of entry-level strength had been exposed, he had to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible next, or else once the Red Fire sect made their move, what awaited him would definitely be a fatal blow. Thank you for informing me. In fact, my subordinate and Wang Fu are not familiar with each other. Perhaps he has offended someone and has been backstabbed. My subordinate has always been kind to people and I don't think that he would have attracted hatred for no reason. Although Yan Feng's heart was shocked at Wang Fu's death, he did not show any other abnormalities. Huang Qi smiled at him. I'm only saying this to remind you to pay a little attention on weekdays. After all, you're the one that the higher-ups look up to, so I can't afford it if anything happens. Thank you for Yellowhead's concern. If there are no other orders, then my subordinate will take his leave first. After Yan Feng saluted Huang Qi, he turned around and left the squad room. Looking at Yan Feng's hurriedly departing figure, Huang Qi calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. He had deliberately allowed Yan Feng to manage the fiercely contested Ding Air 199 area, and although there was a meaning from above, there were also some other factors in it. Regarding Yan Feng's establishment of authority to deter the prison guards under his command, he had also heard a little about it, and the means were not bad. Now that Yan Feng had been informed about Wang Fu's death, it was up to him to see how he would behave next. The other side. After Yan Feng left Huang Qi's squad room, he rushed straight back towards the Ding Air 19 area, when he knew that the Red Flame sect had the ability to make a move against him even in the middle of the prison. Yan Feng did not dare to relax even for a moment within his heart. Originally, he had planned to slowly sacrifice the demon in a bid to make his behavior appear less conspicuous, but now Yan Feng could no longer care about that much. Wang Fu's death sounded an alarm for him, like a sword hanging over his head. Once Yan Feng was slightly careless, he could be killed at any time. If you want to resolve the crisis, the only way is to raise your cultivation strength as soon as possible. When he finished sacrificing the remaining demons in the Ding Air 19 area, his strength would definitely metamorphose by leaps and bounds. At that time, even if the Red Fire sect did come to their door, Yan Feng might be able to give them a big surprise. After returning to the Ding Air 19 area, Yan Feng had wanted to continue collecting Infin Qi without stopping and sacrifice all the remaining 5-second order demons, but in Du Xiaoyang's mouth, he learned that Lin Jun was already waiting for him in the classroom, and that there was also a Ding Air prison squad leader accompanying him, who was also a member of the Lin family. Yan Feng hesitated slightly before deciding to go and take a look first. Let's go. This Bantu would like to see what he wants to do? Yan Feng had thought that Lin Jun must have come to retaliate this time after having one of his hands broken. Who knows that he just walked into the classroom? 2 days ago, he was still domineering and hard. Lin Jun directly saluted him. Puff! Lin Jun fell to his knees in public. his pale face filled with remorse. My subordinate is guilty. Please punish my lord. Yan Feng frowned, his gaze ignoring Lin Jun and betting on the middle-aged jailer beside him. May I ask what your name is? My name is Lin Hun, now serving in Ding 207. Meet Yen Ban Tu. Lin Hun smiled and arched his hand towards Yan Feng. Yan Feng's tone was indifferent. Lin Ban Tu was busy with his affairs. I wonder how he has the time to come and visit me here today. And what kind of show is this? Seeing Yan Feng's cold face, Lin Hun smiled unconcernedly. Mr. Lin paid a hasty visit. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Ban Tu Yen. It's really because this nephew of mine is extremely stupid and unintentionally offended Yen Ban Tu. So I brought him here today to make amends to Yen Ban Tu. With that said, Lin Hun glanced at Lin Jun, who was kneeling on the ground, and angrily reprimanded. Asshole, why don't you pour tea for Yen Ban Tu to apologize? When Lin Jun heard this, he immediately offered the tea prepared in advance to Yan Feng. Speaking sincerely, my subordinate was confused for a moment, and only then did he do something very disrespectful. Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Lin Hun, who was on the side, also opened his mouth at the right time when he saw the situation. Yen Ban Tu, although this nephew of mine made a mistake, but the adults also taught him a lesson. And today, Lin Mao has brought a slight gift in the hope that Yen Ban Tu can give him a chance to reform himself. Yan Feng glanced at the small box of silver ingots placed on the ground. The quantity was actually more than what he had just given away. Spinning around, he surveyed the teacup held in Lin Jun's hand, reached out to take it, and gently took a sip. Get up, do your work seriously in the future, and this Bantu will let bygones be bygones for previous grudges. Many thanks, Your Excellency. My subordinate will definitely do my best and never fail, Your Excellency. Lin Jun immediately bowed and saluted profusely. Yan Feng nodded, carrying the tea lid and gently rubbing the mouth of the cup as he raised his eyes to look at Lin Hun. Is there anything else Brother Lin wants? Lin Hun was slightly stunned. Then he arched his hand to take his leave. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, then Mr. Lin won't stay much longer and will come back to visit Brother Yin another day. It's really because I still have important matters to attend to today. It's inconvenient for me to entertain Brother Lin. I hope Brother Lin will forgive me. Xiao Yong will see Brother Lin off for me. Yes, there's no need to see me off. After Lin Hun left, Yan Feng turned his gaze to the jittery Lin Jun. This squad leader's previous strike was too heavy. You should rest for a few days first, and report back when you've recuperated from your injuries. Lin Jun hurriedly clasped his fists. Your Excellency, my subordinate's injuries are not a big problem. They do not affect normal work at all. Thank you for your understanding. A flash of color flashed under Yan Feng's eyes. Since that's the case, then you'll be at Du Xiaoyang's disposal and take turns on duty with the others. Yes. Chapter 20, The Chen Family Tragedy. Sacrifice target, second order bear demon. Required materials, 1 bear heart, 1 bear gallbladder, 10 drops of bear blood, 3 strands of Yin Qi. Cost of sacrifice, 3 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 45 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. As Yan Feng's mind moved, the demon refining pot within his body suddenly bloomed with a brilliant light. A moment later, a blood-colored pill transformed into a spiritual light and merged into Yan Feng's body. Sacrifice target, second order bear demon. Received from the ritual, plus 6 strength, plus 2 experience in Vidra voodoo strength. This was the 3rd demon Yan Feng had sacrificed after the 8th demon. In just 3 days, Yan Feng's cultivation had successfully broken through to the late stage of entry, and his body strength could arbitrarily evolve into swords and weapons, which could be used to kill the enemy 3 feet away. If it was an ordinary late stage entry stage, the power would be close to the limit if it was 1 foot away from the body. However, Yan Feng's Vidra voodoo strength, although its power far exceeded that of an ordinary entry-level martial artist, the difficulty of cultivating it was also very human. He had previously managed to break through to the middle stage of the entry level by sacrificing only 1 8 demon. However, after sacrificing 3 second-order demons one after another, his cultivation level has only just broken through to the late stage of entry. A large part of the reason for this was because the several demons that were sacrificed later on were much inferior to the 8th demon, both in terms of cultivation and strength. However, these 3 demons were already the strongest of the 5 remaining demons in the Ding Air 199. According to this situation, even if Yan Feng were to sacrifice all of the last 2 demons, he would not be able to further his cultivation and break through the true Qi realm. Without his true Qi realm cultivation, Yan Feng was always treading on thin ice, fearing that the red fire sex thieves would come to his door the next moment. Nowadays, it seemed that it was impossible to rely on the demons in the Ding Air 19 region to raise one's cultivation to the true Qi realm. As for the demons imprisoned in other regions, Yan Feng had no way to easily obtain demonic materials. Thinking about it, Yan Feng finally set his sights on the prison storehouse. Throughout the entire Ding Air prison, but all the demons that were whipped to death. All the valuable materials were almost all stored in the coffers. It just so happened that Yen Feng had gotten slightly acquainted with Li Qing, who was guarding the storehouse. Last time. It's only one side of the story, but it's a bit of a friendship, enough to come in handy. With regard to the matter of gift giving, Yen Feng was becoming more and more skillful. Although this person, Li Qing, was only a sinew and bone great achievement, he was at least from one of the 4 great families. Yen Feng had similarly prepared a heavy gift box, which made Li Qing feel both surprised and a bit terrified when he paid a visit to his door. My lord, this is really too precious. My subordinate is ashamed to receive it. Li Qing looked at the white flowery pastries in the gift box, and his heart was filled with entanglement and reluctance. Yen Feng laughed out loud and said, "What are you calling your lord? I know Brother Li by sight. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Yen." Li Qing looked excited. Since Brother Yen can afford to look down on him, then little brother will have the cheek to climb high. But this gift is really expensive, so please ask Brother Yen to take it back. Yen Feng said, "Li brother, this is not true. The district outside the body. But is Yen a little heart? Not to mention the things Yen sent out, which has to take back the reason. If it is not in line with the Li brother heart, then throw it is." Brother Yen has misunderstood. Little brother does not mean this, Li Qing hurriedly explained. Yen Feng interrupted. Li brother, do not need to talk too much. If it is the other person, how to give up the money sent to the door refused. From the first time we met, I will know that Li brother is not a vulgar person. Today is he really so? Li Qing sweated. Brother Yen has praised you. Yen Feng laughed. Some mundane wealth only. Mr. Yen is new here and has nothing good to hold, so Brother Li will accept it. After Yen Feng's repeated persuasion, Li Qing finally stopped excusing himself and arched his hand in salute. Then thank you for your kind words, Brother Yen. It would be a great honor for little brother to be able to make the acquaintance of Brother Yen. The corner of Yen Feng's mouth curved up. There's really nothing in this world that can't be done with a gift of money. And if there is, it's a gift of money that isn't enough. As long as the money is collected, it's a good thing. Of course, Yen Feng did not reveal his intentions right off the bat. That would seem a little too deliberate. He did not panic as he drank tea and chatted with Li Qing about all sorts of trivial matters. From Li Qing's mouth, Yen Feng learned many of the hidden secrets of Anning County, including the grudges and entanglements of the 4 great families, and one of them caught Yen Feng's extra attention. Yen Feng rubbed his teacup and said, seemingly unintentionally, according to what Brother Li said, there seems to be something else going on with the bizarre extermination of the Qian family? Li Qing was surprised. Brother Yen is also concerned about the destruction of the Qian family? Yen Feng smiled. The Qian family is, after all, one of the 5 great families that used to live in Anning County. All of them were wiped out in one night, and none of the nearly 200 mouths of the whole house survived, and the whole of Anning County can be said to be known to no one and no one knows about it. Li Qing sighed. Yes, nowadays, the weirdness has caused a lot of panic, and there are extermination tragedies in the city almost every day. If it wasn't for the 4 great families' strong pressure, I'm afraid that the city would have been in chaos long ago. Yen Feng arched his hand and said, since Brother Li is from the Li family, he must have heard a lot of hidden news. If it's not important, can you give Yen a little explanation? Now there is already a chaotic situation in the city. Or let Yen a little early to prepare. Hearing this, Li Qing subconsciously thought that this was the reason why Yen Feng had come to his door to befriend him. Immediately afterward, Li Qing mused, I am not hiding from Brother Yen. As a concubine sideline of the Li family, although I did hear some secret stories in the clan, my knowledge is actually limited. If I cannot help Yen Feng to solve the confusion, please forgive me, Brother Yen. Yen Feng smiled easily. Brother Li is overly concerned. Mr. Yen is only somewhat interested in the bizarre extermination of the Qian family, and does not have any intention of spying on the Li family's hidden information. So it is. Li Qing's heart slightly relaxed his guard, and he laughed. Since Brother Yen wants to know about this matter, then little brother will briefly explain it for Brother Yen. Thank you, Brother Li. Yen Feng smiled and arched his hand. Li Qing explained. The matter of the Qian family, although it is a bizarre extermination tragedy, but there are many cats and dogs in it. The general public may not know, but there are actually early rumors among the senior management of Anning County. One of the most enjoyable things is that the day of the Qian family's extermination actually happened to coincide with the wedding day of the Qian family's young master. Did Brother Yen ever know about this? Yen Feng shook his head. I wish to hear more. Li Qing went on to speak. On the wedding day of the young master of the Qian family, almost all of the members of the Qian family will return to the family to celebrate together. And the fact that the nighttime coincided with a group of guests dispersing and leaving suggests that the timing of the spooky move was more like artificially chosen in general. What Brother Li means is that there is someone behind the weirdness who is manipulating it. Yen Feng's eyes showed shock. Li Qing shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of anyone being able to manipulate shenanigans anyway, but it does seem like the extinction of the Qian family is related to someone, and it's also connected to the big wedding of the Qian family's young master. Chapter 21 Demon Materials. The big wedding? Li Qing said. Brother Yan doesn't know that the young master of the Qian family is marrying the third young miss of the Lin family's direct lineage this time, named Lin Jingyue. Interestingly, this woman's cultivation qualifications are extraordinary, while the Qian family young master is a waste dude. This marriage was criticized at first. I heard that before the wedding Lin Jingyue also put words to curse the Qian family to die out, causing many jokes. The matter of the Qian family's destruction is related to Lin Jingyue? Yan Feng asked suspiciously. Li Qing mused. There is definitely a connection, because on the night of the wedding, the entire Qian family was wiped out, but it was Lin Jingyue who returned to the Lin family unharmed afterward. No one knows what really happened in the Qian mansion that night except for Lin Jingyue, but Lin Jingyue is considered ominous. Yan Feng nodded thoughtfully. In fact, there is another demon who knows the details of the Qianfu tragedy. From the fox demon's memories, Yan Feng saw many hideous faces lying in pools of blood, and from the looks of it many had died with their livers and gall blown out. Moreover, when the Qianfu tragedy occurred, there was also a weird domain formed by the white mist, causing the entire Qianfu to simply have no one escaping, with no survivors. However, in the fox demon's memories, the person Lin Jingyue was not seen. Intuition told Yan Feng that this woman was not simple. Yan Feng had also encountered shenanigans, and might have some sort of intersection with this person in the future. According to Brother Li's earlier meaning, Lin Jingyue seems to be very resistant to this marriage. Does Brother Li know why the Qianlin and Lin families concluded this marriage contract? The matter was so bizarre that Yan Feng did not dare to be careless, intending to take this opportunity to learn more from Li Qing. Li Qing said hesitantly, I heard that it is related to a divine seed. Rumor has it that the head of the Qian family accidentally obtained a divine seed in Surabaya County, and after the news leaked out, the remaining 4 great families have been coveting this divine seed. It wasn't until some time ago that the Qian family couldn't bear the pressure from all sides before they had no choice but to make a compromise and take out this divine seed as a bride price for the Qian family's young master to marry Lin Jingyue. But who knew that it would lead to the disaster of extermination? So it is. Yan Feng's mind was enlightened, and he immediately figured out many things. The tragic case of the Qian family's extermination involved many forces, including the Lin family, the Guile, and the Red Fire cult. And there was a centerpiece to all of this. And that was the divine seed that the fox demon had taken away from the Qian family. It suddenly occurred to Yan Feng that his bizarre encounter outside the prison division might not have been an accident, because all the signs of the destruction of the Qian family indicate that the weirdness is likely to be guided by human factors. Now that the crippled god seed was in his possession, the Red Fire sect's eyes had probably already sought him out. One can only imagine the violent storm that greeted him next. Yan Feng did not dare to underestimate the intelligence capabilities of the 4 great families of Anning County in the slightest. From the Lin family's unusual attitude 3 days ago when they had Lin Jun come to their door to make amends and ask for forgiveness, it could be inferred that the Lin family had also taken notice of him at this moment. Otherwise, how could he, a prison squad leader who had just broken through the entry level, make the Lin family's first family bow down and admit their mistakes? The idea of raising his strength grew more and more urgent in Yan Feng's mind. Now that he was in a prison, he had the evil suppressing stone tablet to deter him, so he didn't have to worry about weird things. However, the Red Fire sect and the Lin family did not have this restriction, and as long as they seized the right opportunity, they could violently kill him at any time. The cultivation of the late stage of entry is still not safe. Must break through the real Qi realm as soon as possible, only then have the bottom of the life preservation. Thinking of this, Yan Feng pondered slightly in his mind and pulled out a nail-sized gold leaf from his pocket. Li Qing was instantly startled. What is Brother Yan doing? Yan Feng laughed. Brother Li, don't be alarmed. When Mr. Yan's subordinates dealt with an ape demon earlier, they accidentally damaged the ape demon's heart. Fortunately, Huang Tu did not blame it. This gold leaf is the compensation that Mr. Yan paid. Li Qing's face moved. Looking at the yellow and gold leaves some overwhelmed. Yan brother. You this. Yan Feng smiled and said, I won't hide it from Brother Li. In fact, Mr. Yan came here today. Apart from looking for Brother Li to drink tea, there is also one thing that I would like to ask for. Li Qing hesitated for a split second, but did not refuse the gold leaf delivered to his hands. Brother Yan, but say no harm. If it is something that my little brother can help with, I am absolutely obliged to do so. Yan Feng immediately arched his hand. Many thanks Brother Li. This matter is not a difficult one for Brother Li. Brother Li guards the treasury day and night, so I'm sure he should be clear about what treasures are in the treasury. The things that Mr. Yan is asking for are not forbidden treasures either. They are just some demonic materials. The higher the grade the better, and I hope that Brother Li will not begrudge me his help. Demon material? Li Qing was a little surprised and thought for a moment. There are indeed quite a few demonic materials within the coffers, but they are all recorded. But if Brother Yen really needs them, little brother can also get a few for Brother Yen, and the quality will never be lower than the late second stage. Then thank you, Brother Li. A smile appeared on Yen Feng's face, and then he asked tentatively, dare I ask Brother Li if there are any third-order demonic materials within this storehouse? Third-order demons. Seeing Li Qing's gaze pensive, a hint of delight flashed under Yen Feng's eyes. Brother Li, the third-order demon materials are very important to Mr. Yen, regardless of whether or not Brother Li is able to help with this favor. This favor is something that Mr. Yen is bound to keep in mind. Hearing Yen Feng's such a solemn tone, Li Qing hurriedly said, Brother Yen is overstating the case. It is not that my little brother is unwilling to help, but the value of this third-order demonic devil material is extraordinary, and there are only a handful of copies in the entire storehouse. However, before Li Qing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yen Feng. Don't worry, Brother Li, if Brother Li has the heart to help, Mr. Yen is already grateful. How could he still make things difficult for Brother Li? If there are suitable demonic materials, Mr. Yen is willing to purchase them at a price higher than 20% of the market price. What does Brother Li think? Hearing this, Li Qing was instantly relieved. Thank you for Brother Yan's understanding. Nowadays, there are a total of 3 third-ranked demonic corpse materials stored in the storehouse. One of them, an early third-stage bull demon, was just delivered by Huang Tu a few days ago. The corpse is well preserved. If Brother Yen needs it, he only needs 5,000 taels of silver. 5,000 taels? Yen Feng's heart snapped. He really did not expect that a dead third-order demonic devil would actually be so expensive. A few days ago, Lin Jun door-to-door to ask for compensation, but only a mere 500 taels. Today's door-to-door visit spent a small half. Light that gold leaf. Or Yin Feng specially told Du Xiaoyong to use 100 taels of silver to exchange to the money bank. Noticing Yen Feng's expression, Li Qing continued. Next is a mid-third-order snake demon, with a small portion of the corpse remaining, but the most valuable snake gall and fangs are well preserved. Priced at 3,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels. Yin Feng secretly smacked his lips. Where's the other one? Lastly, there is a late third-order butterfly demon. After evaluation, this butterfly demon is close to the edge of breakthrough, but the butterfly demon is rather special, and the corpse has almost no value to be utilized except for the poisonous powder. And when this butterfly demon was first sent by the executioner's office, its body had already suffered heavy damage, and it died within 2 days of being sent. Chapter 22 Breakthrough. Brother Yen, the poisonous powder on the corpse of this butterfly demon has long since been removed, and now only the heart is left, which is barely still useful. If Brother Yen wants it, just give 1,000 taels of silver. Hearing the friendly price quoted by Li Qing, Yen Feng didn't choose in a hurry. Could you let Yen Mao go and take a look at the situation first before making a decision? Without seeing the demon corpse, Yen Feng did not know exactly what sacrificial materials were needed, and it would be troublesome if he chose the wrong one. Faced with Yen Feng's request, Li Qing only hesitated for a split second before agreeing. Then, please ask Brother Yen to accompany little brother. Thank you, Brother Li. Yen Feng arched his hand in thanks, a smile on his face. Half a day later, Yen Feng walked out of the storehouse with a smile on his face, carrying a box specialized in holding demonic materials in his hands. Thanks to Brother Yen for this. If Brother Yen has any commands in the future, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Li Qing was incomparably excited as he sent Yen Feng out the door, the surprise on his face simply unable to be concealed. The reason for this was naturally because Yen Feng had imparted the Vajravorpal strength to him. The third-order demonic materials were too precious, and Yen Feng could not take that much silver for the time being. The only valuable thing he had on him was the Vajra vermilion power obtained from sacrificing the ape demon. Yen Feng had also gone through a great deal of deliberation when he imparted it. First of all, now that he was about to break through the realm of true Qi, the power-raising technique was no longer useful to him, and even if he passed it on to a bystander, it wouldn't have much of an impact. Secondly, now that Yen Feng was in a hurry to break through to the true Qi realm, not only did he urgently need third-order demonic materials, but he had also previously plucked the materials of the 3 demons imprisoned in the Ding Air 199 region. Yen Feng intended to surrender the Vajra voodoo strength just in time to make up for this deficit, and with this great merit, one might even be able to plot for the 2 remaining third-order demonic materials in the treasury. Of course, the specifics of how to do this would still have to wait until Yen Feng had made a breakthrough and possessed a cultivation realm no less than Huang Qi's before he could act securely. At this moment, the demonic materials had already arrived, and Yen Feng had collected enough fiendish Qi in advance, so he could not wait to prepare for another sacrificial breakthrough. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Li Qing, Yin Feng quickly returned to Ding Air 19 and summoned Du Xiaoyong to guard the door, strictly ordering that no one should be disturbed. Sacrifice target, 3rd order butterfly demon. Required materials, 1 butterfly heart, 2 butterfly bones, 10 drops of butterfly blood, 1 drop of butterfly marrow, and 5 strands of Inin Qi. Sacrifice cost, 5 years of life. Remaining life, 47 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. As Yin Feng's thoughts moved, the demon refining pot trembled violently. Yin Feng immediately felt a wave of exhaustion coming from within his body. Clearly the demon refining pot had successfully extracted the price required for the sacrifice. Immediately afterward, the 2 runes on the surface of the demon refining pot flickered slightly, emitting a purple-gold light that blossomed like a blazing sun. In the demon refining pot, the Yin Qi illusion butterfly demon first absorbed all the blood, then began to fuse the butterfly bones, then devoured the heart, and finally incorporated the crystal bone marrow, which was like a jewel, into the center of the brow. A blood-colored butterfly demon of delicate size danced in the demon refining pot. As the purple-gold flames fell down, the scarlet butterfly demon not only had no intention of fearing it, but instead frantically incited its feathered wings, as if it was a moth that was fighting the fire. A moment later, the splendid and dancing butterfly demon transformed into a blood-colored pellet that flew out of the demon refining pot, scattering into countless auras that merged into Yin Feng's body. Sacrifice target, 3rd order butterfly demon. Received from the sacrifice, strength plus 60, wind intent plus 13, butterfly dance 9 changes, rumble. The majestic force directly broke through Yin Feng's physical restraints, instantly breaking through his body. At this moment, Yin Feng only felt that his body was incomparably hot, and his limbs and bones seemed to be melted by the blazing Vajravorpal power. Countless boiling power lingered around Yin Feng and condensed, gradually coalescing from an invisible state to become a hair-like silver thread, ultimately weaving into a giant silver cocoon on the surface of Yin Feng's body. At the same time, a scene emerged in Yin Feng's mind. As his consciousness fused the butterfly demon's memory fragments, it was also receiving the many senses that originally belonged to the butterfly demon. In the butterfly demon's vision perception, Yin Feng felt a different heaven and earth for the first time. At the top of a lofty mountain, a wisp of fresh wind wandered in on a cloud. The multicolored butterfly demon danced, wantonly stretching its gorgeous wings and dancing its delicate body, obliviously engaging in the rhythm of the wind, gradually comprehending a certain special subtle meaning from it. I don't know how long. When the colorful butterfly demon slowly woke up, the wisp of breeze that wandered between heaven and earth had long since faded, leaving only half a cloud to accompany the butterfly demon. The butterfly demon memory fragments disappeared, and the countless sensations about the wind intent realm were all absorbed by Yin Feng. At the same time, a technique evolved from the butterfly demon was also completely controlled by Yin Feng. Butterfly dance 9 changes. This was not a technique for cultivating true qi. Instead, it was a top-notch killing body technique that incorporated the wind intent. Evolved by the butterfly demon's lifelong cultivation, it contained not only the butterfly demon's unparalleled talent for body techniques, but also the butterfly demon's feathered wings killing methods. After Yin Feng had absorbed all the epiphanies, he felt that the most suitable killing method for the butterfly dance 9 transformations was the blade technique. It could be said that after mastering the 9 changes of the butterfly dance, Yin Feng's attainments in all of his sword techniques had been transformed. Especially when the butterfly dance 9 transformations were integrated into the wind intent, the power exerted could skyrocket to an unpredictable level. In the butterfly demon's many memories, once he used the wind realm, none of the enemies he encountered were a match for him. And the realm of intent is what all true qi realms desire the most. Only by comprehending the realm of intent could one hope to break through the realm of true qi and step into a higher realm of cultivation. This sacrifice is really a big profit. Yin Feng also did not expect that this butterfly demon, which did not have much use in other people's eyes, would actually allow him to directly comprehend the wind intent. It was fortunate that the butterfly demon had only broken corpses left in the storehouse. Otherwise Yin Feng was afraid that it would not be so easy to pick up this bargain. Speaking of which, I'd really like to thank Li Qing for that. After all, it was a demon that was about to break through to the 4th rank, and if he had not befriended Li Qing, the treasury guard, Yin Feng would not have been able to get his hands on such a high-level sacrificial material as the butterfly demon. Now that Yin Feng had comprehended the realm of wind intent and controlled the butterfly dance 9 transformations, he was waiting to successfully break through the true qi realm, even against other true qi realm martial artists. As long as the other party had not yet comprehended the realm of intent, Yin Feng would have no fear of a battle. Thinking of this, Yin Feng's mind snapped. Break! Palm! In an instant, the silver-colored giant cocoon that wrapped around Yin Feng's body exploded and dissipated into broken astral winds. The next moment, a pure and incomparable true qi was born from the dantian, instantly filling the whole body. nourishing every inch of the body's sinews, bones, flesh and blood, including the hair and skin also glowed with luster, so that Yan Feng's entire body looked glittering, like a real person who had attained the Tao. Yan Feng finally succeeded in opening up the Dantian space and his cultivation broke through to the true Qi realm. From this realm, a martial artist can eat the Qi of heaven and earth and live forever, increasing his life by one armor of light. Chapter 23 Bloodstained Silver Ingot. The next day. What is this? Huang Qi looked at the box placed in front of him, a puzzled look on his face. Yan Feng arched his hand and said, reporting back to Huang Tu. Inside here is the power-raising technique that my subordinate tortured out of that ape demon's mouth, called the Vajra Voodoo Power. Vajra Voodoo Power? Huang Qi's face changed slightly as he hurriedly opened the box and picked up the gongfu Yan Feng had copied to check it out. Good. It's truly a long-lost legacy technique of the Tianluo Temple. This Vajra Voodoo strength is definitely the topmost strength-nourishing technique. Huang Qi looked at Yan Feng with an agitated expression. Yan Ban too. You have made a great achievement this time. I will personally report this matter to the deputy prisoner and heavily commend you. Thanks. Yellow head. A smile appeared on Yan Feng's face, as he offered the Vajra Vorpal force only to facilitate his next actions. With the credit of contributing the Vajra Voodoo strength, Yan Feng spoke a little about the demonic matter of Ding Air 19, and Huang Qi really did not look deeply into it. Yan Feng also did not immediately bring up the third-order demonic materials in the storehouse. Third-order demon corresponds to the realm of true Qi. Even the corpse material is worth a lot, easily thousands of taels of silver. Just rely on Huang Qi, the head of the prison. I'm afraid that it cannot be easily decided. It would be best to wait for the rewards to come down from the top and have money in hand before going to the treasury to find Li Qing for a cup of tea. And in the meantime, to find out what was going on outside. Nowadays, the bazaar haunts in Anning County are getting more and more fierce, and there are almost daily exterminations. According to what Li Qing had said, if it wasn't for the four great families forcing their way, the people in the city might have fled most of the city at this moment. Yan Feng was now hiding in the prison division, temporarily unafraid of the bazaar threat, yet he had to make early preparations. In case even the prison division loses its hold one day, one must plan ahead to save one's life. After leaving from Huang Qi's place, Yan Feng returned straight to Ding Air 19, intending to sacrifice the remaining 2 second-ranked demons as well. Whenever you have the chance, try to boost your strength a little bit more. Yan Feng had just returned to the squad room, and Lin Jun, who was in charge of guard duty today, attentively served hot tea. My lord, please have some tea. My subordinate has been puzzled by one thing for the past 2 days, and I would like to ask your lordship to give me some advice. Oh, Yan Feng sipped his tea and rubbed his teacup. Tell me. Lin Jun laughed. Thank you, my lord. My subordinate would like to know why you, my lord, have taken the lost soul scatter for 2 consecutive days without any reaction. Could it be that your lordship has some antidote to the poison? Yan Feng's hand on his teacup lurched, and not only was there not the slightest surprise on his face, he instead looked deeply at Lin Jun. I also said that these days how the tea is extraordinarily sweet. It turns out that it is poison inside. You are very much in line with the style of the Red Flame sect, but why don't you continue to hide it? Your Excellency doesn't know. The soul loss scatter is the secret medicine of the Red Fire sect. Only 1 centimeter is needed to make a martial artist at the entry level lose his mind and turn into a puppet to be slaughtered. Yan Feng's expression was cold. So, you're from the Red Fire sect? Lin Jun snorted. Is it still important for your Excellency to dwell on this now? Yan Feng shook his head. One of the prestigious 4 great families of Anning County would actually collude with a rebel force such as the Red Fire cult. It is truly unexpected. A hideous smile appeared on Lin Jun's face. Wait until you're dead before you slowly lament. Today I'll definitely break you into pieces before I can get rid of the hatred in my heart. Yan Feng's tone was ice cold. You couldn't even catch a slap from me that day. Where do you get the courage to dare bark in front of me now? As soon as these words came out, the color of resentment in Lin Jun's eyes could no longer be suppressed. Kid, what's the use of being as strong as you are? Today, an old friend asked me to bring you a gift. I hope you like it. As the words fell, Lin Jun pulled out a box sealed with black mud from his body. Yan Feng, that old friend of yours asked me to bring you a message. That even if he becomes a ghost, he will make sure that you don't die well. Click. Lin Jun shattered the black mud with a palm, only to see a bloodstained silver ingot lying in the box, and a deeply inlaid fingerprint on the surface of the ingot. What? Yan Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk as memories of this silver ingot instantly surfaced in his mind. That night, he had halfway to ambush Su Wen, and the first poison dagger he threw was blocked by Wang Fu before he casually pinched a silver ingot and eventually blew Su Wen's head off with a single blow. At this moment, the silver ingot actually appeared in front of him again. Yan Feng stared dead on at the bloodstained silver ingot, and in a trance of consciousness, The scene in front of him seemed to have returned to the long street that night. "Little Wind, you have an evil heart." A familiar voice came. Yin Feng looked up and saw Su Wen in front of him with a face full of resentment. His eyes could not help but narrow. Su Wen looked viciously at Yin Feng as blood began to ooze out of his shattered head, like a stern ghost crawling out of hell. "Little Wind, Uncle Su's head hurts. Come over and help Uncle Su. Those who are dead, lie down well inside the earth and rest in peace, even if they are swindled. It's nothing more than killing you once more." An arc of curved moon shadow emerged from Yin Feng's eyes as he slapped his palm at Su Wen's head in front of him. Palm! The tremendous force directly slapped the silver ingot into pieces. Su Wen's head exploded, and his body fell straight to the ground. However, in the next moment, another Su Wen appeared, still carrying a broken head to claim his life towards Yin Feng. Yin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that the silver ingot was not the key. What mattered was the bizarre power contained within it. If this weird force could not be eliminated, the weird domain could not be broken. Although Yin Feng possessed the talent of the void-breaking spirit eyes, he could only break through the illusions in the guile domain, but could do nothing about the guile domain itself. He had been defending himself against the Red Fire sect and the Lin family all these days, but he had never thought that this person, Lin Jun, would not be able to poison himself, but would actually bring items containing bizarre powers into the prison. However, Yin Feng wasn't worried. With just this bit of weird power forming the weird domain, it might be able to trap him, but it couldn't cause him any harm. As for Lin Jun, who was guarding the outside, as long as Lin Jun was stupid enough to dare to take advantage of the opportunity to make a move against him, Yin Feng would be certain to kill him with a single blow. As it turned out, Yin Feng had thought correctly. At this moment, Lin Jun looked at Yin Feng, who was caught in the bizarre domain. His heart hesitated for a long time, but he still did not dare to make a move. From the terrifying power of Yin Feng's palm that had just slapped the silver ingot into pieces, it was clear that the other party's strength was far above his. Even though Yin Feng was confounded in his senses by the guile domain, which was equivalent to being imprisoned like a painted prison, Lin Jun did not dare to make a move rashly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Jun gave up on the idea of taking revenge himself and prepared to go to Ding 207 to ask clan uncle Lin Hun to take action to settle Yin Feng. Just as Lin Jun left the classroom to move help, Yin Feng, who was trapped in the guile domain, had already resolved Su Wen 5 times with his void-breaking spirit eyes. Every time after killing Su Wen, the weird power was able to revive the illusion again. However, Yin Feng had already determined that the illusion formed by this bit of bizarre power only had the power of the early stage of the entry level, and could not help him at all. And after killing the illusions over and over again, Yin Feng also stumbled upon a hint of a break in the tricky domain. Chapter 24, Prison Riot. When Yin Feng used the wind intent to kill the phantom's power was significantly weaker after its resurrection. Intentions can wear down bizarre powers? Yin Feng's heart trembled slightly as he immediately used the wind intent to integrate into the butterfly dance 9 transformations, striking out with all his might against the once again resurrected Su Wen's phantasmagoria. Palm! Su Wen's entire phantom body exploded into a mist of blood. Immediately afterward, a clicking sound came from Yin Feng's ears, and immediately the scenes around the long street exploded as if they were broken mirrors. In the next instant, Yin Feng found himself back in the squad room. Yin Feng had just come to his senses and saw that Lin Jun was nowhere to be seen in the squad room, and before he could think much about it, he heard the chaotic hissing of demons outside. At this time, Du Xiaoyang's terrified cry suddenly came from outside the squad room. My lord, the demons are rioting. Demons from several areas just now broke through the cell at the same time, and now all the demons in the entire prison are rioting. What? Yin Feng's face changed drastically. Ever since he knew that the Red Fire sect had infiltrated the prison, he had a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. I didn't expect the other party to move so quickly. Yin Feng almost subconsciously assumed that the Red Flame sect was coming after the divine seed in his body, but that conjecture was quickly dismissed. It didn't even take a prison riot to take action against him. It was clearly a long-planned operation. Just as Yin Feng was pondering, Du Xiaoyang rushed into the squad room with several of the Ding Air 19 jailers, seeing Yin Feng as if he had found his backbone. Yin Feng looked at the panic-stricken looks of the crowd and said in a calm tone, Don't panic. What is the current situation? Du Xiaoyang busily said. Thanks to your excellency's foresight, only the weakest 2 demons left in the area where we are imprisoned in the Ding Air 199 area have been resolved by the brothers just now. But now that all the demons in the other areas are rioting, we simply can't withstand them all. There is no need to worry. There is a yellow head sitting in the prison. These demons can't make waves. You guys wait here, I'll go out and take a look. Yin Feng had no time to pay attention to a few people at the moment, and after saying that, he walked out of the squad room alone. Du Xiaoyang and several jailers looked at each other in disbelief, but no one dared to follow them out. In jail, Yen Feng saw quite a few corpses of the jailers that had fallen in a pool of blood, and listening to the hissing of the demons that rose up in all directions around him, Yen Feng did not even have the idea of making a move to kill them. It wasn't that Yen Feng didn't want to take the opportunity to harvest a wave of demonic materials for sacrifice. Rather, the situation is not clear now, and it is simply unknown how many Red Fire sect thieves are coming to attack. And besides the Red Fire cult, the Lin family was definitely responsible for being able to plan this prison riot. The rioting demons had already killed many of the jailers, but there was no sign of Huang Qi until now. From this, it was deduced that the strength of the enemy who had come to attack this time was definitely not trivial. Now that the prison was no longer a place to stay, it was necessary to leave as soon as possible. Yen Feng was constantly alert to the surrounding situation, trying to avoid the demons as much as possible as he hurried all the way towards the direction of the teleportation array. Hiss! A hissing sound suddenly came from the top of his head, and Yen Feng's footsteps lurched as he raised his head to survey the 3-foot serpent demon hovering in front of him. The black snake demon swallowed the limbs in its mouth, its icy vertical pupils locking onto Yen Feng as it spat out human words. Entry-level humans. The taste of blood and flesh should be very good. Yen Feng did not speak nonsense as a ray of true qi shot out from the blade, instantly cutting the snake demon's head in half. Sacrifice target, second-order snake demon. Required materials, 1 snake gallbladder, 1 caddy of snake bone, 10 drops of snake blood, 3 strands of Yin Qi. Sacrifice cost, 3 years of life. Remaining life, 102 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, Yen Feng glanced at the snake demon's corpse. A second-order demon was simply not worth his time. Yen Feng once again increased his speed, casually killing 2 more second-order demons on the way, and arrived at the location of the teleportation array a few minutes later. However, the teleportation stone platform at this place had long been shattered, and the bodies of the jailers were placed all around it, so it was obvious that the teleportation array had long been destroyed. Although Yen Feng's heart was in anticipation, his face was a bit ugly. Not only did the Red Fire sect isolate the outside support force, it likewise cut off everyone's path of retreat. Yen Feng hesitated for only a moment before turning towards Huang Qi's squad room. Now that the retreat was gone, the god seed in his body was one of the Red Fire sect's targets. The only way was to gather all the strength to fight the Red Fire sect to the death. In the entire prison, other than him, only the cell head Huang Qi possessed the strength to fight against the Red Fire sect. The fact that all the demons were rioting and the Red Fire sect's thieves didn't show up immediately just showed that Huang Qi had at least stalled the other side. Coupled with Yen Feng's own cultivation in the true Qi realm, he was not yet able to fight today. Soon, Yen Feng arrived outside Huang Qi's squad room. There were traces of fierce fights everywhere, and the bodies of demons and jailers lay all over the place, including a few corpses dressed in naked clothes. Yen Feng swept his eyes over the empty battlefield and decisively stepped forward to push open the door of the squad room. Next moment, Yen Feng's figure was then enveloped in a burst of white light. A teleportation array? Yen Feng's face changed slightly, and immediately afterward, he realized that he had arrived in a pitch-black underground space. With the ability of his void-breaking spiritual eyes to see the night like day, Yen Feng saw the blood spilled along the ground and immediately followed. After meandering through the narrow underground passage for hundreds of meters, Yen Feng finally heard movement. The dark underground space. A group of martial artists dressed in red clothes unhurriedly followed behind the several jailers who were fleeing in a sorry state. Among the many red-clothed martial artists, there were also several people wearing the uniforms of jailers, including the duo of Lin Jun and Lin Hun. At this moment, Lin Hun's eyes teasingly surveyed the several colleagues running away in front of him, and his gaze landed on the leader, Huang Qi. Yellow head. I told you a long time ago that as long as you are willing to obediently lead us to the evil suppressing stone tablet, I will spare your life today. Huang Qi pressed his sword against the ground, blood dripping from his disheveled, flower-white hair, and he couldn't help but cough as he gasped sharply. For the Lin family to cooperate with the Red Fire sect is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. Once the evil suppressing stone tablet is damaged, the entire Anning County will be in danger of being destroyed. So what benefit can you, the Lin family, gain? Lin Hun laughed. This is not for you to worry about, now that old pious woman is not here. If you are sensible you can still keep your life. If you don't know what's good for you, this heavenly prison is the place where you will be buried. Protector Lin, don't talk too much nonsense with him. Hurry up and find the evil suppressing stone tablet. As long as the evil suppressing stone tablet is broken, the things imprisoned in the heavenly prison will be able to break through the blockade, and the whole of Anning County will fall into our palms at that time. A middle-aged martial artist with a red garment embroidered with a 3-legged incense burner pattern said towards Lin Hun. I, Lord Helmsman. Lin Hun respectfully saluted the other party and immediately summoned his jailers. Yellowhead has very little true qi left in his body, and since he's not willing to cooperate, you guys can let him rest in peace here. Chapter 25, Sneak Attack. Upon hearing Lin Hun's order, the few jailers who had been named flashed their matching swords. Huang Qi's stern eyes swept, and the pressure of the true Qi realm was released, scaring a few people into hesitation. Waste! Lin Hun cursed angrily. That guy was hit by the vein-devouring scattering and severely injured. He's just at the end of his strength now. If we don't kill him, the few of you won't live. Hearing this, the several jailers' complexions changed drastically, and they could only grit their teeth and charge up. It's not looking good. When Yan Feng, who was hidden 100 meters behind the crowd, saw this scene, his heart was slightly heavy. Among the lookout of the void-breaking spirit eyes, almost half of this group of Red Fire Sect thieves were at the entry level, and that Red Fire Sect's helmsman was clearly a true Qi realm martial artist. In addition to this person, there was also a stout man in red clothing with an even more terrifying aura, most likely an expert above the true Qi realm. Seeing this, Yan Feng did not dare to act rashly. Even when he saw that Huang Qi was already in a desperate situation, he did not intend to make a move. Soon, after Huang Qi fought to kill a few jailers, he completely lost his fighting strength. Lin Hun took a step forward, ready to personally end this cell head. Yan Feng was still hiding and not moving. Just then, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared behind Huang Qi. Lin Hun's face changed and his figure retreated in a hurry. The man in black didn't chase after him. Instead he picked up Huang Qi and pulled out an elixir pill and fed it to him. My subordinate is incompetent. Thank you, deputy prisoner, for saving me. Huang Qi's face instantly looked much better after taking the pill. The deputy prison envoy shook his head. You can't be blamed for today's matter. These thieves had a premeditated plan and lured Lord Prison Envoy out with that weird trail, obviously for the evil suppressing stone tablet. My lord is guilty. There's no harm in it. With this envoy sitting here, they can't turn the tide with them. The deputy jailer's words fell. The Red Fire Sect's helmsman then laughed coldly. What a big mouth. Since you know that we have been planning for today for a long time, you don't think that we have nothing to prepare for, do you? The deputy prison ambassador disdainfully said. It's just your Red Fire Sect's usual dirty tricks. Just a hook and soul scattering. This ambassador is not uneducated. The Red Fire Sect helmsman didn't show surprise, so you were prepared. No wonder you can still stand and talk in a neutral manner. But aren't you underestimating my Red Fire Sect too much? With that said, the stout man in red clothes stood out, his powerful cultivation aura unabashedly bursting out. The deputy prison envoy's face was grave. Jade Liquid Realm. The Red Fire Sect helmsman laughed. Today, you can't keep the evil suppressing stone tablet. This helmsman remembers that it's not easy for you to have a cultivation. If you give up your darkness and join my Red Fire Sect, you may not be able to go further in the future, and be a protecting Dharma king. Delusional. Even if this envoy dies, you will not be able to find the evil suppressing tablet. Stubborn. Kill you and we'll have our own way to find the whereabouts of the evil suppressing stone tablet. Then this ambassador will kill you first. The deputy prison envoy bellowed. His figure swept out as if it were lightning, and a green-colored longsword pointed straight at the Red Fire Sect's helmsman. At the same moment, the burly man stepped forward, stomping the rock under his foot into pieces. His entire body lit up with crimson flames, just like a demonic god as he greeted the deputy prison envoy. Rumble! The moment the two collided, the terrifying roar caused the ground to shake violently, and the true Qi aftermath exploded out like boiling magma, causing the surrounding crowd to avoid it. Jade Liquid Realm. What a powerful intent. Yan Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel shocked as he watched the two fighting. These two were both experts at the Jade Liquid Realm, and although they were still using true Qi, the comprehension of the realm of intent had at least reached the small completion stage. Moreover, the true Qi of the Jade Liquid Realm had gone through the metamorphosis process of transforming true Qi into liquid, and was even more condensed and powerful than the true Qi realm, and the power of the two was simply incomparable. In Yan Feng's opinion, at this moment, if he were to go up in his place, he would be afraid that he wouldn't even be able to receive a single move when facing either of the two. These two fought with intent incorporated into their moves, and onlookers could not intervene at all. Yan Feng could only continue to conceal his form and watch this fierce battle that would determine today's situation. However, Yan Feng was vaguely worried in his heart, because listening to the words of that deputy prison envoy just now, there seemed to be a lack of confidence. This was indeed the case. As the two exchanged blows for only a few minutes, the deputy prisoner was clearly suppressed and at a disadvantage. At the moment, the deputy jailer was knocked out of his crown of hair. Many scorched wounds were added to his body, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. On the contrary, the stout man, just like a flame god of war in general, completely ignored the sword wound on the body, the fiery realm of intent more and more courageous. A pair of iron fists hammered the deputy prison ambassador blood-churning, and constantly backward. To suffer. Yan Feng's heart went cold. According to his estimation, he was afraid that in less than half a moment, the deputy prison envoy would be defeated. If this deputy prison envoy lost, this prison would completely fall under the control of the Red Flame sect, and there would be no hope of turning the tide. Just as Yin Feng's heart was burning with anxiety, the retreating deputy prison envoy's aura suddenly changed. His cultivation aura instantly surged several times, and his sword shook back the lanky man. It's just a dying struggle. Even if you burn your true chi to fight for your life, how long can you last? The stout man no longer attacked strongly. Instead, he immediately chose to defend. That is, he was determined to drag the other party to death. The deputy prisoner held his sword and suppressed him to death. But with the stout man's cautious watchfulness, he was unable to take advantage of him at all for a while. Seeing this, the deputy prisoner envoy no longer cared about the battle, and after forcing the burly man back with a style of sword chop, he immediately turned around and picked up Huang Qi, preparing to escape without hesitation. Right at this moment, Huang Qi, who had been seriously injured and powerless just a moment ago, suddenly stormed up and backhanded a vicious slash on the deputy jailer's back. Asshole! The deputy prisoner roared and kicked Huang Qi out, but he couldn't support his injuries and his body stumbled violently, spraying out a large mouthful of blood. The sudden turn of events caused Yin Feng, who was in the dark, to watch with jaws agape, and his heart was even more fearful. Just now, Huang Qi was still being pursued by the Red Fire sect in a miserable manner. If he is a little impulsive, I'm afraid that this great seed of injustice is now his turn. This hand of sudden betrayal by Huang Qi was not only not expected by Yin Feng, even the deputy prison envoy, a great expert of the Jade Liquid realm, was caught up in the act. The deputy jailer could not have imagined that he had to show up in order to save Huang Qi's life, and he did not forget to take Huang Qi with him when he finally escaped. As a result, the other party had actually worked hard to put on a big show just for this strike that he had just sneaked in. The deputy prison envoy's heart was seething with rage, his eyes glowing red as he stared at Huang Qi, itching to whip him into shape. Huang Qi, how dare you betray me? Huang Qi's pale face smiled miserably. Lord, don't blame me. Huang Mao had no intention of betrayal, but not alone. For the sake of my wife and child I have no choice. Chapter 26, The Stone Tablet for Suppressing Evil. Huang Qi, since you've done it, why do you need to say such grandiose words? The Red Fire sect's helmsman smiled coldly. The conditions that I, the Red Fire sect, promised you won't change. As long as you break the evil suppressing stone tablet this time, you will be given the cultivation resources to break through to the Jade Liquid realm. At these words, Huang Qi's face changed slightly. The deputy prison envoy's anger boiled over. His eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Huang Qi. I was really blind to support you in the first place. Huang Qi sighed helplessly. Your Excellency is kind to me, but I really can't do anything about it. I injured my Dantian origin some years ago, and I don't have much longevity left, so there's no hope of stepping into the Jade Liquid realm in this life, and only the Red Fire sect can allow me to make up for my origin and continue to make breakthroughs. Harpies! The deputy prisoner's anger was so great that he spat out another large mouthful of blood. The Red Fire sect's helmsman laughed. Alright, don't talk nonsense with him, hurry up and finish him off, then go and break the evil suppressing stone tablet. At those words, the lanky man took a step towards the deputy jailer. Huang Qi's expression moved and he didn't say anything. Yin Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, mentally sighed, not daring to show his head at all. Huang Qi, you shall not die. The deputy prison envoy let out a roar of rage as his head was shattered by the flaming true chi and his body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Huang Qi slowly walked over to the deputy jailer's corpse and touched a black token from his body. Adults do not blame. Lifting the grace of Huang Mao do not dare to forget. In the future we'll certainly burn more paper money for you on New Year's holidays. Huang Qi coughed and looked down at the corpse of the deputy jailer with a somewhat complicated expression. All right, the Red Fire sect's helmsman urged. We've got the forbidden token, so hurry up and find the evil suppressor stone tablet, and when the evil king breaks the seal, the whole of Anning County will be settled. Huang Qi nodded. Please follow me, all of you. Looking at the group of Red Fire sect martial artists following Huang Qi as they left, Yin Feng hesitated for a moment and also moved to follow. Mo about a quarter of an hour. Yin Feng felt that the temperature around him had obviously dropped a notch, and the surrounding grayish-brown rock walls gradually turned dark red, vaguely revealing a bloody odor. Demon blood? Yin Feng's eyes flashed slightly. He suddenly thought of a rule of the prison division that all demons held in the prison must be whipped at regular intervals until the iron whip is soaked in blood. This heavenly prison was in the depths of the earth, and after a long period of infiltration by the demonic blood above it, it would surely form a powerful and fiendish chi in this place. Yin Feng felt as if he had inadvertently discovered the high-level secrets of the prison division. This hidden secret must be part of the heavenly prison. Maybe it also has something to do with the evil suppressor tablet. Just as Yanfeng's thoughts surged, Huang Qi had already brought the group of Red Fire sect martial artists to their destination. Is this In Qi? Yanfeng looked at the black pool of water in front of him, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. In the middle of the 3 feet wide black pool of water stood a half-foot tall gray stone tablet. The stone tablet was engraved with densely packed blood-colored runes, and the messy lines extended into the black pool of water as if they were tree vines, constantly sucking in the Yin Fury Qi. When Yanfeng's gaze landed on the stone tablet, the demon refining pot inside his body suddenly trembled, and a burst of information immediately came from his mind. Sacrifice target, blood tablet of gods and demons. Required materials, 1 drop of discarded god's blood, 1 god seed, and 1 source of yin and yang. Cost of sacrifice, 30 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 102 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, Yanfeng's heart skipped a beat, nearly exposing his hidden aura. The blood tablet of the gods and demons? Isn't this the evil suppressor tablet? At this moment, countless storms flashed through Yanfeng's mind, but regardless of whether it was the evil suppressing stone tablet or the divine and demonic blood tablet, this is undoubtedly all a splash of opportunity. However, it did not seem easy for Yanfeng to get his hands on this chance. At this moment, Huang Qi had already placed the forbidden token into one of the rock walls, and a layer of formation made up of spiritual energy immediately surfaced around the black water pool. The forbidden token can break the formation of the heavenly prison, but this monument is rooted in the cold pool formed by the Yin Fury Qi, so if we can't solve the cold pool, we won't be able to damage the monument itself. The Red Fire Sect's helmsman laughed. You don't need to worry about this. These days my Red Fire Sect congregation has collected many essence bloods, which is enough to suppress this source of Yin Fury. At the order of the Red Fire Sect's helmsman, many Red Fire Sect martial artists took out porcelain bottles from their bodies and poured bottles of essence blood into the Yinshur cold pool. With a large amount of essence blood pouring into the cold pool, the black pool water was quickly dipped into a scarlet color. The Yin fiendish Qi on the surface of the cold pool was enveloped by the blood Qi, successfully blocking the absorption channel of the evil suppressing stone tablet, and the blood-colored runes on the stone tablet dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, joy appeared in the eyes of the Red Fire Sect's helmsman as he turned toward the stout man next to him. The material of this stone tablet is as solid as a rock. We still need to ask the Great Protector to make a move to free the evil king. There's no rush. The burly man stepped out and turned his head to look behind him. After following for so long, how long are you going to hide? What? The many martial artists of the Red Fire Sect were instantly alert, all their gazes dead set on a rock wall. Who is it? Get out! The Red Fire Sect's helmsman let out a loud shout. Yanfeng, who had been seen through his hiding place, had no choice but to show himself, his eyes looking towards the lanky man. When did you discover me? Yanfeng? Seeing Yanfeng appear, several cries of alarm rang out from the crowd. Why are you here? Lin Jun looked at Yanfeng incredulously, his expression filled with shock. Yanfeng glanced at him and turned his head to Huang Qi. Huang Tu, how are you doing? Huang Qi's face sank. You actually managed to find this place? Yanfeng shook his head and said, if he had not been following behind, he would not have known that Huang Tu had actually betrayed the court long ago and fallen into the Red Fire Sect as a traitor. And even the superior officer who promoted you was able to kill you. And the viciousness of his mind was simply outrageous. Humph. A good bird chooses a tree nest in a tree. I just made the right choice between 2 tilting forces. Huang Qi coldly said. On the contrary, you didn't have the time to take care of you earlier, but you actually didn't stay properly in the prison and ran here to die. Yanfeng, Lord Helm Master. He's Yanfeng who guarded that fox demon. He had nothing to do with the fox demon's death. The divine seed is most likely in his possession. Seeing that Yanfeng had ignored him, Lin Jun furiously reported towards the Red Fire Sect's helmsman. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the Red Flame Sect's helmsman narrowed as his sight sized up Yanfeng. You have beaten and killed my Red Flame Sect's congregation, and the fox demon died in your hands. Can you tell me the whereabouts of the divine seed? Yanfeng laughed. Since everyone knows, I won't hide it. I do know where that divine seed is and am willing to offer it to Lord Helm, only to ask for my life to be released. Lord Helmsman, don't trust him. We must kill him. We can definitely torture him to find out the whereabouts of the god seed by pulling out his tendons and skin. Lin Jun stared viciously at Yanfeng. The revenge of his broken arm on that day was still fresh in his mind, and he couldn't wait to be able to put Yanfeng to death on the spot. Chapter 27, Half a Finger. Lord Helm, I can guarantee that I am the only one in this world who knows where that divine seed is hidden. Yanfeng's demeanor was bland, and there was not even the slightest sense of panic that he was in a crisis. Lord Helmsman, Lin Jun still wanted to speak, but he was directly interrupted by the Red Fire Sect's helmsman waving his hand. There! His gaze towards Yanfeng carried a hint of appreciation. You have good qualifications. As long as you hand over the divine seed, I can give you a chance to join the Red Flame sect, and with the resources of the Red Flame sect to cultivate you, your future will be limitless in the future. Thank you, Lord Helmsman. Yanfeng immediately arched his hand in salute, his heart slightly relieved. Luckily, with the divine seed as a bargaining chip to protect him, he was currently barely able to save his life. The Red Fire Sect's helmsman once again said towards the stout man, "Please also ask the Great Protector to make a move and break this evil-suppressing stone tablet." The stout man nodded, and immediately mobilized his entire body's true chi, once again transforming into a flaming demonic man, his majestic true chi forming a crimson fist seal, and after incorporating the fiery intent, he fiercely bombarded towards the evil-suppressing stone monument. Pom! The gray stone monument emitted a violent tremor. The runes on its surface emitted a clicking sound and shook off a lot of stone shavings, and finally it suddenly broke into several pieces from the middle. Zip! Right at the moment when the evil-suppressing stone tablet broke, a powerful demonic aura continuously overflowed from the stone tablet's suppression, and the entire underground space was instantly shaken violently. Immediately afterward, under the nervous gazes of the crowd, a ball of black demonic chi gradually transformed into a scale-covered black finger above the ancient cold pool. Sacrifice target, 6th ranked blood demon split. Required materials, 1 blood demon soul, 10 drops of demon blood, 1 demon bone, and 100 strands of fiendish chi. Sacrifice cost, 20 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 102 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, this finger was actually a 6th ranked demonic doppelganger? Yanfeng's mind was once again viciously shaken. I didn't realize that there was actually such a powerful existence imprisoned within this heavenly prison. And at this moment, upon seeing this blood demon finger, the Red Fire Sect's helmsman looked overjoyed. Congratulations to the evil king for getting out of the trap. Congratulations to the evil king for getting out of the trap. A group of Red Fire Sect martial artists spoke out in agreement. The demonic energy that lingered around his fingers boiled, and a creepy laugh came out. Ha ha ha, it's been 100 years, and this king has finally come out. Rumble. A loud noise suddenly spread throughout the underground space. Not good. It's that old demoness who has returned. This king's cultivation has been suppressed by the heavenly prison prohibition for hundreds of years, and now he's in a bad state. So you and others should first take this king away from this place. The moment these words came out, the Red Fire Sect members present had their faces changed drastically. How did it happen so fast? The Red Fire Sect's helmsman was appalled. There is a backhand left by that old demoness on the evil-suppressing stone tablet. Once it is triggered, she will have a heartfelt induction. Quickly take this king away. And after this king has completely recovered, he will come back to settle the score with that old demoness. Hearing the anxious tone of the blood demon's fingers, the Red Fire Sect's helmsman didn't dare to delay and hurriedly pulled out a teleportation array disc and filled it with spirit stones. In a few breaths of time, a teleportation formation was constructed. The formation had just been activated, and before the crowd could react, the blood demon finger turned into a ball of demonic light and rushed into the teleportation formation. Evacuate quickly. The Red Fire Sect's helmsman let out a loud cry, and all the Red Fire Sect martial artists responded by evacuating. However, Yanfeng's mind moved. Not only did he not follow the crowd to evacuate from the teleportation array, instead, he was the first to activate his true chi and slash at the teleportation array disc. Asshole! The Red Fire Sect's helmsman was furious on the spot, instantly erupting his true chi to block the blade chi, only to find that the strike had an inexplicable more powerful force than expected. Context? The Red Fire Sect's helmsman's face changed. Knowing that he could not be defeated, he hurriedly turned to the stout man next to him for help. Pom! A flaming fist seal attacked, blasting away the lingering blade chi. Get him for me! The Red Fire Sect's helmsman roared in anger. However, Yanfeng chose to retreat without looking back after chopping out a blade. Seeing this, the burly man took a big step, and his majestic true chi transformed into a blazing fire dragon whistling towards Yanfeng. Yanfeng's mind was tensed to the extreme, and the butterfly dance 9 transformations were instantly performed, his body immediately transforming into a breeze as he danced away from the lock of the fire dragon. A trace of surprise flashed in the lanky man's eyes as the fiery intent was unleashed in full force, the flame true chi raging and raging, blocking off all the surrounding space. Slippery worm, take another hit from me. The lanky man slapped out his palm, and the surrounding flames seemed to be infused with activity as if they were pouring towards Yanfeng along with the palm print. In the face of this palm, Yanfeng's eyes became incomparably grave, decisively abandoning his sword and retreating, pushing the true chi in his body to the extreme, transforming it into a layer of armor that enveloped his body. Boom! In the next moment, the flaming palm print shattered the true chi armor like a devastating blow, slapping heavily on Yanfeng's body and sending his entire body flying several feet. spilling blood all over the ground. Looking at Yin Feng, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead, the burly man was still about to make a move when the entire underground space suddenly sent out a violent tremor, and the aura of the teleportation array faltered. It's too late. Go! The Red Fire Sect's helmsman shouted anxiously. The burly man frowned, but still chose to turn around and enter the teleportation formation. As the lanky man teleported away, the entire teleportation array shattered with a loud bang. Ahem! Yin Feng coughed out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly climbed to his feet. The Jade Liquid Realm was indeed powerful, the same true chi power. But the collision just now gave Yin Feng a feeling as if it was the difference between water and ice. In addition to the powerful true chi, the opponent's fiery intent had also caused Yin Feng to suffer greatly, and the palm imprint on his chest was still vaguely transmitting a burning sensation. Luckily, he possessed a Vajra body, or else that slap just now would have been enough to kill him halfway through his life. But it was all worth it. Yin Feng had taken the risk of striking out, originally fighting for a chance of survival. The reason for striking out first to attack the teleportation formation was not because he wanted to leave the Red Flame Sect's crowd behind, but to buy time to escape. Who knew that the burly man's reaction was extremely quick and his strength was exceptionally terrifying, almost killing him. Fortunately, Yin Feng was lucky and timed it well, and eventually managed to get rid of the Red Fire cult. At this moment, the Red Fire Sect's crowd had all fled, but Yin Feng did not dare to waste any time. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was there at the moment, it was just the right time to pocket the sky-splitting opportunity. Yin Feng hurriedly ran to the shattered stone monument, his mind immediately ditching the demon refining pot within his body. In the next moment, a drop of dark golden blood flew up from the stone tablet fragment and was sucked into the demon refining pot. The broken stone monument that had lost its divine blood completely turned into pieces. Yin Feng turned his gaze back to the Yin demon cold pool that was infested with blood chi, and a fist-sized ball of Yin demon source was smoothly taken out, disappearing into the demon refining pot. What are you doing? A hoarse voice came from behind him, almost scaring Yin Feng with a jolt. Yin Feng turned around violently and subconsciously gulped at the sight of the hunched old crone dressed in black. Senior. Chapter 28, Control of the Prison. Seniors. At this moment, Yin Feng's mind went blank, with a sense of embarrassment at being caught red-handed stealing something. Even when he had faced the Red Flame Sect's crowd just now, Yin Feng had not been this nervous. However, the hunchbacked crone only looked deeply at him, seemingly not seeing what he had just done. Tell me what happened here. Hearing these words, Yin Feng's hanging heart eased slightly as he exhaled. As Senior has seen, the evil suppressing stone tablet has been destroyed by the Red Fire Sect's thieves, and the evil king imprisoned in the heavenly prison has already escaped from the trap. In just a few short sentences, Yin Feng recounted the prison riot. These include the collusion between the Lin family and the Red Fire cult, and the betrayal of the court by the jailer Huang Qi, who attacked and killed the deputy jailer. After listening to Yin Feng's narration, the hunchbacked crone's cloudy gaze looked towards the Yin fiendish cold pool, her tone deep. This time, the Red Fire cult had a premeditated plan, using the weirdness to cause chaos within the city while secretly collecting the essence blood of martial artists for the purpose of this evil suppressing stone tablet. And in a moment of inattention, my old self was caught in the act. Yin Feng tried. Senior, is it true that there are people who can manipulate the bizarre? The hunchbacked old woman shook her head. The Red Flame sect comes from a mysterious background. Although they are unable to directly manipulate the weirdness, they have the means to influence the weirdness so as to achieve their goal. Talking about weirdness, Yin Feng's heart was always a little faintly terrified, and he could not help but ask, Elder, I heard that you were attracted out by that weird walker. I don't know. The hunchbacked crone sighed. The old body killed and destroyed two of its bilocations, and was almost able to find its main body, but unfortunately, in the end, it failed to accomplish anything. Hearing that Creepy was not dead, Yin Feng could not help but feel his head spinning. Now that the evil suppressing stone tablet was destroyed, the prison wouldn't be able to stop the weird infestation in the future. Add to that the blood demon split that ran out of the heavenly prison, as well as the Red Flame sect and the Lin family that he had completely offended to death. Yin Feng's heart subconsciously shivered. Senior, now that the evil king has escaped and the prison is rioting, Senior really doesn't know how to deal with it. Please show me what to do. I don't know why, but perhaps it was the fact that the hunchbacked crone had helped him pull out the weird power that had invaded his body the first time they met. Instead, Yin Feng had an inexplicable trust in this horrible-looking hunchbacked old woman. Therefore, after realizing his situation, Yin Feng immediately opened his mouth towards the hunchbacked crone to ask for help. Hearing Yin Feng's words, the hunchbacked crone sized him up and said in a deep voice, Your cultivation should have reached the true chi realm. Your cultivation speed is quite fast. Yin Fengqian laughed. Senior's eyes are as discerning as yours, and Junior has only just made a breakthrough. The hunchbacked old woman said, At the beginning of the realm of true chi, the true chi in the body not only doesn't have any false and floating image, but also the true chi is exceptionally pure without cultivation. So it can be seen that the power-raising gong method is very good. The latecomer got a chance by chance. So I'll let senior laugh at me. Yin Feng smiled and scratched his head. He realized that his own cultivation was in the eyes of high-realm powerhouses, as if there was not the slightest secret to speak of at all. It was a good thing that the hunchbacked crone shouldn't have any bad intentions towards him. The hunchbacked old woman said, "As you said, the evil king has fled and the weirdness is rampant. This Anning County city is about to see a disaster next. Now that you are in the true chi realm, you are considered a first-rate expert in this city apart from the 4 great families. Would you be willing to sit in the prison, suppress the demonic riots, and guard the prison division?" "Me?" A flash of surprise appeared in Yin Feng's eyes as he immediately nodded his head and responded, "Senior is willing." In fact, it was not that Yin Feng had not thought of it, but the change in status promotion was so fast that it caught him somewhat off guard. Come to think of it, nowadays, the prison guards in the prison division have been killed and injured due to the demonic riots. Coupled with the fact that the original cell head, Huang Qi, had defected, it seemed only natural for Yin Feng, who possessed true Qi realm cultivation, to take over the prison. Seeing Yin Feng agree without any hesitation, the hunchbacked crone nodded in satisfaction. "In that case, next I will appoint you as the head of the Ding Air Prison, with overall jurisdiction over all things in Ning County's Ding Zi Prison. Be sure to deal with the matter of the demons, and don't cause any trouble as a result." Yin Feng immediately arched his hand and said, "Please rest assured, senior. I will do my utmost to suppress all the rioting group of demons and never let one slip." The hunchbacked old woman nodded. "Don't worry, there is an old body sitting in the heavenly prison. It is safe for the time being, and it will take some time for that evil king to recover. I will report the situation to Surabaya County and ask the above to send someone to suppress it, and notify the site of the execution department to hunt down the Red Fire cult's whereabouts." Hearing these words, Yin Feng's heart instantly relaxed a lot. For now, it seemed safe to stay in the prison division with the hunchbacked old crone at the helm, even though a bunch of enemies outside were looking at him unfavorably. Within a short period of time, no one still dared to break into the prison division to find trouble with him. Yin Feng decided to stay in jail from now on, until someone from above is sent to purge all the demons and devils in Anning County. Soon, Yin Feng returned to the Ding Air Prison after receiving the appointment from the hunchbacked old woman. Due to the reason why the teleportation array was destroyed, none of the rioting demons could escape from the prison, and could only go around looking for their jailers to take revenge or kill each other. Relying on his cultivation at the true Qi realm, Yin Feng easily disposed of a dozen or so crazy demons before going around to gather the surviving jailers. After some cleanup, dozens of demonic corpses were left behind in the prison, and Yin Feng had successfully suppressed the demonic riot. It's just that the number of jailers left at the end was surprisingly less than 100. Yin Feng then arranged for manpower to re-imprison and guard the suppressed demons. Then after sending someone to repair the teleportation formation and get in touch with the outside world, he urgently recalled all the prison guards who had taken a break. In the meantime, what happened in the prison division also reached the outside world, and for a time it caused an earthquake in the entire city of Anning County. The main reason was that almost all of the jailers who worked in the Ding Air Prison were from high families, and the news of their deaths caused a violent sensation, especially when the matter of the Red Fire cult colluding with the Lin family was rumored. It instantly created a huge storm within the entire Anning County. Many forces had just wanted to join forces to ask the Lin family for an explanation when the constables from the Executive Office Division had already stepped through the Lin residence's gates, within a short period of half a day. In addition to the first line of the Lin family that escaped in advance, the rest of the side branches of the 5 veins, more than 100 mouths regardless of the young and old, all take down the prison to be tortured. The first thing that the executive magistrate did was to announce to everyone what would happen if they betrayed the court and colluded with the rebels. Yet even so, the entire city of Anning County was in a state of panic. This was because the matter of the Red Fire sect rescuing the evil king from the trap had become well known. Plus the bizarre things that are getting worse. Today's Anning County is like a messy pot of gruel. Whether the government stepped in to pacify the situation, or the remaining 3 great clans forcibly suppressed the situation, it could not change the chaos. Many people could foresee that if the bizarre things could not be contained, as time passed, this critical situation could completely collapse at any time. But all of this, for the time being, had nothing to do with Yin Feng in the prison. After resolving the demonic riots, he put his mind to his own cultivation. As long as he transformed the heaven-splitting chance he obtained in the heavenly prison into his own strength, he might have the backbone to deal with all kinds of crises. Chapter 29, Sacrificing the Divine Devil Blood Tablet. Sacrifice target, blood tablet of gods and demons. Required materials, 1 drop of discarded god's blood, 1 god seed, and 1 source of yin and yang. Cost of sacrifice, 30 years of life. Remaining life, 102 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Yen Feng looked at the 3 sacrificial materials suspended in the demon refining pot, and his heart could not help but let out a sigh of emotion. He didn't expect that the so-called evil-suppressing stone monument was actually a divine and demonic blood monument, and it even allowed him to refine a drop of discarded divine blood. Instead, the source of Yin Fiend was the crystallization of the Yin Fiend cold pool that was purposely raised in the heavenly prison. Using the Yin Fiend cold pool to continuously provide energy to the divine demon blood monument to suppress the demons and devils within the heavenly prison. It was also the first time Yen Feng had seen this particular handiwork. If he hadn't followed the Red Flame sect, Yen Feng would never have encountered such a creation. It was a good thing that both sacrificial materials were in his pocket at the moment. As for the last of the sacrificial materials, it was the divine seed that Yen Feng had acquired long ago. Originally, due to the crippling of the divine seed, Yen Feng had not even held out hope for this divine seed in the first place. Who had thought that it could actually be used as a sacrificial material? It was really an unexpected pleasure. Slightly surveying the assembled sacrificial refinement materials, Yen Feng's mind moved. Sacrifice. Buzz. The demon refining pot that had received the command trembled unexpectedly, and Yen Feng instantly felt as if something had been pulled out of his body in a raw manner. An inexplicable sense of panic rose from the bottom of his heart. Losing 30 years of longevity at once. For Yen Feng, who had 102 years of life remaining, it was almost a third of the length of his life. In the next moment, the ancient and simple runes on the surface of the demon refining pot bloomed with bright streams of light, and the whole body emitted a blazing sun-like purple-gold light. Inside the demon refining pot, the golden divine blood transformed into a 3-foot-tall divine demonic figure with 3 feet and 9 arms, 6 pairs of feathered wings on its back, 4 eyes on its forehead, and hideous fangs. Roar! The illusory divine and demonic figure roared up to the sky, as if it wanted to tear apart this piece of heaven and earth that imprisoned it. However, the demon refining pot only gently shook, and the divine demonic figure transformed by divine blood instantly exploded into a golden mist of blood. Immediately afterward, the golden blood mist was absorbed by the source of Yin Fiend as much as it could, once again evolving a divine and demonic figure. And after the divine blood had fused with the source of the Yin Fiend, the divine and demonic figures that had evolved were obviously much more solid. Suddenly, this golden god devil grabbed the divine seed and pressed it raw into his brow, once again letting out an untamed roar. Facing the provocation of the golden god devil, the demon refining jug violently trembled, and a mass of purple and gold flames rustled down from the spatial void, immediately igniting the god devil's body. A few moments later, there was a light golden Dan pill lying quietly in the demon refining pot. The Dan pill flew out of the demon refining jug, scattering into countless golden spiritual light and integrating into Yen Feng's body. Sacrifice target, blood tablet of gods and demons. Proceeds from sacrificial refining, heavenly creation scripture, mutilated, heavenly divine and demonic origin +1. True Chi cultivation +99. Heaven and earth sense +1. Law of the heavens and the earth. Divine and demonic great handprints. Rumble. The moment the golden spiritual light merged into his body, Yen Feng felt as if his entire own soul was trembling. As the mysterious and powerful force poured into the dantian, Yen Feng felt the true chi within the dantian insanely surge, and a strong tearing sensation came from the meridians within his body. At this moment, a mysterious and complicated scriptural epiphany continued to integrate into his mind, guiding the true chi in Yen Feng's body to transform and grow at a rapid pace. Almost instantly, the true chi that was like a flood of rushing water ravaged through the 12 main meridians in Yen Feng's body. It allowed Yen Feng's cultivation to directly break the shackles of the middle stage of the true chi realm. Immediately, the majestic true chi was then unceasingly impacting the many tiny hidden meridians all over his body, causing his cultivation to continuously advance towards the late stage of the true chi realm. And while the true chi was soaring, the golden aura that had been incorporated into his body was also rapidly transforming Yen Feng's body. Yen Feng's flesh, blood, and bones continued to change under the golden spiritual light, the flowing blood rendered with dots of golden light, as if it had been integrated into some sort of divine substance, metamorphosing towards some powerful unknown direction. At the same time, a huge set of memory fragments merged into Yen Feng's mind, causing many subtle sensations to rise in his soul. In the memory fragments, Yen Feng found himself standing on top of a devastated and barren land. This land had obviously just experienced a terrifying and horrifying battle, but wherever the battlefield rippled, all living beings were extinct, everything withered, and only a gorgeous multicolored river ran through the sky. The 5 elements domain. A place name suddenly appeared in Yen Feng's mind. Immediately after that, a blazing white light suddenly rose in the distance, like a round of Xuanha big sun covering the sky. The canopy was torn apart by the thunderous light exploding in the void, and the destructive pressure poured down from above the sky. Yan Feng, who had transformed into an 8-armed god devil, roared up to the sky as his true god devil body instantly manifested. An innate god demon of more than 1,000,000 feet stepped into the sky and rose up, and then performed the innate divine ability of the law of heaven and earth, and his magnificent body instantly seemed to evolve into a vast small world in general. The next one this seat will overthrow is the Thunderbolt domain. God demon Yanfeng let out a thunderous roar of fury as he swung out an incomparably terrifying palm towards the enemy above the firmament. After waving out a palm, countless divine blood spilled into the sky, and the entire world shattered in Yanfeng's consciousness. Yanfeng's field of vision went black, and then another picture changed before his eyes. The image shows him lying on a flatboat made of a willow leaf, wandering freely above a colorful river. At this moment, everything in heaven and earth became incomparably clear in his perception. He could hear the rhythm of the wind, the rhythm of the water, the breath of the fire, the pulse of the earth. Yanfeng felt as if he had transformed into a part of the heaven and earth, his mind completely immersed in the epiphany. Suddenly, a thunderous roar that rang out from the void woke him up. Purple lightning arcs crossed the sky, turning a celestial ancient tree into charred ashes. From the ghastly thunderous might, Yanfeng felt a might of heaven and earth that he had never experienced before, which caused a slight shift in Yanfeng's perspective of heaven and earth to quietly occur. Gazing at the ashes under the thunderbolt, Yanfeng gradually gained some sort of additional realization in his mind, and then the images in his vision slowly began to shatter. After a long time, when Yanfeng finished receiving all the memory fragments, there were also many more epiphanies in his mind. At the same time, the true chi in his body had already penetrated through all his meridians, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of the true chi realm in a state of perfection. Yanfeng's eyes opened steeply, a flash of lightning flashing through his black and white pupils as he roared, "Break for me!" Boom! The boiling true chi in his body began to burn, and the originally open dantian expanded once again. A drop of golden true chi yuan liquid coalesced in the newly opened dantian, and instantly Yanfeng's body's true chi had metamorphosed into majestic true chi yuan liquid, rapidly filling the entire dantian space. Yanfeng's internal vision revealed that his own dantian had expanded to a full 100 feet in extent, more than 10 times larger than the average jade liquid realm. And that's just pure true chi cultivation. In addition to his true chi cultivation breaking through the jade liquid realm, this sacrifice had caused his physical body to undergo a radical transformation. Chapter 30, Harvest. Palm. The wall cast in Xian iron was blasted out by Yanfeng with a fist mark about 7 or 8 inches deep. Yanfeng had only used 10% of his strength, and it was purely physical strength, without using half of his true chi. Yanfeng roughly estimated that his physical strength at this moment was completely no less than his true chi cultivation. Based on his physical body alone, it was enough to compare to a jade liquid realm martial artist. Such a metamorphosis completely breaks the human body shackles. The fundamental reason that caused Yanfeng's fleshly body to change was the innate divine demon origin obtained from the sacrifice. Even though there was only a very small amount of innate divine demon origin, when it was incorporated into his body, it caused Yanfeng's physical body to seemingly possess divinity, becoming an existence similar to that of a demon. In a sense, the current Yanfeng was completely considered to be a dual cultivator of the Dharma body, and the innate creation scripture obtained from the sacrifice happened to be a dual cultivation technique of the Dharma body. Unfortunately, the innate creation scripture that Yanfeng had received only had 9 layers and was not a complete technique. Now that Yanfeng had broken through the jade liquid realm, he had only succeeded in cultivating the innate creation scripture to the 2nd level despite the many epiphanies present in his mind. In addition, Yanfeng had gained incomparably precious heaven and earth sensations when he absorbed the memory fragments, allowing him to take a huge step forward in his comprehension of the realm of intent. In addition to the wind realm that he had originally comprehended, all the other heaven and earth realms Yanfeng had also gained a profound sense of understanding. At this moment, his comprehension of the wind realm had vaguely reached a limit, and he was just a little short of breaking through to the next level. As for the other various realms of meaning, Yanfeng's level of comprehension was definitely no less than the grand completion stage. The reason for this judgment was because Yanfeng had accidentally had an epiphany about thunder during his heaven and earth epiphany, and had managed to comprehend a hint of thunder potential. When a martial artist cultivates, after the state of mind comes the potential. Comprehending the realm of intent could allow a martial artist to break through the true chi realm and step into the jade liquid realm. And by comprehending the momentum of heaven and earth, one could mobilize a trace of the power of heaven and earth to condense the foundation of the Tao for oneself and step into the next cultivation realm, the realm of foundation establishment. In other words, when Yanfeng comprehended the thunder potential, there was absolutely no bottleneck in his cultivation before the foundation establishment realm. Of course, in addition to these gains from this sacrifice, the most important thing was an innate divine ability that Yanfeng had comprehended, the law of heaven and earth. In the memory fragments, The god devil that Yan Feng's consciousness had merged into had used this innate divine ability, his magnificent divine body directly evolving into a small world. As soon as Yan Feng thought of that magnificent and vast image, his heart could not help but want to try out the magical power of the Dharma heaven and earth. However, considering that he himself was still in prison at the moment, he had to give up the idea, although he could not experience the powerful might of the divine ability. According to Yan Feng's simple judgment, after casting the divine ability, his strength could definitely be called invincible in the same realm. As for whether it could be comparable to the Foundation Establishment realm, the Foundation Establishment realm had already refined the Dantian True Qi into a more powerful mana. Yan Feng had not seen a martial artist of the Foundation Establishment realm make a move, so he did not dare to easily assert it. But to think that the Red Flame sect and the Lin family had plotted to seize the divine seed by all means for the divine aptitude that the seed had birthed, I think this power of the Avatar should have the power to turn decay into magic. With this innate divine ability in his possession, Yan Feng was confident that he could fight with an enemy of the Foundation Establishment realm if he really ran into one. And in addition to the Dharma heaven and earth, this time Yan Feng had also obtained a killing stance, the great hand seal of the gods and demons. In the fused memory fragments, that top-heavy god devil had used this move. Although this move was not a divine ability, it possessed an incomparably terrifying killing power. Yan Feng only tried it a little, but felt that his Dantian True Qi and fleshly body strength were consumed immensely, and fearing that he would make too much noise to attract attention, he dismissed the idea of experimenting. It could be said that the magnitude of the harvest from this sacrifice had completely exceeded Yan Feng's expectations. Compared to that, the 30 years of longevity price paid by the sacrifice was completely worth it. After Yan Feng had thoroughly familiarized himself with the various powers of the metamorphosis, the sense of crisis in his heart that had previously been brought about by the Red Fire sect had also faded a lot. At this moment, his strength was considered to truly stand at the first-class level of Anning County, as long as he wasn't facing that bizarre, as well as the escaping 6th-ranked blood demon doppelganger. Yan Feng wasn't the least bit afraid of any of the other enemies, including the Red Flame sect and the Lin family. Of course, Yan Feng's heart did not relax because of this. Now he could only be considered to barely possess a trace of life-preserving backbone. And even if the next disaster came to Anning County, he was still capable of slightly preserving himself. But that doesn't mean the crisis is over. As long as that creepy one outside was not removed, and as long as the blood demon doppelganger that had escaped from the heavenly prison did not die, Yan Feng would have no true peace. Now that he had taken control of the prison in place of Huang Qi, he had the right to govern the entire Dingzi prison. The next natural step is to use the power in his hands to help himself improve his strength. Yan Feng remembered that there were still 2 third-order demonic materials in the prison storehouse, just enough to raise his cultivation level by another wave. However, at this moment, Yan Feng had already broken through the Jade Liquid realm, and he was afraid that sacrificing a third-order demon would not achieve the imagined gainful effect. Yan Feng estimated that using the demon refining pot to sacrifice low-ranked demons might not improve his own strength much, but he would waste a lot of his longevity. The only way to not waste your lifespan in vain was to sacrifice a demon with a higher cultivation level than your own, and utilize high-grade demonic materials. For Yan Feng's current cultivation level, he would need to sacrifice at least a 4th-order demon in order to have a good enhancement effect. However, the higher the level of the demon, it also meant that the more powerful it was, and the more difficult it was to obtain demonic materials. That's just it. If we really can't collect high-level demonic materials, then we'll first sacrifice the demons held in the prison. And as long as our cultivation rises fast enough, our lifespan will naturally continue to grow. Anyway, Yan Feng would never leave the prison. Now that the chaos in Ning County was beginning to emerge, there were 2 huge threats outside in the form of Creepy and the Blood Demon Split. Even if Yan Feng possessed the strength to decapitate a 4th-stage demon, he did not intend to risk going out to collect sacrificial materials. Yan Feng now had 72 years of remaining longevity. As long as one breaks through the Foundation Establishment realm and forges one's own Taoist foundation with the power of heaven and earth, one will once again be blessed by heaven and earth, adding 300 years to one's life. Whereas using the demon refining pot to sacrifice a 2nd-order demon only required 3 years of longevity. Sacrificing a 3rd-order demon required 5 years of longevity. Now that Yan Feng had comprehended the power of thunder, the shackles of breaking through the Foundation Establishment realm had been broken in advance. He estimated that by sacrificing a dozen or 2 dozen demons, he would be able to pile up his cultivation to the Foundation Establishment realm anyways. However, when it came to actually sacrificing the demon, Yan Feng realized that what he had imagined was just too good. After sacrificing the 2 remaining 3rd-order demonic materials in the storehouse, Yan Feng had 62 years of longevity remaining, and the true Qi cultivation grown by the sacrifice had only cultivated the innate creation scripture to the peak state of the early 2nd layer. Yin Feng selected 3 more peak second stage demons in the prison to be sacrificed, and finally managed to break through the innate creation scripture to the middle of the second layer, his cultivation reaching the middle of the jade liquid realm. However, he only had 53 years left in his lifespan. According to this situation, even if Yin Feng consumed all of his remaining lifespan, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to break through to the late stage of the jade liquid realm. The reason why cultivation enhancement was so difficult was also discovered by Yin Feng. The innate creation scripture he cultivated belonged to the dual cultivation of Dharma and body, and the amount of energy needed to raise each level of the realm far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist of the same realm. The only way for Yin Feng to break through to the foundation establishment realm was to collect demonic materials of the 4th rank or higher. Only in this way can you make a breakthrough and extend your life before your lifespan runs out. However, there were simply no 4th order demonic materials in the prison. For this reason, Yin Feng had to seek help from the hunchbacked old woman. Chapter 31, Sea Prison. Greetings, Elder. After dealing with the many matters in the prison, Yin Feng once again came to the heavenly prison to pay his respects to the hunchbacked old woman on the next day. Seeing Yin Feng come, the hunchbacked crone nodded slightly. You have done well. Everything in the prison is as usual. Just don't be affected by the turmoil outside. Yes. Yin Feng arched his hand and bowed. The jailers who sacrificed their lives due to the demonic riots earlier, my senior has already personally supervised the distribution of the pensions, and the other has already reissued the recruiting news, which will soon be able to make up for the lack of manpower. Hearing Yin Feng's report, the hunchbacked crone nodded with satisfaction. You have handled it well. What ideas you have to let go of is, what needs you can open your mouth. The old body that can satisfy you won't be able to push back. The hunchbacked crone clearly saw Yin Feng's intentions, and Yin Feng was not surprised. Many thanks, senior. Latecomer's recent cultivation needs some high-level demonic materials. I don't know if there are any high-level demons imprisoned in this heavenly prison. Latecomer is willing to spend a price in exchange for them, Yin Feng said respectfully. The hunchbacked crone's expression remained unchanged. I remember that there are 3rd-order demon corpses in the prison storehouse, so if you need to take them and use them on your own. Hearing these words, Yin Feng's heart was certain that this hunchbacked old crone really did mean to take care of him, so he decided to get right to the point. I'm not going to hide it from senior. Senior's cultivation is stuck in a bottleneck nowadays, and he needs at least 4th-order demonic materials to make a breakthrough, so I'd like to ask senior to be generous with his advice. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked crone did not react in any particular way, only looking deeply at Yin Feng before slowly saying, it is true that there are 4th-order demons imprisoned in the heavenly prison, but they cannot be handed over to you to kill the corpse materials for cultivation. If you want high-order demon materials, then follow me to a place. Yin Feng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly arched his hand in thanks. Thank you, senior, for your help. The hunchbacked old woman nodded her head in silence and led Yin Feng all the way forward, quickly arriving at the place where the original evil-suppressing stone tablet was located. Yin Feng's heart was a little surprised, but he still didn't say anything. The hunchbacked old woman stood in front of the Yin Fiend cold pool and pulled out an ink-colored token, which was outlined with a ruddy sword pattern and inscribed with the word Jingui on the front. As the hunchbacked old woman stimulated the prohibition within the token, a layer of complex array patterns immediately surfaced around the cold pool. This is the boundary-breaking teleportation array. Your cultivation is still low and it's your first time to perform boundary-breaking teleportation, so you might feel a little uncomfortable later, but you'll be fine after a little bit of acclimatization. Yin Feng was just about to open his mouth to ask, but he saw the hunchbacked old woman take out a fist-sized purple spirit stone and set it in the center of the teleportation formation. Zip! With the energy of the spirit stone energized, the entire teleportation formation immediately activated the boundary-breaking power, and a burst of dazzling white light instantly engulfed Yin Feng and his duo's figures. Yin Feng only felt a blur before his eyes as an invisible pulling force acted on his torso, causing him to experience a slight sense of vertigo. In the next moment, when Yin Feng's vision returned, he realized that the hunchbacked crone was surveying him with a surprised gaze. Seniors! Before Yin Feng could open his mouth, the hunchbacked crone waved her hand. The first time a normal jade liquid realm undergoes a boundary-breaking teleportation, there will be extreme discomfort, and those with a slightly weaker tolerance will even be injured by the boundary-breaking force. Originally, the old body was still thinking of protecting you for a bit, but I never thought that your own cultivation has actually reached such a point. Even the strength of your physical body seems to be extraordinary. No wonder you need 4th-order demonic materials to cultivate, Yin Feng respectfully said. Senior's eyes are as discerning as a torch, and Senior was fortunate enough to obtain some chance, which is why his cultivation has risen a little faster. The hunchbacked crone nodded. Chance is there for everyone, but cultivation relies on one's own creation. The old body is not interested in knowing your secrets. You don't have to think too much. Yin Feng arched his hand and bowed. Senior's profound cultivation is truly admirable to the younger generation. Seeing Yen Feng's attitude, the hunchbacked crone said noncommittally, "You're a man of great fortune. No need to be so complimentary to the old body. It's not likely that when one's cultivation will exceed that of the old body, when the old body may also want to ask you for advice." Yen Feng could only smile sarcastically. The latecomer's cultivation days are still shallow. Senior is joking. The hunchbacked old woman shook her head. That's just it. Since you have the cultivation of the jade liquid realm, then the old body will save a lot of trouble. This place will be left to you to deal with on your own. Hearing these words, Yen Feng reacted, his sight immediately surveying the surroundings, only to see that the two of them were currently on a huge gray rock, with the sky showing an endless gray color, and countless rocks like the ones under their feet floating on the earth. Each rock seemed like a small continent, and at the edge of the rock there was a barrier as if it were a broken mirror. Looking at this completely shattered heaven and earth, Yen Feng's eyes were filled with shock. What is this place? The hunchbacked old woman leaned on the cane in her hand and said in a low voice, "This place is called the Gap of Mythian, and I don't know what the specific origin of the old body is, but it also has a name, which is the prison of the C-word." C-word prison? Yen Feng's eyes widened. The hunchbacked old woman said, "The so-called C-word prison is actually a cage. Look at this piece of pumice under your feet. The surrounding area is blocked by spatial cracks. Does it look like a prison cell?" This? Yen Feng froze for a moment, and then realized that there really didn't seem to be any problem with the hunchbacked crone's statement. The hunchbacked old woman continued to explain. "The old me is named the Heavenly Prison Envoy of Anning County, and is actually the town guard of the C-word prison, and you can also think of the old me as the jailer who guards the cell. You're the only one who is the jailer of the C-word prison." Senior? Yen Feng was stunned. The hunchbacked crone nodded. "Not bad." Yen Feng suddenly thought of something. "Senior, could it be that the evil king who escaped earlier was originally imprisoned here?" The hunchbacked old woman shook her head and said, "No, that evil king tried to break the evil suppressing stone monument 100 years ago to open up the passage between this place and the passage within the heavenly prison of Anning County, and was discovered by the town guards at the time, who suppressed him under the evil suppressing stone monument." So it is. A bright realization rose in Yen Feng's heart. In that case, the evil suppressing stone tablet is equivalent to the gate of this prison cell. But now that the cell gate is broken, the demons imprisoned here will break the boundary and enter the heavenly prison. But how come the imprisoned demons are nowhere to be seen? Yen Feng swept his eyes over the empty pumice stone. There was no sign of the demon at all. The hunchbacked old crone said, "This place is called the Gap of the Misty Sky, and every time there is a full moon in the outside world, a fourth order or fifth order demon will randomly appear here. But of course, it could also be a bazaar or any other strange living creature. As a jailer of the C-word prison, the duty is to kill or suppress the demons that appear here, and then imprison them in the heavenly prison." Hearing this, Yen Feng already roughly understood the specifics of this C-word prison. At this time, the hunchbacked old woman also stated the purpose of bringing Yen Feng here. "Now that the evil suppressing stone tablet has been destroyed, I need to guard against that weird and escaping evil king in the outside world. Since you have jade liquid realm cultivation, how about this place is temporarily handed over to you to look after it? Of course, if you encounter an unbeatable demon, hold the guard token and immediately teleport back to notify the old me. There is the old me sitting in the heavenly prison. Even if this place loses its defense, there is no harm. Even if a demon breaks through the boundary in the past, it can't turn over much of the wind and waves." Yen Feng's heart was overjoyed. The late generation will live up to its promise. Chapter 32, Kowtowing. Full moon. Yen Feng sat in the squad room rubbing the township token in his hand while his mind was secretly estimating the time. According to what the hunchbacked crone had said, the Gap of the Misty Sky would only have a random 4th or 5th rank demon appear on the night of the full moon in the outside world. Yen Feng had sent people out to check on the night every day for the past few days, and as a result, he had not waited for the full moon. According to the time projection, there are still 7 days to go before the 15th day of this month. In other words, Yen Feng would have to wait for at least 7 more days if he wanted to obtain the sacrificial materials. Although there was some impatience in his heart, Yen Feng had no other way. The outside of the prison was too dangerous. Obtaining demonic materials in the C-word prison was the safest and most secure method. With Yen Feng's current cultivation strength, killing a 4th stage demon was completely out of the question. Facing a 5th rank demon, even if he was undefeated, he was still confident that he would be able to retreat in one piece, so he had to wait patiently for the full moon to fall. On this day, Yen Feng was leisurely drinking tea in the squad room. Du Xiaoyong, who was under his command, suddenly barged in, looking anxious. "My lord, something big is wrong." Yen Feng took a sip of tea without panicking. "Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly." Du Xiaoyong gasped. "Your honor, The people of the city have heard somewhere that there is a method to deter weirdness within our prison division, and now a large number of people have gathered at the entrance to the prison division. There is such a thing? Yanfeng's brows furrowed slightly, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. Du Xiaoyong nodded his head and said, "Yes, my lord. It's only logical that something like this should happen in the execution division, but it can't be helped by the rumors, and many of the people in the city are now on the verge of treating the prison division as a shelter." Yanfeng pondered for a moment. Send a few people to watch outside. As long as they don't cause any trouble, let them be. And if anyone takes advantage of the situation, notify the site of the execution division to come over and arrest them. Yes, my lord. Du Xiaoyong led the order to leave. Originally, Yanfeng thought that this was just a little bit of unavoidable chaos within the city, and that it would be fine to send some people to keep an eye on it. Who knows that soon Du Xiaoyong ran to report again. No, good lord. Outside the gathering of the people more and more. And now there is a large number of people, a steady stream towards our prison division convergence. Yanfeng's face sank, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Immediately ordering, quickly send someone to the Department of Execution to transfer manpower over to help. And once you find that someone has compelled the people to cause trouble, immediately suppress them. Du Xiaoyong said, "My lord, my subordinate has already sent someone to notify the site of the executioner's office, but the people gathered outside didn't make a scene, but requested to enter the prison division to escape the weirdness." What? Yanfeng's expression condensed. Who took the lead in stirring up trouble? Directly order someone to be killed in public as a warning to others. Du Xiaoyong looked embarrassed. Sir, I'm afraid this isn't good. Is it? Yanfeng glanced at him. What's the problem? Du Xiaoyong said stiffly. The one who is picking the lead outside is an old man who says that he is your third uncle, Your Excellency. And there is also a group of people who call themselves the Yan clan, who have heard that Your Excellency is in charge of the prison division, and so all of them have come to seek refuge with you. Uncle Sam? Yanfeng frowned. He did have a third uncle, when his father was alive. He even brought Yanfeng to visit his home a few times during the festivals. Yan's family can be based in this Anning County city, although it cannot be called a prominent family, but large and small is also considered a force. In the end, his father was nothing more than a small squad leader in the Dingyi prison. While alive, there may be a few moments of thin face, but after death is simply no one to ask. So ever since his father's death, Yanfeng had no more dealings with these so-called clan relatives. Even when his father's affairs were in the beginning, he asked his neighbors to help him take care of them. Not even the faces of Yan's clan members were seen while eating the banquet. I didn't expect that these people would actually come to his door nowadays and beg for his shelter. After thinking about it, Yanfeng decided to go out and take a look. Go on down. I'll deal with it myself later. Yanfeng waved his hand at Du Xiaoyong, telling him to go out and watch first, indicating that the matter would be resolved by him later. Wait for Du Haiyong to leave. In order to ensure stability, Yanfeng once again entered the heavenly prison to recount the matter to the hunchbacked crone. There is no harm. With my old body watching over, there will be no trouble. You can rest assured that you will go. Receiving these words from the hunchbacked crone, Yanfeng was instantly energized. Not a moment too soon. Yanfeng then arrived at the entrance of the prison division and heard countless noisy clamors outside. At this moment, outside the prison division, no less than tens of thousands of people have gathered, crowding the surrounding streets. At the front of the crowd, there were more than 20 green and strong men, carrying a white-haired old man in a pine and crane brocade robe, who was fiercely confronting a group of jailers. Get lost! Don't stop me! I am Yanfeng's fourth uncle. We are here to find Yanfeng today. Hurry up and tell that kid Yanfeng to come out and greet third uncle. A middle-aged man with a sour face pushed and shoved the jailer who blocked in front of him. Relying on his own brute strength of a small sinewy body, he did not put these few jailers in front of him in his eyes at all. Seeing this, Du Xiaoyong's heart was a little angry and felt an immense headache, but he could only try to smile with him. Please don't be angry. I have already reported to Yin Tu just now, and my lord he will be here in a little while. Humph, that's what you said just now, and now that half a quarter of an hour has passed and Yanfeng hasn't come out yet, it must be that you, this fellow, are deliberately concealing the news and deliberately blocking us from seeing Yanfeng. You are mistaken. All of you are Yin Tu's uncles and brothers. How dare I deceive you? I don't care. We've been waiting here for most of the day. You guys have been forcibly blocking us. Third uncle, his old man's body is not good. If you guys don't let us get out of the way, I won't blame us for forcing our way in. And if anything happens at that time, the consequences will be our own responsibility. Yes, our third uncle's body is weak and can't be frightened. If you don't let us pass, you'll be responsible for any problems. Hurry up and get out of the way. I am Yanfeng's closest cousin. I grew up together since childhood. If you dare to stop me, when Yanfeng comes out I will ask him to chastise you severely. a young man was stopped by the jailer with his sword drawn, and instantly became so angry that he broke into a rage. Seeing this scene, Du Xiaoyong simply felt a wave of headache. If it were before, with the background of his cousin's uncle being the county minister, district a group of squire dilettantes dare in front of him, let's also have to give him a sentence to the whole clan exile 3,000 miles. Men, women and children all sent to the barren land digging for or before they give up. Nay, he was facing Yin Fang's clansmen at the moment, and he didn't even dare to move half of these people's fingers before receiving clear instructions. The other jailers didn't dare to make a move against the Yin clan without Du Xiaoyong's orders, so they could only allow these Hans to spread their threats. Seeing this, the Yin clan members became more and more reckless, screaming and arrogantly hurrying to let Yin Feng come out to kowtow to the third uncle, or else it would be treasonous and unfilial. Just then, Yin Feng, who had finished paying his respects to the hunchbacked crone, finally appeared at the entrance of the prison division. Just outside the front door he heard someone trying to get him to kowtow. Chapter 33, The Clansman. To actually make third uncle his old man wait here for so long, hurry up and make that brat Yin Feng come out and kowtow to third uncle. Yin Feng, who had just stepped out of the gate of the prison division, heard these words and his face instantly sank. My lord! When Du Xiaoyong saw Yin Feng appear, he immediately bowed and saluted. Greetings, my lord! Greetings, my lord! The crowd of jailers bowed in unison. Looking respectful, Yin Feng nodded slightly and raised his eyes to look at the Yin clan members, his gaze suddenly austere. Sacrifice goal, third order phantom demon. Required materials, 1 heart of phantom demon, 1 caddy of bone of phantom demon, 1 foot of skin of phantom demon, 10 drops of blood of phantom demon, and 5 strands of Inin Qi. Sacrifice cost, 5 years of life, remaining life, 53 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, phantom demon? Yin Feng's icy gaze sized up the old man in the pine and crane brocade robe, and a half-wheeled arc-moon silhouette quietly surfaced in his eyes. Ever since his body had undergone a metamorphosis by integrating into the innate divine demon origin, Yin Feng discovered that his own void-breaking spirit eyes talent seemed to have evolved as well. The original use of the void-breaking spirit eyes only had a string of curved moon shadows appearing in his eyes. Now that he was using the void-breaking spirit eyes, the curved moon's shadow had turned into a half-round moon, and his natural ability had been enhanced a great deal more than before. After Yin Feng opened his void-breaking spirit eyes, the true face of this Yin clan's third granduncle was also instantly exposed to his field of vision. It is rumored that the phantom demon is invisible, can take the form of any living being, and possesses a very terrifying mimicry ability, and has an extremely strong hiding ability. At the moment, in Yin Feng's eyes, the true body of this phantom demon took on a humanoid shape, but instead of having 5 senses on its face, it was inlaid with an incomparably creepy-looking eyeball. These eyes still had fresh flesh and blood stuck to them, looking as if they had just been dug out. Just as Yin Feng was looking at the illusory demon with a scrutinizing gaze, this third uncle was also quietly sizing up Yin Feng, a delighted smile surfacing on his aged face. Little Feng has come out. Do you still remember third uncle? Little Wind. I'm your fourth uncle. Last year your father even brought you to my house to pay a New Year's visit. Windy brother. I'm cousin and Feng. When we were little we used to go to the river together to touch shrimps. Do you still remember? Upon seeing Yin Feng, who was wearing a black power suit embroidered with 6 red blade patterns, a group of Yin clan members greeted him with excited expressions. However, as Yin Feng swept over with just an icy cold look, these people instantly shut their mouths. Yin Feng slowly walked towards the crowd. Just now, who was it that said for me to kowtow and ask for forgiveness? As soon as these words came out, the Yin clan members who were still clamoring in their attitudes a moment ago immediately became silent. Ahem! A cough rang out, and the third uncle sitting in the carriage chair smiled amiably. Little Wind, they are all your uncles and brothers, who have not seen much of the world, and their words are a bit coarse, so don't be offended. And Feng, why don't you apologize to your brother Little Feng? Third uncle Gong bowed his head and chided towards the youth named Yin Anfeng. Third uncle, on what grounds? Yin Anfeng said unconvincingly. I didn't say anything wrong. You're so old. You've been out here blowing cold winds for so long. And Yin Feng is now a small sesame official. Can he be treacherous and defy his ancestors when he's developed? Shut up. Ahem. The third granduncle gave an angry rebuke, coughing incessantly from the emotion of being exasperated. Third uncle, don't be angry. You must take care of your body. Yes, third uncle. The juniors don't know any better. It's not worth your anger. Yin Feng, you actually dare to disobey third uncle. Are there any Yin family rules in your eyes? Is this how your father taught you to honor your elders? For a time, all the Yin clan members had verbally attacked Yin Feng, scolding him for disobeying filial piety. And seeing this scene, many of the people present couldn't help but follow suit and start pointing their fingers at Yin Feng. In response, Yin Feng took everything in and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Come on man. Subordinate. Du Xiaoyong immediately arched his hand and stood by. Yin Feng waved his hand. Take down all of these troublemaking unruly people and hand them over to the Department of Narcotics Execution to be served with great punishment. Yes. The group of jailers who received the order acted instantly, and their hands were unusually vicious, as if they wanted to ruthlessly retaliate back the stifled grievances they had previously received. And when the Yen clan members saw this, all of them turned pale with fear. How dare you? My elder brother is the head of the Yen clan. How dare you touch me? Boo! Du Xiaoyong kicked the middle-aged man over on the ground, and poo-pooed a mouthful of spittle. What the hell Yen? My cousin's uncle is still the county minister of Anning, and just now you're the dog that screams the most. I've put up with you for a long time. Stop! Ahem! Third uncle shouted in agitation. Yen Feng, are you really disregarding the morals and ethics of mankind? And are you going to poison all the elders of the clan? Shut up! Yen Feng swept his eyes and drank in an icy tone. The third uncle was instantly too scared to speak when his eyes glared at him, and could only cover his chest and cough violently. I am not convinced. Yen Feng, you this counting of the code and forgetting your ancestors' unfilial, being an official and then forgetting your beneficence. You won't have a good end. Yen Anfeng was held down on the ground by the jailer, still hurling indignant insults non-stop. Ungrateful? Yen Feng waved his hand to signal his jailer to release him, looking down on him with a cold expression. I, Yen Feng, have achieved what I have today. How has it ever had anything to do with you unruly people? Yen Anfeng raised his head angrily. You have Yen clan bloodline in you. Your father was only able to enter the prison division in the first place because of the Yen clan. Without the Yen clan, how could you, Yen Feng, be where you are today? Yen Feng glanced at him. You told me about my father. When my father died, how did the Yen clan ever help out half as much? Even the person who carries the coffin was a favor I paid silver to ask my neighbors to do. And at this moment you are actually using this argument to pressure me. It's simply ridiculous. Yen Anfeng's face reddened. You, even so, the third granduncle is the highest-ranking clan elder in the clan. Could this be the reason for your disobedience and unfiliality? Yen Feng laughed coldly. You say that I am disobedient and unfilial, but in my opinion, you fools who recognize demons as your ancestors are the ones who have truly forgotten their ancestors. What did you say? Yen Anfeng's eyes widened as a look of shock appeared on his face. Hearing the word demon spit out from Yen Feng's mouth, the people at the scene revealed shocked faces and subconsciously moved away from the Yen clan. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You must be talking nonsense. How could there be demons amongst my Yen clan? Yen Anfeng had an incredulous expression on his face, not believing Yen Feng's words at all. Yen Feng didn't bother to say anything more to this fool. Shifting his gaze to the dying third uncle, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Other demons, when they hear the name of the prison division, they all tremble, and this is the first time I've seen a demon that took the initiative to come to my door. Third uncle's eyes were confused. Little Wind, what are you talking about? How could I be a demon? Yen Feng laughed. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I'll tell you something you can understand. Now I'll give you two choices. Either show your true self and tie your hands, or be killed by me and restore your original face. Chapter 34, A Strange Scourge. Perhaps sensing the killing intent on Yen Feng's body, the third uncle's mind tightened and he hurriedly said, Little Wind, even if their words today were more than offensive, but in front of so many people, could it be that you don't have the slightest regard for the feelings of your fellow clansmen, and are going to make a move against an old man like me? Yen Feng smiled. Do you know why I'm talking so much nonsense to you? In addition to letting those present today know that there is actually another reason for my prison division's treatment of demons. Seeing the change in the smile on Yen Feng's face, the third uncle's heart said that it was not good. Under the crisis of life and death, it did not care about the disguise, and its old body jumped down directly from the carriage chair like a mouse, and spread its legs to escape. The sudden change caused the people present to fail to react, and when they saw the demonic aura released from third uncle's body, many of them couldn't help but let out cries of horror. Yen Feng's smile remained unchanged as he took a step out, terrifying true chi condensing into a bizarre palm print in his palm as he slapped out towards the fleeing phantom demon. No! You can't kill me! The horrified phantom demon's eyes revealed despair and madness, but he only had time to spit out one sentence before half of his head was directly blown to pieces by a divine and demonic gray handprint. Boom! The blood-stained pine crane brocade robe slammed heavily to the ground, and the phantom demon that had lost its life breath instantly regained its original appearance. There was also a creepy eyeball hanging from the bloodied half of the mangled face. Upon seeing this horrifying scene, a panic-induced chaos erupted at the scene. The demon has been put to death. Anyone who tries to cause trouble again will end up like this demon. Yen Feng drummed up his true chi and drank, his voice containing a hint of thunderous might. instantly shocking everyone out of their minds and quickly calming the turmoil. How can it be? How could third uncle be a demon? It's not real. At this moment, the suppressed group of Yin clan members were all ashen, unable to accept this fact at all. Yin Feng glanced at these so-called clansmen and waved his hand. Refer all of them to the enforcement division, and tell them to make sure that they investigate the Yin clan thoroughly to the end. Aye, my lord, Du Xiaoyong responded with an arch. Also, pass on my words, I suspect that this demon is most likely related to the Red Flame cult. Once we find out that the Yin clan is colluding with the demons, there is no need to take my face into account. Do what you need to do. At your service, my lord. After Du Xiaoyong received his orders, he immediately led several jailers to escort the Yin clan members to the Department of Execution. After all, the county magistrate is his cousin uncle, and he is more familiar with several golden badge constables on the side of the Executive Office Division, so he will be able to better accomplish the task explained by the Lord by personally appearing. Watching the rowdy Yin clan members being escorted to the Department of Enforcement, the many people at the scene had honestly quieted down, coincidentally fixing their eyes on Yin Feng. Yin Feng surveyed these people, almost all of whom had come to the prison division to escape the shenanigans only after hearing the rumors, but there were definitely a lot of guys with complicated minds among them, perhaps watching the fun, or perhaps they were the Red Fire sect scouts. Just as Yin Feng was thinking in his mind how to solve this trouble, he suddenly saw several figures in the crowd. Uncle Bitter. Hearing Yin Feng shout, an old man on crutches hurriedly pulled his granddaughter to hide behind the crowd. Yin Feng walked straight over, and the surrounding populace saw this and avoided it, leaving 7 or 8 people who did not know what to do standing jittery. I didn't expect everyone to be here today. Yin Feng smiled at the sight of these familiar faces. When he first crossed over, it was with the help of these neighbors that he was able to take care of his father's affairs. Although the manpower was hired with silver at that time, Yin Feng was still slightly grateful to these people in his heart. Looking at the obvious awe in the eyes of the crowd, Yin Feng smiled and reached out to touch the little girl's head. Mud has grown quite a bit taller again. How come your mother didn't come with you guys? The little girl first looked at her grandfather, then looked at Yin Feng and timidly said, Brother Feng, mother has gone to look for father, and grandpa said that they will come back together in a few days to see Mud. Yin Feng froze, looking at the little girl's clear eyes for a moment. He didn't know how to speak. This bitter uncle's son had died a few years earlier, leaving him, an old man, and a pair of orphans and widows at home. When he was dealing with his father's affairs, the widow even helped to organize the funeral banquet. When was that? Yin Feng turned his gaze to Uncle Bitter. The old man shook his head. Just half a month ago. The night was haunted by weirdness, and the next day when we found out the child's mother was hanging on top of the beams, and the execution division sent people to look at it, but they couldn't find out anything at all. Not only that, but the rest of us in Ebony Alley are all here now. Yin Feng's mind was shaken. The look on his face gradually became grave. Previously, he had been hiding in the prison, and although he had constantly heard about the bizarre haunts in the city, he had never seen them with his own eyes. It is only now that I see these people in front of me that my heart is impressed. Of the dozen or so families in Ebony Alley, fewer than 10 were left alive. Yin Feng's mood was somewhat heavy. I didn't realize that the situation within this Anning County city had actually gotten so bad. No wonder the hunchbacked old woman couldn't wait to get rid of the bizarre trail as soon as she heard about it. And that's why she fell for the Red Fire sect's trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Compared to the demons, the bizarre power characteristics are truly horrifying and unsolvable, leading to the heavy losses but few gains of the executive see these days. It was only by chance that Yin Feng had discovered that intentions could wear down bizarre powers. However, those who were able to comprehend the realm of intent were at least true Qi realm, or even experts close to the Jade Liquid realm. But within the entire Anning County city, nowadays, besides the government and the Red Fire sect, perhaps only the remaining 3 great clans had Jade Liquid realm martial artists sitting in their ranks. From this, it is clear that today's turmoil in Anning County has long been predetermined. As long as the weirdness is not eliminated, this peaceful county will gradually move towards destruction. Yin Feng mentally sighed, looking out at the many people who continued to converge on the long street. Although he had some feelings in his heart, he had a heart of his own. Even a powerhouse like the hunchbacked crone couldn't solve the bizarre scourge. At this moment, he could do nothing other than continue to stay in the prison to improve his strength. There are only 2 ways to change the fate of the people of Anning County. Either that or wait for the Surabaya County side to send strong men over to clear out the guile along with the Red Fire sect. Or when he raised his cultivation a few more levels, he thought that he would be able to completely solve all the problems. Come on man. Yin Feng summoned a jailer. Pack out a few clean cells in the jail and take good care of them. Yes. The jailer bowed in response. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The crowd of neighbors were pleasantly surprised as they kept thanking Yin Feng. Yin Feng waved his hand. After all, the neighbors knew each other. These were nothing more than a show of hands to him, including the people gathered outside the prison division. Yin Feng did not immediately drive them away, only allowing the jailers under his command to strictly guard them, determined not to make a mess. When the manpower of the Department of Justice arrives, it will naturally deal with these people outside. After resolving the rowdy Yin clan members, Yin Feng gave some simple instructions to the jailers under his command before returning to the prison. Even with the hunchbacked old crone watching in secret, he felt safer being in a prison. Today's matter was just a small episode. The most important thing to Yin Feng was always his own strength. Only with enough strength, any difficulty will be solved. Now that he had the channel of the C-word prison to hunt for demonic materials, his cultivation would soon grow by leaps and bounds through sacrifices. Finally, under Yin Feng's full expectation, the full moon descended. Chapter 35, Fifth Order Demon, Manhwa's Gap. This fragmented world was nothing but countless pumice stones in addition to endless cracks in the void. According to what the hunchbacked old woman said, each of these pumice stones was like a prison cage, corresponding to different spatial coordinates in the outside world. In other words, these pumice stones that Yin Feng saw in front of him were a C-word prison, and on top of almost every pumice stone, there was a guarding jailer. In Yin Feng's opinion, this so-called gap of the mighty heavens was quite a bit like an otherworldly invasion. As a prison guard, it was more like a realm gatekeeper. Of course, Yin Feng was not interested in this position as the gatekeeper of the realm. What he cared about was the demons that would randomly appear in this floating stone cage. Yin Feng stepped his feet on the gray rock and gazed at the whirlpool that had suddenly appeared above this piece of floating rock. The aura brewing within it had clearly exceeded the fourth rank, and the probability that the one that would come out later would be a fifth-rank demon. However, Yin Feng did not panic, nor did he immediately use the township token to teleport away as the hunchbacked old woman had instructed. Ever since his cultivation base had risen greatly after sacrificing the divine demon blood tablet, he wanted to try the limits of his own strength. However, being in prison, I have not been able to perform to my heart's content. Now that there was a fifth-rank demon, it was just the right time to test one's strength. Dharma body dual cultivation, plus an innate divine ability in the evening. At the very least, you can get out in one piece. What's more, if he was able to pick fifth-rank demonic materials to be sacrificed, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket once again. Jab. Under Yin Feng's grave gaze, the vortex above the pumice stone suddenly cracked out a slit, and a hissing roar that sounded like thunder came from the crack. Immediately afterward, a demonic figure close to 10 feet in size and covered in crimson hair drilled out from the gap. Sacrifice target, 5th Order Bear Demon. Required materials, 1 bear demon heart, 1 bear gallbladder, 10 drops of bear demon blood, 20 wisps of fiendish chi. Sacrifice cost, 15 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 53 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sure enough, it was a 5th Order demon, and by the looks of it, it didn't seem to be an ordinary 5th-rank demon. In particular, the terrifying aura emanating from the crimson fur on this bear demon's body caused Yin Feng to vaguely feel a potential to burn his heart and soul. It was worthy of being a 5th Order demon that could compare to the Foundation Establishment realm. Yin Feng's face was somewhat grave, but there was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes. And while he was scrutinizing the bear demon on the opposite side of the room was also continuously sizing him up with its ferocious red pupils. A man and a bear were facing each other, and rarely did they start fighting right away. But both sides are just trying to figure out how to spy on each other. As the aura brewing on both of them continued to accumulate, it was clear that at any moment, they might erupt towards each other with an overwhelming strike. Roar! In the end, the bear demon was the first to be unable to hold back, and after letting out a deafening roar, his body's crimson fur instantly ignited into a blazing flame, and his entire body was like a volcano erupting like a volcano as it crushed towards Yin Feng. The terrifying pressure that came upon him caused Yin Feng's entire body to feel like an enemy. But he did not choose to avoid it. With his dual cultivation of Dharma body, his physical strength alone was no less than that of a 4th Order demon, and with the added power of his true chi, he also wanted to see just how much of a gap there was between himself and a 5th Order demon. Yin Feng's eyes flashed as his male body shook violently, instantly mobilizing the terrifying power contained in his body's sinews, bones, blood and flesh, and the majestic true chi within his dantian immediately exploded out of his body. Palm! Yin Feng stomped on the gray rocks beneath him, his powerful physical strength and boiling true chi fully activated. Gazing at the red flame bear demon that was charging and killing, Yin Feng's battle intent gradually rose in his eyes, his long black hair flying recklessly behind him, and his martial artist's powerful robes hunting and rattling. Today, let me learn the power of a 5th Order demon. The words fell. The two forces converged and united in the center of the palm. successfully condensing a divine demon great handprint. When dealing with demons, especially 5th-ranked demons whose cultivation exceeded his own, Yen Feng was going all out from the start. Roar! Sensing the provocation, the bear demon let out an angry hiss, his massive arm resembling a mountain peak slamming down fiercely towards Yen Feng's head. Yen Feng wasn't the least bit intimidated, and a divine demon great hand seal immediately blasted upwards head-on. Rumble! The moment the two collided, it was as if two terrifying artillery shells had bombarded together. The rocks within dozens of meters of the surrounding area were instantly reduced to pieces in the aftermath, and the entire pumice stone underneath their feet was trembling violently. And the result of this collision caused Yen Feng's figure to fall back by more than 10 feet, his entire arm tingling as he barely suppressed the turbulent chi and blood in his body. The bear demon on the opposite side only stumbled a few steps before stopping its retreat. Glancing at the bear demon that had fallen into a violent rage, Yen Feng did not continue to choose to fight hard, but instead executed the 9 transformations of the butterfly dance, incorporating the near-complete wind intent, instantly transforming into 9 silhouettes. As the bear demon watched Yen Feng suddenly transform into a group of true and false doppelgangers, a touch of arcane aura immediately surfaced in his red pupils. In the next moment, the bear demon's huge body seemed to merge into the heavens and earth, and its reddish fur immediately triggered the momentum of the blazing fire. Under the pressure of the power of heaven and earth, the 9 phantom bodies of Yen Feng's execution of the butterfly dance 9 transformations suddenly shattered as if they were mirror images, and the demonic aura emanating from the bear demon's body grew more and more terrifying after he invoked the momentum of the blazing fire. It was as if he had suddenly awakened some kind of ancient beast bloodline. Looking like a titanic devil bear clad in red flames, the bear demon's sudden outburst caused Yen Feng to feel an extremely powerful pressure, and so he did not hesitate to utilize the thunderous momentum that he himself had sensed. In the moment when the demonic bear's giant claws swung down, Yen Feng's entire figure seemed to have transformed into a butterfly that danced in the bath of thunder and lightning, his speed instantly surging by a large margin as he quietly swept to the back of the bear demon. Before the bear demon who had slapped the air with a blow could react, he felt a tearing pain coming from his back. Roar! The red pupils of the furious bear demon instantly turned scarlet, but before it could turn its head to send out a counterattack, Yen Feng, whose figure was like a shocking shadow, shifted in front of it again. In his hand, he cupped a divine demon great hand seal, incorporating the momentum of violent thunder, and fiercely slapped out towards the bear demon's abdomen. Palm! Rolling hot blood splattered everywhere along with the exploding flesh and fur, as this divine demon great hand seal directly penetrated the bear demon's abdomen. The bear demon suddenly suffered a heavy blow, and immediately let out a mournful wail, and completely fell into madness. His reddish-colored hair transformed into a blazing flame, as if his entire body was about to burn up. Just then, Yen Feng once again pinched out a divine demon great hand seal, his entire hand directly probing into the wound in the bear demon's abdomen, and managed to pull out a crimson bear bile from it. The bear demon that had lost its bear bile, the aura that had skyrocketed on its body suddenly stagnated, and then rapidly declined. Yen Feng bullied his way forward and blasted a final blow at the bear demon's head. Boom! The bear demon's huge head shattered with a loud bang, and his huge body slammed heavily on the ground. P.S. Hello readers. The new book period is really critical. Determines the fate of a book. The code is not easy. I hope you like, but also hope that you have more support. Ask for a ticket. Thank you, and implore you not to raise the book. Every day to catch up with the new chapter of the 10 seconds will be enough. Thank you. Chapter 36, Sacrificing the Bear Demon. Yen Feng stepped on the bear demon's corpse, constantly gasping for air. At this moment, his hair was disheveled, and although there were no obvious wounds on his body, his black power robe was burned into tatters. This was still because of the true chi protection, otherwise the clothes on his body would have turned into ashes. In the battle with the bear demon just now, in addition to Yen Feng receiving a hard blow at the beginning, it was by virtue of his crushing stance that he was able to resolve the battle so quickly later on. It looked like an easy victory for him, but in reality it wasn't that easy, especially at the end. That bear demon was obviously performing some sort of life-fighting tactic. Yen Feng managed to pull out the bear bile in order to stop it, forcing himself to withstand the power of the blazing fire, but also because of this, until this moment there was still a burning sensation in his body, and his internal organs were also shaken to the point that they were vaguely painful during the battle with the bear demon. In other words, the most serious injuries Yen Feng had received from the battle and the party were actually internal injuries. It's just not obvious on the surface. However, this battle with the bear demon had also allowed Yen Feng to have a simple judgment of his own strength. After all, in the past, Yen Feng's fighting style was basically either engaging in sneak attacks or bullying the small by relying on his cultivation realm. This time, he faced a bear demon with a higher cultivation level and fought with all his might. which allowed him to clearly understand his true strength in all aspects. The first is physical strength. The innate creation scripture enabled him to cultivate both the Dharma and the body, and his pure physical strength was not weaker than that of a fourth-ranked demon in the slightest. Together with the power that erupted from the true Qi enchantment, it far exceeded the limit of battle power in the same realm. Even against a fifth-order demon, one could barely make a collision. Although Yanfeng had fallen into a disadvantage in his collision with the bear demon, that bear demon was clearly not an ordinary fifth-ranked demon. In terms of strength alone, Yanfeng felt that the bear demon definitely surpassed most fifth-order demons, and as Yanfeng collided with him, even though he was undefeated, he was not defenseless. Therefore, Yanfeng felt that if he were to take on an ordinary early fifth-stage demon, with his strength and dual cultivation of Dharma and body, he might not be unable to fight it head-on. Secondly, it was Yanfeng's perception of the power of heaven and earth. Generally speaking, when a human martial artist reaches the foundation establishment realm, or when a demon grows to the fifth rank, they are all bound to be existences that have comprehended potential. But compared to humans who have complex minds from birth, the ability of demons to perceive heaven and earth is actually very poor. For example, that bear demon just now, although he comprehended that the momentum of blazing fire was able to induce the power of heaven and earth. However, according to Yanfeng's estimation, the other party's fiery momentum was only at an introductory stage, and the degree of comprehension was not even as good as the thunderous momentum that he had comprehended. This was also the characteristic of most demons, as demons relied more on their strength or their own bloodline talent. Just like that bear demon just now, the bloodline talent is obviously physical strength, where bears, elephants and other large-sized demons are generally so, and compared to demons, human innate flesh is mediocre. Without the strong bloodline talent of demons, when a martial artist's own strength reaches the limit of the human body, he will turn to the pursuit of the power of the heavens and earth to strengthen his own body. So human beings rely more on the perception of the heavens and earth. Generally speaking, the higher the cultivation level of a martial artist, the strength of the body is largely determined by their own perception of the world. Today's battle is a clear example. In terms of strength, Yanfeng was clearly no match for the bear demon. However, when Yanfeng utilized the consummate wind intent, coupled with the thunder force, he immediately possessed a speed advantage that crushed the bear demon. And the divine demon great handprint executed by Yanfeng also possessed an incomparably terrifying killing power. It was only in the end that he was able to behead this thick-skinned, fifth-ranked bear demon so quickly. After summarizing this battle, Yanfeng discovered that without using the innate divine ability of Dharma heaven and earth, his strength at this moment should be able to barely deal with a fifth-ranked demon. If he utilized his Dharma heaven and earth, he wouldn't be afraid of most of the fifth-order demons, and he even had the confidence to kill them. Of course, this referred to Yanfeng's current cultivation strength. After he finished sacrificing this fifth-rank bear demon, his cultivation would definitely skyrocket another notch. At that time, if he were to perform his divine ability again, it would be enough to deal with any fifth-order demon. Sacrifice target, fifth-order bear demon. Required materials, 1 bear demon heart, 1 bear gallbladder, 10 drops of bear demon blood, 20 wisps of fiendish chi. Sacrifice cost, 15 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 53 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, Yanfeng dug out the heart from the bear demon's corpse. The fiendish chi had been collected within the fiendish cold pool long before entering the gap of the misty sky, and at this moment, the town guard token was in his hands, and even the hunchbacked crone had no way to enter this place. This just happens to be the perfect place to sacrifice a bear demon. Yanfeng swept his eyes over all the sacrificial materials that were included in the demon refining pot. Then his mind moved. Sacrifice. Buzz. The demon refining pot in his body trembled and began to extract the cost of the sacrifice after receiving the command. Something Yanfeng had long been accustomed to. In an instant, 15 years of longevity had been drained away by the demon refining pot, and a few strands of white hair had appeared on Yanfeng's head, and there was an inexplicable feeling of exhaustion in his heart. However, soon after collecting the price, the demon refining pot began to work, and a dazzling purple gold light blossomed throughout its body. In the demon refining pot, it was still blood that turned into blood mist and was absorbed by the fiendish chi, manifesting a blood-colored demonic bear silhouette. And then the scarlet demon bear devoured the bear demon heart in bear bile, and its body completely solidified, as if it was a violent demon bear that had been resurrected, roaring up to the sky. With that, purple gold flames drifted down, and the blood-colored fur on the bear demon's body was set ablaze as a mournful wailing sound came out of its mouth. A few moments later, a blood-colored Dan pill flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into countless spiritual lights that merged into Yanfeng's body. Sacrifice target, 5th order bear demon. Proceeds from sacrificial refining, cultivation of innate creation scripture plus 43, potency of fire plus 4. Earth's intent plus 31. Bloodslayer's power. Boom! Powerful mysterious forces erupted within Yanfeng's dantian, causing the space of his dantian to expand by leaps and bounds, and the soaring true qi constantly transformed into true qi yuan liquid, filling the newly opened dantian. At the same time, Yanfeng also began to receive the bear demon's memory fragments, absorbing and digesting all of his lifelong cultivation insights into his mind. About half a cup of tea later, Yanfeng slowly opened his eyes. The innate creation scripture had been cultivated to the peak of the second layer, and his cultivation had reached the peak state of the late stage of the jade liquid realm, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. As long as he sacrificed another fourth-order demon, he would surely succeed in breaking the boundary, channeling the power of heaven and earth, and forging his own Tao foundation. Furthermore, after Yanfeng absorbed the many epiphanies, not only did he successfully comprehend the fiery momentum controlled by the bear demon, he also triggered an unexpected surprise. That was that his originally grandly accomplished earth intent, after absorbing the bear demon's enlightenment, the resultant level of comprehension directly surpassed the consummate wind intent, allowing him to control a trace of the momentum of thick earth. In other words, now Yanfeng had successfully grasped three kinds of heaven and earth potentials. They were the power of thunder, the power of fire, and the power of thick earth. One must know that in the battle just now, Yanfeng had possessed a crushing speed advantage over the 5th-ranked bear demon with just the butterfly dance 9 transformations that he had executed with the thundering force augmented with the consummate wind intent. From this, it could be seen that after controlling the 3 heaven and earth potentials, there was undoubtedly a very huge boost to Yanfeng's overall strength. Furthermore, in addition to his skyrocketing cultivation and his new control over the 2 heaven and earth potentials, Yanfeng had also gained a talent known as the Bloodslayer power. Chapter 37, Mortal Mortification. The power of blood slaughter. After controlling this talent, Yanfeng realized that the bear demon's final means of burning his body was clearly this talent ability. Burning his own origin, he entered the state of Bloodslayer, and his body's strength instantly increased tenfold. Fortunately, Yanfeng decisively stepped in to remove the bear bile, interrupting the bear demon's natural ability. If the bear demon was truly allowed to completely enter the state of bloodslaughter, with its strength and speed increased by 10 times, at that time, Yanfeng was afraid that he would have no other way at all other than casting the Dharma Heavenly Palace. However, although the Bloodslayer force was terrifying, the biggest limitation was burning one's own origin. The so-called origin refers to the bear demon's thick and terrifying flesh and blood. For Yanfeng, in addition to his fleshly body, qi and blood, there was also the accumulation of majestic true qi and yuan liquid in his dantian. Once one burned the origin, the rate of consumption of one's own power would instantly increase by more than 10 times. In the case of excessive attrition, it is likely to cause heavy damage to one's foundation. In Yanfeng's opinion, the demonic talent of the blood-slaying force was very similar to certain explosive evil secret arts of human martial artists. In a sense, this type basically has a very powerful aftermath of both talent and secret techniques, but a talent that could instantly enhance one's power by 10 times was acceptable, even if the side effects were somewhat powerful. In particular, Yanfeng's natural abilities gained from his sacrifices included the void-breaking spiritual eyes he had previously acquired as well as the Vajra body. All of them were able to grow stronger with their own strength like demons, and there were simply no realm limitations of all the human arts. The Bloodslayer power obtained this time was naturally the same, and as Yanfeng's cultivation level grew higher, the 10 times the battle power he exerted would become more and more terrifying. With this innate ability, Yanfeng had added another card to his repertoire. As long as the opening time of the Bloodslayer state was controlled well, killing the enemy over the level was not a difficult task at all. It could be said that after sacrificing this 5th-order bear demon, Yanfeng's cultivation strength immediately increased by a large margin. If he were to face the previous bear demon at this moment, he would be able to positively suppress the bear demon with his own strength alone, and under full force outbreak, the bear demon would definitely not be able to last more than 2 rounds. Although he had paid 15 years of longevity, the gains he had made Yanfeng very satisfied. Once I break through the foundation establishment realm, I will be able to obtain the gift of heaven and earth to increase my lifespan by 300 years. So as long as my cultivation rises fast enough, I don't need to worry about longevity. Yanfeng looked at the bear demon's corpse, his mind gradually throwing away the worries of longevity. After all, utilizing the demon refining pot to sacrifice demons was a way to gain power by breaking the rules of cultivation. How could it not be half as costly? Yanfeng was completely able to accept this. It was nothing more than another sacrifice, and the realm breakthrough would naturally be able to make up for the little longevity that was left. But it was to wait until next month. Yanfeng sighed in his heart. Remembering the hunchbacked crone's explanation, he took out the town guard token, intending to teleport the bear demon's corpse to the heavenly dungeon along with it. However, when he pulled out the town guard token from his pocket. The red blade pattern on the ink-colored token suddenly began to tremble. With a thought, Yen Feng injected a trace of true qi into the token, and instantly, the red blade pattern seemed to come to life, blossoming with a piercing spiritual light, and then it connected with the formation on the pumice stone. Immediately afterward, an illusory aura figure emerged from above the formation, looking like an old man with white hair. "Who are you?" Yen Feng's expression was stagnant, but he did not sense any crisis. The shadowy old man looked towards Yen Feng, his voice ethereal as he said, "There is no need to be nervous. I am the spirit of the great formation prohibition that encompasses the entire gap of the misty heavens, and upon detecting the battle you fought just now, I passively activated my spiritual thoughts." "What do you mean?" "To put it simply, it means that whenever a cross-border battle occurs and a successful kill is made against the odds, a forbidden spirit idea will be activated to assess the martial artist's strength." Yen Feng frowned. "Strength assessment? What's the point?" In the face of Yen Feng's questioning, the shadowy old man seemed as if he was truly just the spirit of the formation, knowing everything. Any martial artist who was able to kill against the realm will be recorded on top of the Mightian Golden List, and there is a copy of the Golden List for each realm, and the higher the ranking on the list, the greater the benefits they will receive. As long as you prove that your natural talent is demonic enough, fame and fortune will bring you countless cultivation resources, whether it's divine weapon techniques or divine secret arts. And if you can kill your way to the top of the golden ranking, even certain world rare chances and fortunes are not out of the question. Yen Feng's mind shook. "Can I see my own ranking on the golden ranking?" The shadowy old man nodded. "You can settle on a name first. Just call it Wind." With a wave of the shadowy old man's hand, the formation aura transformed into a list that appeared in front of Yen Feng. Mathreya Gold List. No. 956344981, Wind. What? Looking at the series of numbers, Yen Feng's eyes went wide. "Didn't you say that each realm has a golden ranking? And only battle power that kills against the realm can be on the list. Have you gotten this golden list ranking wrong?" The shadowy old man shook his head. "There's no mistake. This is the overall list of the fourth realm of the Mightian Golden Ranking. The ranking obtained by evaluating that battle of yours earlier." "The overall list?" Yen Feng's eyes twitched. "So there's still a sublist?" The shadowy old man waved his hand again, and the list of spiritual light illusions suddenly changed. Mathreya Gold List. The Dry Kingdom divided the list. No. 9547, Wind. Seeing this ranking, Yen Feng's heart felt much better. "I didn't realize that my battle power ranking amongst the Jadu's realm martial artists in the Qian Kingdom was only close to 10,000. And that's not even counting the geniuses who weren't entered into the list." Yen Feng secretly lamented in his heart. It seemed that this Anning County was still too small after all, and that was why it had limited his horizons. However, Yen Feng would not be presumptuous. He had only been cultivating for a long time, and to be ranked within 10,000 in the same realm in Qiangua was already quite good. One must realize that the Qian Kingdom is a vast landmass, and before the weirdness got started, there were more than 1 million people within the boundaries of a single Anning County, and above the county level there are counties, and above the counties there are prefectures, and above the prefectures there are state roads. The Qian Kingdom is situated in 24 prefectures, with a vast area of more than 10,000 miles, and a population that is even more countless. Yen Feng had killed a fifth-order bear demon against all odds before barely making it into the 10,000th place on the Qiangua sublist, so it was evident that this Mightian Gold List was indeed very golden. However, the ranking of 9,547th was only judged according to the strength Yen Feng had displayed in his previous battles. If Yen Feng's current cultivation strength at the peak of the Jade Liquid Realm were to turn on the Bloodslayer force and then utilize the innate divine ability Fatan Xiangdi, then fusing the three kinds of heaven and earth's potentials to strike a divine and demonic great handprint with full force, even Yen Feng didn't know just how strong his own self was in that extreme state. But what is certain is that the sublist rankings are bound to leap up by a large margin. As for that master list of the Mid-Heaven Gold List, Yen Feng felt tasteless just thinking about that string of numbers. So don't watch it. Chapter 38, The Unexpected Man. Ever since Yen Feng had finished sacrificing the bear demon, the bizarre haunts in the city of Anning County had gotten more and more intense. The people of the entire city have been shutting their homes day and night, and I've heard that even the Spring Wind House has recently closed its doors. However, this did not have the slightest effect on Yen Feng, who was hiding in the prison. After he had tasted the sweetness of sacrificing a fifth-order demon, he now looked forward to the 15th of the next month coming soon every day. Instead, weekday life felt a bit bland and boring. On this day, Yen Feng was leisurely drinking tea in his squad room. The number one confidant under his command, Du Xiaoyong, suddenly came knocking on the door to report. "Sir, there is a woman outside who wants to visit you. I wonder if she is summoned. Yan Feng shook his head. Which young lady is it again? Tell them to leave their things behind as per the rules and pack up an empty cell for her. In the future, you can just watch over such things and don't need to come back to report to me. Du Xiaoyong hesitated for a moment and came forward and whispered, My lord, this time it's not to ask for shelter. She claims her name is Lin Jingyue, whatever her name is. Yan Feng suddenly realized something, his body immediately sitting upright, his eyes austere. Lin Jingyue? Du Xiaoyong nodded his head, indicating that Yan Feng hadn't heard correctly. Yes, my lord, it's that third young miss of the Lin family's direct lineage, Lin Jingyue, who had a marriage contract with the young master of the Qian family. Yan Feng's expression stared as his mind almost subconsciously thought of the Red Fire sect and the weirdness. Du Xiaoyong looked at Yan Feng's face and tried to say, Sir, I just saw this person come on his own initiative, so I didn't make a sound. Should I send someone to inform the executive office right now? Yan Feng frowned and pondered for a moment before waving his hand. You have done well. There is no need to publicize this matter. You will directly bring her here to meet me in half a quarter of an hour. Yes. Du Xiaoyong led the order to retreat. When Du Xiaoyong left the squad room, Yan Feng immediately moved to the heavenly prison. Seniors. A few moments later, Yan Feng received a definite answer from the hunchbacked crone, and only then did he feel relieved to return to the prison. It wasn't that Yan Feng was timid and afraid, but he couldn't figure out the characteristics of the bizarre power until now, so it was necessary to be more cautious. Half a quarter of an hour later, Yan Feng finally met the woman who was the subject of bizarre rumors in the squad room. It had to be said that this woman was worthy of being a first daughter from a large family, and was indeed the woman with the best-looking temperament Yan Feng had ever seen. Lin Jingyue wore a long green muslin dress and her face was covered with a white veil, but just through the valiantly beautiful eyebrows and half-exquisite makeup, one could tell that she was bound to possess a transcendent appearance. My little daughter Lin Jingyue pays her respects to your excellency. Lin Jingyue gently bowed down towards Yan Feng. Yan Feng lightly swept his eyes at her. Miss Lin has been famous for a long time, and when I see her today, it seems that she is not as rumored now. Lin Jingyue's expression under her light veil showed any emotion, but her words were quite polite. The youngest daughter has made a bit of a bad reputation due to the marriage contract matter, letting the adults laugh at her. Seeing this, Yan Feng had no interest in pleasantries and nonsense, and directly opened the door. Speak up. Miss Lin is risking her life to come and see me today. What exactly is the reason for this? As soon as these words came out, Lin Jingyue also immediately stated her intentions. I'm not hiding it from you. My youngest daughter has actually come here because she wants to save your life. What? Yan Feng froze, then as if he had heard some ridiculous joke, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Miss Lin, in the past, when I heard of your deeds, Mr. Yan's heart still had a few moments of respect for you, but now you're actually saying that you're here to save me. Do you believe that yourself? In the face of Yan Feng's snort, the expression on Lin Jingyue's face did not change in the slightest. My daughter knows that with the Lin family's current relationship with your excellency, these words are indeed hard to believe, but what I said just now is from my heart. Yan Feng stared at her, his face cold. You don't want to tell Yan that sooner or later, the Red Fire sect will rule over the entire Anning County, and will launch an attack on the city of Anning County in a matter of days, and that the prison division will surely be annihilated, and that's why you came to persuade Yan to surrender, right? Lin Jingyue shook her head. Your excellency is overthinking. Since your excellency doesn't want to believe it, why don't you listen to what my daughter has to say before making a decision? Yan Feng frowned. Then Mr. Yan is all ears. Lin Jingyue's voice remained flat as she said, Lord Yan, the reason why my daughter said what she said earlier was because she heard a message by chance. My youngest daughter heard that Ning County asked Surabaya County for assistance due to the matter of the bizarre and evil king, and after Surabaya County received the news of the request for assistance, the county governor had wanted to directly send a strong person of the Jindan realm to come to Ning County. But the county governor's only son heard that the Qin family of Anning County had accidentally obtained a divine seed in Surabaya County, so he took the initiative to come here to solve the scourge of demons. Hearing Lin Jingyue's words, Yan Feng instantly understood the other party's meaning. Seeing Yan Feng's silence, Lin Jingyue continued, Lord Yan, now that almost everyone knows that the divine seed is in you, there is a secret method in the Red Flame sect that can extract the divine seed from a martial artist's body without harming the foundation. If it were the other way around, the only way to extract the divine seed from a martial artist's body alive is to utilize an evil method. And a martial artist who has had his divine seed extracted from him will be crippled in the lightest case or perish in the heaviest case. Yan Feng said in a deep voice, You don't have to intimidate me. Although Yan Mao is only a small jailer, he is at least a first-order official body. Since Mr. Yan is able to sit in this position in the prison division, even if he is the son of the county governor, He can't do anything to Mr. Yen openly and honestly, can he? In the face of Yan Feng's calm and collected demeanor, Lin Jingyue said non-committally, Your Excellency's words are indeed reasonable, but now that the one who covets the divine seed is the son of one of the county guards, does Your Excellency really think that your status today will be able to preserve this divine seed? The reason why my daughter is here today is to tell Lord Yen that if you are willing to join the Red Flame sect and cooperate with us in taking out the divine seed, not only will you be able to save your life, but you will also be able to use the merit of dedicating the divine seed to exchange for a large amount of resources to enhance your cultivation. Yan Feng tapped his fingers and took a sip from his teacup. Mr. Yen knows. Lin Jingyue looked at this attitude of his and vaguely reminded him with her words. Lord Yen, if there are no surprises, the county guardian's son will inevitably be accompanied by a Jindan realm powerhouse. And now the only thing that can save your life is the Red Flame cult. Finished? Yan Feng put down his teacup, a smirk appearing on his face. Now that Miss Lin has finished, Mr. Yen can see that it must have been very difficult for you to make a special trip all the way here, specifically to inform Mr. Yen of this news. Why don't you stay as a guest, and also let Yen Mao do his duty as a landlord and treat you well as a token of appreciation? Hearing this, Lin Jingyu's face expression remained bland. It is rumored that Lord Yen is a man of great sentiments. Although he is in a high position, he takes care of his old and weak neighbors. My daughter has come to visit in good faith today. Your Excellency won't make a move against a weak woman like me, will you? Yan Feng laughed. Guess. Chapter 39, Please save your life. Guess. Yan Feng merely looked at Lin Jingyue with a smile and did not make a move. However, Lin Jingyue understood Yan Feng's thoughts, and surprisingly up until this moment she did not move in anger. And even from beginning to end her emotions did not fluctuate half a bit. Seeing the killing intent in Yan Feng's eyes, Lin Jingyue only said faintly, This is all that my little girl has to say. Please give more consideration to Lord Yen, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. As the words fell, black flames suddenly ignited on Lin Jingyue's body. Yan Feng's heart and mind shook, immediately casting the void-breaking spirit eyes, but saw that what was burning in the black flames was actually a piece of yellow paper filled with bizarre runes. In particular, Yan Feng had already controlled a trace of the fiery momentum, yet he was unable to perceive any fire intent from the black flames. There is no doubt that this must belong to the power of the bazaar. Looking at the bizarre talisman paper that had burned in half, Yan Feng hesitated slightly, then decisively struck out. A hint of thick earth momentum carried by his true chi directly snuffing out the black flames and grasping the remaining half of the talisman paper in his hands. Surveying the mutilated talisman paper wrapped in layers of 3 heaven and earth potentials in his palm, Yan Feng tentatively injected a strand of true chi. In the next moment, the weird patterns on the half-sheet of talisman paper instantly twisted, and he nervously watched it for a moment, only to find that the talisman paper hadn't changed much at all. Undeterred, Yan Feng studied for a while longer, and in the end could only give up helplessly, guessing that it might be the reason why the talisman paper was mutilated. He then found a box and carefully sealed the talisman paper inside. After doing all this, Yan Feng's mind finally relaxed a little. However, immediately afterward, he thought of the news that Lin Jingyue had said today. The son of that county governor of Surabaya County had set his eyes on the divine seed in his body, and this person had a Jindan realm powerhouse with him for protection. It had to be said that after learning of this news, Yan Feng's mood was indeed somewhat heavy. Just because of a crippled divine seed, he had now become the meat and potatoes of everyone's thoughts, not to mention the upcoming county governor's son. Just this small Anning County town. Aside from the Red Flame sect and that creepy, I'm afraid that there aren't a handful of people who covet this divine seed on him at this moment. If he could, Yan Feng would have wanted to throw the divine seed out for them to dogfight. But the point is, now that the divine seed has been sacrificed away by him, he can't take it out even if he wants to. However, even if the fact that he was carrying the divine seed was now well known, Yan Feng had no regrets. After all, without the divine seed, he wouldn't be able to sacrifice the divine demon blood tablet, and he wouldn't be able to have the strength he had now. To Yan Feng, looking for any kind of shelter was false. The only guarantee of survival was one's own strength. Even if he had a surplus of divine seeds in his hands at the moment, he would not offer them to the Red Flame sect in order to save his life. Cooperating with the Red Fire sect was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. He was now the only rank 6 jailer in the prison division, and was in charge of hundreds of jailers in Anning County under him. How can you abandon your post to become a thief? As for that soon-to-be son of the sheriff, Yan Feng intended to go to the heavenly prison first to probe the hunchbacked old woman. If even the hunchbacked crone couldn't guarantee his safety, Yan Feng then prepared to enter the C-word prison to close his mind, dragging it out until the other party gave up. Of course, if the other party was really dead set on him, Yan Feng would truly close his eyes for once. When he had the cultivation to crush the Jindan realm, Yen Feng would be able to retaliate back strongly on the basis of his strength, and ruthlessly take out a mouthful of bad breath. With his mind made up, Yen Feng immediately moved to the heavenly prison. Upon seeing the hunchbacked crone, Yen Feng performed a big salute without saying a word. Greetings, Senior, please save my life. The hunchbacked crone frowned. The old body's divine sense has been observing the surroundings of the prison division, and did not find any anomalies. Could it be that the woman has exerted other means? Enlightened Senior, what Senior said is not bizarre. The one who wants Senior's life this time is the son of the county governor of Surabaya County. Senior is carrying a treasure that has caused trouble. I implore Senior to save my life. Yen Feng recounted the matter of the divine seed and then bowed respectfully. For the hunchbacked crone, he still had a few moments of trust in his heart. From all the signs back then, I'm afraid that the hunchbacked crone had already discovered the divine seed in his body when she first helped him pull out the weird power in his body. But the other party didn't seem to have any intention of taking it by force. Instead, they had always been interested in taking care of him. Therefore, Yen Feng was not afraid to directly confide the matter of the divine seed. As expected, after hearing Yen Feng's words, the hunchbacked old crone did not show an expression of surprise that he was carrying the divine seed. Instead, there was some huffing and puffing when he heard that the county governor's son coveted the divine seed. Is that even possible? The hunchbacked crone's eyes sank. Back then, when I detected a bizarre aura wandering outside the prison division, I accidentally discovered the divine seed aura tainted in your body, and I also finally knew the whereabouts of the Qian family's divine seed. I thought that if the divine seed fell on you, you would be exempt from many storms and allow fewer tragedies like the Qian family to occur within this Anning County. But I didn't expect that it would still attract prying eyes today. Yen Feng arched his hand and said, Senior, I have heard that the son of that county guard has a strong person of the Jindan realm with him for protection. In fact, the late generation really doesn't want to incur trouble for Senior. The hunchbacked crone looked deeply at him. So what are you going to do? Yen Feng said, Senior does not want to sit around and wait for death, and there are many eyes on me within the city of Anning County nowadays. I'm afraid that they are all anxious for me to leave the prison and lose the shelter of Senior before they can lay their hands on me. That's why Senior would like to request Senior to enter the gap of misty heaven for seclusion. As long as we drag it out until all these people lose their patience, Senior will naturally be able to live. Upon hearing Yen Feng's words, the hunchbacked crone did not immediately agree to his request, but instead asked him, Do you know why the old body didn't forcefully snatch the divine seed from you when I first discovered it? Yen Feng froze and tried. Could it be that Senior has already birthed a powerful innate divine power, so he doesn't look at that divine seed? Yen Feng knew that the hunchbacked crone had a high level of cultivation, but he had never been clear about what cultivation realm the other party was in. However, with the fact that the hunchbacked crone was able to fight so strangely that she didn't dare to show her head, one could probably surmise that the other party was at least a Jindan realm powerhouse as well. And from what the hunchbacked crone had said in her words just now about divine sense, it also just proved it. Only after conjugation would a martial artist give birth to a divine sense. As for the cultivation of divine abilities, only martial artists at the Jindan realm could do so. In response to Yen Feng's speculation, the hunchbacked crone shook her head, let alone the fact that the old body has not birthed the power of the divine aptitude at all. Even if it did raise the innate divine aptitude, who would mind having an additional innate divine aptitude of their own? Seniors, Yen Feng wanted to speak. The hunchbacked old woman was directly interrupting his next words. You and feel at ease to stay in the prison to cultivate. After all, you are a person of the prison division. There is the old body to sit in the middle of this heavenly prison. There will be no one to disturb you. The hunchbacked crone did not tell Yen Feng the reason, but clearly informed him to rest assured of his cultivation. Seeing this, Yen Feng instantly put his heart down, and was not prepared to continue digging into the root of the matter. As long as he could continue to meticulously sacrifice demons, he would be able to then raise his strength. As for the favor of the hunchbacked crone, he would naturally not forget it when he had the chance in the future. Of course, even with the hunchbacked crone as a layer of protection, Yen Feng still felt that he should make some more preparations, just in case. Chapter 40, Son of the County Governor. Sacrifice Goal, 3rd Order Phantom Demon. Required materials, 1 heart of Phantom Demon, 1 caddy of bone of Phantom Demon, 1 foot of skin of Phantom Demon, 10 drops of blood of Phantom Demon, and 5 strands of Enin Qi. Sacrifice cost, 5 years of life, remaining life, 38 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? From the first moment he saw the illusory demon, Yen Feng's mind had already considered this demon's innate ability as his own. However, Yen Feng did not have much longevity left and had originally planned to sacrifice this illusory demon after breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm. However, after receiving the protection of the hunchbacked crone's shelter, Yen Feng still felt that it was not quite secure, so he was prepared to sacrifice this illusory demon in advance. If he were to seize the illusory demon's innate ability, his own ability to save his own life would definitely be greatly enhanced. Looking at the remaining 38 years of life, Yin Feng did not hesitate and directly chose sacrifice. As the demon refining pot gently trembled, a few strands of white hair once again appeared on Yin Feng's head. A few moments later, a blood-colored Dan pill flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into a spiritual light that merged into Yin Feng's body. Sacrifice goal, third order phantom demon. Proceeds from the sacrifice, +1 cultivation level of the innate creation scripture. Phantom breath and easy shape. A fragment of memory belonging to the illusory demon merged into Yin Feng's mind, which was full of all sorts of insights on how to change one's cultivation breath and appearance body type. About half a quarter of an hour later, Yin Feng slowly opened his eyes, a look of contemplation passing through his eyes. The rewards of sacrificing this phantom demon were just as he expected, and it did allow him to gain the natural ability of a phantom demon. But it was slightly different from what he had thought at first. Perhaps it was because that phantom demon's cultivation level was too low and did not develop this natural ability to the extreme. This resulted in Yin Feng only being able to transform into a human form after absorbing the illusory demon's enlightenment, rather than the rumored ability to transform into all things at will. Although there were some regrets, Yin Feng was relatively satisfied in his heart. This was because the talent illusory breath and easy form, in addition to illuminating the form, also had the ability to change the breath of cultivation. With this natural ability, in the future, even if he faced a strong person whose cultivation far exceeded his own, he would not be able to easily see through him. And as Yin Feng's cultivation gradually increased, he might be able to tap into the full potential of this talent one day, and truly achieve the level of changing everything. In the next moment, Yin Feng suddenly moved his mind, and his entire person began to change, his five senses blurring into a massive paste before gradually turning into Du Xiaoyong's face. The figure had also undergone some slight modifications, and the difference with Du Xiaoyong was barely discernible. The entire process took only 2 breaths of time, and Yin Feng had completely transformed into Du Xiaoyong's appearance. Even his voice was exactly the same. Surveying himself in the bronze mirror, Yin Feng grew more and more satisfied with the talent of illusory breath and easy shape. Just for that natural ability, those 5 years of longevity would be worth spending. As for the tiny bit of cultivation that had grown, it was just better than nothing. With his current cultivation level, sacrificing a normal 4th-ranked demon would not be a significant boost to his cultivation, although it was only a foot away from breaking through the foundation establishment realm. However, Yin Feng estimated that he would need to sacrifice at least 1 peak 4th-stage demon before he could make a breakthrough. Unsurprisingly, that's the next full moon. But before that, there was a need to deal with the son of that county governor from Surabaya County. 3 days later, Yin Feng was savoring the sweet porridge delivered by the little girl 99 when Du Xiaoyong suddenly knocked on the door and came in to report. "My lord, the people from Surabaya County have arrived. The county magistrate has gathered a group of executives from the delegation division and personally went to the city gates to greet them, including the people from the 3 great clans who also went outside the city early, and even the captain of the Wind and Fire Battalion, which is stationed 30 miles away, is at this moment standing outside of the city waiting with several thousand captains under his command." Yin Feng's expression shifted. Worthy of being the son of a party's county governor, I did not expect that even the lieutenant of the soldiering and expeditionary division would rush to curry favor. Du Xiaoyong bowed and tried. "My lord, shall we then? The prison department is not a system with them, and he's only the son of the county governor, not even an official body, and the recent weirdness in the city has been making a lot of noise, so let's not go and make a fuss about it." "Yes," Du Xiaoyong retreated in response. Yin Feng was still sipping the sweet porridge with relish, acting very calmly, but in fact, his heart was already prepared to hide in the gap of mithril at any time. Half an hour later, Du Xiaoyong came to report with an invitation. "My lord, the county magistrate is hosting a banquet at Spring Wind House today to receive the county governor's son, and has specially sent someone to send an invitation for you to go to the banquet. Buy me dinner?" Yin Feng couldn't help but let out a sneer in his heart as he held the vermilion invitation. He didn't have half an acquaintance with that magistrate on weekdays, and now he was actually invited to the Hongmen banquet. With a shock of true qi in Yin Feng's palm, the vermilion invitation was instantly reduced to pieces. "You go and reply for me. Say that Yen Mao has been unwell recently, and thanks the county magistrate for his kindness. But I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the banquet today, and I'll personally go to the executive Yamen division to make amends to him on another day." My lord, Du Xiaoyong hurriedly retreated, and then conveyed Yin Feng's meaning to the constable who had come forward to deliver the invitation. When the constable who ran the errand returned to Spring House and reported the matter to the magistrate of Anning County, the smile on the face of the Anning magistrate who was entertaining the county governor's son suddenly sank. The crowd of guests present had different expressions. Most of them had heard about the matter of the divine seed, and part of their mindset in coming here for the banquet today was to witness this matter. On the main seat of the table, a handsome young man wearing a purple and gold jade crown and a purple ink patterned cloak, constantly rubbing a gray precious pearl in his hand, laughed at the situation. It seems that this newcomer who has recently risen to prominence in the prison division does have a lot of character, and actually doesn't even give face to you, Lord Magistrate. Such a character. Mr. Gu would really like to get to know a bit. Upon hearing this, the Anning Magistrate bowed his head and laughed. Your Excellency has traveled a long way, but this official has not greeted you well, so I really have made Your Excellency and all of you laugh. Gu Jianzhou laughed. The county magistrate is wrong. You have personally sent someone to send invitations. This invitation is courteous. Since this person does not want to come, it is not convenient to force it. As soon as the words fell, an armor-clad middle-aged man sitting next to him opposite the Anning Magistrate sneered. In my opinion, this son is bound to look down on us. A mere jailer. I've heard that he seemed to be a mud-legged man from before, and suddenly got lucky and ran into the Red Fire Cult's attack on the heavenly jail, which led to him stepping on the bones of his peers and climbing up to the position of jail head. Lieutenant Zhang's words are reasonable. Like this kind of sudden rise in power of the tycoon, this county magistrate has seen a lot. Often are once in power, then no one in sight. The county magistrate you say is not it? The county lieutenant who was the third in command of Anning County suddenly opened his mouth, directly picking his words to the county minister next to him. This county minister is Du Xiaoyang's cousin's uncle, and at this moment, he can only nod his head in agreement with a smile on his face. Yes, what you all said is very true. Seeing this scene, the people accompanying the three great clans also followed suit and fiercely denounced Yanfeng. Gu Jinzhou took in all the expressions of the people at the table and instructed the middle-aged woman standing behind her. Since so many here are so interested in that Lord Yen, then I'll trouble Aunt B to make a trip to the prison department and personally invite that Lord Yen here for a banquet. Chapter 41, Swimming and Waiting. Prison Division. Yanfeng was waiting in the squad room for Du Xiaoyang to come and report the news. According to his estimation, since that county governor's son was obviously here for the divine seed, the other party would definitely not let up when he refused to go to the banquet just now. But just like what he said to Lin Jingyue, Yanfeng is at least a person with an official body, and now he is in charge of the entire Anning County Prison Department. Earlier, the other party had used the county magistrate to pressure him, so it could be seen that the prison secretary's layer of identity was still able to be scrupulous, but only just scorn. That county governor's son had gone out of his way to personally run to Anning County, already demonstrating an attitude of being determined to obtain the divine seed, and Yanfeng had just clearly rejected the county magistrate's face. Then the next step was that the other party was likely to do it to him personally. Just as Yanfeng was guessing in what manner the other party would strike, Du Xiaoyang suddenly rushed into the squad room in a panic and shouted, "My lord, it's not good." Yanfeng stood up instantly, his expression grave. "What's going on?" Du Xiaoyang busily said. "There was a woman outside who said she was inviting you, Your Excellency, to a banquet at Spring Breeze House, and wanted to force her way into the prison, and when my subordinate ordered someone to stop her, she directly took action against her brothers, injuring several lives with a single strike." "What?" Yanfeng's face sank. Du Xiaoyang said, "My lord, when my subordinates came down, they already destroyed the teleportation stone platform at the first time, but I'm afraid I can't stop her for long. You'd better go, quickly. If you want to leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to." Yanfeng's eyes were cold. The Ding Air prison was underneath the Ding Yi prison, and if the visitor was a Jindan realm powerhouse, the regional teleportation array would not be able to affect them at all. This was because any Jindan powerhouse was bound to control a domain that was stronger than the momentum of heaven and earth. Just like comprehending the realm of intention in order to break through the jade liquid realm, controlling the momentum of heaven and earth was the only way to break through the foundation building realm. Mastering the domain was also one of the necessary conditions for breaking through the Jindan realm. Once the domain was executed, a Jindan powerhouse could completely ignore the earth barrier, and this ability was already close to a divine ability. Moreover, Jindan powerhouses possess terrifying power of divine sense, and I'm afraid that both of their conversations have been exposed to each other's divine sense at this moment. Thinking of this, Yanfeng did not act rashly. Sure enough, the next moment, he felt a powerful cultivation aura rapidly approaching. Coming! Yanfeng's heart and mind tightened, his hand squeezing the identity token for teleportation to the heavenly prison to death. He also didn't expect that there would be a Jindan powerhouse who would directly risk a great deal to break into the prison division to make a move against him. But Yanfeng would never fold his arms. With his cultivation strength at this moment, with a full outburst to perform Fatian Xiandi, even if it was a Jindan powerhouse, it was not impossible to take a fight. As long as he sees the other party's momentary negligence, he would take the first opportunity to escape to the heavenly dungeon and ask the hunchbacked old woman for help. "You are Yin Feng?" A cold voice suddenly rang out, and the door to the squad room quietly obliterated into nothingness. A middle-aged woman dressed in a green-colored robe appeared out of thin air in front of Yin Feng. Yin Feng's pupils shrank as he arched his hand. "It is precisely Mr. Yin. May I ask what the senior has to say?" The middle-aged woman said flatly. "My son invites you to a banquet at Spring Wind House." Yin Feng nodded his head and said, "Yen Mao is a coarse person, and I have never known the county governor. If I go there in haste, I am afraid that I will disturb the excitement. I would also like to ask senior to wait for a moment, and allow my juniors to change their clothes." How? Yin Feng had wanted to stall a little. Who would have expected the middle-aged woman to directly shake her head? "Since you don't know what's good for you, then I will personally make the move to invite you to the banquet. And wait." Yin Feng's eyes were cold and he was just about to make his move when he suddenly felt a cold palm on his shoulder behind him. "Not very old, but you have a big mouth." The hoarse voice came from behind him, and Yin Feng's heart instantly sighed in relief. Turning his head to see the hunchbacked crone dressed in black, Yin Feng's face revealed a hint of delight. "Senior." The hunchbacked old woman nodded slightly, her cloudy gaze looking at the middle-aged woman. "This place is the prison division. You trespassed in and beat and killed more than a dozen lives, so you need to give the old body a statement." The middle-aged woman stared at the hunchbacked crone and said in a cold voice, "As a party town guard, not only were you unable to solve the bizarre scourge, but you also failed in your duty to allow the Red Fire cult thieves to break through the evil-suppressing stone monument. And now that the county guardian lord has dispatched me to help you solve your troubles, this is the kind of attitude you have?" The hunchbacked old woman shook her head and said, "One size does not fit all. Whether or not the old body is derelict in its duties, it has its own people above the prison division to judge. But you wantonly beat and kill the guards, and if you don't give a statement today, you will go with the old body to the heavenly prison to stay there for a few days." "Good. Since you want an account, I'll give you one," the middle-aged woman said. "The reason why I'm the one who accompanied your son this time is because the only thing that can lock onto the Sixth Order Creepy's true body is the county guardian's magical treasure, the locking luck bead. In addition, this time, your excellency also brought an innate Yuan Yang fire essence with you. This item is more than enough to deal with the Sixth Order Creepy. And we can also help you take care of the escaped evil king in passing, with only one condition, which is that divine seed." This statement was made. The rage in Yin Feng's heart was almost too much to suppress, and he could not wait to swing out a divine demon great hand seal, slapping this poisonous woman to death on the spot, to actually threaten to claim the god seed in exchange for resolving the shenanigans. What's the difference between that and taking his life? And when the hunchbacked old woman heard this, she said with a cold expression, "The old body has lived for so long. What kind of ugly faces have seen? If I could learn to compromise in the first place, now I wouldn't be alone in this poor countryside waiting to die." Hearing the hunchbacked crone's words, the middle-aged woman's eyes suddenly became stern. "So, you're bound to bail him out?" Seeing that the other party seemed to want to make a move, the hunchbacked old woman leaned on her crutches, and her hunched figure suddenly emitted a chilling killing intent. "With my old self sitting in the prison division for a day, no one will be able to take this divine seed." The middle-aged woman's face was completely gloomy. "What my son has his eye on, there is no one within this Surabaya county who can refuse it yet. You won't be able to protect him today. Are you finished?" The hunchbacked crone's cloudy eyes glared, and the middle-aged woman suddenly and abruptly stifled a grunt, a wisp of blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth. "You?" The middle-aged woman's eyes looked at the hunchbacked crone with a slightly terrified expression, as if she was somewhat incredulous. The hunchbacked crone's voice was cold. "This is only a small punishment. The account you gave the old me is not satisfactory. Go back and tell the others. Don't hit the idea of the divine seed, or else the old me doesn't mind bullying the small with the big." Hearing this warning, the middle-aged woman's face was unusually ugly, but she didn't dare to let out any harsh words, only leaving behind a sentence. "I still say that you won't be able to keep him, and soon you'll be personally delivering the divine seed to the door to dedicate to my son. If you don't believe me, we'll see." After saying that, the middle-aged woman's body transformed into a spiritual light and instantly disappeared into the prison. Chapter 42 Persecution. Seniors. Yin Feng gazed at the figure of the hunchbacked crone, wanting to speak. The hunchbacked crone, however, saw through his thoughts. "Are you asking why the old body didn't leave her behind?" Yin Feng nodded and waved his hand to signal Du Xiaoyong beside him to retire first. After Du Xiaoyong left, only then did Yin Feng open his mouth and said, "Many thanks to Senior for sheltering me, or else my junior would certainly be in grave danger today." Yin Feng looked respectful as he bowed his hand towards the hunchbacked old woman. The hunchbacked old woman said in a deep voice, "Just now, the old body only used some special divine sense means, making her suffer a small loss. If it really comes to blows, even if I am able to subdue her. This prison division, unlike the heavenly prison where it is guarded by forbidden formations, will surely be reduced to rubble. So it is. Yen Feng drifted off, but his heart still felt some pity. If they had moved just now, with the strength of the hunchbacked crone, they should have been able to suppress the other party with certainty. At that time, Yen Feng would then secretly look for an opportunity to sneak attack. And perhaps today, he would be able to leave that poisonous woman in prison completely. The hunchbacked crone was not clear about what was going on in Yen Feng's mind, and when she saw that his face was thoughtful, she opened her mouth and said, "The next thing you can do is cultivate at ease. During this period of time, the old body will personally sit in on the prison division, and things like today won't happen again. Thank you, Elder." Yen Feng's heart was certain. The other side, the middle-aged woman who returned to Spring Wind House in defeat briefly recounted the events of the trip. Gu Jinzhou's eyes instantly chilled when he saw the blood at the corner of the middle-aged woman's mouth. "Aunt B, did that old woman make the move?" The middle-aged woman shook her head. "Your Excellency needn't worry. I've only suffered a minor injury to my divine soul, and that town guard's cultivation is indeed not bad." "Humph," Gu Jinzhou sneered. "I've heard of this old woman's details, but it's just an old thing that's lingering on. When the clan was exterminated by the prisons division, this old woman barely escaped death because she was serving in the prisons division. However, this old fellow seems to be carrying a precious inheritance, which attracted the attention of the people above her, and some people wanted her to hand over her inheritance, but as a result, she didn't know any better, and was finally sent here as a town guard." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman immediately solved many doubts in her heart. No wonder those people in the prison division received the message of request for help without paying attention to it, but instead handed it over to the executive Yamen division and submitted it to the county governor. So it turned out that this person had offended the people above the prison division. Gu Jinzhou laughed. "An old undead, how dare she go against me? It seems that she is also tired of living, but I am interested in that inheritance on her. I heard that quite a lot of people were playing with the idea in the beginning. It seems that there is something mysterious about it." The middle-aged woman said, "Since your son has an eye on the inheritance on that old woman, should we ask the county governor to send another person? There's no need to go to such trouble." Gu Jinzhou shook his head and said, "Around but an old man with half a foot in the coffin. Since she asked for help from Surabaya County, it shows that she still cares about the people of this Anning County. The way to deal with this kind of person is actually very simple. We came all the way here and traveled all the way. I see that this Spring Wind House is good, so let's rest here for a few days first." "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged woman immediately understood Gu Jinzhou's thoughts and nodded in response. Right after the two of them talked, the party ended quickly. The next day, in the prison division, Du Xiaoyong reported to Yin Feng, "My lord, my subordinate has arranged for manpower to enter Spring Breeze House as you instructed, monitoring their movements 12 hours a day." Yin Feng nodded. "Report back to me the first time you have any news." "Yes." Another 2 days later, when Du Xiaoyong finished his usual report on the status of his daily surveillance of Spring Wind House, Yen Feng couldn't help but frown. "They really haven't made any moves?" Du Xiaoyong hesitantly said, "My lord, in the past 2 days, the county governor's son has only focused on having fun at Spring Wind House, and that Jindan powerhouse by his side has hardly moved an inch. I heard that the county magistrate has visited several times in a row, wanting to ask them to take action to put down the weirdness, only to be put off by words every time." Yen Feng's heart shook, and he instantly figured out the key. "I see. You go down first, and continue to watch the movements of Spring Wind House." "Yes." Wait for Du Haiyong to leave. Yen Feng sat alone in the squad room in deep thought. He had vaguely detected a sense of crisis. It had to be said that this tactic of the other party was very underhanded, but it was indeed not easy to deal with. Now that Yen Feng was sheltered by the hunchbacked crone, the other party was unable to strike directly, so they planned to use the entire population of Ning County as a threat. As long as Yen Feng did not hand over the divine seat for a single day, the other party would remain in the Spring Breeze building, watching the bazaar wreak havoc in the city at will. This was a direct use of the Yang conspiracy, forcing the hunchbacked crone to have to make a choice. After seeing through this, Yen Feng could not help but feel a little heavy. The hunchbacked crone did take care of him, and for this reason, she even went so far as to cross paths with a Jindan powerhouse. But if you compare yourself to the safety of the people of the city, to be honest, Yen Feng was not confident in his own mind. In fact, the best way to solve this problem was to ask for help from Surabaya County again, so that the higher-ups could send people down again to clear out the shenanigans. However, the person who came this time was the son of the county governor, so I'm afraid that asking for help might not be effective, but instead might attract another Jindan powerhouse. The road, equivalently, has been blocked. Yen Feng pondered for a long time, only to realize that there was no other good way to break the situation. The only good news was that the hunchbacked crone had not summoned him until now. This made Yanfeng's heart slightly more at ease, and he was also silently counting the days. 5 more days passed in quick succession. Within these days, dozens of bizarre incidents have occurred in the city of Anning County. 7 or 8 families were wiped out as a result. All the merchants on a street died, and even the Li family, one of the 3 great families, had a direct young master die by a strange hand. Anning County magistrate pressured from all sides, almost every day to run the spring wind house no less than 3 or 4 times, but never invited the son of the county magistrate to take action. At the same time, the government department also sent people to come more than 10 times. All were stopped outside by Yanfeng's order, and they didn't even bother to see him. Finally, perhaps seeing that the situation had pretty much brewed, and the hunchbacked crone was slow to react, that son of the county governor suddenly began to put out words, claiming that he indeed possessed a weird magic treasure in his hands. However, this magic treasure needed to utilize the divine seed in order to be able to function. As soon as the news was spread, under the operation of the executive office and the 3 great families, it was announced to the people of the whole city in just half a day. At the same time, there was also a hidden message that Lord Yen of the prison division possessed a divine seed. So the next day, countless people besieged the outside of the prison division. After the jailers forcefully beat and killed dozens of people, the long street was filled with people kneeling and pleading. At this time, the son of the county governor, who was enjoying the songs and dances at the Spring Wind building, had someone put out the word. As long as Lord Yen of the prison division gave up a divine seed, he would immediately dedicate his family heirloom, and please Jindan Realm Powerhouse personally, for Anning County to put down the bizarre scourge, and return hundreds of thousands of people a peace of mind. Chapter 43, Challenging the Golden Ranking. Please have mercy, Lord Yen, and save us innocent people. The little old man's family was all victimized by the bazaar. I beg Lord Yen for mercy. If he can kill the bazaar to avenge the little old man's death, this old life of the little old man will be sent to you in the future. I beg Lord Yen's mercy. Offer the divine seed to exterminate the weirdness and save our lives. Countless people were kneeling above the long street, all chanting words begging for Yanfeng. As Du Xiaoyong watched this shocking scene, his scalp felt numb and he hurriedly ran back to the prison division to report the situation to Yanfeng. However, to his surprise, Yanfeng acted unusually calm after hearing about this matter. My lord, if this keeps up, I'm afraid something big is going to happen, Du Xiaoyong cautiously reminded. Yanfeng nodded and waved his hand. I see. You go down first, have your men keep an eye on the scene, don't make any mess. Yes, Du Xiaoyong wanted to retreat after receiving the order. Wait, Yanfeng suddenly called him to a halt again, pulling out a box from under the tabletop and handing it to him. Take this, find a hidden place to open it up, and just do as it says inside. Du Xiaoyong took the box without asking anything more, and said with a serious expression, my subordinate will definitely complete the task that your excellency has given me. Go down. Wait for Du Xiaoyong to leave. Yanfeng roughly estimated the hour, then slowly got up. It was also time to pay a visit to the hunchbacked crone. The other party had not summoned him these days, but was bound to be aware of all the commotion that had taken place in the city. Yanfeng guessed in his heart that perhaps the hunchbacked crone was also torn in her mind at the moment. The other party had not summoned him, nor had he given any further definite instructions, and should be waiting for him to come forward of his own accord to pay his respects. Not a moment too soon, Yanfeng met the hunchbacked old woman again within the heavenly prison. Unlike before, this time, the hunchbacked crone's gaze towards him was somewhat complicated, and Yanfeng vaguely detected a hint of guilt in it. However, Yanfeng did not show it, still bowing respectfully. Greetings, senior. There you are. The hunchbacked crone surveyed Yanfeng deeply. It seems that you have already made your decision. Yanfeng nodded, his tone unusually resolute as he said, from the very beginning, the late generation has never thought of sitting back and waiting for death. The hunchbacked crone frowned, sighed, the old body knows that you are not willing. The old body said, you are a fortune. Talent is also good. Just the situation is so. The old body empty a body cultivation, but cannot shake the momentum. Seniors, listen to my old self first. The hunchbacked crone interrupted Yanfeng and slowly said, in the past, I offended the powers that be and was exiled to this place to become a town guard. And now that I have suffered from the powers that be, I am still unable to do anything about it. I have promised to shelter you, but I can't bear to see the city full of people reduced to hundreds of thousands of wronged souls. I have thought about it and only thought of 2 ways. Yanfeng's demeanor straightened. Elder, please speak, the hunchbacked crone said. The first method, by the old body personally, pulling out the divine seed in your body, will definitely be able to save your life, but you won't be able to keep all your cultivation, and with your dantian roots damaged, You won't be able to break through to the true Qi realm even if you recultivate. The hunchbacked crone looked at Yin Feng, and her words suddenly turned. However, if your foundation is damaged, the old body can pass on a law to you, which does not cultivate true Qi, but specializes in the cultivation of the divine soul. The old body observes that your physical body is not bad. I think that you must have taken the path of dual cultivation of the Dharma body. The physical body and the divine soul complement each other. After practicing the old body's Dharma, the stronger the physical body, the stronger the divine soul will be cultivated. And if you have enough natural talent, this Dharma is not inferior to the power of the divine power. After speaking, without waiting for Yin Feng to respond, the hunchbacked crone continued. The second method. If you are not willing to give up your divine seed and all your cultivation, then the old body will take you away from this place. After leaving, I will truthfully report the situation of this place to the Jinshou envoy of the Jinyang prefecture, in which case the danger of a Ning county will naturally be solved. But soon you will face countless crises. The hunchbacked crone looked toward Yin Feng. Make your own decision on how to choose. After hearing the words of the hunchbacked old woman, Yin Feng exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and then he bowed deeply to the hunchbacked crone, and said with firm eyes, "Dare I ask if Senior believes in me?" The hunchbacked crone said in a deep voice, "What are you trying to say?" Yin Feng said, "I implore Senior to give me 3 days. Within 3 days, Senior will definitely kill the bazaar, clear away the Red Flame sect as well as that evil king, and completely resolve the chaos in Ning County." The hunchbacked old woman's complexion shook as she looked deeply at Yin Feng and slowly nodded. "Good. Since this is the case, the old body will wait for you for 3 days. If you need the old body to make a move, you can just directly inform me." "Thank you, Elder." Yin Feng did not say anything more. Everything would be discussed after all the dust had settled. At this moment, even assuring more was meaningless. After finishing his conversation with the hunchbacked crone, Yin Feng once again used the township token to break the boundary and teleport into the gap of the misty sky. This time, taking advantage of the time before the demons arrived to appear, Yin Feng directly activated the township token and summoned the spirit of prohibition. Seeing the appearance of the shadowy old man's figure, Yin Feng directly opened the door. "I want to challenge a stronger demon. Is there a way?" The shadowy old man said. "Of course, but all those who are ranked on the golden list can choose the strength of the demons on their own, and the great formation of this misty heavenly gap can teleport the demons you wish to challenge." Yin Feng's mind stirred. "Can any demon? What about those above the 5th rank?" The shadowy old man said. "The purpose of setting up the Mightian Grand Formation is not only to restrict the demons, but also to sharpen the human martial artists. If you have the strength, challenge the strongest demons in the entire Mightian Gap will do." A flash of joy appeared in Yin Feng's eyes. "Since that's the case, can I come here to challenge the demons at any time?" The shadowy old man shook his head. "No, the massive heavenly formation needs to rely on the power of the tides in order to operate, and only on the night of the full moon will demons be teleported into this place. Of course, if you are able to make it to the top of the golden ranking, you can apply for permission to use the grand formation, and only need to consume spiritual energy to activate part of the grand formation, specifically selecting various demons to hone your strength for you." Still, Yin Feng was somewhat moved, but when he thought of the string of terrifying as hell numbers on the overall ranking of the golden ranking, he immediately felt a heavy heart. However, Yin Feng was still a bit undeterred. "I want to know how much one needs to be ranked on the golden ranking to be eligible to apply for access to the Great Formation?" The shadowy old man said. "Those within 10,000th place on the overall golden ranking list are eligible to apply for permissions." "What? 10,000 names?" Yin Feng was dumbfounded. He had only barely managed to squeeze within 10,000th place last time even on the scoreboard. If you want to enter the 10,000th place on the overall list, I'm afraid that even the top-ranked heavenly pride of the Qian Kingdom couldn't do it, right? May I ask, what is the ranking of the first place in the Qian Kingdom sublist in the overall golden ranking? The shadowy old man seemed to have read Yin Feng's thoughts as he said. Number 1 on the Qiangua sub-ranking, innate sword body, comprehending the 9 killing sword domains in the 4th realm, and cultivated a great divine ability of sword Dao to the stage of great completion. Once killed a demon at the peak of Jindan with a single sword, and ranked 1365349 on the overall golden ranking list. Chapter 44: A Fierce Battle. Over $1 million? Yin Feng's mind was viciously shaken. Whether it was the innate sword body, the 9 sword domains, or the great avatar of the sword Dao, to be able to possess one of these at the Jade Liquid realm was already a transcendent and supreme talent. However, all of this terrifying talent stacked up, it was actually still unable to kill within 1 million of the golden ranking's total list. At this moment, Yin Feng even doubted whether this Mightian golden ranking was a fake or not. or whether this old man of the formation spirit was simply lying to him. It took a sword to kill a peak Jindan's battle power to rank over 1,000,000. It was hard for Yin Feng to imagine just how heaven-defying those at the very top of the rankings were. Was that really still human? Could it be that there were really people who were able to kill even more terrifying powerhouses than the Jindan realm with a wave of their hand by virtue of their cultivation in the fourth realm? The Jade Liquid realm? Yin Feng admitted that his Dao heart was slightly shaken. Sure enough, knowing too much isn't a good thing when you don't have enough eyes and strength. Yin Feng collected his thoughts and quickly resumed his normal state of mind. It was just a matter of how big the world was and how many demons there were, and it had nothing to do with him for the time being anyway. Currently, his goal was to kill a fifth-order demon, break through the Foundation Establishment realm first, and solve all the troubles in Ning County. Then he continued to meticulously collect demonic materials and use the demon refining pot to continuously raise his cultivation level. Yin Feng didn't believe that if he couldn't beat those demons in the same realm, then when he was 4 or 5 realms ahead of them, couldn't he still rely on his cultivation to crush them in turn? Possessing the demon refining pot, as long as there were enough demonic materials, his cultivation would definitely rise faster than anyone else. It would be really stupid to think about how to climb with the same realm. Yin Feng quickly adjusted his mindset and said to the shadowy old man, "I would like to challenge a peak 5th-order demon, which can be slightly stronger." The shadowy old man nodded his head. "Yes, the big formation will teleport the eligible demons over later. Good luck next." After saying that, the shadowy old man's figure gradually disappeared, becoming invisible along with the aura of the large formation's prohibition. About an hour later, a vortex of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the sky above the pumice stone, and an increasingly strong demonic aura was brewing in it. When this demonic aura climbed to the peak of the 5th rank, a sharp and ear-piercing cry suddenly came from the spiritual power vortex. Yin Feng's gaze stared intently at the vortex, his body's true chi vaguely boiling as a touch of battle intent quietly surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. At the next moment, the spiritual vortex caused by the large formation teleportation suddenly exploded, and a streak of white light descended from the sky like lightning, sweeping in front of Yin Feng in the blink of an eye. Yin Feng's pupils suddenly shrunk, and without any thought, he immediately erupted his true chi and blasted out with a punch towards the front. Stabbing! Yin Feng's face changed. The punch did not hit the white light. Instead, there was an additional bloodstain on his arm. The momentary collision not only avoided his attack, but also broke through the dual-layer defense of true chi and flesh and managed to injure him. Sensing that the stern aura was once again coming from behind him, Yin Feng did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Straight away, he used his thunderous momentum, and relying on the perception of the wind intent realm, his body swiftly avoided the attack, narrowly dodging it, and taking advantage of the moment he pulled away. Yin Feng finally saw the demon's true form. Sacrifice target, 5th-order crane demon. Sacrificial materials, 1 heart of crane demon, 1 pair of eyes of crane demon, 1 pair of feathers of crane demon, 10 drops of blood of crane demon, 20 strands of sinister gas. Cost of sacrifice, 15 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 33 years. Whether or not to sacrifice a crane demon? Yin Feng's mind was shaken. Although the strength of the crane demon was not as powerful as the tiger and leopard demon, its speed was absolutely terrifying. Just now, Yin Feng had barely been able to react, using his thunder force and wind intent to barely avoid the attack. Moreover, the sense of crisis that this crane demon gave Yin Feng was particularly strong. If not for the demonic aura emanating from its body, Yin Feng felt as if this was not a demon. Instead, it was a sharp sword that looked like a divine weapon. Just as Yin Feng used his void-breaking spirit eyes to measure the crane demon, the crane demon who sensed something strange immediately let out a sharp cry. His body was like a divine sword, carrying a horrifying and incomparable sword intent towards Yin Feng to kill. Yin Feng's gaze condensed as his body's true chi burst forth, the physical strength hidden within his burly body instantly being stimulated to its maximum extent. Then, he mobilized 3 kinds of heaven and earth's momentum into his palm, causing the great handprint of God and demon to emanate an unusually terrifying aura. The crane demon that was attacking towards Yin Feng saw this scene and seemed to be startled by the momentum-building strike. However, although the crane demon was scornful, its stern eyes did not see the slightest bit of panic, only to see its wings slightly shaking, its body suddenly transforming into a leaping swordlight, chopping at the top of Yin Feng's head in a bizarre arc. In the face of this strike, Yin Feng did not dodge or avoid it, the shadow of a half-round full moon appearing in his eyes as he immediately saw through the crane demon's line of attack. In the next moment, the corners of Yin Feng's mouth curled up into an arc as the great handprint of God and demon in his palm blasted out. Dangling! The ear-piercing sound of gold and stone colliding exploded, and the crane demon's body transformed into a white light and shot backwards. Yin Feng's body stumbled violently as he lifted his palm to see that there was a tiny bloody hole in his palm. This was still using the thick earth potential to add to his body's defense, or else just by virtue of this earlier, Yen Feng's palm would surely have to be scrapped. Then look at the flying crane demon. After stabilizing his body in mid-air, his body was actually intact, not to mention seeing any blood. That is, even the feathers did not fall off half. The collision just now gave Yen Feng the feeling of slapping on the tip of a sharp sword. It was as if the opponent was not a demon with a flesh and blood body at all, but rather a true body of a divine weapon. Yen Feng had no doubt that if he did not have the void-breaking spirit eyes that could break through the trajectory of the crane demon's attack, he was afraid that this strike would not be as simple as a minor injury. Tick! Pale golden blood dripped down his wrist to the ground. Yen Feng only used his thick earth momentum to wear out the overpowering sword intent that was eroding the wound in his palm. Not even bothering to clean up the injury, his eyes filled with killing intent staring at this crane demon in death. And the crane demon seemed to be enraged by this look from Yen Feng. His wings shook and his body transformed into a sword shadow, relying on his hard body that was like a divine weapon, directly choosing to fight Yen Feng in close combat. Yen Feng was also not the least bit intimidated. The thick earth potential added to his body, not only enhancing his defense, but also causing the power exerted by his physical body strength to skyrocket by a large margin. At the same time, the violent true chi merged into the fiery momentum, and every punch came with a terrifying burning power. The moment one person and one demon collided, countless sword lights wrapped the fireman Yen Feng had transformed into. The crane demon's wings waved madly, as if he was a great master of swordplay, and his powerful sword chi directly chopped the robes on Yen Feng into pieces, causing many wounds to be added to his torso. As for Yen Feng, it was as if he didn't perceive the pain at all, invoking the power of thunder fused with the wind's intent, performing the butterfly dance of 9 changes, instantly transforming into 9 silhouettes, and his pair of iron fists under the power of thunder, also instantly erupted with a terrifying power of thunder and fire, like cannonballs pouring madly towards the crane demon. Chapter 45, The Law of Heaven and Earth. On the grey pumice stone, a man and a crane were all raging and boiling with battle intent at this moment, and traces of devastating battles were all over the surrounding area. Yen Feng was drenched in blood. His body was cut with countless wounds by the sword chi. Many parts of his body were vaguely visible as white bones, especially his chest cavity was almost penetrated by a hideous sword scar, but he was getting more and more courageous as he fought. Moreover, relying on his dantian base that far exceeded that of the same realm, Yen Feng's true chi seemed to condense as if it didn't need money to produce the god-devil handprints, desperately slamming them onto the crane demon. Under such a fierce attack, the white plumes on the crane demon's body that were cast like gold and iron had already been knocked off all over the place, and even the bones of his wings had been shattered quite a bit. Even so, the crane demon with its white feathers stained with blood was still like an impossibly sharp divine sword, determined to chop Yen Feng under its wings. The ferocious battle between the two lasted for half a quarter of an hour, until the blood of both sides had drenched a large portion of the rock before they had to be forced to separate under the weight of their serious injuries. Yen Feng leaned his back against a rock, his mouth panting violently as his reddened eyes met the sharp falcon eyes of the crane demon. Sensing the intense killing intent on his body, it had to be said that this crane demon's strength was indeed a bit over the top, and it didn't feel like a 5th-ranked demon at all. Even Yen Feng felt that if that bear demon from last time were to be replaced by this crane demon's opponent, the bear demon would definitely not last more than a single move. However, the more this happened, the more satisfied Yen Feng became. The more he could raise his strength after the crane demon's sacrifice was killed, the more he would be able to raise his strength as well. Just as Yen Feng secretly spat on the strength of the crane demon, the crane demon also saw the way Yen Feng sized it up, almost the same as those demons that had once regarded it as a blood meal. In an instant, as if the crane demon had been touched to the reverse scale, a flash of biting sword aura surfaced in the icy falcon's eyes. Wow! A furious hissing sounded like thunder, and then the crane demon's body suddenly blossomed with countless sword lights, and an incomparably terrifying pressure crushed towards Yen Feng as if the heavens were tilting. What? The crane demon's sudden outburst almost caused Yen Feng to fail to react, and facing the flying sword lights in the sky, he only felt that his mind and spirit were being pressurized to the extreme, especially when he saw the countless sword lights rustling down as if they were torrential rain. Yen Feng instantly felt a creeping sense of panic, as if what he was facing was not a single sword light, but the entire heaven and earth. Is this the terror of the domain? Being in the sword domain, Yen Feng was shocked to find that his own true chi seemed to have been severely suppressed, and his strength had been weakened by at least half. The most terrifying thing was that he was actually unable to invoke the momentum of heaven and earth, as if he himself was being rejected by the heaven and earth enveloped by the sword domain. Looking at the sword-like canopy that was about to cover him, in a flash of lightning, Yen Feng suddenly let out an explosive cry as his body's true chi began to burn crazily. In the next moment, the power of blood slaughter caused the aura of his body to skyrocket extremely fast, Even his body turned into the color of light gold, obviously stimulating the innate divine demon origin that had been incorporated into his body as well. And after the potential of his fleshly body was completely stimulated, his defense and strength skyrocketed by more than 10 times. Clang! The solemn sword chants resounded through the heavens and earth. Countless sword lights instantly submerged Yanfeng's body, and the hundreds of feet of pumice around him seemed to have gone through countless artillery shells washing the ground, as large swathes of rock disappeared into fragments. As the dust gradually dissipated, Yanfeng, who was covered in blood, stood in place, his aura somewhat shriveled, but he managed to hold out against the sword domain assault. In mid-air, the crane demon that had experienced a round of powerful exertion saw this scene, and a flash of surprise was evident in its icy falcon eyes. However, immediately after, the crane demon used the sword domain once again. His wings blossomed with brilliant sword light, replacing a layer of canopy in an instant, turning all the power of the heavens and earth covered by the sword domain into his own. Clang! Crisp sword chants exploded in the void. Yanfeng slowly raised his head, gazing at the crane demon in the air whose falcon's eyes were filled with killing intent, and spat out a sentence without panic. I was almost punked by that old man formation spirit, but I'm still very satisfied with this side of your sword domain. The words fell. The boiling murderous intent in Yanfeng's heart ignited completely, and the innate divine ability that had never been utilized before, the law of heaven and earth, erupted with a roar. Rumble. In an instant, Yanfeng felt as if a muddy and heavy thunderous sound sounded at first in the depths of his soul, and it was as if some kind of mysterious power was born in his bones, a metaphysical power bursting out unexpectedly from his flesh and blood, and a strong tearing sensation came from his entire body. Strangely enough, during this process, Yanfeng did not feel any pain. Instead, it was as if his body had merged into some special rules of heaven and earth, and his entire body was filled with incomparably powerful strength. And in the eyes of the crane demon, Yanfeng, who had activated the Dharma heaven and earth, seemed to have suddenly transformed into a terrifying demon, exuding a terrifying aura as if he were an ancient ferocious beast. In particular, Yanfeng's entire figure actually skyrocketed to 100 feet in a matter of moments, which was simply even more exaggerated than the many sixth-order demons it had seen. With the crane demon's eyesight, he instantly saw that this was definitely the power of a divine ability, and it was by no means any ordinary divine ability, but an innate divine power that was comparable to a killing great divine ability. The conception of innate divine abilities depended entirely on luck, and basically 90% of the ones that were conceived were ordinary minor divine abilities. I didn't expect this human's luck to be so heaven-defying, possessing such a terrifyingly powerful aptitude like this. The moment he saw Yanfeng execute the Dharma heaven and earth, the crane demon understood that today's battle was expected to be a fierce one, but even so, it wasn't ready to give up. In a sense, the sword domain it had comprehended was also a power of the 6th rank, and it was still a sword domain that had already reached the realm of minor completion, so it might not necessarily be incapable of defeating the other party's divine ability. Wow! The crane demon let out a stirring hiss, his battle intent burning to the extreme. Then he spread his wings and shook. His blood-stained white crane body merged into the sword domain, stimulating all the power in his body, transforming into a heaven-zapping divine sword, attacking and killing towards the 100-foot god demon with a rain of swords in the sky. And at this moment, Yanfeng, who had already transformed into the body of a god and a demon, saw the crane demon that was like a moth to a flame, and a divine aura shot out from the full moon reflected in his huge eyes. Immediately afterward, Yanfeng lifted his prime arm and struck out a sky-covering palm in imitation of the golden god devil in the memory fragment. Rumble! A truly divine and demonic great handprint tore out a large gap in the curtain made up of a sky full of sword rain and shattered most of the sword domain like a devastating blow, directly clutching the divine sword that the crane demon had transformed into a death grip in his hand. Newbie! As the crane demon let out a mournful hiss, the shattered sword domain turned into scattered sword chi, and the entire sword domain collapsed. When the sky full of sword chi completely dissipated, Yanfeng carried the crane demon's corpse, his 100-feet figure gradually returning to its normal size. After lifting the Fatian Shangbi, Yanfeng's figure stumbled, directly falling on his butt and sitting on the ground. After a long time, Yanfeng had only slightly regained some of his strength. Chapter 46: Sacrificing the Crane Demon. Looking at the corpse of the crane demon beside him, Yanfeng's eyes were filled with exhaustion and joy. Before the start of this battle, he had not expected that he himself would not be able to take down a 5th-order demon after utilizing the Bloodslayer force. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an innate aptitude as a base card, the probability was that it would have to turn over in the gutter today. However, the power of the Dharma heaven and earth was indeed as he had imagined it to be, and even more terrifyingly powerful. However, the exertion of activating this divine ability also nearly killed him. If it were not for Yin Feng's dual cultivation of Dharma body and his own powerful Dantian base, he feared that he would have been directly drained by the power of the avatar. Well, the battle ended up being his final victory, and also harvested the corpse material of this perverted crane demon. It could be imagined that after Yin Feng had finished sacrificing this crane demon, his strength would inevitably see a surge. Sacrificing demons in particular can also restore one's own injuries. Even if Yin Feng only had half a life left at the moment, he would still be alive again after his cultivation breakthrough. With this in mind, Yin Feng did not intend to waste any more time. Soon all the materials of the crane demon's corpse needed for the sacrifice were cut. Sacrifice target, 5th order crane demon. Sacrificial materials, 1 heart of crane demon, 1 pair of eyes of crane demon, 1 pair of feathers of crane demon, 10 drops of blood of crane demon, 20 strands of sinister gas. Cost of sacrifice, 15 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 33 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. As Yin Feng's thoughts moved, the demon refining pot inside his body vibrated violently. Immediately afterward, a powerful force drained 15 years of longevity cost from Yin Feng's body alive. An unspeakable feeling of exhaustion suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart, which caused the severely injured Yin Feng to almost black out before his eyes. But fortunately, he was able to stimulate the power of qi and blood in time to stabilize his mind. At the next moment, the demon refining jug that had finished collecting the cost of the sacrifice let out a chirping sound, and the whole body bloomed with incomparably dazzling purple and gold light, like a magnificent bright sun. In the demon refining pot, after absorbing the crane demon's blood, the fiendish qi transformed into the crane demon's figure, which then began to merge into the crane demon's wings. Then came the eyes of the crane demon, and the heart of the crane demon. After the body was completely solidified and turned into a complete state, the scarlet crane demon waved its wings and violently lifted its wings. The crane demon's figure transformed into a sharp, blood-colored divine sword, and the clear sound of the sword's chanting resounded through the air, as if it wanted to pierce through this heaven and earth that imprisoned it. Suddenly, purple gold flames suddenly fell from the sky above, landing on top of the blood-colored divine sword, and for a while, a burst of sword chants resounded in the space of the demon refining pot. A few moments later, when the sword chants disappeared, a blood-colored Dan pill lay quietly in the demon refining pot. Immediately afterward, the blood-colored Dan pill flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into countless auras that merged into Yin Feng's body. Sacrifice target, 5th order crane demon. Received from ritual refinement, plus 127 cultivation level of innate creation scripture. Power of blast wind. Sword heart. Sword domain, small completion. Jintian sword scripture, remnant. Rumble. Yin Feng's body trembled as endless sensations flooded into his mind in an instant, the aura transforming into a mysterious force that infused his body, causing the near-dry Dantian to undergo a shocking metamorphosis directly. Click! Yin Feng's Dantian space, which was already far beyond that of his peers, directly turned into a huge lake composed of true Qi Yuan liquid. The countless pounds of majestic true Qi Yuan liquid within the lake burned crazily, metamorphosing into a trace of pure and incomparable mana after extreme sublimation. The moment the first strand of mana was born, the endless true Qi Yuan liquid within the entire Dantian was transformed into powerful mana. This was the first step of power metamorphosis caused by breaking through the foundation establishment realm, and just as a steady stream of mana was being condensed within Yin Feng's Dantian, his mind was also rapidly absorbing the many fragments of memories and cultivation insights that originally belonged to the crane demon. In a pitch-black abyss, a bloodstained crane demon decapitated all the contenders and dragged its bruised and battered remnants up a green-colored stone staircase. At the end of the green stone steps, there stood half of a stone monument with a grayish-white body, which was filled with misshapen sword marks, each of which vaguely exuded an overwhelmingly sharp aura. The crane demon had been comprehending in front of this sword tablet for a long time, and had been unable to comprehend anything, but instead was eroded by the invisible sword chi emanating from the sword tablet. However, the crane demon refused to give up because the only way for it to have a chance of surviving was by comprehending the sword tablet. As a little bit of time passed, the crane demon had already had its mind damaged by the sword intent, but it was still staring at this broken sword monument in death. Until one day, the mind gradually sinking crane demon suddenly awakened. The consciousness felt an unprecedented emptiness, actually accidentally obtained a kind of metaphysical sword talent. The heart of the sword is clear. Since then, the broken sword monument in the eyes of the crane demon suddenly changed a look. Many messy sword marks gradually become clear to find, and even it can easily sense the sword intent contained therein. Under the blessing of the sword mind enlightenment, the crane demon's participation in the sword tablet was as helpful as a god, practicing the way of the sword in the body of a demon by leaps and bounds, and soon comprehended the sword domain in one fell swoop. When the crane demon had completely comprehended half of the sword tablet, he managed to obtain a technique called the Heaven Slaughtering Sword Scripture. However, perhaps it was because the sword tablet was crippled. What the crane demon had obtained was only a single style from the Heavenly Sword Scripture. Sword raising style, to nurture the sword intent with one's own body, while feeding oneself with the sword intent at the same time. This is the crane demon is obviously a demon. Why the body is hard. Even a plume can be used as a sharp weapon. And this is still because the crane demon cultivated the sword nurturing style for a short period of time. The sword intent in the body did not breed out much, otherwise the strength would definitely be even more terrifying than before. When Yanfeng finished absorbing the crane demon's strange insights, the cultivation method of the sword nurturing style was also added to his mind, as well as many cultivation insights. In addition to this, Yanfeng had also inherited the crane demon's comprehension of the momentum of the blistering wind, allowing himself to successfully control the fourth momentum of heaven and earth. At the same time, the metamorphosed cultivation within Yanfeng's body reached a limit, the lake of true qi and yuan liquid within his dantian completely transforming into a lake of mana. Boom! In the next moment, Yanfeng suddenly felt as if his body had broken some kind of heaven and earth shackle, and his perceptions became incomparably real for an instant, as if his own soul had merged into heaven and earth. In this subtle state, Yanfeng clearly perceived the traces of the momentum of heaven and earth. However, in addition to the four heaven and earth potentials of thunder, blazing fire, thick earth, and blistering wind, Yanfeng also sensed a clear and loud sword chanting sound coming from the netherworldly void. This was the second step of breaking through the foundation establishment realm, using the momentum of the heavens and earth under one's control to induce the power of the heavens and earth to forge the foundation of the Tao. Generally speaking, the more heaven and earth potentials a martial artist controls, and the deeper the degree of control, the more heaven and earth forces he can invoke, and the more powerful the Tao foundation he forges will be. In addition to the four heaven and earth potentials that Yanfeng controlled, he had also comprehended the domain which was even more powerful than the heaven and earth potentials. When the four heaven and earth potentials slowly pulled the power of heaven and earth to infuse into Yanfeng's body, the sword domain, however, overbearingly blocked a large area of the power of heaven and earth, forcing it into Yanfeng's body. On the surface, if anything, the power of heaven and earth pulled by the momentum of heaven and earth seemed like four ditches of water flowing. The power of heaven and earth pulled by that sword domain was like a soupy river that had broken its banks and rushed. Chapter 47, Foundation Establishment Realm. Palm. As the majestic power of the heavens and earth surged into Yanfeng's body, the aura of his body continued to skyrocket, until a certain moment, the innate creation scripture, which was at the peak of the second layer, completely broke through the bottleneck, and Yanfeng's cultivation finally managed to break through to the foundation establishment realm. The moment he broke through the foundation establishment realm, the majestic force of heaven and earth above the lake of mana within Yanfeng's dantian was also completely condensed and formed into a 12-petaled green lotus. According to what was stated in the innate creation scripture that Yanfeng cultivated, the blossoms are of 3 grades, which are the lower dowsing bases. Blossoms of 9 pints are medium dowsing bases. The 12 blossoms of the flower are the superior Taoist base. After successfully casting the upper grade Tao foundation, Yen Storm Rising's cultivation still didn't stop increasing, and had been rushing from the early stage of foundation establishment to the middle stage of foundation establishment as if it had been broken. However, Yanfeng did not reveal a look of elation, and after a slight contemplation, he attempted to mobilize the innate creation scripture to compress the ever-soaring mana in his body. Soon, under Yanfeng's strong suppression, the lake of mana within the dantian continued to condense, and his cultivation level dropped a little. As Yanfeng's cultivation breath fell back to the early stage of foundation establishment, the Tao foundation on the mana lake suddenly metamorphosed once more, turning from a 12-petaled green lotus into a 24-petaled green lotus. The blossoms are of 24 grades, and they are the very best of Taoist foundations. Finally, when Yanfeng's cultivation was completely stabilized, the power of the heavens and earth lingering around him dissipated. Phew! Yanfeng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, clearly feeling that his own physical strength had similarly broken through to the 5th level, and his body was filled with surging vitality. Along with this breakthrough, Yanfeng's slightly gray hair that had grown out earlier had also returned as before. Once you enter foundation establishment, you will have an additional lifespan of 300 years. Now Yanfeng's remaining lifespan was 318 years. Without the pressure of longevity and with his cultivation strength skyrocketing by a wave, Yanfeng was in a great mood. Then, Yanfeng took out the township token and injected a trace of mana into it. The next moment, the shadowy old man directly appeared. Yanfeng's eyes went cold. Formation spirit, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The shadowy old man shook his head and said, I just randomly chose a suitable demon for you according to your request. If you are not defeated you can also use the township token to teleport away, and there will be no danger to your life. Yanfeng froze, not expecting the other party to actually give such an answer. And it seemed that it was really his own request that he wanted to challenge a slightly stronger peak 5th rank demon. Seeing Yen Feng dumbfounded, the shadowy old man said, although that crane demon isn't the most powerful 5th order demon, its strength is still slightly desirable. It's a very good object of refinement for you. The only way to break the limits of your talent time and time again is to challenge an enemy stronger than yourself. Hearing these words, Yen Feng's heart felt a little bad. The crane demon that he had gone through so much trouble to kill. In the mouth of this formation spirit, there are only a few redeeming qualities? The commission is a bit too shabby. Moreover, his purpose of challenging the demons was to pick the sacrificial materials. The selection of the crane demon was also simply a matter of wanting to gain more benefits when sacrificing, when it really does not have the meaning of half want to life and death to refine their own awe. The shadowy old man looked at Yen Feng's pensive expression and seemed to see what was going through his mind as he opened his mouth. The innate qualifications of all living things generally have limits, while the path of cultivation holds the possibility of breaking the innate shackles. For example, that crane demon, originally just an ordinary demon with an ordinary bloodline, but as a result, he hardened himself to rely on chance and fortune to cultivate a powerful sword Dao. And with the sword domain of the small completion stage, he can fight even when faced with an ordinary 6th order demon. Yen Feng's expression moved. Does this crane demon really have 6th order combat power? The shadowy old man shook his head and said, your eyesight is still too narrow nowadays. If you have a deep heritage origin, you will know that realm and battle power are actually two very different things. Of course, generally speaking, battle power will continue to increase as the cultivation realm increases, but there are far more factors that determine battle power than just the cultivation realm. The shadowy old man paused and continued. Just like the martial artists above the mid-heaven golden ranking, each of them possesses the powerful combat strength to kill against the odds. In addition to humans, some demons with powerful bloodline talents are also like this, such as those truly top 5th ranked demons, almost all of which possess the strength to sweep through ordinary 6th ranked. Hearing these words from the shadowy old man, Yen Feng's heart instantly gained many more epiphanies. He realized that he was indeed limiting his thoughts by narrow-mindedness. The only place he had touched so far was Anning County, a small place where there were only a handful of even Jindan powerhouses. It was hard to find even a top-notch strength-nourishing technique in Ning County. Even if such a poor countryside gave birth to a genius that was rare in 100 years, how could it be compared to those powerful forces that possessed horrifying heritage underpinnings? The most obvious manifestation of this was the string of ranking numbers on Yen Feng's first time on the overall golden ranking. Thinking of this, Yen Feng turned his gaze towards the shadowy old man, vaguely anticipating, I wonder if my ranking on the golden ranking nowadays has improved after this battle? The shadowy old man looked at him and gently waved his hand, and the formation aura revealed a list ranking. Mathrea Gold List. No. 136935548, wind. Over 10 million? Yen Feng remembered how much it seemed to be last time. It's like 900 million or so, close to a billion names, and this time, it actually killed it straight to over 10 million names. According to what the shadowy old man had said just now, that crane demon was able to fight with ordinary 6th ranked demons. In that case, it seemed that he also had a chance to decapitate a 6th order demon while using the Dharma Heavenly Palace. In that case, this time, it seemed reasonable for the golden ranking to skyrocket to more than 10 million places. Yen Feng slightly collected his thoughts and added, I would like to take a look at the rankings of the Qiangua sublist. The shadowy old man waved his hand again, and the formation aura suddenly changed, revealing a list once again. Mathrea Gold List. The Dry Kingdom divided the list. 11th, Wind. 11th place? Yen Feng's eyes widened as he skyrocketed from over 9,000 to 11th place in a flash. Is this the power of an innate divine ability? So, before he broke through, his strength could already rank in the top 20 within the Jade Liquid realm of the Qian Kingdom? Even if you counted those supreme geniuses who had not been entered into the Maitian Golden ranking, even if they couldn't be ranked in the top 50, they would at least be able to squeeze into the top 100, right? Just as Yen Feng was surprised by his leaping golden ranking, when the name Wind appeared in the 11th position of the Qian country's sublist, it instantly caused a violent stir in the entire Qian country. Located within the magnificent capital city of the Qian Kingdom's central Dao state, the headquarters of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, one of the Qian Kingdom's 9 divine divisions, the deputy master of the Supervisory Heavenly Division who was sitting here was alarmed and personally passed down a legal order. Find this person for this seat in the fastest time possible. The Jianqi Prefecture Dao, one of the 24 prefectural prefectures of the Qian Kingdom, within the Jinyang Prefecture under its command. The Supervisory Heavenly Division branch was the first to discover the change in the rankings of the Maitian Golden ranking and found the cause. This is the township token of C1-479. The other party didn't shield the location of the activated golden list and hurriedly transmitted the news back to the divine capital headquarters. Nah, Hurry up and help him shield the township token's message. A white-haired old man clad in the star mystery robe shouted in excitement and immediately summoned many supervisory ambassadors and issued a strict order. Hurry up and send people to Surabaya County. Make sure to find this son at the first opportunity, and never let him suffer half a bit of harm. Yes. In addition, the thing that noble person requested the supervisory heavenly division to look for before is also in Surabaya County, and you and the others can try to give assistance on this trip, but all prerequisites must be to ensure the safety of the golden ranking heavenly pride. By the order of the superintendent. Chapter 48, Using Yourself as Bait. Anning County. In the prison division. Yen Feng sat in the squad room leisurely drinking hot tea, listening to Du Xiaoyong recounting the various conditions within Anning County in recent days from the side. My lord, nowadays the number of people blocking the outside of the prison division is increasing, and there have already been a number of accidents with human lives, and although the brothers have already deterred them by laying down a harsh hand as you have said, it still continues to be prohibited. Du Xiaoyong worriedly said, now that the county magistrate has already gone up to Surabaya County to write a petition of impeachment, it is expected that someone will come down there soon. Yen Feng nodded. I see. How are the things explained to you doing? Du Xiaoyong arched his hand and said, reporting back to your excellency, my subordinates have completed all of them as instructed without any accidents. So be it. Yen Feng nodded in satisfaction and put down the teacup in his hand. You go down first. When this matter is over, I will not treat you poorly. Thank you for your cultivation, my lord. Du Xiaoyong bowed and turned to leave the classroom. Yen Feng slowly got up, stretching his muscles and bones slightly as a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ever since he crossed over, he had been hiding in prison with fear and trepidation, afraid that one day he would be killed if he wasn't careful. Now that his cultivation had broken through the foundation establishment realm, Yen Feng finally had the backbone to save his life, as well as the strength to clear away threats. For those enemies who had been coveting themselves and wanting to plot against his life, they could finally stop holding back. As long as all of his enemies were resolved, he would be able to continue go in the prison division to raise his strength peacefully. At the same time, it was also a way to help the hunchbacked old crone deal with a wave of trouble, slightly repaying a favor. Evening. It was another dark and windy night, just like the night of the last ambush on Su Wen. Yen Feng's favorite thing was nights like this, when Yen Feng changed into Du Xiaoyong's clothes and quietly slipped out of the prison division. Before half a moment had passed, Gu Jianzhou, the son of the county governor, who was at Spring Wind House, had gotten the news. Hearing the report from the people below, a cold smile surfaced on Gu Jianzhou's face. He wants to escape? It seems that he finally can't carry the pressure anymore, but after hiding for so many days, it's too late to try to run away now. The middle-aged woman at the side said, it was too stupid after all. Obediently cooperating might still be able to save his life. Running away is only a way to death. Only that town guard's choice was really out of my expectation. Gu Jianzhou snorted. It's just an old woman. Since she doesn't know what to do, we'll find a way to get rid of her after we've dealt with the matter. I'm very interested in that inheritance on her. The middle-aged woman nodded her head and said, at this moment, Yen Feng is estimated to have fled outside the city, so please wait here for a moment, and wait for me to capture him back before extracting the divine seed and offering it to you. Gu Jianzhou thought for a moment, smiled and opened his mouth. I'll go with you, Auntie Bai. These days staying in this Spring Wind House, the whole person is almost suffocated. Just go out to get some air. Yes, soon. The two followed the clues left by their men all the way out of the city. In the wilderness outside of Anning County, some 20 miles away, a figure dressed in black was desperately fleeing. The reason why Yen Feng had lured the people outside the city was because the city was crowded and he was worried that he would not be able to play well by himself when the time came. Moreover, the outbreak of a battle at the Jindan realm would likely spread to a wide range of innocent lives within the city. Yen Feng therefore decided to set the battlefield on the wilderness outside the city. Soon, Yen Feng then sensed the two powerful auras coming after him. A Jindan realm. Unsurprisingly, it was the middle-aged woman who had broken into the prison. The other appeared to be only in the Jade realm. After Yen Feng utilized his void-breaking spirit eyes, he saw Gu Jianzhou, who was dressed in a flashy attire, and his face could not help but show a touch of joy. Originally, he had wanted to finish off the middle-aged woman, a Jindan powerhouse, before going back to dispose of the county governor's son. I didn't expect the other party to actually take the initiative to send the door. Really can't wait to die. Just as Yen Feng's heart was secretly rejoicing, a sudden sharp cry came from the middle-aged woman behind her. Stop! Immediately afterward, a powerful Jindan pressure covered towards Yen Feng, causing him to stop in his tracks. Why you? Upon seeing Yen Feng's face clearly, both the middle-aged woman and Gu Jianzhou's faces changed. This was because what Yen Feng was holding over his head at the moment was clearly the face of Du Xiaoyong. Du Xiaoyong looked at the two men blankly, looking terrified. Lord, spare your life. I don't know where I have offended the two adults. Please forgive me. Gu Jinzhou felt that he had been tricked. His eyes were cold as he looked at Du Xiaoyong. Tell me, where is Yin Feng? Du Xiaoyong panicked and explained. It's none of my business. This is all at Yin Feng's behest, letting the villain disguise himself as him to leave the city this night. The rest the villain really doesn't know anything. Asshole. Dare to tease me. Gu Jinzhou shouted angrily, and immediately wanted to strike out to kill Du Xiaoyong to vent his anger. Du Xiaoyong hurriedly called out, My lord, spare my life. I have something important to report. Gu Jinzhou snorted coldly. Speak. Du Xiaoyong's voice trembled as he said, Reporting back to your excellency. In fact, today is a bureau set up by Yin Feng in order to attract the two lords earlier, with the aim of ambushing the two lords at this place. Ridiculous. A dog full of nonsense. Believe it or not, I'll kill you with a slap. Don't. My lord. Everything I said is true. Yin Feng colluded with the Red Fire cultists, and lured you out of the city this night in order to block the city's support, and I am willing to vouch for this matter with my life. What? Upon hearing the three words Red Fire sect, Gu Jinzhou's face changed vigorously, and even the middle-aged woman next to him couldn't help but look grave. Du Xiaoyong continued, My lord, I can guarantee that at this moment, the Red Fire sect's people are definitely hiding in this vicinity, so please be careful, please be careful, please be careful. 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 This statement was made. Gu Jinzhou's face became incomparably cold, and his gaze couldn't help but look at the middle-aged woman next to him, only to see that the middle-aged woman's eyes were unusually gloomy, and it was obvious that she had corroborated the words of Du Xiaoyong just now. Sure enough, the next moment the middle-aged woman suddenly let out a cold cry. Those who hide their heads and show their tails, hurry up and get out. Ha ha ha, I thought it would be a trap, but I didn't expect that old demoness to actually not ambush me here. It's really heaven's help. A creepy, sinister laugh came from the void, followed by the appearance of a figure clad in a blood robe, his eyes staring greedily at the middle-aged woman. Evil King? The moment she saw the blood-robed figure appear, the middle-aged woman immediately guessed his identity. The Evil King laughed hideously. A Jindan realm martial artist is simply a great tonic blood food. When this king eats your Jindan and divine soul, he will definitely be able to completely recover his strength. The middle-aged woman's expression was chilling. Just by yourself. You dare to jump out without knowing how to die. Hee. This king knows that you guys have undercurrents, so naturally it's impossible for you to come here alone. The Evil King then looked into the void not far away and spoke. Originally, I had left a hand intending to guard against that old demoness. But who knows that she actually didn't come. So let's ask your excellency to make a move together and leave these two people here completely. Chapter 49, My lord, take me with you. Who is it? The middle-aged woman vigilantly looked into the void as a woman wearing a green-colored dress with a white muslin veil quietly appeared. Who are you? The middle-aged woman's eyes were slightly condensed, as if she was somewhat unable to see through the other party's aura. My daughter Lin Jingyue. Meet you all. The person who appeared at this moment was clearly none other than Lin Jingyue. Aunt B. She's that sixth-order creepy. At that moment, Gu Jinzhou, who was holding a gray treasure pearl in his hand, suddenly spoke. When Du Xiaoyong, who was hiding nearby, saw this scene, his heart was relieved. The reason why he had assumed the appearance of Du Xiaoyong was to lure all three parties out, long before Yin Feng had planned the situation tonight. First, he had Du Xiaoyong take the box containing half of the bizarre residual talisman and go try to contact Lin Jingyue. As it turned out, Lin Jingyue really did possess a special means of sensing that half of the remnant talisman that contained a strange power, and Yin Feng had placed a secret letter in the box early on, so naturally this scene tonight came about. Of course, in order to eliminate Lin Jingyue's wariness, Yin Feng had not notified the hunchbacked crone of his actions tonight at all. Only then will there be a chance to draw out all three parties. The process was actually quite simple, using himself to lure the middle-aged woman onto the bait, and then using the middle-aged woman to lure out the Red Fire sect and the creepy one. The reason why Yin Feng was certain was because the middle-aged woman had originally come here to remove the bizarre trouble and the Red Fire sect. For the doomed enemy, the Red Fire sect side and creepy naturally wouldn't let go. As for the middle-aged woman, as a Jindan powerhouse, it would be unstable for a single party to take her down. Whether it was the Red Flame sect or Guile, only if the Red Flame sect teamed up with Guile would they have enough certainty to successfully ambush the middle-aged woman. The truth was indeed as Yin Feng had expected. At this moment, facing two great enemies, the Evil King and Guile, the middle-aged woman's eyes revealed deep scorn. Duke, later on, I'll hold them off. and you'll rush straight back to the city and go to the prison division to ask the town guard to come out of the city to help me. Gu Jinzhou said tentatively, and with the innate Yuan Yang fire essence and a few magic treasures bestowed by my father, there's no need to worry about this creepy one at all, and the rest of the evil kings may not be incapable of a battle. The middle-aged woman shook her head. Your Excellency's status is honored. You cannot take any chances, and according to the aura on the evil king's body, it is obvious that he has recovered quite a bit in these past few days. With the evil king on his side, even with the innate origin Yang fire essence, it would be difficult to deter that weirdness. Instead, Your Excellency can protect your body with the innate origin Yang fire essence. I'll pester the evil king later, and Your Excellency will take advantage of the opportunity to get away. Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Gu Jinzhou also understood that the situation in this battle was not good, and immediately nodded his head. Good, then you must be careful. Anti-Bai, when I call for reinforcements, I will completely kill these demons and devils here today. Have you finished conferring? The evil king sized up the two men who had covered their whispers with mana, and a creepy smile appeared on his face. If it's a discussion on how to escape, then don't be delusional. None of you will be able to leave this night. You'll all have to die here. As the words fell, a bloody light transformed into a curtain that enveloped the surrounding area for several miles, incorporating everyone into the evil king's blood domain. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman directly offered up a long sword with a chilly light, while releasing her own ice-cold domain. Then he exploded his body's magic power to urge the magic treasure long sword, and with the power of the magic treasure, he chopped out a horrifying sword light, which merged into the cold ice field, and blasted and stabbed at the evil king's blood domain. Rumble! Violent roars rang out, and the collision of the two domains instantly caused a riot of heaven and earth's power. The two erupted into a crazy interweaving of mana spirit light, and in the end, the power of the magic treasure was better, and managed to cut a gap in the blood domain. Your Excellency, run! Hearing the middle-aged woman's urging, Gu Jinzhou did not hesitate and immediately made to take advantage of the opportunity to escape through the gap in the blood domain. My lord, help me, take me with you. At the critical moment, Du Xiaoyong hurriedly shouted out, and without looking back, he followed Gu Jinzhou to drill out of the blood domain. Gu Jinzhou was in a hurry to escape and didn't pay any attention to him. The middle-aged woman was being targeted by the evil king and was too self-conscious to care about him. As for the evil king, after being broken through the blood domain, he was staring at the magic longsword in the middle-aged woman's hand with a look of obvious scorn. The last one, Lin Jingyue, even completely ignored him. At this moment, Lin Jingyue gazed at the middle-aged woman with a hint of hesitation, as if she was hesitating whether to go after Gu Jinzhou or stay and help the evil king to kill this Jindan realm enemy together. Just as everyone was lazily ignoring Yin Feng, he had already slipped out of the blood domain after Gu Jinzhou. When Lin Jingyu saw the two of them break away from the blood domain, a strange cold light flashed in his cold eyes, and his body suddenly fluttered as if it were a fresh wind, immediately chasing after the two in the direction they had fled. My lord, take me with you. I know the nearest teleportation array to the prison division and where the entrance to the heavenly prison is, and I can also help you prove that it was Yin Feng who colluded with the Red Flame sect. Yin Feng, who was currently topping Du Xiaoyang's identity, displayed only inbound level speed, and could only shout towards Gu Jinzhou, who was desperately running wildly ahead. When Gu Jinzhou heard this, his heart couldn't help but hesitate, and his figure gave a slight lurch. However, in the next moment, he realized that a white fog had sprung up around him at some point, enveloping everything in his vision. Trick domain? Gu Jinzhou's face changed slightly, but he didn't show any sign of panic, immediately pulling out a piece of reddish-colored glazed crystal and directly offering it above his head. The red-colored crystals emanate a hot stream of light, as if a round of Xuanhaohuaji, blooming bright light flame will surround the white fog melted quickly. This is the innate Yuan Yang fire essence? A flash of surprise flashed across Yin Feng's eyes when he saw this red-colored crystal. This was because in his eyes, this crystal stone contained a majestic chi of supreme yang, as if it was carrying a side of violent heaven and earth power. Not only can it restrain the weirdness, but it is also a treasure to realize the power of heaven and earth. If Yin Feng could obtain this piece of innate Yuan Yang fire essence, he would definitely be able to comprehend the fiery flame momentum to the level of domain. Just as Yin Feng surveyed the red-colored crystals with covetous eyes, Gu Jinzhou turned around and grabbed him by the lapel. Stupid! Don't freeze! Come with me if you don't want to die. With the innate Yuan Yang fire essence opening the way, the tricky domain did not affect the two. Gu Jinzhou led Yin Feng on a wild ride, completely ignoring the violent roar coming from behind him. In Yin Feng's perception, the two Jindan powerhouses behind him had already exchanged blows, the two powerful forces of heaven and earth pouring into each other. Obviously the battle was very intense, and that bizarre party was still hanging behind him. At this moment, seeing the innate Yuan Yang fire essence, he returned and turned around to go back. The duo kept running for half a quarter of an hour, and finally managed to get out of the range of the tricky domain, and saw the outline of the Yanning County town from afar. Gu Jinzhou let out a long sigh of relief and turned his head to look at Du Xiaoyong. Quickly take me to the teleportation array. There's no rush. Du Xiaoyong suddenly looked up with a wry smile on his face. Before searching for the teleportation array, I would like to borrow one thing from you, my lord. Chapter 50, Making a Fortune. What do you want? Gu Jinzhou instantly reacted, his eyes staring at Du Xiaoyong in astonishment. Du Xiaoyong laughed. Don't misunderstand me. I just cherish my life, afraid that you will regret afterwards. I want to borrow one thing from you as a safeguard, and when you ensure your safety afterwards, I will return the original item. You're making a deal with me? Gu Jinzhou's face turned cold, threats revealed in his ruthless eyes. I can save you out. Naturally, I can also kill you. Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death here right now. Unbelievable. You. Gu Jinzhou was just about to get angry when he saw the Du Xiaoyong in front of him suddenly raise his palm and slap him hard directly on the head. Since you don't know how to get it, I'll get it myself. Click. The life-preserving jade pendant Gu Jinzhou had hidden on his body suddenly shattered, and he reacted with a horrified expression. What? Gu Jinzhou's incredulous eyes showed uncontrollable horror. Yan Feng frowned lightly, then laughed. It seems that you have quite a lot of good things on you. If you obediently hand them over on your own initiative, I may still be able to leave you with a full body. Who the hell are you? Gu Jinzhou knew that he couldn't run away, and his eyes stared at Yan Feng with spiteful depth. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he knew that the person in front of him was not a simple jailer. Yan Feng, however, had no intention of answering him as he lifted his hand and cupped out a divine demon great hand seal. Since you refuse to cooperate, let me see how many other means of saving your life you have on you. Foundation Establishment Realm? Gu Jinzhou felt the fluctuation of mana on Yan Feng's body, and his face instantly became extremely difficult to see as he hurriedly called out. I never seem to have offended you. If you want treasures, everything I have on me can be given to you. I only beg you to spare my life. Yan Feng snorted. Idiot, if I kill you, what you have on you is also mine. No, it's not the same. If you kill me, my father will definitely take revenge for me. Even if you hide your face, my father will spend everything to ask the supervisory heavenly division to take action to find out your identity. And at that time, it will still be hard for you to escape death. Oh, well then, hand over everything you have on you and I'll let you off the hook today. You can, but I need to get into town before I can give you. What a lot of crap. Yan Feng directly interrupted Gu Jinzhou's words with impatience, and the great divine and demonic handprint in his palm blasted out. No! Gu Jinzhou let out a shriek as his robes instantly turned into flying dust, revealing a magic armor that emitted a golden aura that protected him to the death. That's a nice dress too. I'll take it. A hint of surprise flashed in Yan Feng's eyes, already considering this magic armor as his own. Hearing these words, Gu Jinzhou's heart was seething with anger, his hate-filled eyes flushed red, and his voice was icy cold. You made me do it. Gu Jinzhou suddenly pulled off the hairpin on his jade crown and injected a strand of true qi. The hairpin immediately shattered, instantly inspiring a powerful sword qi that shot straight towards Yan Feng. Dog scum! Go to hell! Gu Jinzhou stared viciously at Yan Feng, as if he wanted to see his horrified expression and then the scene of him being completely churned apart by the sword qi before he felt relieved. However, to his surprise, Yan Feng did not panic in the face of this sword qi, but instead revealed a smile. Only when Yan Feng raised his hand and pointed, the sword qi that came into contact with it collapsed. How can it be? Gu Jinzhou's face revealed shock, disbelief written all over his eyes, equivalent to the power of a single strike from a Jindan powerhouse. I didn't expect you to have such a card on you, worthy of being the county governor's son. Yan Feng praised and grinned. What other treasures do you have? Hurry up and make them out together. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. However, it was this smile that caused Gu Jinzhou's heart to give birth to despair, pleading, spare my life and I'll give you anything you want. I want your life. Cut yourself. Seniors, you're full of crap. Yan Feng suddenly swung out with a palm, his terrifying physical body strength, enhanced by strong mana, ruthlessly slapping at the magic treasure armor. There was a click. The golden body protection aura emitted an unbearable sound, shaking as if it were a shattered mirror. No, don't kill me. Fear appeared in Gu Jinzhou's eyes, desperately wanting to struggle, but he was suppressed by the powerful force of heaven and earth and could not move, and could only watch as the protective aura continued to shatter. Rumble. Under Yan Feng's bombardment, the golden aura that seemed like a tortoise shell completely obliterated and disappeared. In the next moment, a palm carrying terrifying power slammed down, and even though it was partially blocked by the magic armor, it managed to blow up most of Gu Jinzhou's body with ease. There was a fluffy sound. Gu Jinzhou didn't even have time to let out a miserable scream before his entire body was completely silent. Looking at the paralyzed corpse on the ground, Yan Feng did not have the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. The opponent did have quite a few cards, but the difference in strength was too great. After successfully resolving the son of the county governor, Yan Feng wasted no time and immediately launched a body search. He first stripped the mana armor from the other party, used his mana to remove the blood, and then put it on himself. Only in the Jindan realm can the full power of a magic treasure be brought into play, so giving it to this guy Gu Jinzhou was really a bit of a waste. Next, Yan Feng placed his gaze on the other party's jade crown, being able to remain intact under his palm. It was bound to be a good treasure as well. Holding the jade crown in his hands, the coolness that faintly emanated from it caused Yan Feng's spirit to be slightly shaken. Yan Feng judged that the probability was that this jade crown was also a defensive magic treasure, but the defense should be against the divine sense attack of a Jindan powerhouse. Good stuff. Satisfied, Yan Feng put the jade crown on his head and then began to fully search his body. Soon, he found a silver ring from Gu Jinzhou's body and proceeded to inject a strand of mana into it. Dog dado. When he saw what was in the storage ring, Yan Feng couldn't help but curse as his eyes filled with joy. In addition to the storage ring itself being a precious treasure, in the storage ring, spirit stones alone had piled up into a small mountain. I'm afraid, at a rough estimate, it's no less than tens of thousands of pieces. Some of them were also medium-grade spirit stones. Even the top-grade spirit stones that the hunchbacked old woman had used to activate the boundary-breaking teleportation formation last time were close to 100. And besides the spirit stones, there were 10,000 taels of gold notes in the storage ring, as well as 300,000 taels of silver notes. The rest are some special treasures, such as a bunch of pills contained in porcelain vases, precious medicines sealed in jade boxes, and picture scrolls that emit a moody aura. In addition to these, Yan Feng also saw two familiar treasures. A red-colored crystal was clearly the innate Yuan-Yang fire essence. Rather cheap. A smirk appeared at the corner of Yan Feng's mouth. With this innate Yuan-Yang fire essence, he would soon be able to comprehend the fiery flame domain and his strength would rise another notch. Chapter 51, Returning to the Battlefield. Is this the so-called locked luck bead? Yan Feng played with a gray-colored bead and attempted to inject a trace of mana into it. In the next moment, the gray treasure bead trembled slightly, immediately feeding back a message into Yan Feng's mind. You can lock the breath to track the body? Yan Feng instantly understood the function of this magic treasure. It really is a great weapon for dealing with shenanigans. The reason why it was so difficult to kill the bazaar was because of the nature of its special bazaar power. If it was about true strength, the hunchbacked crone had been so oppressive that Creepy didn't dare to show his head. However, each time he struck out, he could at most kill only one or two of Creepy's power doppelgangers. If there was a luck-locking bead, shenanigans would simply have nothing to hide. And if they were directly locked onto their true bodies, they would absolutely die. Yan Feng was in a good mood as he once again checked his storage ring for any strange treasures that he had missed. Suddenly, when Yan Feng saw a special purple jade box in the corner, a flash of surprise could not help but flash across his eyes. God said, in the purple jade box, a divine seed with a shriveled surface lay quietly in a cloud of crystalline spiritual liquid wrapped around it, and there was also a head-sized light golden spirit stone embedded within the jade box. This is extreme spirit stones? Extremely high-grade spirit stones are extremely rare, and in addition to containing pure and incomparable majestic spiritual power, they also possess some subtle heaven and earth creations. In a sense, an extremely high-grade spirit stone was no longer a mere spirit stone, but more like a special heavenly material. The moment he saw this extreme spirit stone, Yan Feng guessed what Gu Jinzhou was thinking. This person should be trying to moisturize the divine seed with a special spirit liquid and then extract the arcane energy from the extremely high-quality spirit stones to try and repair the divine seed. At the same time, Yan Feng also knew why the other party cared so much about the divine seed on him. It's not even hidden. It's just straight up acting like it's a must-have. It's just that this guy hit on something he shouldn't have, and he flat out died for it. Ha! Just as Yan Feng was observing the divine seed, his afterglow suddenly swept unconsciously onto something nearby. Not far from the side of the divine seed, a black withered vine that was about half a finger long was placed. With a thought, Yan Feng took out the half-fingered withered vine and placed it in his hand to survey it. Looking at its unimpressive black withered vine, whether it looked from the outside or judged from the breath, it didn't look like the appearance of a treasure in any way. However, it was just Yan Feng who possessed the talent of sword mind. In his perception, it was as if a subtle ancient Taoist rhythm lingered on this small section of black withered vine. Yan Feng attempted to inject mana into the withered vine, but there was no movement. Confused, he didn't dwell on it. As long as the treasure was in one's hands, it was impossible to run away. For the time being, it's best to get things out of the way and then take your time to enjoy exploring. After briefly counting the harvest, Yan Feng's mind moved. and his body shape and appearance immediately changed. It changed from Du Xiaoyan to Gu Jinzhou in an instant. He then put on his magic armor, put on his jade crown, and looked for a piece of clothing from his storage ring that originally belonged to Gu Jinzhou. In just a few moments, a living, breathing sheriff's duke was reanimated. Yan Feng glanced at the corpse on the ground and flicked out a strand of Dharma Chi, triggering the momentum of the blazing fire and watching with his own eyes as the corpse turned into ashes. Immediately, he stirred his mana and gently raised it, and the ashes dissipated with the wind, successfully destroying the corpse. Immediately afterward, Yan Feng turned around and ran towards the distant battlefield. The other side, the middle-aged woman still didn't know that her son had been quietly replaced, and was still bathing in blood at the moment, facing the siege of two sixth-ranked powerhouses. Even though she was relying on the power of her magic treasure, she was still suppressed to death and fell into a disadvantage. In particular, some of the evil king's attacking methods were insidious and vicious, causing her to almost fall into the path several times. The sixth-ranked bazaar that was eyeing her from the side also used its bazaar ability to attack her divine soul from time to time. If she hadn't previously suffered a loss in the hands of the hunchbacked crone, so she had specially begged the duke for a soul defense magic treasure, I'm afraid that at this moment she would have already been dead. But even with the two magic treasures, the middle-aged woman could only barely hold on with her desperation. Now that she saw that Gu Jinzhou had left peacefully, she was ready to find an opportunity to get away. Nay, the evil king and Creepy were hard and deadly entangled, not giving her a chance to escape at all. You won't be able to escape if you obediently tie your hands. When I eat you later, this king can still give you a good time. The evil king's gaze greedily surveyed the middle-aged woman, already somewhat impatient. The middle-aged woman didn't say a word, and her mana urged her magic longsword like it was no money, cutting down the blood demon shadows that attacked and killed. It's just a dying struggle. When you're dead, the king will go and eat that little guy. The evil king's gaze was somewhat scornful as he stared at the Lingli sword blade and licked his lips. Although that little guy is only a jade liquid cultivation, he is superior because his chi and blood are young, so he can be considered a delicious snack. However, these words did not shake the middle-aged woman's mind in the slightest, but instead caused her to strike more and more viciously. The evil king's eyes were grim as he suddenly laughed hideously. That's really interesting. This king just talked about this little guy. I didn't expect him to actually take the initiative to run back and send himself to his death again. At the same time, the middle-aged woman also felt her Gongzi's aura, and her icy face changed abruptly. Upon seeing Gu Jinzhou reappear, the middle-aged woman's face revealed a look of urgency. Gongzi, don't come back. Hurry up. Ha ha ha. Since you're all back, why would you need to leave again? It just so happens that you masters and servants have a deep love for each other, and it also saves the king from having to make another hard trip. The evil king could not suppress the cruel smile on his face at all when he saw Gu Jinzhou take the initiative to break into the fighting range. My lord, beware. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman recklessly rushed over with her sword, immediately sheltering Gu Jinzhou behind her. And B. I'll help you deal with that Creepy. Gu Jinzhou took out the innate elemental young fire essence, and instantly dissipated the surrounding encroaching power of the eerie domain. After the white mist dissipated, Lin Jingyue's figure appeared, and the green-colored dress on her body had somehow been replaced with a mottled bloody dress. Yan Feng's gaze fell on the bloody clothes, and he suddenly felt the demon refining pot inside his body vibrate slightly. Sacrifice target, 6th order eerie. Required materials, 1 piece of blood clothes, 1 piece of essence of young prana. Sacrifice cost, 20 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 318 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, it's a 6th order creepy instinct? Yan Feng's mind shook, not realizing that the demon refining pot could actually sacrifice even the bazaar. And the materials needed for the sacrifice had changed. In the past, sacrificing demons and devils required fiendish chi, including a fiendish source in the sacrificial materials of the divine demon blood tablet. But sacrificing the bazaar actually doesn't require the demonic chi, but the essence of the young prana. A flash of brilliance flashed across Yan Feng's eyes. And B. I'll try to hold off this bazaar as long as I can, and you seize the time to kill the evil king. Chapter 52. Yes, the middle-aged woman deeply understood that there was no choice now. The only way to resolve today's danger was to solve the evil king. Moreover, she had to behead the evil king as soon as possible. Otherwise, with only the cultivation of the Gongzi at the Jade Liquid realm, even with the protection of the innate Yuan Yang fire essence, he would not be able to resist that weird for long. The moment the thought turned in her mind, the middle-aged woman's heart had the intention to fight for her life. In the next moment, she cast the cold ice domain to lock the evil king's blood domain firmly in place, not giving the other party a chance to avoid it. And then the middle-aged woman directly sacrificed her Jindan, and the majestic Jindan mana began to burn. it immediately induced the terrifying power of heaven and earth to add to it, causing the power of the cold ice domain to instantly skyrocket by a large margin. Clang! A sword chant resounded through heaven and earth, and the powerful sword light transformed into a frost dragon under the urging of the sword momentum, wrapping the entire field of cold ice towards the evil king and crushing it. The evil king also didn't expect the middle-aged woman to be so decisive. Seeing the burning gold Dan in the cold ice field, his greedy face couldn't help but reveal a look of gravity. The evil king hadn't fully recovered yet now, and the reason why he had struck out with guile this time was that he didn't want to fight too hard, even if part of the harvest is shared out for this purpose. However, the weird power was now restrained by the innate Yuan Yang fire essence. His blood domain was again deadlocked by the middle-aged woman, and unless he was willing to get out of the way, he could only choose to fight hard. After only half a breath of hesitation, the evil king's heart made up its mind. Although he did not have the ability to burn his Jindan mana, he did not lack the means to fight for his life. The evil king let out a hideous laugh, and his entire figure merged into the blood domain, and the place covered by the blood domain instantly evolved into a monstrous sea of blood. Rumble! The moment the majestic sea of blood spread across the dome of the sky, the surrounding heaven and earth continuously shook. A rumbling thunderclap resounded above the sky, and a deep, pitch-black channel suddenly appeared in the void. A terrifying aura emanated from within the passageway, as if it had opened the door to the abyss. This king has said that none of you will leave. The evil king's true form was reflected above the sea of blood, and it was a finger covered in black scale armor. When this finger appeared, the channel that opened up in the void immediately erupted with a shocking demonic aura, and then a 100-foot palm with a missing finger slowly poked out from it. What kind of divine power is this? When Yen Feng saw this palm, his mind was shocked while also receiving feedback from the demon refining pot. Sacrifice target, 6th ranked blood demon split. Required materials, 1 blood demon soul, 10 drops of demon blood, 1 demon bone, and 100 strands of fiendish chi. Sacrifice cost, 20 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 102 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, this palm was actually a blood demon detachment as well? Just one finger was 6th rank strength, and it could also perform divine abilities to summon the rest of the body. What kind of existence is this blood demon? In particular, the aura revealed by this palm actually caused Yin Feng to feel a faint threat, and it had likely reached the peak of the 6th rank. Under Yin Feng's gaze, the blood demon's palm collided with the frost dragon with a roar, but there was no imagined earth-shattering and violent commotion, because the moment the two collided, the blood demon's palm destroyed the frost dragon as if it was devastated, and then it tore through the ice field as if it was broken. The moment the cold ice field shattered, the burning Jindan suddenly let out a clicking crunch, and a crack immediately appeared on the rounded body of the Jindan. The middle-aged woman immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood as if she had suffered a heavy blow, her face as pale as paper. Your Excellency! Run! Ignoring her own injuries, the middle-aged woman rushed towards Yin Feng, wanting to use her last strength to help him escape. Aunt B. Before Yin Feng could open his mouth, the middle-aged woman directly interrupted. We were all attracted by the strangeness, so we underestimated the evil king, who is a true demon race and can sacrifice living beings to communicate with the demon abyss. Duke, you must report it to the county governor and do everything in your power to put him to death, or else once you let him escape, the consequences will be endless. Yen Feng's heart fluttered. What is the demon race? It's too late to explain. Later I will explode the power of the Jindan. Even if I can't kill the evil king, I can still hold him back for a moment. The commotion of this place has definitely alarmed the city. So your son can go to the Wind and Fire Battalion's quarters and ask the school captain to report this matter to the soldiers' firing division. After saying that, the middle-aged woman's eyes revealed a touch of determination, intending to give up her life to fight to the death. However, the moment she turned around, a large hand behind her back slapped her head without warning. A close call. The powerful divine sense of the Jindan realm allowed the middle-aged woman to detect something strange. She stared back in horror, an incredulous expression on her face. You're not Gongzi. Who exactly are you? Guess. Without half a word of nonsense, Yen Feng's body erupted with mana, directly blasting the middle-aged woman's head with a palm. Then he probed his hand and grabbed it, pulling out a slightly flawed golden dan from within the middle-aged woman's dantian, and put it into his storage ring. The sudden attack launched by Yen Feng completely shocked the evil king and creepy beside him. Ha! What a surprise to this king. I didn't expect that the person with the deepest hide was actually you. The evil king sized up Yen Feng deeply with a surprised gaze, as if he wanted to see him through. On the other hand, Lin Jingyue, who was dressed in blood, was gazing at him expressionlessly, as if she was an ice-cold puppet without the slightest bit of emotion. Yen Feng swept his eyes as the evil king summoned out the blood demon palm, a smile appearing on his face. Both of you. In fact, my enemy is the son of the county governor. and I have traveled all the way to Anning County to kill him for revenge. I don't want to be your enemy. Now that the two of them are dead and the others will be coming over soon, how about we part ways? The evil king laughed coldly. It's easy for you to say that. This king spent a huge cost to crush this person, yet you easily scooped up the golden Dan. To try to skim over this matter with a single word now is to look down on this king too much. Yen Feng's expression condensed slightly. Then what are you going to do? Hand over the golden pill. This king spares your life. Or else this king doesn't mind another taste of blood food today. Oh, Yen Feng frowned and turned his head to look at Lin Jingyue. And what do you mean? Lin Jingyue was expressionless as he said, give me the trivial luck bead and the essence of yang prana, and I won't interfere in this matter. Yen Feng's mind moved, and he put the innate yuan yang fire essence in his hand into his storage ring, not revealing anything on the surface. It seems the two of you are not negotiating? The evil king laughed hideously, pretending, since you don't know how to behave, then go die obediently. Rumble. As the evil king's words fell, the majestic sea of blood vibrated crazily, immediately blocking off the surrounding forces of heaven and earth, clearly not wanting to give Yen Feng any chance to escape. Seeing this, a trace of regret flashed across Yen Feng's eyes. He had the trivial luck bead in his hand, and he wanted to play it safe and split the attack, but he didn't expect these two guys to actually not fall for it. But this is good. Two together to solve just also save trouble. Chapter 53, Kill Them All. Clang! A berserk sword chant resounded through the heavens and earth, and countless sword lights tore through a large sea of blood, transforming into a canopy of sword chi that enveloped the four directions. Sword domain? The evil king's face changed, and his heart was instantly overwhelmed with fear. It was well known that the killing power of sword cultivators tended to surpass the same realm by many. Moreover, this person's sword domain actually tore through his blood sea so easily, and had at least reached the minor accomplishment realm, especially when the middle-aged woman's magic longsword fell into this person's hands. It was like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, a hint of delight surfaced at the bottom of Yen Feng's eyes as he surveyed the magic longsword in his hand. Finally, there is a decent weapon, and in the future battles, you don't have to rush up every time to just throw the divine demon great handprint. Yen Feng carried his longsword, his stern gaze sweeping towards the evil king as he grinned. To borrow your earlier words, none of you will be able to leave today. If you tie your hands, I will still be able to give you a pain in the ass. Arrogant! The evil king roared, and the tattered sea of blood instantly surged, transforming into a blood-colored warhammer that was clutched in the palm of the summoned blood demon, carrying a destructive momentum towards Yen Feng as it smashed fiercely. Clang! Sword chants resounded through the void, and countless sword chi turned into torrential rain and fell, and then converged into a long dragon of sword chi under the condensation of sword intent. Yen Feng flexed his fingers, majestic mana infusing the magic treasure longsword, the powerful sword intent energizing its might completely. The long dragon of sword chi immediately blossomed with brilliant treasure light all over its body, crazily roaring up to the sky, a burst of sword chants like thunder shaking the void, and then transformed into a blazing horror of sword light, roaringly chopping towards the blood-colored giant hammer. Rumble! The moment the sword light collided with the giant hammer, it directly detonated the power of heaven and earth in the surroundings. In the deafening roar, the sea of blood and the sword domain seemed like two behemoths fighting fiercely, with countless sword lights and the sea of blood demonic shadows intertwining and crushing each other. Dang! A voice like a loud bell suddenly resounded in Yen Feng's mind, and he, who had been jolted awake, immediately turned his gaze towards Lin Jingyue, only to see his hand holding a human skin lantern, which reflected Yen Feng's face at the moment, but it was a picture of a miserable death. Obviously, the other party had just struck out at him quietly just now, only to have the blow blocked by the divine soul defense fabric. Feeling the coolness coming from the jade crown on his head, Yen Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of icy coldness. However, before he could do anything, the human skin lantern in Lin Jingyue's hand suddenly went out, and Yen Feng only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, as if his five senses were instantly blocked. Illusion! Yen Feng immediately judged this bizarre tactic and was just about to utilize his void-breaking spirit eyes when he listened to a crisp sword chant. Immediately afterward, the darkness in front of them collapsed as if they were broken mirrors, and a realization rose in Yen Feng's heart. The heart of the sword is clear. It can cut through all false illusions. Right at this moment, an enormous bloody hand broke through the sword domain, the complete blood demon palm exuding an aura that had vaguely reached a limit, 5 palms descending from the sky as if it was going to clench Yen Feng and explode him on the spot. Yen Feng's gaze was awe-inspiring, and he did not hesitate to utilize the Bloodslayer force. In an instant, Yen Feng's aura instantly soared tenfold, his majestic mana exploding out of his body, fusing with the terrifying strength of his fleshly body. He pinched out a divine and demonic great handprint, fiercely blasting it out towards the blood demon's palm. In the next moment, Two huge palms that looked like gods and devils collided with each other, squeezing the raging heaven and earth forces hard. Boom! Boom! Terrifying rumbling sounds accompanied by countless blazing spiritual lights exploded, and the terrifying aftermath destroyed the earth within a few miles of the area to the point of devastation, and the violent commotion spread throughout the entire wilderness. Clang! A loud sword chant sounded at first, and Yanfeng's figure split into 9, transforming into 9 heaven-breaking divine swords that lifted the sky full of smoke and dust, forcefully tearing through the blood domain and suddenly chopping at the blood demon's palm. Still dare to take the initiative to seek death. This king will fulfill you. The evil king let out a hiss of shock and anger, integrating the entire sea of blood that had evolved from the entire blood domain into the blood demon's palm. At that moment, the entire blood demon palm's breath surged, vaguely breaking some sort of shackle, as if it had forcefully broken free of a layer of heaven and earth shackles, emitting an incomparably terrifying pressure. Damn bugs, how dare you make this king pay such a huge price? Go to hell! The blood demon's palm directly ignored Yanfeng's phantom body, and the horrifying palm imprint covered it as if it wished to completely crush Yanfeng to death. Yanfeng stared dead on at this blood demon palm that had completed its metamorphosis as the feedback from the demon refining pot came from his mind. Sacrifice target, 7th order blood demon split. Required materials, blood demon soul, 10 drops of demon blood, 1 caddy of demon bone, and 200 strands of Yin Fury Chi. Cost of sacrifice, 30 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 318 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sure enough, a complete blood demon palm could really break through the 6th rank limit and reach the 7th rank. Even if it only just barely broke into the 7th rank, the effect of the sacrifice was far greater than the 6th rank. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Yanfeng did not hesitate any longer, and immediately unleashed his ultimate killing card, the innate divine ability Fa Tianxian D. This innate divine ability was able to increase the size of Yanfeng's body to 100 feet when he was at the Jade Liquid Realm, transforming him into a terrifying existence similar to the body of a god or devil. And now Yanfeng had broken through the foundation establishment realm, drawing in the power of the heavens and the earth to forge an extreme Dao foundation, while his physical body had also successfully broken through under the power of the heavens and the earth. With its own underlying metamorphosis skyrocketing, the power exerted by this innate divine ability had also changed drastically. Rumble! One could only see a 1,000-foot gigantic divine and demonic figure suddenly standing up, its lofty body seeming as if it wanted to poke a hole in the dome of the sky. Even if the complete blood demon palm was in front of him, it looked incredibly short at the moment. This god devil still wore the face of Gu Jinzhou, but his body exuded a touch of ancient ferocity, and his hands and feet were wrapped in earth-shaking power. The moment he saw the god devil's body, the aura on the blood devil's palm trembled violently. Dharma heaven and earth. This is Dharma heaven and earth. Why do you possess this divine ability? The evil king's terrified voice rang out, and the entire blood demon palm trembled madly, as if it had encountered some incomparably terrifying existence. Yanfeng, however, did not have the heart to answer for him as he directly slammed down with a divine demon great handprint. There was a fluffy sound. The blood demon palm simply did not have half a resistance. 5 fingers issued a bone-cracking sound. The black scale armor covering the palm was shattered. The whole palm was like a cracked porcelain, constantly seeping out black blood. Of course, this was because Yanfeng was merciful. What he needed was sacrificial materials, not a palm to crush the blood demon's palm into pieces. As the blood demon palm completely lost its ability to resist, Yanfeng grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth with brutal movements. However, in reality, Yanfeng had activated the demon refining pot within his body, and had taken the blood demon's palm into the space of the demon refining pot. After resolving the blood demon palm, Yanfeng directed his gaze towards a void. A half-round moon was reflected in his eyes, shooting out a piquant divine light that directly illuminated Lin Jingyue's hidden figure. Chapter 54, The End. Under Yanfeng's void-breaking spirit eyes, Lin Jingyue, who was dressed in mottled blood, could not be hidden at all. However, even after being seen through, Lin Jingyue remained expressionless, as if there was simply nothing in this world that could cause her to panic. Yanfeng did not speak nonsense and directly slammed his palm down. The terrifying power obliterated all the forces of the heavens and earth, causing the void to ripple, but it was unable to shake Lin Jingyue's figure. Yanfeng was astonished as he looked at the mottled blood clothes that remained intact. There was no such blood clothes in his perception. The blood clothes in front of him seemed to exist in another layer of emptiness. Yanfeng's mind moved as his sword domain covered the heavens and earth, the countless blooming sword chi sweeping the void as far as it could go, still unable to perceive the existence of the bloody clothes. What kind of bizarre divine power is this? Yanfeng once again felt the bizarre special power, and his heart vaguely felt bad. He had already sensed the limitations of Bloodcoat's state at the moment, and should be unable to move. But if this bloody garment had been hidden in another layer of emptiness, Even if he had monstrous power, he would not be able to shake it at all. And he couldn't maintain his state of casting the Dharma sky and earth for long. If he was unable to quickly resolve this bloody garment, Yen Feng could only retreat first. In that case, this night's operation would mean a declaration of failure. And not being able to break this ability of blood clothes was equivalent to not lifting the crisis in Ning County at all. Even if he had the trivial luck bead in his hand, he couldn't help this bloody garment. Just as Yen Feng was feeling tricky, Lin Jingyue suddenly spoke. I can help you kill it. What? Yen Feng looked at her in surprise. Lin Jingyue's voice was cold. This bizarre special ability to hide itself in another layer of emptiness. I become one with it and can temporarily lift the state. Yen Feng was puzzled. Why? Lin Jingyue said. Because I want to get rid of it. I'll help you kill it on the condition that I help me get rid of it. This is my only chance. And likewise the chance that you can kill it. Okay, deal. Without any hesitation, Yen Feng directly agreed to this condition. Regardless of the end result, at least let's get rid of this bloody garment first. Hearing Yen Feng's reply, Lin Jingyu nodded indifferently, and without knowing what she had done, she only saw a blinding bloodlight suddenly blossom on her mottled bloody clothes. In the next moment, the void was suddenly flooded with violent fluctuations, and the figure of blood clothes appeared again in Yen Feng's perception. Seeing this, Yen Feng directly pinched out a divine demon great hand seal as a precautionary measure, and with one palm, he wished to completely suppress the blood clothes. Seeing Yen Feng strike, the bizarre blood clothes immediately took the initiative to peel off from Lin Jingyue's body, and then they wanted to vanish into the void once again. However, Yen Feng refused to give it this opportunity, and after clutching the bloody clothes, he directly urged the demon refining pot within his body and took it into the space within the demon refining pot. When the bizarre blood clothes fell into the space of the demon refining pot, Yen Feng couldn't help but feel relieved and immediately lifted the Dharma heaven and earth. After regaining his normal form, Yen Feng did not let his guard down, still releasing his sword domain to block the void, and then he cast his gaze on Lin Jingyue. Thanks for your help, senior. Lin Jingyue greatly bowed towards Yen Feng. Yen Feng looked deeply at her. This woman was even more mysterious than he had imagined, actually able to break away from the bizarre control and seize the opportunity to use her strength to counterstab. Although Lin Jingyue only had the cultivation of the true Qi realm on the surface, Yen Feng did not dare to underestimate this person in the slightest. At this moment, looking at Lin Jingyue's still calm and composed demeanor, Yen Feng said in a deep voice, "Give me a reason not to kill you." With regard to Yen Feng's revealed killing intent, Lin Jingyue was not half surprised. "Senior, the youngest daughter helped you to kill the bazaar just now. I dare not accept senior's favor. I only beg senior to spare my life once today." Yen Feng said noncommittally, "The terms of our deal just now are to help you get out of Guile's grasp, and now you've gotten rid of Guile." Upon hearing this, Lin Jingyue was silent for a moment and spoke again. "Senior, my daughter is willing to trade again, using a piece of information in exchange for a life." "Oh, tell me about it, Elder." "This message is about the Red Flame cult, which went to great lengths to attack the heavenly prison and rescue the evil king, with the aim of utilizing the evil king's power to sacrifice living beings, thus opening the passageway to the Devil's Abyss." Yen Feng frowned. "The Devil's Abyss passageway?" Lin Jingyue said. "The Devil's Abyss is a spatial passage connecting the two worlds. Once it is successfully opened, countless demonic races will invade the territory of the Qin Kingdom, and there will definitely be an abundance of life and death at that time." Previously, the Red Fire sect had already collected quite a bit of human essence blood in secret with the help of the Bizarre Scourge, and the evil king of the party was able to use this to temporarily open the passageway of the Devil's Abyss and summon part of his true body. "So it is." Yen Feng nodded slightly, and his words suddenly changed. "But now that the evil king is dead, for you to tell me this useless information now would not have any semblance of practical significance, other than to help me answer some of my confusion." Lin Jingyue shook his head and said, "Senior doesn't know. It's true that the evil king was beheaded by you fine, but the evil king is also only a part of the blood demon's true body." "What do you mean?" "As far as I know, the Red Flame sect has long been searching for part of the blood demon's true body and has been secretly collecting sacrifices. Attacking the heavenly prison underneath Anning County and rescuing the evil king is just a signal. I believe that there will soon be a demonic plague spreading across Surabaya County and even sweeping across the entire Jinyang province. Is that true?" Yen Feng's heart and mind shook as his gaze tightened on Lin Jingyue. Lin Jingyue's expression remained unchanged. "My youngest daughter has absolutely no half-truths. If there are no accidents, this demonic plague will break out within half a year. If Senior wants to save his life, it's better to leave Anning County as soon as possible. And it's best to head to the Sword Pond Prefecture Road, where there is a celestial realm powerhouse sitting in the town, and even the demonic plague can't be easily shaken." Hearing these words, Yen Feng surveyed Lin Jingyue in surprise. "You seem to recognize me?" Lin Jingyue shook her head. I don't recognize it. I just feel that Senior's aura is somewhat similar to a certain person. Yan Feng nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Lin Jingyue. Is there anything else you wish to say? Lin Jingyue hesitated for a moment and slowly said, I have one more piece of information that I hope can be exchanged for your lordship's mercy. Speak. That phantom demon. Although it has some partnership with the Red Flame sect, it doesn't belong to the Red Flame sect, but rather comes from the Jinyang prefecture, and is rumored to be a pet kept by a certain big shot. Yan Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't show any dissimilarity. There's something about your words that I don't understand. Lin Jingyue said non-committally, illusion demons are rare. Their natural ability can change all things, often captured and bred by people of noble status. Your Excellency once beheaded an illusion demon in public, so be careful next. Are you done? Your Excellency is still so heartless. The little woman has said so much information, but actually can't get a thin life in return. Yan Feng shook his head. You've mistaken the wrong person. I do know the lord you speak of, but I am not him. Lin Jingyue looked up at him, and a wisp of black flame suddenly flared up on her green-colored robe. Yan Feng did not stop it, only opening his void-breaking spirit eyes to quietly watch the scene. As the firelight gradually engulfed Lin Jingyue's body, a cool voice suddenly came out from the black firelight. Lord Yan, I hope we have the chance to meet again. The words fell. A handful of rune paper ashes drifted away in the wind. Yan Feng's expression moved as he suddenly sensed several auras running in the distance. Immediately, his body moved, and his entire body instantly transformed into a clear wind and disappeared in place. Just then, an urgent shout suddenly came from behind him. Senior, please take your time. Dare I ask if Senior can leave his name? Black Whirlwind. Kuei. Chapter 55, Sacrifice. Sacrifice. The next day, a rising sun slowly rose above the sky as usual, early in the morning, with the news of the execution of Creepy by the executive Yamas declared all over the city. The entire city of Anning County was instantly thrown into a frenzy. For a while, almost all the streets and alleys in the city were frantically circulating various versions of what the people had seen last night. Some people said that they saw with their own eyes a horrible sea of blood hanging in the sky, and countless demons flew out from the sea of blood, and quite a few people around them at that time were stunned. Others said that they heard the sound of a sword chanting in their dreams, that it was the sword immortal beheading demons, and that the spooky one in the city was put to death by the sword immortal. Of course, one of the most widely circulated stories is that the heavens heard the prayers of the people, so a powerful demon god named Black Wind was dispatched to devour the horrifying weirdness that kept killing people in the city. This rumor is shared by most, because at that time, there were quite a few people who had indeed seen the lofty demon god that stood in the heavens and earth, and had also witnessed the scene of the demon god devouring the palm of the blood demon. Even the Department of Justice has not come forward to deny this claim. Since then, the honorable name of Black Wind Demon God then spread throughout the entire Anning County. Countless people had made offerings and prayers to the Black Wind Demon God, and many households had molded shrines for the Black Wind Demon God in their homes. Some even proposed to crowdfund a magnificent temple for the Black Wind Demon God to thank him for saving their lives. Just as the entire Anning County was causing a furor because of the Black Wind Demon God, Yan Feng, who was the original demon god, had already entered the gap of Mithril at this moment. Solving the weirdness was not only about eliminating hidden dangers for Yan Feng. The most important thing was to obtain the sacrificial materials and enhance his own strength. Ever since last night when he heard about the demonic plague that Lin Jingyue had spoken of, a faint layer of gloom had hung over Yan Feng's heart. A terrifying demonic plague that was about to sweep through the entire Jinyang province. If he didn't hurry to improve his strength, I'm afraid that after the outbreak of the demonic plague, he would only be able to quietly wait for death. Of course, it wasn't as if Yan Feng hadn't thought of escaping. As Lin Jingyue had said, fleeing to the Sword Pond Dao state, with a strong person of the celestial realm sitting in the state city, it was completely possible to keep oneself safe. However, the problem was that with Yan Feng's cultivation strength today, when looking at this in Ning County, he could definitely claim that he had no enemies. However, if one were to travel to the Sword Pond Dao state, perhaps a random person walking by on the street could be a hidden expert. A powerful and unfamiliar environment would make Yan Feng feel insecure, and an accident could easily occur if he was not careful. Furthermore, if Yan Feng chose to leave Anning County, it would mean temporarily abandoning the gap of Mithril, and losing an excellent channel for acquiring demonic materials. In this way, it would seriously affect the speed at which he could raise his cultivation. On the contrary, if Yan Feng continued to stay in Ning County, at least before the demonic plague broke out in full force, he would still be able to harvest the demonic materials once a month and continue to increase his strength by leaps and bounds. If the demonic plague had broken out a little later, perhaps he would have had enough strength to deal with it. Even if he took a step back, At the very least he could pull out and run away before the demonic plague broke out. At that time, with Yanfeng's cultivation strength, coupled with the illusory breath and easy-formed talent, to leave before the demonic plague fully covered the Golden Yang province, I thought that it would never be a difficult task. Therefore, Yanfeng decided to stay in Anning County after some thought. He was prepared to work hard to raise his cultivation first, and then wait and see what the specifics were before making any plans, because to Yanfeng, the most important thing was always his own strength. The only way to have the strength to deal with all crises is to have enough strength. So after he returned to the prison division, he simply greeted the hunchbacked old crone and couldn't wait to teleport to the gap of misty heaven. After last night's battle, he now held 2 sacrificial materials in his hands. As long as he sacrificed all of these 2 materials, his cultivation strength would once again see a surge. At this moment, there was no place that was more suitable for seclusion than the gap of the Milky Way. On the gray pumice stone, Yanfeng mentally surveyed the 2 sacrificial targets within the demon refining pot, a bizarre blood suit of the 6th rank, as well as a 7th-ranked blood demon poem. Yanfeng's gaze hesitated for a moment before he finally chose to first sacrifice the 6th-ranked bizarre blood clothes. Sacrifice objective, 6th order Eerie. Required materials, 1 piece of blood clothes, 1 piece of essence of yang prana. Sacrifice cost, 20 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 318 years. Whether or not to sacrifice the essence of yang prana? With a thought, Yanfeng took out the innate Yuan Yang fire essence from his storage ring. Then the mind communicated with the demon refining pot. Immediately, the demon refining pot inside his body slightly trembled, successfully taking the innate Yuan Yang fire essence into the space of the demon refining pot. Sure enough, Yanfeng's heart was slightly relieved, as he did not feel much surprise since he had already gotten the answer from that creepy mouth. Sacrifice. As Yanfeng's thoughts moved, the demon refining pot within his body trembled violently and began to extract the longevity cost required for the sacrifice. Buzz. Soon, the body of the demon refining pot that had finished extracting its lifespan blossomed with a bright purple gold light, and the 2 ancient runes on the body of the pot emitted a wisp of subtle Taoist rhythm. Yanfeng's mind enveloped the demon refining pot, but after scrutinizing it for a long time, he could not comprehend anything, and within the demon refining pot, the essence of yang prana had gradually begun to melt at this moment, turning into a puddle of transparent liquid similar to a lava state. Immediately, a cloud of purple gold flames fell from the void, instantly setting the bizarre blood clothes ablaze. Under the scorching of the purple gold flames, the mottled bloody clothes faded a little bit of their blood color. At this time, a drop of transparent liquid merged into the purple gold flames, continuously emitting a ZZ sound. After being washed by the transparent liquid, the faded blood clothes turned into a thread of 7-colored silk. Eventually, under the sacrifice of the purple gold flame, a 7-colored Dan pill gradually formed. Immediately afterward, the 7-colored Dan pills flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into countless spiritual lights that merged into Yanfeng's body. Sacrifice objective, 6th order Eerie. Proceeds from ritual, plus 376 cultivation of innate creation scripture. Tricky domain, tricky body, body on the other side. Boom! The moment the spiritual light merged into his body, the lake of mana within Yanfeng's dantian immediately underwent an astonishing metamorphosis. The entire mana lake instantly expanded by more than 10 times, causing Yanfeng's cultivation level to break through the 2 shackles of the mid and late foundation establishment stages one after the other. Yanfeng's mind was startled, and he hurriedly operated the innate creation scripture, constantly suppressing the insanely surging mana. The foundation establishment realm was the key to influencing the future path of cultivation. The stronger the foundation of the Tao that is forged, the higher the upper limit of the cultivation path. Although the extreme green lotus Tao foundation with 24 blossoms was good, it was still far from Yanfeng's expectations. As Yanfeng desperately suppressed his cultivation mana, the lake of mana within his dantian set off a wave of terrifying winds and waves. Countless pounds of majestic mana had been continuously condensed over and over again, gradually dipping into a layer of light gold color from the transparent liquid state. Finally, when Yanfeng once again suppressed his cultivation back to the early stage of foundation establishment, the 24 pints of green lotus suspended above the lake of mana suddenly underwent a metamorphosis. Chapter 56, Perfect Foundation Establishment. Above the pale golden mana lake, a 36-petaled green lotus gently swayed its crystalline lotus leaves. The flower blossomed with 36 pints, a superb Taoist foundation. The cultivation gained from a 6th-order bizarre sacrifice could completely push Yanfeng to the peak of foundation establishment even if he were to dual cultivate his Dharma body. However, Yanfeng used all of this cultivation to forge the Tao foundation, because he had the demon refining pot by his side. He simply didn't need to spend a long time building up his cultivation like normal people. Simply by collecting high-level demonic materials, you can quickly raise your cultivation realm. So for him, At this moment, there was actually no need to consider how to make a choice between his foundation and his cultivation. With the successful metamorphosis of the Green Lotus Dao Foundation, the cultivation gained by the sacrifice creepy was also completely digested. However, in addition to his cultivation, Yen Feng also had many more epiphanies in his mind, including the physical body also underwent some inexplicable changes under the transformation of the seven-colored spiritual light. As Yen Feng's mind moved, a hazy white mist immediately surfaced beside him. It was clearly the bizarre domain controlled by the bizarre blood clothes. Yen Feng had thought that he would be able to use the essence of Yang Prana to perceive the fiery flame domain, but he hadn't thought that he would actually end up obtaining the guile domain. Counting the sword domain, which had already reached the small completion stage, he would now be in control of two domains. Moreover, in addition to the guile domain, Yen Feng had also obtained a special avatar power. The body is on the other side. The very same rogue tactic that the creepy blood clothes used to finally hide in another layer of the void. This divine ability could hide itself into another layer of the void, and as long as there was no power to break the void, it could ignore any attacks, including divine sense attacks. The only limitation was that one could not move while hiding in the void, or else they would actively reveal themselves. Although this divine ability was slightly flawed, to Yen Feng, it was tantamount to adding another powerful life-preserving card, and the final harvest of the sacrificial guile was the guile body that was completely unexpected to Yen Feng. After thoroughly digesting the epiphany about the guile body in his mind, Yen Feng could not help but reveal a look of astonishment in his eyes. It's actually able to transform itself into weirdness, or rather, transform the origin power of cultivation into weirdness power. Yen Feng pondered slightly in his mind, deciding to try out the specific abilities of this guile body. With a movement of his mind, in the next moment, Yen Feng's body suddenly changed, only to see his figure blurring and illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye. And although his external body shape had not changed in the slightest, his physical body had turned into a body composed purely of bizarre power. At the same time, all of the majestic mana in his body was replaced by bizarre forces. With Yen Feng's state at the moment, coupled with the guile domain he had just acquired, he was almost equivalent to a true guile. Under the bizarre state of the avatar, Yen Feng realized that his own perception of the heavens and earth had also undergone a radical change. At this moment, in Yen Feng's field of vision, this piece of floating stone under his feet, including the spatial fragments dividing the entire gap of misty heaven, was not as deep and gray as he had seen earlier, but rather, it took on a mottled color. What exactly these mottled colors represented Yen Feng was not clear. However, he was able to determine whether or not he was a threat to himself based on the brightness of the various colors. For example, the spatial fragments at the edge of the pumice stone were like a round of gray blazing sun, emitting a brilliant light that made Yen Feng's heart palpitate. This peculiar feeling was like a complete transformation of itself into another species. Not only has the nature of the power changed, but also certain natural instincts. After briefly experiencing the bizarre special vision, Yen Feng lifted the bizarre body state. In the next moment, his illusory figure gradually solidified, reverting back to being flesh and blood, and his bizarre power was once again transformed into pure mana. Phew! Yen Feng could not help but exhale a mouthful of turbid air. Immediately after that, he then turned his gaze to the 7th-ranked blood demon palm and the demon refining pot. Sacrifice target, 7th order blood demon split. Required materials, blood demon soul, 10 drops of demon blood, 1 caddy of demon bone, and 200 strands of Yin Fury Chi. Cost of sacrifice, 30 years of life. Remaining life, 298 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. Buzz. The demon refining pot within Yen Feng's body trembled violently and began to rapidly extract the cost of the sacrifice. In the demon refining pot, the blood demon's palm, which was almost scrapped earlier, turned scarlet and blood-colored after fusing with the Yin Fiend's chi through its scales. Damned assholes! Hurry up and release this king. Otherwise, when this king's original body comes out from the demon abyss, I will make your life worse than death. Due to the fact that the blood demon split soul was also a sacrificial material, at this moment, the evil king still maintained his sanity, constantly letting out crazy roars of rage. Upon seeing a mass of purple gold flames falling from the sky, feeling the crisis of death, the evil king was unwilling to fall, and finally succeeded in stimulating the hidden potential of the demon bloodline in the midst of the desperate situation, and reappeared with the monstrous might of a 7th-order demon. Rumble! A demonic hand that seemed to have crawled out of purgatory erupted with a blood-colored demonic light that only covered the sky, seemingly wanting to forcibly tear apart this space where the purple gold flames were falling. However, the next moment, the terrifying blood-colored demonic light did not have the slightest resistance after encountering the purple gold flames, and they melted away in just an instant. Ah! A ball of purple gold flames fell on the bloody palm, and while it continued to devour the bloody scale armor, it also scorched the evil king's soul. instantly causing the evil king to let out a miserable and mournful wail. Half a day later, the evil king's miserable howl completely disappeared, and the 100 feet huge blood-colored palm turned into a blood-colored pill, quietly lying inside the demon refining pot. When the purple gold flames faded, the blood-colored Dan pill flew out of the demon refining jug and once again transformed into countless spiritual lights that merged into Yanfeng's body. Sacrifice target, 7th order blood demon split. Proceeds from sacrificial refinement, cultivation of innate creation scripture plus 1382. Domain of blood. Laws of blood plus 3. Blood spirit split. Palm. The moment the blood-colored Dan pill transformed into spiritual light and entered his body, the lake of mana within Yanfeng's dantian completely boiled, and the raging and surging berserk mana directly exploded out of his body. Fortunately, Yanfeng had anticipated this and did his best to run the innate creation sutra, desperately suppressing the madly surging mana. However, even so, the constant surge of majestic mana directly pushed him to the middle stage of foundation establishment and was rapidly climbing towards the boundaries of the late stage of foundation establishment. At this moment, within Yanfeng's dantian, the huge lake of mana had expanded by 7 or 8 times in a matter of moments, and the compressed mana that had been compressed to the extreme had turned a brilliant golden color. The green lotus style foundation on the golden lake metamorphosed once again, opening up 49 lotus petals, 50 days in the heavenly diffusion, and one of them is hidden away, blossoming 49 grades. It was already considered a perfect foundation building in the true sense of the word. The moment the 49 pints of green lotus metamorphosis was complete, Yanfeng finally stopped suppressing his cultivation. Rumble. The terrifying mana directly caused Yanfeng to break through the bottleneck of the late foundation establishment stage and soared towards the peak of foundation establishment. At the same time, Yanfeng's mind also received many memory fragments belonging to the blood demon bilocation, as well as the senses of various divine rules. In the bottomless darkness of the devil's abyss, there floats a vast and boundless sea of blood, and this is the place where the Blood Devil clan was conceived. Yanfeng saw countless blood devils born from the sea of blood in the blood devil's memory fragments. Chapter 57, Breaking Through Jindan. From the moment of its birth, every blood devil began to absorb the energy of the blood sea to grow continuously, and to perceive all kinds of heaven and earth forces from the blood sea. In the blood demon's memories, the blood sea was like a complete heaven and earth. The blood devils born from the blood sea were like the favorites of this world, and could easily awaken the powerful force in the depths of their bloodline under the guidance of the blood sea. Moreover, the higher the purity of the bloodline, the more enhancement from the blood sea and heaven that one receives. Not only is the cultivation speed faster, but it is also easier to awaken the power of the bloodline. Yanfeng merged into the blood demon's perspective, witnessing the blood demon's rapid cultivation and growth all the way from its birth. This blood demon's bloodline was of high purity, and it had sensed the momentum of heaven and earth from the moment of its birth. Then step by step, he comprehended the blood domain until he successfully awakened the bloodline aptitude of the blood clan after reaching the 6th stage. Blood spirit split. One can coalesce part of one's own cultivation origin to create a bilocation, the strength of which is determined by the power of the split origin. The Blood Devil clan is born from the blood sea. The body is the source of power, so the Blood Devil can transform into a Blood Devil split with just one finger. After Yanfeng obtained the divine ability sensation of the blood spirit doppelganger, the perspective once again grew along with the blood demon cultivation in the memory fragment. Finally, when the Blood Devil's cultivation reached the limit of the 6th rank, he managed to induce a strand of rules from the blood sea to descend by virtue of the power of his bloodline. Upon incorporating a strand of the rule of blood, the purity of the blood demon's bloodline surged by a large margin, and along with it, his cultivation also broke through the shackles in one fell swoop, successfully breaking through to the 7th level. At this point, all the fragments of the blood demon's memories had disappeared, and Yanfeng had gained a strand of the rule of blood's enlightenment in his mind. After digesting all the insights gained from the sacrifice, Yanfeng slowly opened his eyes, the pupils reflecting the half-round blood-colored full moon. In an instant, it was as if the entire heaven and earth had torn open a layer of mist in his eyes, and Yanfeng was even able to clearly perceive the changes in the various forces of heaven and earth. At the same time, the mana within Yanfeng's body skyrocketed to a limit, completely reaching the level of peak foundation establishment. And after Yanfeng took control of a strand of the rule of blood, he also grasped a hint of the opportunity to break the realm in the underworld. In the next moment, without the slightest hesitation, Yanfeng fully operated the innate creation scripture, completely detonating the lake of mana within his dantian that was in a state of extreme overflow. Break! Rumble! As if a rumbling sound that opened up the heavens and the earth resounded in the depths of his mind. Yanfeng only felt his soul tingling fiercely as if he had been struck by lightning. Immediately afterward, his entire soul then suddenly underwent a metamorphosis, and an arcane power of perception was released from his soul. The first step in breaking the Golden Dan was to rely on one's own comprehension of the domain to merge into the heavens and the earth, and to receive the power of the heavens and the earth to cleanse one's soul. Yen Feng had utilized the strand of the rule of blood under his control to complete this step, and the second step was to allow one's soul to give birth to the power of divine consciousness. After Yen Feng's divine sense was born, it directly enveloped a small half of the pumice stone, which possessed an area of tens of miles in circumference. Yen Feng did not know how the others were doing in breaking through to the Jindan realm. However, when the blood demon had just broken through the 6th rank, the range of divine sense perception was not even a tenth of what he had at this moment. After the birth of the divine sense, the lake of mana within Yen Feng's dantian also underwent drastic changes. A strand of divine sense was like a catalyst, causing the mana lake to expand crazily, expanding by more than 10 times in an instant, with countless surging waves of mana within it churning crazily. When the ever-soaring mana slowly stopped growing, the entire mana lake looked as if it was a brilliant golden ocean. At this moment, the mana lake had just turned into a boundless ocean of mana. Above the brilliant golden ocean, the 49 petals of the green lotus swayed with a starry divine radiance, and the crystalline lotus leaves spat out a steady stream of brilliant golden spiritual light, intertwining with each other in the heart of the lotus, slowly outlining a rounded, flawless, and perfect golden elixir. The moment the golden Dan appeared, the gap in the Milky Way suddenly resounded with rumbling thunder. Yen Feng raised his head to look at the shattered heaven and earth as a terrifying purple thunderbolt suddenly cut through the void, crashing down from above the floating stone. Yen Feng did not even have time to react before the purple thunder carried the terrifying might of the heavens and earth and fiercely bombarded him. In an instant, Yen Feng felt as if his flesh was being penetrated by a blazing force, and his limbs and bones seemed to be melted by the exploding lightning arc. The 49 pints of green lotus within his dantian vibrated crazily under the thunderous bombardment, while the flawless golden pillar condensed out of the Tao foundation was also emitting violent trembling without stopping. With only one thunderbolt, the ocean of mana within his dantian instantly vaporized close to 20% of his mana out of thin air. Boom! When Yen Feng had slightly regained his senses, the second purple thunderstorm violently attacked, and the terrifying light of thunder was like a berserk beast, completely engulfing his figure on the spot. There was a fluffy sound. The surface of Yen Feng's body suddenly exploded, his pale golden blood obliterating into nothingness amidst the thunderbolt. His entire body bathed in lurid purple lightning, an incomparably hideous expression on his face. And within his dantian, the 49 green lotus could not withstand the devastating thunderbolt bombardment, and the many crystalline leaf petals exploded one after another. Click! Including Lotus Heart's immaculate golden pill gave out a wail, and a crack appeared on the surface of the round golden pill. Put! The origin Jindan took a hit, and Yen Feng sprayed out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. However, even so, Yen Feng did not have the idea of utilizing his divine aptitude magical powers to fight against the heavenly tribulation. This was because the final step in breaking through the Jindan realm was to cross the heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation. This heavenly Tao Thunder Tribulation was both a test and a creation. Jindan is divided into 9 grades. Yen Feng had condensed his golden Dan with a perfect green lotus Tao foundation of 49 grades of blossom, and had just broken through the realm as a flawless golden Dan of 9 grades above. Yet even the flawless golden pill was not the most extreme perfect golden pill. Only by cleansing the golden Dan with the power of the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation could the most perfect leakless golden Dan be forged. So when the last thunderbolt was about to descend, Yen Feng completely let go of his mind and prepared to meet the thunderbolt with his own substance. The reason why Yen Feng had such an underlying strength was that he relied on the vast ocean of mana within his dantian. With an entire ocean of mana as support, coupled with the perfect green lotus Tao foundation of 49 blossoms, he didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to carry even a mere 3 thunder tribulations. Just as the third purple thunderbolt fell, Yen Feng exerted his best efforts to revolve the innate creation scripture, waves of brilliant golden mana sweeping wildly within his dantian. Every second, countless pounds of majestic mana evaporated at a rapid pace, desperately repairing the green lotus Tao foundation and the origin Jindan. Rumble! The last thunderbolt slashed down violently, and Yen Feng's tattered body exploded, the blasted flesh and blood mixed with some of the broken bones turning into charcoal. At the same time, his soul suffered a heavy blow, and his consciousness was instantly reduced to darkness. When the thunderbolt slowly dispersed, a large pit tens of feet deep was added to the grey pumice stone, and a charred body lay in the pit. Chapter 58 Unwelcome Guests. Inside the devastated pit, a charred body was motionless. Under the last heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, Yen Feng's origin Jindan, as well as his physical body and soul all suffered devastating blows. At this moment, within Yen Feng's dantian, the originally vast ocean of mana was nearly dry. The green lotus Tao foundation was almost on the verge of breaking. The luster of the tattered lotus leaves was dull, and the surface of the golden dan in the heart of the lotus was strewn with traces of chafing. There was a click. The crack-filled jindan suddenly shattered, and pieces of jindan fragments began to fall off. Yet within the gradually collapsing jindan, there was a stronger and stronger aura of life. A streak of blinding golden light quietly blossomed from the continuously shedding jindan fragments. In the next moment, a subtle and ancient Tao rhythmic aura suddenly revived within the dantian space. In an instant, all the broken pieces of the golden dan all fell off, revealing a bright red-colored golden dan, like a blazing white sun shining throughout the dantian space. Immediately afterward, the dantian space bathed in the divine radiance of the jindan regained its majestic vitality. Countless surging waves of brilliant golden color once again surged within the dry ocean of mana. At the edge of the broken green lotus Tao foundation faded away the remnants of the leaves, stretching out a new lotus leaf petals, and more vitality than before. And in the deep pit of gray pumice, Yanfeng's body began to shed pieces of charred debris, revealing lustrous, crystalline skin. About half a quarter of an hour later, Yanfeng, who had completed his metamorphosis, suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a powerful and unrivaled aura of cultivation all over his body. The innate creation scripture finally managed to break through the fourth layer, completely achieving the jindan realm. Since then, a golden elixir is swallowed into the abdomen, and another 800 lifetimes are borrowed from heaven. Yanfeng's lifespan officially broke through 1,000 years, reaching 1,068 years. Rumble! The gray rocks under Yanfeng's feet trembled violently when his body shook slightly. This time, not only had his cultivation broken through to the jindan realm, even his physical body had similarly reached the 6th rank level under the heavenly tribulation quenching. Yanfeng took out a robe and changed into it as he began to feel his metamorphosed strength. It had to be said that although it was very risky to resist the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation with one's physical body, the rewards after successfully crossing the tribulation were exceptionally rich. Generally speaking, if the unusual foundation establishment realm breaks through jindan, not only do you need to spend a lot of time to stabilize your cultivation realm, moreover, one must wait for the power of the jindan to be completely stabilized before one could slowly begin to nurture the divine power. However, Yanfeng had personally endured the tempering of the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation with his jindan body, and had successfully metamorphosed into a perfect leakless jindan. The moment the leakless golden pill was condensed, it automatically acquired an innate divine ability bestowed by the heavenly Tao. There was simply no need to expend effort and time to slowly nurture like other jindan realms. Moreover, the power of the avatar nurtured by the jindan was usually determined by the quality of the jindan. Normally, almost all of the ones conceived by a jindan within the 9th grade were minor divine abilities. Only a flawless golden dan above the 9th grade would be able to breed a great divine ability. As for Yanfeng's leakless golden dan, he had even directly obtained the innate divine ability bestowed by the heavenly Tao, destructive thunder sound. In addition to the leakless golden pill obtaining the destructive thunder sound bestowed by the heavenly Tao. This time, Yanfeng's fleshly body was reborn in nirvana under the quenching of the heavenly Tao's thunderbolt, and he also managed to obtain one of the fleshly aptitudes bestowed by the heavenly Tao, Nirvana Heavenly Eye, equivalent to Yanfeng's breakthrough this time. He had gained 2 innate divine abilities bestowed by the heavenly Tao in one go, and this was the powerful aspect of dual cultivation of the Dharma body. Moreover, the power of the innate divine ability could continuously increase with the cultivation realm. It was not like the latter-day divine ability that required hard cultivation over and over again before the power of the divine ability could be continuously raised. Furthermore, Yanfeng had incomparably truly experienced the might of the heavenly Tao's thunder tribulation during this tribulation. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, he had also managed to control the thunder potential he had originally comprehended to the level of a domain. It could be said that after this sacrificial breakthrough, Yanfeng's entire cultivation strength had immediately changed drastically. Thus, after the breakthrough was over, Yanfeng was not in a hurry to leave the gate, but continued to stay in the gap of misty heaven and began to familiarize himself with the various powers after his metamorphosis. However, just as Yanfeng was immersed in seclusion, an unexpected guest arrived in the prison division. Outside the prison division at the moment, a handsome boy in green clothes saw the jailer on duty at the entrance, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his young face. The green-clothed teenager walked into the prison step by step, completely ignoring the jailers along the way, and the surrounding jailers didn't even notice anything halfway out of the ordinary. Just like this, the green-clothed teenager stepped unhurriedly as if no one else was there, surveying the environment in the prison with interest, until he arrived in the middle of the heavenly dungeon. After entering the heavenly dungeon, the green-clothed teenager met the hunchbacked old woman who had been waiting here for a long time. Facing the hunchbacked crone's icy gaze, a wistful smile appeared on the green-clothed teenager's face. "Senior sister, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for many years, you would have fallen to such a state." The hunchbacked old woman leaned on her crutches, Her voice indifferent, the old body also did not expect to actually see you in this life. The green-clothed teenager smiled. Senior sister, after so many years your character still hasn't changed, but the appearance is much older. It looks like it should not be far away from the end of life. If you knew this, why bother to do it in the first place? The hunchbacked crone said non-committally. The old body would rather die into the ground. All thoughts are empty, but also do not want to live on with half a remnant of the soul as you do. He. Senior sister, you are still too paranoid. All of us cultivate for a life. Why should we be obsessed with the way of existence? Not to mention what's wrong with a young skin. Saying that, the youth in green slowly raised his palm, his gaze staring at it like a torch, a satisfied smile on his face. Look, senior sister, these hands look like they're filled with majestic life force, simply delighting the mind and body. Yes, the hunchbacked crone said in a deep voice, even if the body you seized is young, the divine soul that resides within it has long been tattered and torn. You might as well feel your breath and see if it emits a rotten odor. Hearing these words, the smile on the green-clothed teenager's face stagnated slightly, and his face gradually became somber. I was only half a step away from causing my divine soul to truly metamorphose and be reborn, but unfortunately the legacy was crippled, leading to a final failure. Senior sister, I know that you have a complete inheritance on you, and this time I came here for this inheritance, and now that you don't have much time left, is it possible that you really want to take the Tongtian sect's inheritance with you and bury it in the earth? The hunchbacked crone shook her head. The old me had said back then that the Tongtian sect's inheritance was not in the old me's hands, and at the time of the sect's destruction, the old me was only a personal disciple who had just been promoted not long ago, so how could I obtain the true inheritance? Moreover, if it is true that the old body has obtained the inheritance, it will not remain in the Jindan realm until now. Everything is nothing more than you thinking too much. Upon hearing this, the green-clothed young man's face turned cold. Since senior sister is unwilling, then forget it. But there is one more thing. I came here today. Dare I ask, senior sister, where is the town guard token? Chapter 59, The Legacy. What are you asking for? The hunchbacked crone's cloudy gaze sized up the green-clothed teenager, a cold look still hanging on her face. The green-clothed teenager looked deeply at her and suddenly laughed. Senior sister, I can no longer be regarded as the little guy's uncle. And now that it's come to this, is it possible that senior sister still wants to hide it? The hunchbacked crone shook her head. I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing this look on the hunchbacked crone's face, the green-clothed teenager frowned and said, Senior sister, you should know that the supervisory heavenly division possesses the ability to monitor the massive heavenly array, and that when the township token activates the golden ranking, the owner's identity can't be hidden anymore. The Mightian golden list? The hunchbacked crone's mind was shaken, but her surface expression did not reveal any differences. The youth in green glanced at her and said to himself, just 2 days ago, the fourth realm of the Qian country's mithril gold ranking suddenly changed, and a jade liquid martial artist named Wind made an impact to the 11th position of the Qian country's sub-ranking. Wind? The hunchbacked old woman's heart moved slightly, instantly realizing many things. The green-clothed young man gazed at her and slowly said, the town guard token used by this Wind, numbered C1-479, is exactly the one in your hand. Senior sister, I've already recounted it so clearly. Does senior sister still want to play dumb now? Seeing that the green-clothed teenager had already said his words to this point, it was obvious that his heart had decided on the answer. The hunchbacked crone understood that at this moment, even if she denied it, it was meaningless. Wind is indeed the elder body's descendant. What do you intend to do by saying this? Hearing the hunchbacked old woman admitted herself, a bright smile appeared on the green-clothed teenager's face. Senior sister is truly blessed. I didn't expect that the progenitor would actually be able to train such a heavenly descendant. In the future, there may not be no opportunity to revive the name of the Tongtian sect. The hunchbacked crone sighed slightly. It seems that you are determined that the inheritance is in the hands of the old body, even if you will stop at nothing to do so. Senior sister really does know me best after all. The green-clothed young man smiled. Senior sister, it shouldn't be easy to cultivate such an outstanding heir, especially in such a barren land. Ranked 11 on the 4th realm Qiangua golden ranking. It is true that he can be called gifted, but it is a pity that he is still young, and his cultivation is still slightly low today. Looking at the hunchbacked old woman who didn't say a word, the green-clothed teenager smiled and directly opened the door. To be honest, I also don't want to personally strangle this kind of absolute pride. After all, no matter how you put it, I can also be considered half an elder. If senior sister is willing to hand over the complete inheritance to me, after your death in another day, I would like to act as the little one's protector, guarding it until the day when the Tongtian sect comes into existence again. Hearing the conditions offered by the youth in green, the hunchbacked crone was silent for a moment, her voice hoarse. The old body's time is running out. This body has long been insufficient. Since the wind is ranked on the Mythian Golden list by virtue of its natural talent, there will definitely be a great person willing to shelter it, the green-clothed young man said non-committally. Senior sister, the matter of the golden ranking change has already passed 2 days, and since it is me who is standing here now, there are only 2 paths in front of senior sister now. The hunchbacked crone shook her head and said, the old body doesn't like to walk the path that others have helped choose. And what if there's no way forward? If that's the case, it wouldn't hurt to bury my old bones in the ground. It seems that senior sister is still unwilling to believe me. The green-clothed teenager's face showed a touch of loss, and then his words changed. Or is it that senior sister thinks that I can't find any trace of this junior of yours? The hunchbacked crone looked up at him without speaking. I'm not going to hide it from you. Senior sister, I once practiced a divine skill of calling out the wind and summoning the rain, and it only takes a moment to turn a city of hundreds of thousands of people into nothingness. I wonder if it's possible to find the wind's trail with this divine skill. Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked crone's face changed slightly. If you dare to act like this, are you not afraid of being hunted down by the Prudent Punishment Division? The green-clothed young man smiled. I've been suffering for so many years waiting for this complete inheritance, and as you said just now, senior sister, for this reason I can do whatever it takes. The hunchbacked crone glanced at him with icy eyes. I originally thought that it was the crippled inheritance that caused you to fall into the devil's path, but now it seems that even if you were allowed to obtain the complete inheritance, it would still not be able to save your corrupted soul as well. The green-clothed teenager's face turned cold. Senior sister, the reason why I said so much to you just now was just thinking that I hadn't seen you for many years and was slightly catching up with you. But if you are persistent, I can only say this, but my patience is limited. Exactly how to choose. You think for yourself. As the green-clothed young man's words fell, a powerful force of heaven and earth suddenly enveloped the entire prison division. At this moment, the green-clothed teenager only needed to lightly move his thoughts, and the entire prison division would instantly be crushed into flying dust by the power of heaven and earth within the domain. Seeing this, the hunchbacked crone couldn't help but close her eyes and slowly said, the old body can hand over the inheritance to you. The green-clothed teenager's face was delighted, and the cultivation aura he had released was immediately converged as he laughed. Senior sister, don't worry, I can make a heart demon blood oath. After getting the complete inheritance will definitely guard your descendants for you. If you violate it, when you break the realm in the future, you will definitely fall in the 3 plagues and 9 tribulations. Make an oath. The green-clothed teenager's face was solemn, and he immediately made a heart demon blood oath in front of the hunchbacked old crone. For martial artists at the Yuaning realm, the heart demon blood oath was the most terrifying binding oath. Once violated, the breakthrough of the Dharma phase would be met with an incomparably horrifying heart demon robbery, with almost no possibility of survival. As the green-clothed teenager integrated a strand of his Yuaning origin into the rules of heaven and earth, a rumble of thunder resounded in the void, signifying that the Feng's heart demon blood oath was officially witnessed by the heavenly Tao. The hunchbacked old woman watched the scene with her own eyes, and without saying too much, she directly threw out a purple crystal toward the other party. That's it. The moment he saw this purple memory crystal, the green-clothed teenager could not suppress his excitement at all. The complete Tong Tian technique inheritance. The master has indeed given it to you in the end. The hunchbacked old crone said in a deep voice. There is still one last chance of inheritance left for this memory crystal. Since you have obtained it, then go. I hope that I won't even see you again in the future. The green-clothed teenager put the memory crystals into his storage ring, and when he heard the hunchbacked crone's words, a smile appeared on his face. There's no rush. Since I've traveled all the way here, if I don't see my juniors before leaving in a hurry, how can I not say something? The hunchbacked crone frowned. What do you want? The green-clothed young man laughed. Senior sister mustn't think too much. Now that I have the complete inheritance of the Tong Tian technique, I will be able to completely solve the problem of divine soul metamorphosis. It's just that the divine soul that is metamorphosed and reborn still needs a fleshly body with a deep foundation as a carrier. And with a qualification that ranks 11th on the Qiangua sub-ranking list, I think that it should be very much in line with my needs. The words fell. Before the hunchbacked crone could make a move to resist, the green-clothed teenager swung out with a palm, directly suppressing her with the power of rules. Oh, the town guard token isn't on you, so it seems like that descendant should have ducked into the gap of misty heaven ahead of time. Chapter 60, Crushing. The gap of Mithril is indeed a good place. The green-clothed boy laughed. If he hides and doesn't come out, I really can't do anything about it. But at the moment I have all the patience in the world. Let's just see how long the little guy can hide in there. The green-clothed teenager's divine sense had long since probed the entire heavenly prison, and then he carried the hunchbacked crone to the outside of the boundary-breaking teleportation formation to keep a lookout for rabbits. Senior sister, what exactly do you think that little guy's expression would be if he came out and knew you were dead? The green-clothed teenager sized up the hunchbacked crone whose cultivation was sealed with interest. However, the hunchbacked crone's cloudy gaze didn't fluctuate in the slightest, as if she couldn't raise half an interest in the words of the youth in green. The green-clothed teenager smiled carelessly. Don't worry, senior sister. No matter what, you've done me a great favor. Not to mention that we've been senior brother and sister for so many years. How could I bear to kill you? In the beginning, Master would rather give the Tantian technique to you than pass it on to me. The personal great disciple. That old man was bent on restoring the Tantian sect until his death. And now I'll let you watch with your own eyes as the old man's last hope is dashed. The green-clothed teenager seemed to have completely released the years of pressure in his heart after obtaining the memory crystals. Especially when confronted by the hunchbacked crone. The heart poured out with much more interest. Time passed slowly like this as the green-clothed teenager talked to himself. About half an hour later, the boundary-breaking teleportation array suddenly lit up with a burst of spiritual light, and a slender figure appeared out of thin air above the netherworld cold pool. The youth in green subconsciously looked up, just in time to meet Yanfeng's gaze. Senior sister, this is your junior, Jin Dan realm? The moment he sensed Yanfeng's cultivation aura, the green-clothed teenager's face changed slightly. Yanfeng's gaze swept slightly, and when he saw the hunchbacked crone whose cultivation had been sealed, his heart instantly realized what had happened, and his eyes instantly became gloomy. You are the wind? The green-clothed teenager's gaze scrutinized Yanfeng, his sight vaguely carrying a sense of oppression. He realized that the situation seemed a little different than what had been thought. According to reason, Wind was ranked in the 4th realm of the Mithril Golden List, and even if his cultivation had made a breakthrough within these 2 days, at most he should be in the Foundation Establishment realm. But why was the cultivation of this person in front of him at the Jindan realm? Especially the view of its body's cultivation breath. Obviously very deep and calm. Not at all like just breaking through. It was at the same time that the green-clothed teenager was seriously sizing up Yanfeng. Yanfeng, however, merely glanced at him indifferently. And who are you? The green-clothed boy laughed softly. Funny, I'm the one who's asking you questions. You'll look rude if you answer like that. Seeing this attitude of the other party, Yanfeng shook his head. Forget it. I'm not interested in knowing who you are right now. Junior. The youth in green was just about to open his mouth. However, he was directly interrupted by Yanfeng with a wave of his hand. You talk too much nonsense. I'll only give you one chance. Kneel down and make amends to senior and I'll leave you with a whole body. What an arrogant junior. Hearing Yanfeng's words, the green-clothed teenager laughed back in anger. Little fellow, relying on some natural talent to have no one in your sight. It seems that no one has taught you how to respect your elders in the past. Palm. A powerful cultivation aura was suddenly released from the green-clothed teenager, and the terrifying force of heaven and earth immediately poured towards Yanfeng. The power of rules? Yanfeng's brows furrowed as his eyes reflected a full blood moon, immediately spotting the rule chains surging in the void. I magic? A trace of surprise appeared on the green-clothed boy's face. Then he let out a cold laugh. Even if you can see the traces of the rules. So what? The power of rules represents heaven and earth itself, and this is the difference between a Yuaning and a Jindan. Yes? Yanfeng stared at the rule chains descending in the void, his face not showing any sign of panic, not even moving his figure by half. When the green-clothed young man saw Yanfeng being so braggadocious, he couldn't help but snicker in his mind, seeking death. However, the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The only thing that could be seen was the rule chains falling in the void, but they could not touch Yanfeng's figure at all, as if this person did not exist in heaven and earth at all. How can it be? The youth in green revealed an incredulous look, and then reacted with a horrified expression. This is a spatial divine ability? At that moment, he saw a golden pattern suddenly emerge from Yanfeng's brow, resembling a bizarre vertical pupil that slowly opened. Rumble! In an instant, the void resounded with rumbling thunder, as if some kind of terrifying existence had revived. In the next moment, a deep and ancient arcane aura, carrying a terrifyingly vast heavenly might, blossomed from the vertical pupil in Yanfeng's brow. Immediately after that, a brilliant eye light transformed into a golden divine aura that was like a Xuanhe blazing sun, abruptly bursting out and directly piercing through the barrier of the void. Ka-ching! In an instant, the rule chains controlled by the green-clothed teenager collapsed one after another, and the raging forces of heaven and earth were all obliterated into nothingness in the horrifying light of the eyes. The green-clothed teenager simply didn't have time to react before he was completely engulfed by the golden divine aura shot out from the nirvana heavenly eye, letting out a mournful and painful scream. Ah! In just an instant, the green-clothed teenager's body was melted by the golden divine aura. ********************************** ing asshole. After the green-clothed teenager's flesh melted away, he exposed a 9-inch yuaning that resembled a small person, exuding an aura of decay, topped by a pale face, his eyes staring resentfully at Yanfeng in death. So this is your true face. An old man with a rotting soul. Yan Feng's figure reappeared in the void at this moment, raising his eyes to look at the 9-inch Yuaning. I gave you a chance just now, but it's a pity that you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, then you can go to hell in peace. The words fell. The Jindan cultivation aura on Yan Feng's body exploded, and as he moved his mind, the power of the heavens and the earth around him was immediately replaced by the thunder domain. Against a Yuaning that had lost its physical body, the power of thunder was most suitable. As expected, the moment he saw the thunder field take shape, the pale face on the 9-inch Yuaning couldn't help but reveal a flash of fear. Don't! I'm an emissary of the supervisory heavenly division. You can't kill me. Yan Feng simply did not bother to talk nonsense. The entire thunder field instantly transformed into a large mill of heaven and earth, wrapped in the vastness of the heavenly mind might, and Raleigh wore down the 9-inch Yuaning a little bit. Soon enough, a miserable and mournful wail resounded from the heavenly prison. Half a day later, when the screams came to an abrupt end, the 9-inch Yuaning completely lost the power of resistance, and his life completely turned into nothingness. The so-called Yuaning powerhouse is really nothing more than that. Yan Feng looked at the dissipating 9-inch Yuaning, and there was not much emotional fluctuation in his eyes. If it was before he broke through the Jindan, he might still have some scruples when facing a Yuaning powerhouse. However, when he condensed the leakless Golden Dan and obtained the 2 innate divine abilities, the unusual Yuaning had completely failed to pose a threat in front of him. As in the case of this battle just now, from beginning to end, this person had not even touched half an inch of his clothes, and Yan Feng had directly destroyed the opponent's physical body by merely utilizing his nirvana heavenly eyes. The whole battle was very short and then ended. The process was simply crushing. However, just as Yan Feng decapitated this unknown Yuaning martial artist with an unknown surname, inside a tavern not far outside the Department of Prisons, an elegant middle-aged man in a purple brocade robe stood in front of the window. Witnessing the power of heaven and earth over the prison division returned to calmness before slowly withdrawing his gaze. Next to him, a burly man with a big body spoke. My lord, the aura of that Yuaning realm has completely disappeared. Chapter 61, The Art of Passing the Sky. The elegant middle-aged man nodded slightly, his gaze revealing a touch of gravity, to be able to make a Yuaning powerhouse disappear silently. This prison division really isn't that simple. The burly man arched his hand and said, My lord, is it necessary for my humble servant to go and poke around? The elegant middle-aged man shook his head. There's no need to act at risk. I only want to investigate the whereabouts of Jinzhou nowadays, and I don't want to cause any complications. Don't worry, Your Excellency. The Duke is fortunate and will definitely be safe. You don't have to comfort me. When the protective jade pendant on Jinzhou's body shattered, I knew that he must be in a bad way. Perhaps even his corpse bones no longer exist at this moment. Upon hearing this, the burly man hurriedly said, My lord, my humble servant has already probed clearly. At that time, many of the people who saw the Black Wind Demon God were certain that it was the face of the Duke. So perhaps the Duke is really still alive. Black Wind Demon God? A flash of thought appeared in the eyes of the elegant middle-aged man, and he slowly said, According to the traces of the battle outside the city, this 1,000-foot demon god may not be imaginary. Perhaps it is some kind of avatar power manifestation, and its power is not weaker than that of a Yuaning powerhouse in the slightest. This person, in the body of a demon god, first chopped off the blood demon's detachment, and then put to death the bazaar, but then he transformed into the appearance of Jinzhou. He should be trying to hide his identity. In that case, this Black Wind Demon God is most likely then related to this prison division. Hearing this, the burly man's eyes stared. Your Excellency is saying that the Black Wind Demon God is the one hiding inside the prison division? The elegant middle-aged man nodded. The entire Anning County is nothing more than a mere projectile of land, and this prison division is the only one that I can't see through, so it should be that way if there are no surprises. The burly man immediately arched his hand and said, Your Excellency, I ask for orders to go to the heavenly prison to have a look around, and I will surely be able to find out the whereabouts of the Duke. The elegant middle-aged man glanced at him, then turned to look out in the direction of the prison division and said in a deep voice, There is no need to be in a hurry. If Jinzhou is really alive, it's not that bad for a moment. If he's already dead, it wouldn't be worth it for you to go ahead and take the risk. Your Honor, let's wait a little longer. Since I have come personally, I will either take away Jinzhou, even if I have to pay a great price, or I will find out the real culprits, and let all the people involved in this matter be buried with them, to honor my son's spirit in heaven. In the heavenly prison, after Yan Feng had killed the youth in green, he was the first to remove the cultivation seal for the hunchbacked crone. The latecomer was late, letting Senior be frightened. Yan Feng respectfully bowed towards the hunchbacked old woman. The hunchbacked crone looked deeply at him and lamented. The old me had previously said that one day your cultivation would surpass the old me. I didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. Yin Feng arched his hand and said, "The late generation can have today's cultivation realm. All rely on the senior has been cared for and promoted. This grace the late generation will never dare to forget." The hunchbacked crone shook her head and said in a deep voice, "The old body said that cultivation relies on one's own creation. This strength you have now is something you cultivated on your own, and it doesn't have much to do with the old body." Yin Feng laughed. "Senior is joking. If it wasn't fortunate enough to have been saved by Senior, I'm afraid that Senior would have long since fallen in the midst of the creepy domain." Hearing Yin Feng mention creepy, the hunchbacked crone couldn't help but glance at him. "In that case, that creepy and the evil king were both killed by you, and you are that Black Wind Demon God? Black Wind Demon God?" A confused look appeared in Yin Feng's eyes. He went straight into the gap of mithril seclusion after returning to the prison division, not knowing what was happening in the outside world at all. It wasn't until he listened to the hunchbacked old woman tell a little bit about it that he understood the current situation in Anning County, and he also understood the origin of the Black Wind Demon God. So it is. Yin Feng also did not expect that merely leaving a name of Black Whirlwind Li Kuei at random would actually give him an additional identity of Black Wind Demon God. In just half a day's time, the people of the entire city of Anning County had almost completely mythologized the Black Wind Demon God. Not only did many of the people offer shrines to him in their homes, but there were even those who were ready to mold temples in his honor. However, Yin Feng did not care about this, no matter what the commotion outside became. As long as no one knew that the Black Wind Demon God himself was him, it would be fine. After all, he had little interest in being the patron saint of all life, especially since a horrific demonic plague is soon to follow. When he thought of the impending demonic plague, Yin Feng's heart and mind couldn't help but weigh a few points heavier. Yin Feng looked towards the hunchbacked crone. "I wonder if Senior knows about the Devil's Abyss." The hunchbacked old woman nodded. "It is rumored that the Devil Abyss is the place where the devil race resides, and whenever the passageway of the Devil Abyss is opened, a horrifying tide of devils will be set off. At that time, all sorts of demonic creatures in the Demon Abyss will madly pour out of the Demon Abyss passageway, turning into a demonic plague that will ravage the land, causing the living to be devastated." Seeing that the hunchbacked crone knew about the demonic plague, Yin Feng murmured, "I am not going to hide it from Senior. The evil king who escaped from the heavenly prison was in fact a blood demon doppelganger, and Senior accidentally learned a piece of news when he put him to death. Soon, the Red Flame sect will open the passageway to the Devil Abyss, and at that time, the entire Jinyang prefecture will be swept away by the devil plague, and the only way to ensure safety is to head to the Sword Pond Dao state." Upon hearing this, the hunchbacked crone did not show surprise. Instead, she looked deeply at Yin Feng and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you still remember that I once asked you if you knew why I didn't forcefully take the divine seed from you at that time?" Seniors. Without waiting for Yin Feng to open his mouth, the hunchbacked crone continued to speak on her own. "It is not that the old man is kind-hearted for not taking the divine seed, but the old body originally did not have much time left, and even if it had obtained the divine seed, it would be useless. As for sheltering you later on, it's just a matter of duty as a town guard and doing it in passing. You don't have to take it to heart." Hearing these words from the hunchbacked crone, Yin Feng immediately understood what she meant and spoke bluntly. "Elder's words are wrong. Perhaps it's just a lift of the hand for elder, but it's the grace of living for the younger generation." Hearing this, the hunchbacked crone didn't say anything more, but instead turned her words around. "Do you know who this Yuaning realm martial artist is today? Could it really be Senior's elder brother?" Yin Feng had previously heard the young man in green address the hunchbacked old woman. "Not bad. He is indeed the old body's senior brother. Since the destruction of the division, he has been staring at the old body at all times in these decades, and has been looking forward to the day when the old body will be buried in the ground." Speaking here, the hunchbacked crone looked at Yin Feng. "Do you remember that the old body gave you two choices back then?" Yin Feng nodded. "Remember," the hunchbacked crone said. "In my hands, I have a master's inheritance called the Tong Tian technique. The preciousness of this technique is in no way inferior to that of the innate divine ability, but it is also a great cause and effect in itself. Moreover, although it's not difficult to get started in the cultivation of the Tong Tian technique, if you want to truly achieve something, unless you have an incomparably deep physical body base, it's as difficult as heaven to follow up on your cultivation. Seniors, the old me is the one who has been trapped by this inheritance for decades, and now I have completely lost all hope of breaking the boundary." The hunchbacked crone raised her eyes to Yin Feng. "With your qualifications and talent, you should be able to cultivate this art to its completion. Do you want it?" Chapter 62, The Challenger, Prison Division. Although now that the creepy and evil king had been resolved, the chaos in Ning County had been temporarily calmed. However, Yin Feng was still accustomed to sitting alone in the classroom and drinking tea in his spare time. At the moment, he was studying the Tong Tian technique imparted by the hunchbacked old woman. According to what the hunchbacked crone had said, the true Tong Tian technique was actually only a single inheritance rune, and not one that was recorded in the memory crystals. Today, there was an inheritance rune within Yanfeng's Dantian, shaped like a gray seed that was constantly drawing on the power of the physical body, transforming itself into some sort of special divine soul power. In Yanfeng's view, the function of this inheritance seed was actually a hub connecting the physical body to the divine soul. When the inheritance seed was completely transformed successfully, it also meant that the Tong Tian art was cultivated into the gateway, opening up the power transformation channel between the physical body and the divine soul. It had to be said that there was indeed something heaven-defying about this Tong Tian technique. If the innate creation scripture allowed Yin Feng to achieve dual cultivation of the Dharma body, then the Tong Tian technique allowed him to achieve dual cultivation of the soul body. And this is nothing more than the basic ability of the Tong Tian technique. The true power of the Tong Tian technique lay in utilizing the power of a strong physical body to nurture the divine soul, causing the divine soul to undergo 9 constant metamorphoses, ultimately reaching the point where the divine soul could pass through the heavens. The first metamorphosis of the Tong Tian technique was called the Mayfly transformation. Cultivating the Mayfly transformation could enhance the power of the divine soul tenfold. The foundation for cultivating Mayfly transformation was to have divine sense, which meant that cultivation needed to be at least at the Jindan realm. If one did not have Jindan cultivation, one could only utilize the power of the physical body to transform into the power of a powerful divine soul and forcefully cultivate the Mayfly transformation. After obtaining the Tong Tian technique, Yin Feng also understood why the hunchbacked old crone would say that cultivating this technique required a deep physical body base. This was because back then, the hunchbacked old woman was trying to forcefully cultivate the second transformation of the Tong Tian technique, the cicada-sounding transformation, with the help of the power of her physical body. As a result, the fleshly body was not enough, leading to the loss of the effort, and also injured the foundation of the Jindan, and since then lost the hope of breaking through the realm. When this matter was mentioned, although the hunchbacked crone did not say anything more, Yin Feng understood that there must have been many unpleasant past events. Otherwise, even if the power of the divine soul was slow to increase, it could be cultivated slowly and step by step, and there was absolutely no need to destroy one's own future. Of course, Yin Feng was actually not interested in the old story of the hunchbacked crone. He merely asked the hunchbacked crone for some experience in the cultivation of the Tong Tian technique, just in case there would be any mistakes in his own cultivation. As for Yin Feng, after receiving guidance from the hunchbacked crone, he was also roughly clear on how to cultivate the first variation of the Tong Tian technique. When the inheritance seed was thoroughly refined, Yin Feng only spent 2 days before he managed to condense a golden mayfly in his mind. This golden mayfly was clearly Yin Feng's divine soul. The moment his divine soul metamorphosed into a golden mayfly, Yin Feng realized that the range of his divine sense perception had suddenly skyrocketed by close to 10 times, being able to completely encompass the entire perimeter of the Anning County city. What a powerful feeling of control! In Yin Feng's divine sense perception, almost everything in the entire city could not be hidden from his eyes, and there was a marvelous feeling of having a god's perspective. This is still the first transformation. If I cultivate the second transformation, the cicada-sounding transformation, the power of my divine soul will once again skyrocket by 10 times, and then I will be able to crush the Yuaning realm with my divine soul power alone. A flash of thought flashed across Yin Feng's eyes, but after thinking about it, he gave up. With his Dharma body dual cultivation base, forcing him to cultivate the second change was estimated to be successful, but there was really no need to take the risk. Anyway, he would be able to raise his cultivation realm by leaps and bounds by sacrificing demons, and when he himself reached the Yuaning realm, both his soul and physical body would be able to be raised again. Cultivating into the second transformation at that time would simply be a breeze. Of course, the main thing was that even cultivating the second transformation could not cause a qualitative change in Yin Feng's strength at this moment. With his cultivation strength, coupled with his various talents and magical abilities, within this golden yang mansion, not to say that he was invincible in the Yuaning realm, but at least crushing ordinary Yuaning martial artists was not a difficult task. Currently for Yin Feng, the mayfly transformation was completely sufficient, especially after the divine soul metamorphosed into a golden mayfly. In addition to the power of the divine soul skyrocketing tenfold, there was also an additional divine soul talent, Void Mayfly. Not only could it conceal the divine soul in the void, but it could also cause the speed of the divine soul's movement in the void to increase dramatically. Yin Feng could even imagine that if this talent was paired with a Yuaning, it would simply be a great killing blow to engage in a sneak attack from behind. After cultivating into the mayfly transformation, Yin Feng's life was back to being uneventful. Every day, apart from teasing that little girl called Mud to relieve her boredom, most of the rest of the time was spent sitting in the classroom drinking tea. Of course, although Yin Feng was ostensibly drinking tea, in reality, his divine sense was always keeping an eye on the entire Anning County town. Yan Feng's original intention was to look for traces of the Red Fire sect, intending to capture a few survivors to learn about the specifics of the Devil's Abyss passageway. However, the Red Flame cultists had yet to be found, but he had accidentally discovered several powerful cultivation auras. Yan Feng carefully probed with his divine sense, and there were a total of 4 powerful cultivation auras hidden within the city of Anning County. 3 of them were at the Yuaning cultivation level, and the last one vaguely made him feel a hint of threat based on his aura alone. Moreover, this person had almost detected his divine sense probing. According to Yan Feng's rough judgment, the other party's cultivation had at least reached the peak of the Yuaning realm. It might even be higher too. Upon discovering this person, Yan Feng's mind immediately grew cautious, carefully observing the traces of the other party's behavior with his divine sense. After 2 days of monitoring in this manner, Yan Feng realized that this person did not seem to have any particular purpose. A strong person who was at least at the peak of Yuaning suddenly appeared in Anning County. To say that the other party had come to visit the mountains, Yan Feng would not believe it to death. So for the next few days, Yan Feng completely focused his mind on this person, not letting go of any of the other party's movements, including paying special attention to the people and things he had come into contact with. However, before Yan Feng could discover anything unusual about this person, another cultivation aura that made him feel extremely threatened suddenly came from outside of Anning County, and as Yan Feng's divine sense probed, he was directly discovered by the other party on the spot. At this moment, the entrance to the city of Anning County, a white-haired old man looked up in the direction of the prison division, then led a man and a woman, 2 young people, straight into the city. Not much longer, the trio then appeared outside the prison division. Sister, do you think this wind has comprehended the domain or not? If he hasn't comprehended the domain, I don't think he's necessarily a match for me. The yellow-clothed youth with short, flowing hair couldn't help but ask towards the purple-clothed woman next to him. The purple-shirted woman shook her head and said, Wind is ranked 11th on the 4 realms Qianguo's golden ranking, and I'm afraid that his true strength is not the least bit weaker than the Jindan realm. Although you can barely get through 2 moves with the Jindan realm by virtue of your divine ability, you should still be a bit worse compared to this person. Hearing this, the yellow-clothed youth looked unconvinced. Without having actually competed, who knows which is stronger or weaker? If not for my father not allowing me to challenge the Mightian golden ranking, maybe my ranking is even higher than his. The purple-shirted woman reminded, if you really want to challenge him, remember not to lose your temper even if you lose. And even more so, don't get annoyed. I know sis. The yellow-clothed youth casually dealt with the sentence, and then directly came to the entrance of the prison division, and issued a battle order towards the jailer on duty at the entrance. Go tell Win that I, Yu Xingchen, challenged him with the same realm cultivation to weigh whether or not this golden ranking 11th of his is a waste of time. Chapter 63. In the prison division. Du Xiaoyong stormed into the classroom with an anxious look. Lord is not good. There is a young man outside, called to challenge the wind. Under the observation of his costume origin, I am afraid it is not trivial. Okay, I got it. Yan Feng put down his teacup and slowly got up. Let's go. Follow me out to see what exactly these guys want to do. Soon, Yan Feng then saw Yu Xingchen, who wanted to challenge him, as well as the white-haired old man and the purple-shirted woman next to him. Dare I ask how a few of you are addressed? Yan Feng took the lead in bowing his hand towards the several people. Who are you? Hurry up and tell Win to come out and face the battle. When Yu Xingchen saw Yan Feng show up, he directly ignored his uniform of a jailer. Still clamoring to challenge Feng, Yan Feng glanced at the silent white-haired old man and the purple-shirted woman beside him. Raising his eyes to Yu Xingchen, you want to challenge Wind? Not bad. I came all the way here from the Golden Yang Mansion specifically to challenge Wind. So hurry up and go shout Wind out. Don't be a shrinking turtle. Yan Feng frowned. Are you mistaken? We do not have the person you call Wind in our prison division. What? Yu Xingchen was stunned and immediately spoke. Impossible. The location of the town guard token used by Wind is here. He must be someone from the prison division. Yan Feng shook his head and said, our town guardian lord is not the Wind you speak of. So it seems that you are indeed looking in the wrong place. You lie. Yu Xingchen said angrily. A mere jailer. How dare you cajole me? Hurry up and call out Wind. Or don't blame me for being merciless. Yan Feng's face sank as he swept his gaze over the white-haired old man and the purple-shirted woman beside him. His tone cold. It seems that a few of you are determined to cause trouble here today? Kid, since you don't know what's good for you, let's wait for the son of the world to take you down and then have Wind come out to ransom you personally. The words fell. Yu Xingchen's figure moved, instantly appearing in front of Yan Feng, his palm covered with a layer of powerful true qi, fiercely pressing towards the top of Yan Feng's head, intending to suppress him on the spot. However, the next moment, a large hand like solid iron suddenly grabbed Yu Xingchen's wrist, Yin Feng had only used a trace of his mana to cause all of his body protection true chi to collapse, and then directly sealed his cultivation. Ah! Yin Feng exerted a slight force, and Yu Xingchen immediately let out a miserable cry. Wait! At the critical moment, a dainty cry suddenly rang out. The purple-shirted woman at the side interrupted Yin Feng with a timely voice. Yin Feng's movements on his hand stalled as he turned his head to look at the purple-shirted woman. Dare I ask what your excellency has to say? An apologetic smile appeared on the purple-shirted woman's face as she bent down slightly to bow. My name is Yu Xingyue. My younger brother is young and unintelligent. I have offended a lot just now, but there is absolutely no malicious intent. Please forgive me. Your excellency. Yin Feng frowned, and was unforgiving. Your brother has directly attacked me. Such behavior is said to be a serious point of attacking officials. According to the law when beheaded, you want to easily skim over this matter with a word? Hearing these words, Yu Xingyue's expression remained unchanged as she slightly sized up Yin Feng and smiled. This matter was indeed done wrong by Sherbrooke. I would like to sincerely apologize to your excellency on his behalf. But your excellency is at least as senior of the Jindan realm, so I hope that this time, you can be magnanimous and not to see eye to eye with him. Seeing that the other party had revealed this attitude, Yin Feng did not continue to hold on to it, and casually threw Yu Xingchen back to the other party whose cultivation had been sealed. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit here today? Yin Feng's gaze scrutinized Yu Xingyue directly. It was clear that this woman was the decision-maker among the three. As for the white-haired old man with the highest cultivation level, he should be in existence similar to a protector. Sister, I'm not convinced. Before Yu Xingyue could say anything, Yu Xingchen, who had his cultivation seal lifted, immediately pointed at Yin Feng and cursed angrily. This despicable fellow pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger, deliberately hiding his cultivation to lure me into a trap. If he hadn't sneak attacked me, he definitely wouldn't be my opponent. You shut up! Yu Xingyu shouted sternly, instantly causing Yu Xingchen to not dare to make a sound, only glaring at Yin Feng with very unwilling eyes. Yin Feng glanced at him, not taking him seriously in the slightest. If he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble, he could have killed him with a single look. Seemingly sensing the coldness in Yin Feng's eyes, Yu Xingyue once again revealed an apologetic smile. My humble brother's words were uncharacteristic, but they were all unintentional, so please do not blame your excellency. Yin Feng waved his hand. No harm done. Now you can tell me the reason for your visit. Don't tell me it's just to accompany him in the challenge. Yu Xingyue laughed. Naturally not. Dare I ask your name? My last name is Yen. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Yen. In fact, we don't have any malicious intent. We only came here to look for a lost demon pet, and incidentally to visit a deceased person on behalf of our family elders. Demon pet? Yen Feng's expression moved slightly, suddenly thinking of what Lin Jingyue had once said. He raised his eyes to look at the few people. The demonic pet you spoke of, is it a third-ranked phantom demon? Yu Xingyue's eyes lit up. Precisely. Mr. Yen has seen that phantom demon? Yen Feng nodded. Not bad. Dare I ask, Mr. There's no need to ask. That illusory demon has already been killed by me. What? Yu Xingchen cried out in shock, his eyes glaring deathly at Yin Feng. You actually killed the illusory demon? Yin Feng glanced at him. As the head of the prison, I control the affairs of a county's prison on behalf of Lord Jingguan, and that demon dared to impersonate a human being in an open manner and ran to the front of my prison division to cause trouble. So what's wrong with me beheading him? Seeing Yin Feng's expression of justification, Yu Xingchen was directly furious. Do you know that phantom demon is a rare demon pet that my Jinyang royal house spent a great deal of effort on before it was specially bred? Yin Feng shook his head. I don't know. Yu Xingchen was instantly so infuriated that he couldn't speak. Yin Feng slowly said, even if you know, so what? A mere third-order demon dares to take human form and coax me, so it's just as well to kill it. Hearing these words, Yu Xingchen almost couldn't suppress the riotous anger in his heart on the spot. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Isn't it just that your cultivation is slightly higher than mine? If you have the ability, you can have a match with my sister. Although my sister is only in the foundation establishment realm, she has forged a superb Taoist foundation, and is ranked 89th on the Qian Kingdom's 5 realms of the Meitian Gold List. Against you my sister only needs one hand, and will be able to easily suppress you. You shut up. Yu Xingyue flicked out a strand of mana, directly sealing Yu Xingchen's dantian along with his 5 senses. Seeing this, Yin Feng could not help but take a closer look at her, but he did not see that this woman was still a generation of heavenly pride. However, it was just like that for Yin Feng. He hadn't challenged the Meitian Golden ranking when he was in the foundation establishment realm though. However, with only the 49 grades of the perfect green lotus Dao foundation, it was enough to crush this woman in terms of cultivation base. Yu Xingyue casting a superb Dao foundation could even be ranked in the 89th position, If Yin Feng were to change to challenge the Mythian Golden ranking, not to say that he would directly kill his way into the top 10 of the Chen country, he should be able to enter the top 20 anyways, not to mention that when he broke through the Jindan realm and condensed the leakless Jindan, his cultivation strength was even more drastically transformed. Nowadays, in Yin Feng's eyes, not to mention Yu Xing Yue, who was only at the Foundation Establishment realm, even if it was the Tao Protector beside her, although it made Yin Feng very jealous, it was far from being able to reach a level that made him fearful. If it is really impossible to make peace today, Yin Feng is not afraid to let go of the battle. This was also the reason why Yin Feng was emboldened and dared to directly admit to killing the illusory demon. Chapter 64, An Old Friend. Originally, Yin Feng had been prepared to tear his face off when he heard that the other party had come for the phantom demon. However, Yu Xingyue's hand in directly suppressing her Cypriot brother was really somewhat unexpected by Yin Feng. It looked as if there was room to turn the matter around. Sure enough, after Yu Xingyue finished suppressing Yu Xingchen, he bowed towards Yin Feng with an apologetic face. Don't blame Mr. Yen. My younger brother is used to talking nonsense in his day. I hope that Mr. Yen won't bother with him in general. Yin Feng looked deeply at her. Since you have said so, Mr. Yen is not a person with a narrow temperament, so naturally I will not take his words to heart. For conflicts that could be avoided, Yin Feng did not want to cause trouble. Thank you, sir, for your generosity. Yu Xingyue arched her hand in thanks and then said, Dare I ask you, sir, since you have killed the illusory demon, is it possible to retain any illusory demon corpses? You want the phantom demon corpse? I'm not going to hide it from you. Sir, when I kept that phantom demon, it was actually for the purpose of sacrificing a magic treasure. If you have a phantom demon corpse in your hands, I'm willing to spend the price in exchange for 3 feet of phantom demon skin. Yin Feng nodded his head gently. Yes, I will have someone cut 3 feet of the phantom demon skin and hand it over to you later. When Yin Feng had first sacrificed the phantom demon, he had only used 1 foot of the phantom demon skin, and the rest was completely sufficient to satisfy the other party's needs. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Yu Xingyue revealed a smile on her delicate face after obtaining permission to trade. However, Yin Feng looked cold and said, Do you have anything else? Yu Xingyue bowed slightly and said, Mr. Yen, there is one more thing that we came here to do, and that is to pay a visit to Lord Jinghua. So I would like to ask you to pass the message on for us. Half a quarter of an hour later, in the middle of the heavenly prison, when Yu Xingyue and Yu Xingchen saw the hunchbacked old woman, they all bent down and bowed respectfully. Star Moon, pays her respects to Auntie Grandmother. Hearing the 2 young men's address, the hunchbacked crone's cloudy gaze surged with excitement, vaguely brimming with a flash of tears. Good, get up quickly. When Yin Feng saw the scene, his heart inexplicably felt some emotion. I didn't realize that the hunchbacked crone actually had this level of identity, but it looks like it should have been cut off from the Jinyang royal family for a long time. Otherwise it wouldn't have been stuck in this remote Anning County for so many years. Although Yin Feng did not know the exact reason for this, he could probably guess that it should be related to the hunchbacked crone's division, the Tongtian sect. Congratulations, elder. Seeing that the hunchbacked old woman was rarely so happy, Yin Feng spoke. Why don't the latecomers send someone to Spring Wind House and organize a sumptuous table? How about a good reception for the senior? Yes. The hunchbacked old woman leaned on the cane in her hand and immediately agreed to Yin Feng's proposal. Yu Xingyue bowed towards Yin Feng. I've bothered Mr. Yen. Yin Feng nodded, then turned around and left the heavenly prison, leaving the space for catching up to a few people. Then he summoned Du Xiaoyong and instructed him to personally go to Spring Breeze House to bring in the cooks and start preparing for the dinner. Evening. Still in the middle of the heavenly prison, an incomparably sumptuous mat was set with a variety of exquisite dishes. In addition to the hunchbacked old crone and the 3 Yu Xingyue, Yin Feng had also brought over the little girl, Mud. At the dinner party, Yu Xingyue took the initiative to take the hunchbacked old woman's hand and recounted the many trivial things that happened within the Jinyan Wangfu. Yu Xingchen kept chiming in from the sidelines and kept hugging the mud to brag about his powerful talent and his many glorious deeds. It quickly drew a gasp and a look of adoration from the little girl. This gave Yu Xingchen great satisfaction in his heart. He then dropped his gaze onto Yin Feng, and then, intentionally or unintentionally, he subtly revealed the strength of his sister's cultivation to Yin Feng, especially focusing on the significance of the rankings of the Meitian Golden ranking. It was obvious that there was still some grudges about what happened during the day. The hunchbacked old woman looked at the scene, her vicissitudes of the eyes filled with nostalgic relief. Right, Aunt Grandmother, since you are the town guard of this Anning County, you should know that Jade Liquid Realm martial artist called Wind, right? Halfway through the dinner, Yu Xingchen suddenly opened his mouth and inquired towards the hunchbacked old woman. At those words, the hunchbacked crone glanced slightly at Yin Feng, who was drinking with his head down beside him, and then slowly said, "Old me does know a martial artist called Wind, but his cultivation is not at the Jade Liquid realm." "Not the Jade realm?" Yu Xingchen stared. "Can it be that he has already broken through?" "Nice." The hunchbacked old woman nodded slightly. "How come?" Yu Xingchen had a lost look on his face. He even broke through so hastily. Doesn't he want to hit the top 10 of the golden ranking in the 4th realm of the Qian kingdom? Now that he's broken through, how can I challenge him? It's a pity that my father won't allow me to challenge the Mightian golden ranking at all. Otherwise I would definitely be able to prove that I'm stronger than him within the same realm. Hearing Yu Xingchen's regretful tone, the little girl sitting in his arms raised her little head and comforted. "You're right, Brother Xingchen. Besides Brother Feng, you must be the most powerful." "Wait, Brother Wind." Yu Xingchen's expression froze as he looked down at the little girl. Mud. You also know Wind?" "Ahem." Yin Feng suddenly coughed and slowly put down his wineglass. Then his gaze met Yu Xingchen's. "I am the Wind. Say, how do you want to challenge me?" "You." Hearing Yan Feng's words, Yu Xingchen was instantly dumbfounded, losing his speech on the spot. "Put." At this moment, Yu Xingyue next to him suddenly let out a pleasant laugh. "Mr. Yen, you might as well stop poking fun at this bratty brother of mine. Xingchen, you have offended Mr. Yen with your words many times today, so why don't you hurry up and make a toast to Mr. Yen to make amends?" Yu Xingchen's expression twitched for a moment, his face difficult. "A sister." Yu Xingyue's face turned cold. "If it wasn't for Mr. Yan's mercy today, do you think you would still be able to sit here unharmed?" Yu Xingchen just wanted to retort, but when he saw Yu Xingyu's eyes, he immediately lowered his head again. Then, forced by Yu Xingyue's eyes, he reluctantly toasted a cup of wine to Yin Feng. "I acted rashly today. Please forgive me, Mr. Yen." Yin Feng glanced at the hunchbacked old woman on the side and did not say anything more. He just laughed and raised his wine cup to drink. With the end of this drink, it meant that the previous unpleasantness between several people had completely disappeared. Immediately, Yu Xingyue's demeanor corrected slightly as she inquired to the hunchbacked old woman. "Auntie grandmother, I heard that an evil king in Ning County was recently beheaded by the Black Wind Demon God?" The hunchbacked crone nodded. "Not bad. It seems that you have come here for the Blood Demon split this time?" Yu Xingyue nodded and said with a serious expression. "Since Aunt Grandmother knows about the Blood Demon Divergent, then I think she must also understand the matter of the demonic tribulation. We came here this time because we wanted to see if there are any Blood Demon clues in this place, and we wanted to poke around for more information about the demonic plague so that we could make early preparations to deal with it." The hunchbacked crone shook her head and shifted her gaze towards Yen Feng. "Regarding the Blood Demon split, the old me doesn't know much, so it's better for you, Little Wind, to tell them about it." "Yes, Elder," Yen Feng responded. "The matter of the demonic plague is actually something I heard others recount, that the Red Flame sect was preparing to sacrifice living beings to open the passageway to the demonic abyss with the help of the blood demonic doppelganger's power. The time of the outbreak of the demonic plague should be within half a year, and with the scale of this demonic plague, the entire Jinyang province is in danger of being annihilated, and only the Sword Pond Dao state has any hope of resisting the demonic plague." Hearing what Yin Feng had said, Yu Xingyue couldn't help but become grave. "Thank you, Mr. Yen, for informing me. This information is very important." Yin Feng waved his hand. "It's just a matter of lifting a hand. It's not worth mentioning." Yu Xingyue stood up and bowed deeply towards Yin Feng. "Xingyu also has an ungrateful request. I wonder if Mr. Yen can inform the person who is the source of this information. If Mr. Yen has a need, Xingyu will never excuse himself." "Oh?" Yin Feng raised an eyebrow, unable to resist sizing up Yu Xingyue. Chapter 65 Extraction. The next day, the three of them, Yu Xingyu, then left the prison division. After receiving the name Lin Jingyue from Yin Feng at last night's dinner party, Yu Xingyu then decided to stay in Ning County and turn over all traces of the Red Fire sect, then follow the trail to find Lin Jingyue and torture more information about the demonic plague out of her. Right after Yu Xingyue's trio left the prison division, Yin Feng released his divine sense and carefully began to monitor the movements of the entire city. Yin Feng had originally wanted to look for the Red Fire sect's whereabouts, but although he possessed a powerful divine sense that covered the entire city of Anning County, there were many clues that his divine sense could not discover. "I didn't expect that right at this moment." Yu Xingyue's trio would actually deliver themselves to the door in time and take the initiative to request to search for the Red Fire sect's traces. In response, Yin Feng naturally begged for more, so he graciously sent out Lin Jingyue's identity information. With Yu Xingyue and the three of them personally, Yin Feng only needed to follow and observe with his divine sense, and then he could easily find the Red Flame sect. However, in order to prevent the protector of the Dao from Yu Xingyue's side from noticing, Yin Feng purposely avoided the position of the three. and Yu Xingyue's trio really did not let Yin Feng down. In only half a day's work, some clues were detected by the information given by Yin Feng, and finally managed to capture a restaurant owner. This restaurant owner was a former friend of the former jailer Wang Fu, and was also a red fire cultist, and his strength wasn't low, possessing a cultivation of the true Qi realm. After torturing the owner of the restaurant, Yu Xingyue's trio continued to follow the clues and searched, and the next day they managed to capture more than a dozen red fire cult scouts. Over the next few days, Yu Xingyu and her trio uncovered a group of red fire cultists lurking within Ning County based on the information they had tortured out of these scouts' mouths, and the one with the highest cultivation level was actually a Jindan realm martial artist. After encountering the Jindan realm, Yu Xingchen shouted for him to try. However, Yu Xingyu did not give him this opportunity to show off. Yin Feng then saw Yu Xingyue personally take action and successfully suppress this Jindan martial artist. Just as Yu Xingyue's trio was about to torture this Jindan martial artist, the Red Fire sect, which had suffered heavy losses, also finally reacted. Soon, the adjusted Red Fire cult retaliated. That night, the two Yuaning powerhouses then directly barged into Spring Wind House, wanting to attack the Yu Xingyue trio. One of these two Yuaning was one of the four scents Yin Feng had earlier discovered hidden in the city. As for the other one, Yin Feng had not detected it through his divine sense perception before. Either he had just recently entered Anning County, or his cultivation aura was too well hidden. Yin Feng realized that ever since he had killed the evil king, there seemed to be gradually many more bulls, ghosts and serpents within this Anning County city, and among them, the Red Fire sect's reaction was particularly fierce. Yu Xingyue had just exposed her notable strength by suppressing that Jindan martial artist during the day, and then at night, the Red Flame sect directly sent out two Yuaning powerhouses. However, although the Red Flame sect had sent two Yuaning powerhouses, Yu Xingyue had a protector of the way among the three of them with an unfathomable cultivation, and this attack was clearly a self-defeating action. The truth was not what Yin Feng expected. When the two Yuaning powerhouses had just broken into the Spring Wind building, before they could fully explode their cultivation aura, they were directly suppressed by the white-haired old man following Yu Xingyue's side. It was also the white-haired old man's strike this time that Yin Feng was certain that the other party's cultivation was definitely above the Yuaning realm. It was clearly a terrifying powerhouse of the Dharma phase realm. Under normal circumstances, the entire Surabaya County would not be able to find a few powerhouses of the Dharma phase realm. But if you think about it, it was normal for the world son and county lord of the Jinyang royal house to be followed by a Dharma realm protector. Seeing the two Yuaning martial artists who had been captured by the white-haired old man, Yin Feng instantly understood that the Red Fire cultists within this Anning County would probably soon have nowhere to hide. Sure enough, on the second day alone, Yu Xingyue's trio found several strongholds of the Red Fire sect one after another. Although the Red Fire sect had evacuated many of its congregation overnight, with the deacons blockading the city, they ended up arresting hundreds of people. Among them were some of the people from the Lin family's main lineage, and the two uncles and nephews, Lin Jun and Lin Hun, who had once crossed paths with Yin Feng, were both inside. Regarding these two, Yin Feng no longer had much hatred for them at the moment. Just instructed Du Xiaoyan to personally go to the executive Yamen division. Ran a trip to the past. Grudges will be completely resolved, but also can be considered to be a peace of mind. What made Yin Feng feel slightly regretful was that he actually did not catch his former boss this time. Yin Feng still had a vivid memory of the scene where Wang Fu had backstabbed the deputy prisoner, an enemy who was proficient in backstabbing, even if the other party's strength was not worth mentioning and could only be thought of in secret hatred. Yin Feng would feel uncomfortable. Therefore, even nowadays, Wang Fu was just an insignificant minor character to him. However, if there was an opportunity, Yin Feng still wanted to remove this person completely. With this time, the Red Fire cult within Anning County was almost uprooted. It also allowed Yin Feng to see the importance that the Red Flame sect attached to the city of Anning County, or rather, the importance of the Black Wind Demon God. After all, before Yu Xingyue's trio had even arrived, there was only one Black Wind Demon God in plain sight in the entire city of Anning County, and it was worth the Red Flame sect's efforts to send two Yuaning martial artists. Yin Feng estimated that these two Yuaning martial artists might have originally wanted to deal with the Black Wind Demon God, and as a result, they had just happened to be bumped into by the three Yu Xingyue. On the very same day that the Red Fire cult was swept away, the three of them, Yu Xingyue, began to torture the Lin family's first family members, wanting to search for traces of Lin Jingyue. As Yin Feng's divine sense perceived this scene, he could not help but slightly shake his head in his heart. Although Yin Feng had only met with Lin Jingyue twice, this woman had left an incomparably deep impression in his mind. The other party was able to take off and leave in front of him openly and honestly on both occasions, so it was evident that his means were extraordinary. Moreover, the power of that bizarre talismanic paper did not belong to the bizarre blood clothes at all. and Yin Feng still had not been able to thoroughly see through it. In Yin Feng's opinion, it was basically impossible to rely on the Lin family's first family to find Lin Jingyue. Even whether or not Lin Jingyue was still in Anning County at this moment was a mystery. Yin Feng hid in the shadows and quietly observed all the movements within the city. Seeing that the other 3 auras above the Yuaning lurking within the city did not make any movements, then he guessed that this search for the Red Fire sect should come to a temporary end. However, things were unpredictable, and on the second day things took an unexpected turn for Yin Feng. That is, Yuxingyue's trio actually did find Lin Jingyue's whereabouts in the clues provided by the Lin family's first family. Yin Feng was very surprised at the first moment, and immediately afterward, he reacted that this was most likely a trap. It turned out that Yin Feng had guessed correctly. In the evening of that day, when Yuxingyue's trio pursued Lin Jingyue's trail to a short distance outside the city, they were suddenly trapped by a large formation that had ambushed them. Immediately afterward, an incomparably terrifying battle erupted, when the 2 Dharma real bodies, both thousands of feet tall, appeared outside the city to fight desperately. The terrifying aftermath of the battle caused the entire Anning County city to feel the tremors. Chapter 66, The Great Battle of the Dharma Phases. Rumble. Violent roars resounded through the night sky, and the bright spiritual light that kept exploding illuminated most of the sky dome as bright as day. For the hundreds of thousands of people in the city of Anning County, seeing this kind of terrible battle movement, it really seemed as if the end of the world had come. In the eyes of many of the people, those 2 towering demon gods standing above the firmament both possessed the terrifying power of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. And in just a few moments, they seemed to have punched countless holes in the heavens. At this moment, the hearts of countless people were shrouded by the horrifying shadow of death, fearing that whichever demon god would destroy the entire city of Anning County if they were not careful. Just then, many people suddenly remembered the Black Wind demon god enshrined in their homes and hurriedly ran home to kneel in front of the shrine to pray to the Black Wind demon god for blessings. Soon, countless people fell to their knees in the streets, all praying devoutly for the protection of the Black Wind demon god. Outside the prison division, Yin Feng's divine sense took in all of this in his mind, and a flash of inexplicable emotion flashed across his eyes. Next to them, the hunchbacked old crone had been paying attention to the actions of Yuxingyue's trio these days because she was not assured of her 2 bloodline descendants. At this moment, when he saw the terrifying battle outside the city, his turbid gaze was filled with worry. Little Wind. The hunchbacked crone's raspy voice wanted to speak. Yin Feng raised his head to look at the spatial cracks that continued to explode in the dome of the sky, and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Senior, if the situation is not favorable, I will try to preserve the 2 of them." The hunchbacked crone's eyes were complicated. If things are not to be, let's see what happens first. Yin Feng did not open his mouth to guarantee anything, deciding that it was better to wait and see. The hunchback nodded with a heavy expression. The reason why Yin Feng had the idea of making a move was that apart from repaying the hunchbacked crone's favor, it was also because the Red Fire sect was also his enemy. Moreover, once Yuxingyue's protector fell and died, the entire Anning County city would be in danger of being overthrown at any time. Unless Yin Feng left Anning County instantly now, he would end up inevitably bumping into the Dharma phase realm. However, to Yin Feng, although the enemies of the Dharma phase realm were somewhat tricky, they were not yet at the point of making him look to the wind and flee. Moreover, the full moon would be in a few days, and leaving Anning County at this moment would result in the loss of a sacrificial opportunity. Just as Yin Feng's mind was reeling with thoughts, the fierce battle between the 2 Dharma realms outside the city also gradually entered a white-hot stage. At this moment, the entire canopy was filled with spatial fragments as if they were broken mirrors. A black crack hung above the sky like a spider web, emitting a palpitating aura. Underneath the canopy, a flame demon god phantom that was about 6,000 feet tall had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its feet stepped on wind and thunder, and its body was haunted by a blazing golden flame of rules. The flame demon god Dharma phase held 6 terrifying divine weapons evolved by mana, and each strike was able to shatter large swaths of the void, causing the raging power of the heavens and earth to obliterate into nothingness. On the other hand, facing each other with the flame demon god Dharma phase was a cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase that was not too different in size, covered in cold light scale armor that seemed to be poured out of ice crystals. The cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase held a heaven-shaking halberd, not a divine weapon evolved by mana, but a true spiritual weapon whose grade surpassed that of a magic treasure. With the support of the spiritual weapon halberd, every attack collision of the cold ice Jiao dragon phantom was able to shatter the flame demon god phantom's mana divine soldier and easily wear down the rule golden flame lingering around it. And when the flame demon god phantasm wanted to draw on the power of the rules of heaven and earth to replenish itself, the forbidden formations branded in the void would block the power of the rules. This was the heaven-locking earth formation that the Red Fire sect had specially set up to ambush the Dharma phase realm. Not only did it block off the surrounding void, preventing the Dharma phase realm from relying on the transportation technique aptitude to escape. It also isolated the power of the rules of heaven and earth from the outside world. The two Dharma real bodies fought for but a quarter of an hour. The flame demon god phantasm then gradually showed its decline under the fierce bombardment of the cold ice Jiao dragon phantasm, and was successively shattered by the spiritual weapon halberd with several pieces of mana divine soldiers. However, the flame demon god phantasm did not consume rule power to mend the broken mana divine soldier, even allowing the other party's spiritual weapon halberd to penetrate the Dharma phase's true body. He was unwilling to waste rule power to recover from his injuries. From the moment he was lured into the heaven-locking earth formation, the protector of the Taoists following Yuxing Yue then realized that this was a killing game targeting the Dharma phase realm. With the void blocked, the other party relied on a spiritual weapon and could completely consume him alive in the formation just by constantly consuming his rule power. The only way to break this game is to do it quickly. Defeat the enemy directly with absolute power before breaking the big formation blockade. Unfortunately, the other party's cultivation realm was comparable to his, and the difference between the Dharma real bodies condensed was not too great. The white-haired old man, who was the protector of the Tao, exploded with a wave of full force at the beginning of the battle, but did not take a clear advantage. Then they planned to preserve their strength and find a chance to escort the world sun and the county lord out. As a little bit of time passed, the white-haired old man's flame demon god phantom was under the crazy bombardment of the spiritual weapon halberd. The lingering rule golden flame on his body extinguished most of it, and the phantom's real body gradually had a tendency to collapse. And within the flame demon god phantasm, both Yuxing Yue and Yu Xingchen remained intact under the shelter of the domain. At this moment, the white-haired old man's eyes were heavy as he looked at Yuxing Yue. Sheriff Master, I will cast a divine ability to trap this person later, but there will definitely be someone outside guarding the formation base, and it's likely that there will be a Yuaning realm martial artist. The void of this place is blocked, so it's impossible to use a movement talisman, so we can only rely on you to take Shitzi away next. Yu Xingyu nodded with a grave expression. Elder Bai must be careful. Both Xingchen and I have protective jades on our bodies, and I also have a 5 thunder divine symbol in my hand given by my father, which is enough to protect myself. Yes, the white-haired old man didn't say anything more. This battle was bound to be fierce for him, and being able to hold off an opponent at the Dharma phase realm was already the limit. As for what the final outcome would be, it could only depend on the county princess and the world's sun's destiny. Above the dome of the sky, the cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase once again hurled its spiritual weapon halberd, directly shattering the flame demon god Dharma phase's last mana divine armament, and managed to decapitate a hideous-faced demon god. Just as the cold ice augur dragon Dharma phase was about to make its final kill, the flame demon god Dharma phase, which was on the verge of collapsing, suddenly trembled. Palm! In the next moment, the thousands of feet of flame demon god phantasm exploded. Countless fragments of the exploded body instantly burned up, emitting a terrifying temperature that burned a layer of black voids into the void. In an instant, the blazing rule gold flame almost covered the entire dome of the sky, transforming into a sea of rule fire, immediately drowning the cold ice Jiao dragon phantom completely. When the brilliant golden sea of rule fire replaced the canopy, the two figures rode in a magic boat made of golden paper stacked on top of each other, quickly cutting through the void under the push of the raging fire waves. Yu Xingyue harnessed the golden canoe, and with the help of the impact force of the sea of rule fire erupting, she quickly rushed to the edge of the void blocked by the heavenly locking earth formation. And at the edge of the large formation, the Yuaning martial artists guarding the foundation of the formation immediately erupted with a powerful aura of cultivation when they saw the rushing golden canoe. Asterisk 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 off. Chapter 67. Asterisk 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 off. Seeing that she was blocked by a Yuaning martial artist, Yu Xingyue directly activated the 5 thunder talisman paper in her palm. Boom! A piercing purple lightning swept through the void, instantly bombarding the Yuaning martial artist in front of him. Ah! A 7-inch Yuaning let out an agonizing scream and drilled out from its tattered body against the purple lightning, staring at Yu Xingyue with eyes full of resentment. Damn! I'll definitely whip you into shape and boil your divine soul into lamp oil. Yeah, too bad you don't have a chance. Seeing that the other party had lost his physical body, leaving only a heavily damaged Yuaning, Yu Xingyue immediately took out a magic longsword, intending to completely kill this Yuaning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The 7-inch Yuaning was completely enraged. So what if he didn't have a physical body? He was at least a hallowed 7th realm Yuaning, and even if he was seriously injured, he was not something that a mere foundation could provoke. You go to hell. The 7-inch Yuaning let out a roar, and the Yuaning mana carried the terrifying power of the divine soul, and after fusing a strand of rule power, it transformed into a white bone hand that slapped fiercely towards the golden canoe. Seeing this, Yu Xingyue's eyes condensed, directly handing over the golden boat to Yu Xingchen to steer, her body's mana instantly bursting out of her body, flexing her fingers to flick her longsword, shaking off a strand of radiant sword light. Clang! A crisp sword chant resounded through the void. Yu Xingyu's shaking sword light transformed into a silver lake as if it were a moonflower, and in this lake was birthed a side of the sword domain that she had comprehended. After Yu Xingyu executed her sword Dao secret technique, the entire sword domain lake was successfully condensed into a drop of silver-colored water. The moment the white bone hand blasted down, the silver-colored water droplets similarly exploded out. Rumble! The moment the two collided, raging in berserk sword chi suddenly erupted from the palm of the white bone hand. In addition to the overpowering sword intent and the countless pounds of sword chi, there was also a hint of the scorching heat of the supreme yang, which managed to tear apart the divine soul power lingering on the white bone hands. There was a click. As the power of the divine soul collapsed, the strand of rule power on the white bone's big hand was also cut off by the sword intent, and the silver-colored water droplets directly pierced through the severely injured 7-inch Yuaning. In the next moment, the sword domain compressed to the extreme suddenly blossomed from within the 7-inch Yuaning. Ah! A despairing, mournful scream rang out steeply. Immediately afterward, the 7-inch Yuaning that had been heavily injured by the 5 Thunder Talisman completely obliterated into nothingness. Put! After seeing the 7-inch Yuaning fall, Yu Xingyu suddenly violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Sis! When Yu Xingchen saw the pale Yu Xingyu, he immediately let out a shriek. It's fine. I just forcefully activated the 7th ranked line sword mysterious technique and suffered a backlash from the technique. So as long as I don't continue to use my mana for the time being, I'll be fine. In order to settle that 7-inch Yuaning with a single strike, Yu Xingyu directly used her desperate undercard as soon as she struck, aiming to buy time. Star! Quick! Hurry up and destroy the formation base. Yu Xingyu hurriedly urged towards Yu Xingchen. Ha! Sister! Shouldn't we immediately escape the big formation and use a movement talisman? If we don't destroy the formation, Old Bai won't be able to leave today. So cut the crap and hurry up to destroy the formation base. Yes! Yu Xingchen hurriedly nodded his head and harnessed the golden canoe to quickly rush towards the formation base. Looking at the pressure formation stone buried into the ground, Yu Xingchen had a smile on his face. This is finally my turn. However, as soon as his words fell, a teasing voice suddenly came out from behind the half-foot-tall stone monument. Two naive little fellows, you'd better obediently stay in the middle of this big formation. Don't make things difficult for me. The smile on Yu Xingchen's face steeply froze, and his figure that was just about to move was fixed in place. In the next moment, a childish boy less than half a meter tall burrowed out from the ground, looking at the two with a sneer on his face. A genesis? When he felt the cultivation aura on the childish boy, Yu Xingchen's heart cooled halfway on the spot. Sister! Yu Xingchen subconsciously looked at Yu Xingyu, only to find that her elder sister's face was pale at the moment, and a touch of despair was revealed in her eyes. The little girl's strength is good and her looks are okay. Are you interested in being my concubine? The boyish boy surveyed Yu Xingyu with greedy eyes. If you agree to be my concubine, I will spare both of your lives. How about it? Fart! Yu Xingchen broke into a rage and said, You dead dwarf looks ugly, but things quite beautiful. You give me as a son are too shabby. Kid, you really don't know how to die. The childish boy's eyes were cold as he looked towards Yu Xingchen. You have killed so many people from my Red Fire sect. No matter who comes today, they will not be able to save you. Yes? Who? The childish boy's face changed and he turned his head to look beyond the large formation, only to see that in the void, Yan Feng, dressed in a slender black power suit, stepped into the confines of the grand formation. Originally I wanted to wait for them to finish fighting before coming. I didn't realize that you little runt actually took the initiative to jump out and look for death, so I could only come over early to send you on your way. Mr. Yen. Seeing Yan Feng appear, a flash of surprise immediately surged in Yu Xingyu's eyes. Yan Feng? A look of delight also appeared on Yu Xingchen's face. Although he disliked Yan Feng, he had to admit that the Jindan realm Yan Feng brought him a very powerful sense of security at the moment. You're the jailer who got lucky and got the god seed from the fox demon? Hearing Yan Feng's name, the young boy instantly recalled the information he had stumbled across in the sect. Ha! You've actually reached the Jindan realm? It seems like you should have other secrets in your body besides the divine seed. The boyish boy's eyes surveyed Yan Feng in a gloomy manner, a hint of hidden covetousness flashing through his gaze. However, Yan Feng paid no attention to him at all as his sight was cast directly towards the terrifying battle above the sky dome. The ignored childish boy instantly felt insulted. District Jindan realm. Before the childish boy could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Yan Feng waving his hand. Do you have any last words? The boyish child became furious on the spot. Arrogant and ignorant brat. I will let you know what the power of the heavenly Tao laws is today. You're full of crap. Yen Feng glanced at him as a brilliant golden divine aura shot out unexpectedly from his brow. Ah! The young boy didn't even react, and his short body melted away in an instant. When the screaming Yuaning flew out in an attempt to escape, Yen Feng directly mobilized the Thunder Domain to completely suppress it with just a single thought. What kind of divine power is this? Seeing Yen Feng crush a Yuaning martial artist with just a single look, Yu Xingqian's jaw dropped in shock on the spot. I didn't expect Mr. Yen to not only have a profound cultivation, but also possess such a powerful great avatar, truly worthy of being in existence, that has entered the 11th position of the Qian Kingdom's golden ranking. Yu Xingyue couldn't help but feel her heart and soul vibrate when she saw the scene just now, and couldn't help but measure Yen Feng deeply. It's just a small art. It's really not worth mentioning. Regarding the words of praise, Yen Feng did not take them to heart in the slightest, his tone appearing to be very modest. Yu Xingyue smiled and didn't continue to say anything, but instead talked directly about business. Mr. Yen, this pressure stone is the foundation of this heavenly locking earth formation. As long as we destroy the foundation, Elder Bai will be able to immediately lead us out of this ambush by the Red Flame sect. Destroy the formation base? Yen Feng raised his eyes to the cold ice Jiao dragon phantom that was making waves in the sea of brilliant golden rule fire above the sky dome and shook his head. There's no need. Chapter 68, Killing the Dharma Phase. Not necessary? Doubts had just risen in Yu Xingyu's heart, but immediately afterward, she understood why Yen Feng had said so. Rumble. Terrifying thunderous sounds shook the void, and a devil god that covered the sky stood up bathed in thunderous sword diameters. After Yen Feng had broken through the Jindan realm, he once again performed the Dharma heaven and earth, and his magnificent demon god's body was 10,000 feet in size. Under the shocked gazes of Yu Xingyue and the two of them, Yen Feng, who had transformed into a 10,000-foot devil god, directly broke through the void-blocking range of the heavenly prisoner landlocking grand formation. At this moment, even the brilliant golden sea of rule fire and the cold ice auger phantom looked exceptionally small in front of the Dharma heaven and earth. Gazing at the lofty figure that almost covered the sky, Yu Xingyue's expression was stunned as she let out a murmur. It does seem unnecessary. Yu Xingqian was even more unable to believe his eyes, but the facts were directly in front of him. His heart was sour. No wonder this guy said that the party was just a small art in the area. Just why is he wearing someone else's face? Just as Yu Xingqian felt puzzled, the cold ice Jiao dragon phantasm surrounded by the sea of rule fire suddenly let out a deafening bellow. Black Wind Demon God? Yu Xingqian's body shook as he could not hide the shock in his eyes. What? He is the Black Wind Demon God? So Mr. Yen is the Black Wind Demon God. I heard that the Black Wind Demon God only had 1,000 zhang of divine body when he killed the evil king, but now he is a 10,000 zhang of demon god's body, and such strength is definitely not inferior to the Dharma phase realm. A trace of joy flashed through Yu Xingyu's eyes. With Yen Feng joining hands with Elder Bai, he would surely succeed in resolving today's crisis. Even, there was a chance to leave this red fire sect's Dharma realm behind. It was also when Yen Feng performed the Dharma heaven and earth that countless people throughout Ning County instantly boiled over. The Black Wind Demon God. It's the Black Wind Demon God who has come to rescue us. Many of the people looked at the 10,000-foot demon god that suddenly appeared and shouted in excitement. Especially those people who had once seen the face of the Black Wind Demon God almost fell into a frenzy on the spot. The Black Wind Demon God. I have a shrine to the Black Wind Demon God in my home. It really is the Black Wind Demon God. Please, Lord Black Wind Demon God, hurry up and kill those two evil gods. Please bless Lord Black Wind Demon God. Countless people fell to their knees on top of the long street, kneeling in reverence towards the 10,000-foot demon god. They have prayed to the Black Wind Demon God to kill the evil gods and continue to bless the city of Ning County. Outside the city, incarnated as a demon god, Yen Feng's eyes reflected a blood-colored full moon, and with a single glance, he was able to break through the true form of the cold ice Jiao dragon's phantom. It was a burly middle-aged man with a halberd, staring at Yen Feng with eyes full of killing intent, as if he had seen some life and death enemy. Yen Feng felt a little puzzled in his heart. It was reasonable to say that even if he had beheaded the evil king and destroyed some of the Red Fire Sect's plans, but the other party was at least a Dharma realm powerhouse. It wasn't as if they hated him with a passion the first time they met. Yen Feng did not understand when he had incurred this hatred. The burly middle-aged man, however, snorted coldly and directly stated the grudge between the two. Black Wind Demon God, if you hadn't beheaded the Blood Demon's detachment, my son wouldn't have been angered by the Blood Demon and ultimately lost his life under the severe punishment of the sect's rules. I specially came from the Golden Yang Mansion to look for your trail. I didn't expect you to actually remain here. It's really God's favor. Upon hearing the other party's words, Yen Feng's mind came to a realization and he also felt somewhat speechless. Who would have thought that just by beheading an evil king, one would be able to provoke the hatred of a Dharma phase realm? Let's just say that it's really the world that's in a state of flux. Feeling the stout middle-aged man's boiling murderous intent, Yen Feng couldn't help but have a cold smile appear on his face. I didn't realize that it was actually the same as killing his son. Since that's the case, it's all the more reason not to keep you. Rumble. As the words fell, a divine demon great handprint carried the momentum of heavenly tilting and smashed down fiercely towards the cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase. Seek death. The stout middle-aged man shouted angrily, and the cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase suddenly erupted with terrifying extremely cold rule power, deadening the encroaching power of the surrounding sea of rule fire. Immediately, he directly threw out the spiritual weapon halberd in his hand, transforming into a sky-tearing Jiao dragon. Exuding an incomparably ferocious Jiao dragon's might as he roared and rushed towards the god-devil great handprint that was pouring down. Rumble. The moment the cold ice auger dragon collided with the great handprint of the gods and demons, it was as if the entire dome of the sky was violently trembling. The terrifying aftermath instantly tore through a large sea of rule fire, revealing a fragmented void. When the exploding mana aura dissipated, a black spiderweb of hideous cracks filled the canopy. Old thing, if you want to die I'll fulfill you. The lanky middle-aged man's voice was chilling, intending to completely get rid of the sea of rule fire's grip before freeing his hands to deal with the black wind demon god. In the next moment, the entire cold ice auger dragon Dharma phase instantly began to burn, and the berserk mana was like wolf smoke that shot straight up into the sky. The majestic extremely cold rule power condensed into a block of ice crystal mirror under the condensation of mana, blossoming countless brilliant cold lights and freezing a large area of the rule fire sea in an instant. When Yen Feng saw the scene, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The power of the Dharma phase. Nothing more than that. The stout middle-aged man, this cold ice auger dragon Dharma phase, first fought with the white-haired old man's flame demon god Dharma phase for a long time. He was then trapped in the middle of the sea of rule fire by the white-haired old man's exertion of divine power. Its full strength had long been spied on by the onlooker Yen Feng almost. Moreover, after the collision just now, Yen Feng had basically figured out his opponent's level of strength. So for this battle, Yen Feng did not waste any time at all on the idea of gradually testing the waters. At this moment, seeing that the lanky middle-aged man had placed his attention on top of the sea of rule fire, Yen Feng directly utilized his nirvana heavenly eyes. In the next instant, a golden vertical stripe suddenly emerged from the center of the 10,000 feet demon god's brow, and as the nirvana heavenly eyes slowly opened, an ancient vastness of heavenly might suddenly bloomed. Rumble. A golden divine aura pierced through the sky like a meteor, leaving a brilliant black tail in the void, and blasted through the cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase. Click. The moment the thousands of feet tall cold ice Jiao dragon phantom was struck by the golden divine aura, the power of the extreme cold rule on its body was instantly worn away, and most of its ice crystal scale armor was directly destroyed. Damn! The stout middle-aged man let out a monstrous roar, frantically mobilizing the power of the rules to repair the true body of the Dharma phase, but it was not helpful at all. After the golden divine aura dissipated, the cold ice Jiao dragon phantom had melted more than 30%, and the remaining remnants of the body were covered in chapped marks. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** with eyes full of resentment, gazing at the killing intent in Yin Feng's eyes, knowing that he probably wouldn't be able to leave today. But even if he gave up this life, he would still kill this person. With the thought together, the burly middle-aged man immediately gave up on continuing to mend the cold ice auger Dharma phase. It then followed the flame demon god Dharma phase's previous practice, directly burning all the remaining remnants of the Dharma phase in exchange for a more powerful burst of power. Trying to fight me for your life? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow at the sight, his mind guessing what the other party was thinking, but he did not have the slightest idea of avoiding it. Performing Nirvana Heavenly Eyes in the state of Dharma Heaven and Earth did cause him to consume a great deal of energy, but it was still possible to explode at full power for another time or two. However, Yin Feng did not continue to utilize the Nirvana Heavenly Eyes, but instead directly executed another innate divine ability with even greater killing power. Destructive Thunder. Chapter 69, The End. Above the vault of heaven, a 10,000-foot demon god with golden heavenly eyes born in front of his forehead stood in the void, his icy eyes looking down at the burning cold ice auger phantom. Under the terrified gaze of the cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase, the 10,000 feet demon god opened his mouth and spat out a piercing thunderbolt. In the moment the thunder light exploded, the tattered cold ice Jiao dragon Dharma phase turned into nothingness as if it was being disintegrated. The stout middle-aged man only felt a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of his mind, and then his entire consciousness went blank, and his divine soul of the Dharma phase realm began to rapidly collapse under the destructive thunderous sound. At the last moment, Yin Feng once again made up a divine demon great hand seal, completely crushing the stout middle-aged man's body into nothingness, and probed his hand to pick up the fallen spirit weapon halberd. Roar! The scaly dragon transformed by the halberd struggled frantically in Yin Feng's hands, seemingly wanting to get out of his grip. However, Yen Feng managed to deter the artifact spirit by merely lowering his head and giving it a cold look. After branding his divine soul on the spiritual weapon halberd, Yen Feng then lifted the Dharma sky and earth and used his mana to conjure up a robe. Mr. Yen. Yu Xingyue was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Yen Feng. I'll take a step first. You guys can leave on your own later. After saying that, before the two of them could react, Yen Feng's figure slowly disappeared in place. This guy, knowing that he's powerful, has to put on this face for whoever he wants to see. Yu Xingchen skimmed her mouth with a slightly sour heart, feeling irritated at Yen Feng's pretense of being high and mighty. Yu Xingyu's eyes flickered as she chided. Xingchen shall not be rude. Mr. should not want to expose his identity. I'm afraid that there are quite a few eyes staring in the shadows in today's battle. If we had acted more cautiously earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have fallen into the red fire sect's trap. Hearing this, Yu Xingchen opened his mouth, but was unable to refute, and could only grunt to vent his frustration. At this moment, the sea of rule fire above the sky dome dissipated as much as it could, and the pale white-haired old man appeared in front of the two. Elder Bai. Yu Xingyue rushed forward to inquire about the white-haired old man's condition. Coughing. Old man still hold up. Thanks to the timely intervention of that person in the party, or else this old bone of mine will be completely left here today. The white-haired old man shook his head, his eyes filled with gratitude. Yu Xingyue said, now that I've been backfired by my gongfu, I'm afraid I won't be able to use my magic power for half a month. And Elder Bai has also suffered a considerable amount of injuries, so I can only send back the information I've collected first, and then recuperate for some time in the county town of Anning for the time being. The white-haired old man nodded slightly. Old me has already sensed several cultivation auras of the Yuaning realm. This is not a place to stay for long. Let's leave first. Yu Xingchen hurriedly said. Go to the prison division. Find Auntie Grandmother. Yes. The white-haired old man raised his hand and waved, casting his domain to bring the two of them away quickly. A few moments later, a Yuaning martial artist who had concealed his figure arrived, and after seeing the horrifying traces of battle at the scene, his heart and mind couldn't help but tremble fiercely. Immediately after that, a Yuaning martial artist, or even a Jindan realm martial artist arrived one after another. Many people quickly swept through the battlefield and immediately turned away again after realizing that they had not gained anything. In the meantime, throughout the entire city of Anning County, almost all of the people witnessed the Black Wind Demon God striking out to destroy the thousands of feet of Jiaolong Evil God, putting an end to this horrifying battle of the demon gods. As this great battle came to an end, countless people were kneeling on top of the long street, thanking the Black Wind Demon God for sheltering them once again. It was only when the government officials came out to evacuate the people that the entire city of Anning County gradually regained its calm. By the window of a restaurant, the elegant middle-aged man surveyed the figures of the people kneeling outside, and the face of the 10,000-foot demon god of the party couldn't help but appear in his mind. My lord, my humble servant has been keeping an eye on it, and those three have indeed entered the prison division. Division of prisons. The elegant middle-aged man slowly got up, and his heavy gaze was cast to the entrance of the prison division not far away. If there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart before, then when he saw the face of the Black Wind Demon God, he had been completely disheartened. Not only did the other side kill his son, but they showed his son's face. This made the elegant middle-aged man nearly unable to suppress his inner rage. Black Wind Demon God. The elegant middle-aged man gazed in the direction of the prison division, and at this moment, he had already determined that the Black Wind Demon God was hiding in the prison division. However, the other party possessed the formidable strength to decimate the Dharma phase realm, and it was simply not something he could fight against right now. Even he could only try to conceal his cultivation breath, not daring to visibly show his hostility for fear of attracting the other party's attention. Phew! The elegant middle-aged man quietly looked at the prison division in the night for a while, and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Let's go. It's time to leave, but it won't be long before we come back here again. The other side. Yen Feng was still unaware that there was an enemy hiding right under his nose, and that the other party had already roughly locked onto his identity. After the battle, he returned to the prison division at the first opportunity, just because he didn't want to expose his identity. Although today's battle in which he killed a Dharma phase realm powerhouse was enough to deter many curmudgeons, but nowadays, the city of Anning County was a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and the Yuaning cultivation aura that his divine sense perceived at the end of the battle alone was almost close to 10. As for whether there were still martial artists with stronger cultivation hiding in the shadows, Yen Feng did not dare to determine it easily. To him, this strike had already exposed his own strength almost completely. This caused a faint sense of crisis to arise in Yen Feng's heart, but whether it was to repay the hunchbacked crone's favor or for the sake of his own grudge with the Red Fire sect, this strike was unavoidable. The strength that Yen Feng possessed today would inevitably circulate with this battle. the next enemy that came to deal with the Black Wind Demon God would definitely be even stronger. If Yin Feng wanted to have the backbone to defend himself, he had to continue to improve his strength. The good thing was that in a few more days' time, it would soon be the night of the full moon, when Yin Feng would be able to ruthlessly raise a wave of his cultivation strength, the only one whose strength far exceeded the enemy's predictions. Only then can one's own safety and security be firmly guaranteed. It was not long after Yin Feng had returned to the prison division. Yu Xingyue and the three of them then followed in the footsteps to the prison division and went to the heavenly dungeon to pay their respects to the hunchbacked old crone. After paying her respects to the hunchbacked crone, Yu Xingyue's first words were to open her mouth to inquire about Yin Feng. Auntie grandmother, I wonder where Mr. Yen is? The hunchbacked old woman glanced at Yu Xingyue, her cloudy eyes moving slightly. What are you looking for him for? Yu Xingyue said. Fortunately, Mr. Yen came to his rescue today. Otherwise we wouldn't have been able to walk out of that heavenly locking earth formation, and in all reason, we should thank him in person. You're late. The hunchbacked old woman leaned on her crutches. Little Wind has just entered the gap of Mithril, and it is estimated that he will have to shut down for 3 or 5 days before coming out. So you guys will pick a place to stay in the prison division first. Chapter 70, Challenging an 8th Order Demon. Mithraya's Gap. On the grey pumice stone, Yin Feng gazed at the fragments of void at the edge of the pumice stone, his sight jumping to the other pumice stones around him. With Yin Feng's strength at this moment, he was completely capable of ignoring the barrier of these void fragments. He wondered if he could teleport away from another pumice stone through the gap of the misty sky, so that he could leave in Ning County at any time even if a demonic plague came. Thinking of this, Yin Feng directly activated the township token and summoned the formation spirit elder, inquiring about the thoughts he had just had. The shadowy old man shook his head when he heard Yin Feng's words. It stands to reason that as long as one's cultivation strength is sufficient, one can indeed travel through the gap of the Milky Way at will, and even teleport to any place with the help of a town guard token. But the greatest obstacle to the gap of Maitian is not the spatial debris, but the Maitian Grand Formation that envelopes the entire gap of Maitian. The Maitian Grand Formation? Yin Feng raised an eyebrow. The shadowy old man nodded. That's right. The gap of Maitian is essentially designed to block demons. Each floating stone is a cage. And to prevent chaos, the Maitian Grand Formation divides these floating stones individually. Every piece of pumice stone you see today is a part of the Maitian Grand Formation, and it is precisely because of the existence of the Maitian Grand Formation that these pumice stones that serve as the foundation of the formation have been able to withstand countless battles and still stand intact in the void. Yin Feng's expression sank slightly. So there isn't any way to be able to leave this floating stone? Yes. Yin Feng's mind shook as he raised his eyes to look at the shadowy old man. The shadowy old man slowly said, if you break into the top of the Maitian Golden Ranking, you can obtain some of the Maitian Grand Formation permissions. So naturally, you can travel through the Maitian Gap at will, and you can go wherever you want to go at that time. Yin Feng's gaze condensed slightly. Still within 10,000 names? The higher the ranking of the Golden List, the higher the permission to obtain the Mithril Formation. 10,000 places is only the most basic permission, yet it has caused countless people to rush and compete. The shadowy old man sized up Yin Feng. If you are able to break into the 10,000th place, you will learn the truth of the existence of the gap of the misty heavens and gradually realize the nature of the heavens and the earth, and your cognition will then enter another level. Within 10,000 names. Yin Feng's eyes moved slightly as he looked up at the shadowy old man. This time I'm going to challenge an 8th Order demon. One of average strength will do, preferably one that cultivates the Tao of the sword. The last time Yin Feng challenged the Golden Ranking to pick a demon that was a 5th-ranked crane demon, and at that time, the total ranking was just over 10 million. 10,000th place in the overall Golden Ranking list was still a bit distant for him at the moment. Instead of being overly ambitious and staring at the top of the Golden Ranking, it would be better to raise his cultivation strength as soon as possible. As long as the realm of cultivation was raised, sooner or later, one would be able to see the vastness of the wider world. Hearing Yin Feng's challenge request, the shadowy old man nodded. As you wish. As the words fell, the figure of the shadowy old man slowly dissipated into a spiritual light. Yin Feng also sat on the grey pumice stone to adjust his state, waiting for the arrival of the 8th stage demon. A little bit of time passes. There are no light variations in the Mithridatic gap to use to reference time. It was not until a certain moment that Yin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the array vortex above the floating stone. Coming! Yin Feng rose abruptly, pulling out the spirit weapon halberd stuck beside him. His gaze fixed dead on the center of the vortex. Sacrifice target, 8th Order Turtle Demon. Required materials, a pair of tortoise armor, a tortoise heart, 10 drops of tortoise blood, and 500 strands of yin and yang. Cost of sacrifice, 50 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 1,068 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, turtle demon? A powerful sense of crisis could not help but well up in Yin Feng's heart as he gazed at the 8-stage Xian tortoise with a heavy gaze. The source of this sense of crisis was clearly a black longsword stuck on the Xian turtle's back. Roar! The Xian turtle let out a roar like a dragon's roar as its 100-foot figure suddenly charged towards Yin Feng. Yin Feng's eyes were awe-inspiring, not daring to be arrogant in the slightest, directly opening the Bloodslayer force, exploding 10 times the strength of his fleshly body, fusing the berserk mana with the rules of blood, dragging his spiritual weapon halberd, and smashing it fiercely head-on against the Xian turtle. Dangling! The ear-piercing sound of clashing gold and stone exploded. The moment Yin Feng's figure flew out backwards, he felt that his entire arm had lost consciousness. As for the Xian turtle, under the bombardment of the spiritual weapon halberd, the turtle armor was still glistening, not even leaving half a trace. Yin Feng felt a bit shocked in his heart at this result. It should be known that this spiritual weapon halberd could easily shatter even the Dharma phase divine weapons evolved by mana, but it couldn't shake this Xian turtle in the slightest. Yin Feng then utilized his void-breaking spirit eyes and immediately observed something. On the back of this Xian turtle lingered a layer of invisible sword astral. Turtle armor in the sword astral quenching just like turned into an extraordinary divine weapon, already out of the category of flesh and blood. Upon discovering this, Yin Feng did not have any hesitation, and immediately executed the Dharma heaven and earth, transforming into the body of a 10,000-foot demon god. Upon killing the cold ice Jiao dragon phantom, Yin Feng had a simple judgment of his own strength. Without using his innate divine ability, his cultivation base plus the various talents gained from his sacrifices should barely be able to engage the Dharma phase realm, but at best, they can only do so much to protect themselves. The only way to succeed in decimating the Dharma phase realm was to utilize innate divine abilities. The 3 innate divine abilities currently under Yin Feng's control, no matter which one exerted, were not below the great divine abilities, especially when performing the Dharma heaven and earth. The power of increasing one's own divine ability could also merge with the power of the other 2 divine abilities, exerting an even more terrifying killing power. This was also the reason why Yin Feng was able to quickly decapitate the cold ice Jiao dragon phantom at that time. It was precisely because he had 3 innate divine abilities as his cards that Yin Feng had the courage to directly challenge an 8th rank demon. It was just that what he didn't expect was that this Xian turtle seemed to be somewhat difficult to deal with, or at least gave him a better threat than the cold ice Jiao dragon phantom. When Yin Feng transformed into a 10,000-foot demon god, not only did this Xian turtle not have the slightest fear, it instead became more and more ferocious. The Xian turtle raised its head towards the 10,000-foot demon god and let out a furious dragon roar. At that moment, the entire void suddenly erupted with terrifying rules of the sword, condensing a sword turtle phantom whose size was not the least bit weaker than the Black Wind demon god. Demon phantasm? Yin Feng's heart and mind flinched, his eyes reflecting a blood-colored full moon as they gradually burned with raging battle intent. Roar! The sword turtle Dharma phase shook its body and swung out its sharp claws carrying the majestic rules of the sword, like a monstrous torrent flooding towards Yin Feng. Yin Feng was not the least bit intimidated, and while dragging his spiritual weapon halberd with one hand to smash into the sword turtle Dharma phase, he fiercely opened his mouth and spat out a brilliant thunderbolt. Get out! Rumble! Terrifyingly vast heavenly Tao thunder might blossomed unexpectedly along with the destructive thunder sound. In an instant, the entire void seemed to be trembling violently. Countless incoming sword rules obliterated one after another, and the terrifying collision that destroyed the heavens and the earth directly touched the great heavenly formation in the void. A line of formation prohibitions were revealed one after another, emitting a crystalline aura to protect the grey pumice stone on the verge of breaking at his feet. Chapter 71, Sacrificing the Xian Turtle. Rumble! The destructive thunder sound under the Dharma heaven and earth enchantment perfectly fused the power of the 2 innate divine abilities. The moment the destructive thunder sound erupted, a terrifying wave of sound like a tsunami swept through the heavenly Tao thunder might suddenly blossom from the void. In an instant, the destructive thunder sound not only tore down the terrifying wave formed by the rule of the sword like a devastating blow, but also directly cracked half of the sword turtle Dharma phase. Roar! The Xian turtle's divine soul instantly suffered a heavy blow from the destructive thunder sound and couldn't help but let out a pained roar. Before the Xian turtle could react, he was again penetrated through his Dharma real body by the smashing spiritual weapon halberd. Roar! The Xian turtle that had suffered injuries one after another completely went berserk, and the black longsword carried on its back emitted a clanging sound and suddenly bloomed with endless bright sword light, turning the entire void into a vast ocean of sword chi. The 10,000-foot sword turtle burned its phallic true body and offered up a black divine sword with a terrifying aura, chopping down towards Yin Feng's head with a single stroke of the sword as the ocean of sword energy poured down. Boom! Yin Feng erupted with all his strength to pinch out a divine and demonic great hand seal, blasting out violently towards the ocean of sword chi. Then he threw his spiritual weapon halberd and ruthlessly smashed it against the black divine sword that chopped at him. Dang! The two divine weapons collided with a loud bang, and a terrifying impact of power instantly swept out like a wave, blasting the entire void into a black void. However, under the overwhelming sharpness of the black divine sword, the spiritual weapon halberd that was transformed into an augur dragon only lasted for half a breath before it suddenly let out a wail. There was a click. The augur dragon transformed by the spiritual weapon halberd was directly severed by the black divine sword, and a wisp of creation spirituality was completely obliterated under the terrifying sword light. The black divine sword pierced through the demon god's body like a crack, and the terrifying sword light that exploded almost destroyed a third of the avatar's true body. Yanfeng's aura plummeted, and without any hesitation he opened the Nirvana heavenly eye. In the next instant, the light of Nirvana's eyes transformed into a golden divine aura, but instead of shooting towards the sword turtle Dharma phase, it landed on the body of the demon god that had suffered a heavy blow. Immediately after that, the body of the demon god pierced by the black divine sword abruptly lit up with golden incandescent flames, and the sword light that crazily eroded the wound was reduced to nothingness under the burning of the golden incandescent flames. In the continuous repair of the golden blazing flame, the pierced body of the demon god began to gradually recover, and released a more powerful aura. Nirvana Eye of Heaven. The offensive power of the heavens eye was only secondary. The truly powerful part was the Nirvana power of the divine ability. With the demon god's body restored to its full strength, Yanfeng immediately utilized his Nirvana heavenly eye to shoot out a golden divine aura. Before the sword turtle Dharma phase could urge the black divine sword again, it directly sent the powerful divine sword flying. Immediately, the 10,000 foot demon god's body bullied its way forward, squeezing out all its remaining strength, pinching out a divine and demonic handprint, and frantically smashing it against the broken sword turtle Dharma phase. The sword turtle Dharma phase did not show any weakness either, and the entire Dharma phase's true body erupted with incomparably terrifying power as it burned. Each attack carried the berserk rules of the sword, constantly destroying the demon god's body. However, Yanfeng relied on the Nirvana power of the golden blazing flame and completely ignored the damage he had received. He even completely gave up defense and directly chose to fight with his life. Boom! Boom! Deafening roars resounded through the void with the intense collision. At this moment, the two behemoths seemed to have transformed into the oldest flood beasts, pouring out everything they had to keep attacking until one side died. This tragic battle lasted for half a quarter of an hour. In the end, it was Yanfeng who held on to the end by relying on the Nirvana power of the golden blazing flame to be more superior. Palm! When Yanfeng smashed the sword turtle's Dharma phase with a palm, the moment the Dharma phase's true body collapsed, the Xian turtle, whose body was burning out of power, also completely lost its signs of life. After ascertaining with his own eyes that the Xian turtle had fallen, Yanfeng immediately lifted the Dharma sky and earth, his figure almost stumbling and falling, his entire body deflated to the extreme. It was only after a long while of slowing down that Yanfeng gradually regained some of his energy. Only then did he turn his gaze to the corpse of the Xian turtle, as well as the black divine sword that had been sent flying in the distance. Needless to say, the battle was indeed treacherous. The Xian turtle's strength actually did not exceed Yanfeng's prediction by too much, and it belonged to the level of an ordinary 8th order demon. However, this Xian turtle possessed a black divine sword with an exceptionally terrifying killing power, nearly causing him to turn over in a ditch. This battle had also made Yanfeng grow a lesson that human martial artists were not the only ones who used powerful divine weapons. Those demons were just as likely to have weapons of terrifying power, and even the threat posed by the weapons far exceeded the strength of the demons themselves, especially after Yanfeng had experienced the terrifying power of the black divine sword. He also suspected that if Xian turtle had activated the black divine sword from the very beginning, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to perform the Dharma heaven and earth. However, activating the black divine sword was obviously not that easy, and the Xian turtle had all but sacrificed the power of the sword only after burning the Dharma phase's true form. Yanfeng ingested the black divine sword in the distance into his hands and opened his void-breaking spirit eyes to observe it carefully. The grade of this sword had clearly surpassed the grade of a spiritual weapon, capable of independently condensing the rules of the sword and constantly tempering its body. Yanfeng mobilized his sword intent to communicate with the divine sword, as if he felt the breath of this divine sword. The sword impregnates divinity and condenses rules. The grade is at least a Dao weapon. A flash of delight flashed across Yanfeng's eyes, somewhat in love. It was already considered rare for an ordinary Dharma phase realm to possess a spirit weapon. A Dao weapon that surpassed a spirit weapon was generally only qualified to be used by a strong person of the celestial realm. With this divine sword, Yanfeng would not have to worry about weapons for a long time to come. Follow me in the future as Black Wind. Yanfeng surveyed the black divine sword in his hand, his eyes growing more and more fond of it, and he couldn't help but give it a name, and successfully branded his divine sense into the Black Wind divine sword. Clang! The black wind divine sword trembled slightly, emitting a crisp sword roar in response. Yen Feng laughed and put the black wind divine sword into his dantian to nurture it. Then his eyes looked towards the Xian turtle's corpse, and his mind communicated with the demon refining pot within his body. Sacrifice target, 8th order turtle demon. Required materials, a pair of tortoise armor, a tortoise heart, 10 drops of tortoise blood, and 500 strands of yin and yang. Cost of sacrifice, 50 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 1,068 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? With a movement of Yin Feng's mind, the entire Xian turtle's corpse was incorporated within the demon refining pot. Sacrifice. Buzz. The demon refining pot trembled violently and immediately began to extract the cost of longevity, and the whole body blossomed with a brilliant purple gold light. A few moments later, a blood-colored Xian turtle of several hundred feet erupted with monstrous ferocious might, its violent gaze staring at the void within the demon refining pot, roaring up to the sky and emitting bursts of heart-stopping dragon roars. Facing the provocation of the blood-colored Xian turtle, countless purple and gold flames fell from the void like snowflakes, instantly drowning the Xian turtle's body. Not much longer. The blood-colored Xian turtle's agonizing screams gradually died out, and its huge body turned into a blood-colored Dan pill under the sacrifice of the purple gold flames. In the next moment, the blood-colored Dan pill flew straight out of the demon refining pot, transforming into countless spiritual lights that merged into Yen Feng's body. Sacrifice target, 8th order turtle demon. Sacrifice proceeds. Chapter 72 Strength Surge. Sacrifice target, 8th order turtle demon. Sacrifice proceeds, innate creation scripture cultivation plus 7,963. Jintian sword scripture, remnant, cultivation plus 208. Rule of the sword plus 99. Demonic sword dharma phase. Sunlong bloodline plus 1. Rumble. The moment the blood-colored Dan pill transformed into spiritual light and entered his body, Yen Feng's strength was undergoing a drastic metamorphosis all over his body. The ocean of mana within the dantian began to expand wildly, and the 49 pints of green lotus swayed its crystalline lotus petals, releasing a wisp of creation breath to nourish the leakless golden pill. In a short span of moments, Yen Feng's cultivation aura began to skyrocket, continuing to break through several layers of shackles from the early Jindan stage, all the way towards the limit of the Jindan realm. At the same time, Yen Feng's body underwent an astonishing change under the transformation of the aura. Not only did the strength of his physical body grow along with his Jindan cultivation, even a golden secret pattern emerged on his skin and bones. This body of Yen Feng's, when he had first obtained the body of adamantine when he had sacrificed the ape demon, and then incorporated the innate demon god origin, together with the gifted physique obtained from sacrificing many demons later on, as well as the Tsan Long bloodline obtained from the Xian turtle now. The many physical talents had all merged into Yen Feng's physical body under the sacrifice of the demon refining pot, and had melted into a special kind of powerful physique. If one had to give this physique a name, perhaps it would be most aptly described as a demon body. It was precisely because he possessed such a profound fleshly body base that Yen Feng obtained the fleshly body aptitude bestowed by the heavenly Tao when he broke through the Jindan realm. And just as Yen Feng's physical body strength continued to grow, his divine soul was also growing rapidly under the effects of the Tong Tian technique. The golden mayfly in his mind greedily drew on the divine soul power transformed from the power of his physical body. Under the nourishment of the majestic divine soul power, the golden mayfly gradually began to have a tendency to metamorphose. Yen Feng immediately operated the Tong Tian technique, condensing his divine soul power into a golden thread that slowly wrapped the golden mayfly around him. Soon, a golden cocoon condensed from the power of the divine soul appeared in the mind. As more and more divine soul power was poured into the golden cocoon, the entire golden cocoon continued to grow bigger and bigger, emitting a bright light throughout. When the golden cocoon had swelled close to about 7 or 8 times its size, it suddenly made an unbearable sound. Click! A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden cocoon, followed by the entire golden cocoon shattering. Kiki! An ethereal cicada sound suddenly resounded through the headspace. The moment the gray spirit cicada tore through its bonds and broke out of its cocoon, Yen Feng felt as if his own divine soul had instantly ascended a level. In his divine soul perception at this moment, the rules of heaven and earth became incomparably clear. It was as if his divine soul could merge into the heavens and earth at any time as long as he wished. Sensing the mysteries of the rules, cicadas sing in the fall. In addition to the tenfold surge in divine soul power brought to Yen Feng by the cicada sounding transformation, more importantly, was the ability to perceive the rules of the heavens and the earth. With the cicada sounding transformation's boost, Yen Feng felt that he would be able to perceive the several domains he had previously controlled to the rule level in a short period of time simply by relying on himself. As for the various heaven and earth realms, there were even no secrets to speak of in Yen Feng's eyes at the moment. With just a little bit of comprehension, one could smoothly control all kinds of heaven and earth potentials. It wasn't even difficult to deduce it to the realm level by attentively comprehending it. In addition to the powerful sensibility of the cicada sounding transformation, the gray spirit cicada that the divine soul had metamorphosed into also had one more natural ability, the stinging cicada sounding. This was a special talent that utilized the power of the divine soul to exert killing power, specifically restraining the divine soul. If it were a different battle in the past, Yanfeng would only be able to utilize the thunder domain or directly use the destructive thunder sound to destroy the divine soul. However, with the stinging cicada, he could easily target his enemy's divine soul. This was also considered the first divine soul attack, means that Yanfeng truly controlled. After the successful transformation of the divine soul, Yanfeng also gradually received the fragments of memories that originally belonged to the Xian turtle, as well as many cultivation insights. In a pitch-black abyss, the Xian turtle hibernated and practiced within a cold pool. One day, two powerful cultivation auras suddenly started a fierce battle above the cold pool. The terrifying battle caused the laws of the heavenly Tao to falter, proving that both parties to the battle were at least 11th ranked powerful demons as well. Only the aftermath of the battle will make the turtle huddle at the bottom of the cold pool shivering, and do not even dare to give birth to the heart of peeping. In the end, the battle came to an end with one of the cultivation breaths blowing itself up. At the end of the battle, a black divine sword fell into a cold pool and was fortunately obtained by the Xian turtle. Since then, the Xian turtle began to comprehend the sword Tao laws left on the black divine sword, wanting to use it to push his cultivation to break the boundary. However, it wasn't until all of the remaining sword Tao laws on the black divine sword dissipated. The Xian turtle had also only broken through to the 8th level of cultivation and condensed a sword turtle dharma phase. When Yanfeng had digested all of the Xian turtle's cultivation memories, he couldn't help but spit out a comment about the Xian turtle's terrible talent. There was a divine sword placed by his side for day and night enlightenment, and under the guidance of the laws of the Tao of the sword, he had actually only condensed a sword turtle dharma phase. If it were the crane demon he had killed earlier, with the gift of sword mind enlightenment, I'm afraid that the attainments of the sword Tao would have already touched the edge of the laws. However, although Xian turtle's sword Tao talent was not outstanding, his sword Tao cultivation did reach the 8th level. After absorbing Xian turtle's many insights into the Tao of the sword, Yanfeng not only succeeded in controlling the rules of the sword, but also turned the sword turtle phantasm that Xian turtle had condensed into a demonic sword phantasm that was more suitable for himself. On top of that, Yanfeng had also inherited the Xian turtle's sword intense sense from his years of cultivation, turning it into the nourishment for the heavenly sword scripture. There was only one style of the heavenly sword scripture of Jintian under Yanfeng's control, the sword nurturing style, nurturing sword intent with oneself, while feeding oneself with sword intent. At this moment, Yanfeng used the majestic sword intent obtained from the sacrifice of the Xian turtle to crazily nourish a heavenly slashing sword intent condensed within his body. The original illusory heavenly slashing sword intent gradually solidified and finally transformed into a golden sword seed, and two sword patterns emerged on the surface of the golden sword seed. When the heaven slashing sword seed was successfully condensed, it began to actively absorb the rules of the sword, tempering Yanfeng's body. In just a few moments, Yanfeng felt that the strength of his fleshly body had grown slightly, although the enhancement was not obvious. Under the continuous tempering of the rule of the sword, Yanfeng's body would gradually turn into an existence similar to that of a divine soldier. At that time, with the strength of his physical body alone, Yanfeng would be able to harden himself against the sharp edges of a divine weapon, and even burst the enemy's divine weapon with his bare hands. And while the heaven-slashing sword seed was quenching his fleshly body, Yanfeng had also absorbed all the gains from this sacrifice of the Xian turtle. At this moment, his cultivation had completely reached the limit of the Jindan realm. Originally, he should have been able to go further, but because the divine soul cultivated the cicada sounding transformation, it consumed quite a bit of fleshly strength, causing his cultivation to end up stuck at the peak of Jindan. But even if the cultivation realm was only raised from early Jindan to peak Jindan, however, Yanfeng's true strength had skyrocketed by a large margin, even regardless of anything else, just based on this increase in Jindan mana and physical strength. If Yanfeng were to utilize the Dharma heaven and earth again, whether he were to execute the destructive thunder sound or the Nirvana heavenly eye, he would become much more relaxed. Once he had finished sacrificing the Xian tortoise, Yanfeng did not have the heart to continue his seclusion. However, before leaving, Yanfeng activated the township token to summon the formation spirit elder. I want to know my golden ranking after this battle. Chapter 73, Golden Ranking. Yanfeng's heart was not very concerned about the rankings of the mid-heaven gold rankings though, but still, I wanted to see just how far I was from the top 10,000 on the gold list. Hearing Yanfeng's request, the shadowy old man nodded and gently waved his hand, and the formation aura transformed into a list ranking. Mathreya Gold List. No. 215-6379, Wind. Over $2 million? Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. He had actually still ranked more than 2 million after decapitating an 8th order demon with his Jindan realm. It is important to realize that as one's cultivation level increases, the difficulty of fighting across levels becomes higher, and killing against the odds is even more difficult. When Yan Feng was at the Jade Liquid realm, he had killed a 5th stage crane demon that was equivalent to an ordinary 6th stage battle power, all of which had been ranked at more than 10 million in the overall list. After that, he had gone so far as to forcefully suppress his cultivation, and consecutively forged the perfect Tao foundation of the 49 Green Lotus, as well as condensing the perfect quality of the leakless Golden Dan. After breaking through the Jindan realm, Yan Feng not only continued his dual cultivation of Dharma and body, even his divine soul had metamorphosed into a golden mayfly under the effect of the Tongtian technique, and the power of his divine soul skyrocketed tenfold. Compared to the average Jindan realm, Yan Feng's entire cultivation base could be considered powerful to the extreme. Together with the 3 innate divine abilities under his own control, none of them were terrifying killing methods comparable to the level of a great divine ability. It was only under these circumstances that Yan Feng possessed the strength to kill an ordinary 8th order demon. Yet even so, he was only ranked at over 2 million in the Mightian Golden ranking. It had to be said that this result caused Yan Feng to lose his head a little. The 10,000th place in the top of the gold list always feels out of reach. That's all. Since he couldn't be the top genius, he should first strive to become the strongest in the highest realm of cultivation. Yan Feng instantly adjusted his mindset and said towards the shadowy old man, "I want to see the rankings of the Qiangua sub-rankings." The shadowy old man waved his hand again, and the formation aura turned into the rankings of the Qiangua sub-rankings. Mathreya Gold List. The Dry Kingdom divided the list. No. 4. Wind. The 4th of the Dry Kingdom? Yan Feng's heart was slightly relieved. Not bad at all. At least see the progress. It wasn't that he was too weak, but that the Qiangua place was too small and the outside world was too big, which was why too many demons were born. Then, let's set a small goal for the time being, to become the number 1 on the Qiangua sub-ranking before continuing to hit the top 10,000 on the golden ranking. The ranking of the Qiangua sublist allowed Yan Feng to regain some confidence, his heart gaining some relief. At this moment, Yan Feng saw the shadowy old man suddenly write a line of writing behind his ranking. The Dry Kingdom divided the list. No. 4. Wind. Note, dual cultivation of Dharma and body, leakless Jindan, unknown physique, powerful divine soul, control of rule power, possesses 3 innate great magical powers, battle rating, 6th order, 2nd prohibition. Yan Feng's eyes sank as he raised his eyes to the shadowy old man. You didn't say that the mithril golden ranking would also reveal the cultivation information of the challenger. The shadowy old man said, "This is just a normal evaluation made in accordance with the battle you fought just now. You can choose not to disclose the recorded information, so others will not be able to view it." Hearing these words, Yan Feng's expression eased slightly. Suddenly, he remembered that he had asked the shadowy old man about the information about the strength of the number 1 in the Qiangua's 4 realms sublist. It does seem that there is such a thing as evaluating battle record information. However, Yan Feng was not in the habit of actively exposing his own strength, and directly chose to hide his strength information. However, Yan Feng was somewhat puzzled in his mind. What is the meaning of this battle power evaluation rating? The shadowy old man said, "This is an evaluation based on your own cultivation, as well as your specific battle strength. The 6th order second ban represents that you have the strength to kill the 8th order against the odds with your 6th order cultivation." So it is. Yan Feng's eyes suddenly twitched. Since the golden ranking is able to record information about the strength of challengers, can I know the strength of those at the top of the golden ranking? Yan Feng felt that with 10,000 people, it was impossible for all of them to choose to hide their strength information like he did. It was just the right time to see just how much of a gap there was between himself and those golden ranking demons. However, the next words of the shadowy old man left Yan Feng speechless. The information at the top of the golden ranking are sheltered by permissions to prevent foreign races from targeting the geniuses of the human race. Unless you have the appropriate permissions, you cannot view any relevant information. Permissions again. Yan Feng was really a bit headstrong and instantly lost his mind. In the meantime, the Supervisory Heaven Division, located within the magnificent capital city of the Qian Kingdom's central Dao state, had monitored the changes in the Mightian Golden ranking at the first opportunity. However, when many people saw the golden list, a puzzled look appeared on their faces. This was because on the Qiangua 6 Realms Gold ranking list, the information of the 4th ranked person was clearly blocked, and not even his name was shown. At the top of the 18th floor bronze corner tower of the Supervisory Heavenly Division, a young man wearing a golden blazing sun Dharma robe gazed at the name Wind, and a strange shimmering light flowed out of his deep eyes. His name was Bai Zhang Xian. and he was one of the 3 deputy masters of the supervisory heavenly division. Ever since the last time he found out about the changes in the golden ranking, this wind that came out of nowhere had caught his attention. When he received the information reported by the Golden Yang Mansion, he personally took action to use his immortal weapon of suppression to disrupt the heavenly chants and blocked all information about the wind. And the reason why this golden ranking change didn't show any information about wind was also because he had moved in advance. Bai Zhangxian looked up at the star map of the circumference above the bronze corner tower, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Sword Pond Dao Prefecture. If you are able to get through this demonic tribulation peacefully, then you are barely qualified. The other side. The 3 of them, Yu Xing Yue, who had been recuperating in the prison for several days, rushed over at the first opportunity when they learned of Yanfeng's release. Upon seeing Yanfeng, who was a little down in the dumps, a smile appeared on Yuxingchen's face as he hurriedly spoke out to comfort him. Don't be discouraged. Cultivation, this kind of thing can't be rushed. Only by laying a good foundation every step of the way can we climb up to the heavenly path. Even if this breakthrough fails, we can slowly come back again in the future. Yanfeng glanced up at him. I'm at the peak of Jindan. When are you going to challenge me? Ahem. Yuxingchen almost choked on his saliva. His face looked like he had eaten a dead fly, and the sourness in his eyes could barely be concealed. Yuxing Yue guffawed. Congratulations, Mr. Yan, on your cultivation advancement. A breakthrough to Yuaning is just around the corner. Yanfeng nodded slightly towards her in a more amiable manner. At this moment, the white-haired old man next to him suddenly bowed to Yanfeng. I thank you for your help that day. Otherwise not only would I have perished on the spot, but I'm afraid that even the world sun and the county lord would have met an untimely end. It doesn't have to be. Yanfeng waved his hand before asking. In these few days when your excellency has been recuperating here, have you used your divine sense to probe the situation around Anning County? At that, the white-haired old man frowned and said, the old man did probe a few times, but just noticed some differences, because the injury has not yet healed, so did not have a detailed understanding. Mr. But there is a discovery? Yanfeng's face was slightly grave as he said, if there are no surprises, I'm afraid that this demonic plague is going to break out early. Chapter 74, The Attack of the Demon Plague. What? The words that Yanfeng opened his mouth directly caused the faces of the people present to change drastically. Yuxing Yue looked serious as she said, Mr. Yan, earlier, we used our secret techniques to torture the 2 Yuaning martial artists captured by Elder Bai. According to their explanation, the Red Fire Sect will need at least 2 or 3 more months to help the Blood Demon collect the sacrifices before they can be completed. So why is it so far ahead of schedule? Yanfeng shook his head. I don't know either, but I'm afraid that the Devil's Abyss passageway has already been opened at this moment, and now that there are quite a few traces of devils hidden within the territory of Anning County, I'm sure that the same should be true for the rest of the country. After Yanfeng had cultivated the second variation of the Tong Tian technique and his divine soul had metamorphosed into a gray spirit cicada, his divine sense covered almost the entire territory of Anning County, while his perceptual abilities had become exceptionally sharp. At this moment, in Yanfeng's divine sense perception, some of the villages and towns surrounding the Anning County town had already seen the scent of a number of demonic creatures wreaking havoc, and according to the traces of the activities of these demons, the ultimate goal is obviously to run towards the city of Anning County. Yanfeng surmised that in less than 3 to 5 days, the entire city of Anning County would be completely surrounded by demons converging from all directions. After Yanfeng briefly explained the situation he had scouted out with a few people, Yuxing Yue immediately said with a stony expression on her face, I'll immediately send the news back to the Golden Yang Mansion and ask them to send their manpower over to help clear out the demonic tide. However, Yanfeng was non-committal and said, I'm afraid it's already too late. Perhaps the Golden Yang Mansion have all long since detected the news of the outbreak of the demon tide. It's just that the situation may not be any better at the moment. Hearing this, Yuxing Yue's few people had a somewhat heavy heart. Yanfeng looked at the several people. You are all from the Golden Yang Mansion. It may not be too late for you to leave now. When the demonic plague breaks out completely, there will be no way to leave then. Sister. Yuxingchen was just about to open his mouth. He was then interrupted by Yuxing Yue. Aren't you leaving, Mr. Yan? Yanfeng shook his head. I may leave, but not now. In fact, it was not that Yanfeng was unwilling to leave, but when he had probed his divine sense just now, he had already detected a powerful cultivation aura locking down the entire Anning County town. Moreover, the divine sense he released just now had startled the other party. It was unlikely that he would want to leave at this moment. Mr. Yan, now that demonic traces have appeared in the territory of Anning County and Elder Bai has not yet recovered from his injuries, even if we leave, we will not be able to guarantee our safety on the road. Yuxing Yue looked towards Yanfeng. We intend to stay within Anning County for some more time first. When we travel with Mr. Yen, we will also be able to take care of each other. Upon hearing this, Yen Feng pondered for a moment and spoke. If you leave at this moment, I can shelter you out of the territory of Anning County. But when the demonic plague breaks out completely, perhaps even I won't be able to take care of myself, and you'll all have to fend for yourselves at that time. As soon as these words were uttered, Yu Xingchen, who was on the side, looked obviously a bit hesitant, but in the end, he still placed his gaze on Yu Xingyu. Yu Xingyue laughed. Mr. Yen doesn't need to worry about us. When Elder Bai's injuries are unhindered in a few more days, he will be able to escort us back to the Jinyang mansion. So Mr. Yen might as well travel with us? Hearing Yu Xingyue's invitation, Yen Feng pondered slightly and did not reject it. Let's see what happens first, and we'll talk about it then. Seeing that Yu Xingyue's trio was unwilling to leave, Yen Feng did not say anything more. This demonic plague was sweeping through the entire Jinyang prefecture, and as long as it was still within the territory of Jinyang prefecture, the situation might not be much better than that of Anning County. Even if he was really in a hurry to return to the Golden Yang mansion and unfortunately encountered the main force of the demonic plague halfway, that would be suicidal. According to the information Yen Feng had obtained earlier, the place that could ensure peace and stability today was the Sword Pond Dao Prefecture. Yen Feng's previous plan had also been to rush to the Sword Pond Dao Prefecture before the arrival of the demonic plague. But things often always turn out to be unexpected. He also didn't expect that after just a few days of coming out of seclusion, the trail of the demonic plague suddenly appeared in the territory of Anning County. Moreover, within this remote Anning County, there was actually a powerful cultivation aura that had been keeping a close eye on it. Yen Feng did not need to guess at all to know that the other party was definitely here for him. The reason why he didn't strike immediately now was probably because he wanted to wait for the demonic plague to take shape and completely encircle the entire city of Anning County before catching a turtle in a jar. But even so, Yen Feng did not intend to take the lead. As the saying goes, the gun hits the head. The exact situation of the demonic plague is unknown today, and it is not known what kind of powerful demonic creatures there are. In case he took the initiative and startled other powerful demons, even if he was able to kill one or two strong enemies, he would end up attracting even more powerful demons, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Yen Feng was prepared to wait and see for a while to find out the general situation of the demonic plague, or at least figure out the movements of the main force of the demonic plague. When the main force of the demonic plague attacked the Golden Sun Palace, those demons with strong cultivation would inevitably be held back. That would be the best time for him to draw back and run away to the Sword Pond Dao state, especially since he happened to have two intelligence officers by his side who could always pass messages with the Golden Yang mansion. Therefore, Yen Feng was not in a hurry. His own strength was the backbone he possessed. Until now, the weight of Anning County was far from enough to attract a terrifyingly strong person that he couldn't fight against. As long as he was allowed to seize the right opportunity, it would not be difficult to successfully get away. Just like this, Yen Feng spent 2 days peacefully in the prison division. Within these 2 days, Yen Feng had utilized his divine sense to witness what was meant by a horrendous demonic plague that was talked about. Under the sweep of countless demonic creatures, the demonic plague was like a torrential wave crazily overturning this heaven and earth. But wherever the demonic plague passed through, the power of heaven and earth was drenched in demonic energy, and the rules of the demonic path transformed the entire land into a demonic soil suitable for demonic creatures to survive. Yen Feng saw that almost all the villages and towns within Anning County had been destroyed by the ferocious and ravaging demons. Countless human beings died tragically in the mouths of the demons, and even if some survived, they were corrupted by the demonic energy and lost their sanity to become part of the demonic tide. In Yen Feng's powerful divine sense perception, he had witnessed the terrified and desperate expressions of countless of his fellow clansmen before their deaths, and listened to the miserable wails of those who were in immense pain. Before the deaths of these humans, many of them were still calling out the name of the Black Wind Demon God in a loud voice, kneeling on the ground and praying bitterly for the Black Wind Demon God's shelter. However, Yen Feng took all of this in, but the expression on his face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Even the powerful cultivation aura that his divine sense had detected had vaguely released its breath to constantly provoke, which was filled with ridicule. But Yen Feng remained unmoved, as if this human tragedy that was being staged in the territory of Anning County had nothing to do with him at all. Day 3. Countless demonic creatures had already converged within 100 miles around Anning County, and the terrifying hissing sound was like an earthquake constantly roaring, just waiting for an order. The demonic tide composed of countless demonic creatures would immediately launch a destructive charge towards the city. Just then, Yu Xingyue ran in panic to find Yen Feng, informing him of a piece of news that shocked him. Mr. Yen, the Jin Yang house has been overthrown. Chapter 75, No Strangers. Mr. Yen, just now I received a message from my father that the Golden Sun Mansion has been destroyed. Yen Feng's expression sank. Do you know the specifics? Yu Xingyue hurriedly said. Father's transmission was very brief. It only said that there are celestial realm demons amongst this demonic tribulation, and the scale of the demonic plague is also more massive than imagined. Now not only the Jinyang prefecture, but the entire 13 prefectures of the Sword Pond Dao prefecture have been swept away by the demonic plague. And at the moment the demonic plague has already spread towards the state cities, so I'm afraid that half of Sword Pond Dao prefecture will fall into demonic soil. Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. Not even the Sword Pond Daoist prefecture can be spared? Yu Xingyue shook her head. I don't know. With the overthrow of the Golden Yang Mansion, the main summoning array of the mansion city was destroyed, and nowadays I can't contact my father. But according to father, this time, the demonic plague is coming ferociously, obviously running towards the entire Sword Pond Dao prefecture, and the prefecture city side is presumed to be in the same situation. Hearing this, Yan Feng could not help but fall into silence. Originally, he had used the Sword Pond Dao state as a retreat. Who would have thought that now even the state was actually in danger of being attacked by the demonic plague? With that in mind, it doesn't seem to make any difference where we go now, and the probability is that the state city side is the main target of the main force of the demonic disaster. Given the situation at the moment, the more remote the place, the safer it would be in turn. It's like the Jinyang mansion has been overthrown, while the county town of Anning still exists. Mr. Yen, what should we do now? Yu Xingyue could not help but open her mouth to ask when she saw Yan Feng's face showing a pensive expression. Upon learning of the destruction of the Jinyang mansion, Yu Xingyue was at a loss for words on the spot, not knowing what to do at all. At that moment, her mind subconsciously thought of Yan Feng, already placing her only hope in him. Yan Feng slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Since I can't leave, I won't. Now that the entire Sword Pond Dao prefecture had been reduced to a demonic land, with the rules of the Devil Dao spreading all over the heavens and earth, Yan Feng simply had nothing to hide from. It was only at this moment that Yan Feng realized why the cultivation aura staring at him had delayed making a move, instead continuously releasing its aura to provoke him. The other side was not trying to catch him in a jar, but they were anxious for him to leave in a hurry. As long as Yan Feng left in Ning County, there would naturally be powerful demons from other places to deal with him. Unfortunately, Yan Feng was not able to do what the other party wanted. It also meant that there was bound to be a battle between the two of them. After Yan Feng figured out the key, the entire Anning County city had also been surrounded by countless layers of demonic creatures. Nowadays, in the place where the range of his divine sense covered, the entire territory of Anning County was almost full of demonic creatures. Moreover, these demons were still coming towards the city of Anning County in a steady stream. Under Yan Feng's divine sense probing, amongst the endless tide of demons outside the city at the moment, the lowest cultivation aura was also equivalent to a second-order demon at the entry level. This demonic tide, most of them were second or third-ranked demons, and the fourth-ranked demon's breath accounted for about 10% or so. The fifth-order demons were less than 1/10 of the fourth-order demons, but they also numbered close to 1,000, and there were almost 200 sixth-order demonic creatures under Yan Feng's divine sense probing. There were about 30 to 47th-order demonic creatures equivalent to the Yuaning realm MO. There were 3 powerful demonic creatures comparable to the Dharma phase realm. An 8-tailed demon fox with a terrifying demonic aura lingering all over its body. A 3-eyed devil ape that was 1,000 feet tall. The last one, on the other hand, was a human wearing a blood-colored Confucian robe. Together with the cultivation aura that Yan Feng had sensed within Anning County, the enemies that had come to attack this time were a full 4 8th-order warriors. It was at the same time that Yan Feng's divine sense was probing the demonic creatures outside the city. The middle-aged man wearing a blood-colored Confucian robe cast his eyes in the direction of the prison division, and his low voice spread throughout the entire city of Anning County. Black Wind Demon God, still not going to come out to meet? As the words rang out over Anning County, countless people in the city raised their heads to the sky, and a touch of hopefulness was added to their frightened and desperate eyes. In the next moment, a slender figure in a black power suit appeared at the top of the city, confronting each other with the endless tide of demons outside the city. Black Wind Demon God, you're at least a powerful person on one side. At this moment, you're actually acting on someone else's face. Don't you feel any shame? Yan Feng was surprised as he surveyed the blood-robed man with a saddened expression. And you are? The blood-robed man stared at him, and said word by word, my name is Guyuko. Originally this Surabaya County. This face is my son Jinzhou's appearance. Do you still remember? So it's you. Yan Feng's face dawned on him, and seeing Guinka's bizarre state at the moment, his mind figured out many things. Sacrifice target, 8th order blood demon split. Required materials, blood demon soul, 10 drops of demon blood, 10 pounds of demon bone, and 500 strands of Yin Fury Chi. Sacrifice cost, 50 years of life. Remaining life, 18 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, you made a deal with the blood demon? Yan Feng stared at Gu Yucai. At this moment, this county governor was no longer technically considered a human being, just somehow remained conscious of himself. Gu Yucai's eyes were cold and said, "My son was killed by you. I know that my cultivation strength is weak. I'm afraid that there is no hope for revenge in this life. Only the blood demon can allow me to achieve what I want." Yan Feng raised an eyebrow. "Is it really only for revenge?" Gu Inca coldly said. "Not bad. I had promised his mother that I would exhaust this life to take care of him, but unfortunately I broke my promise, and all that's left is to avenge him." Yan Feng's complexion sank slightly. As a county governor, for the sake of a playboy son, you do not hesitate to personally bury thousands of people's lives, when it is really heartless. What about you? Countless people in this Anning County region worship you as a god, but you watch them fall into the mouths of demons with your own eyes. And if not for the fact that soldiers are approaching the city at this moment, how much longer do you intend to hide? Gu Inca's icy gaze and Yan Feng met each other. No half-emotional fluctuations in his eyes. Yan Feng glanced at him and shook his head. "I'm different from you. You truly regard human life as grass, and can go crazy and become demonic for the sake of your own personal vendetta. As for me, I have never thought of myself as a god. I am just a mortal with some cultivation who lives a careful day." As Yan Feng narrated, his gaze slowly swept over the countless people within the city of Anning County. "I have compassion. Not much, but I can do what I can. I also have selfishness, but I would never be crazy enough to take revenge on the entire world and let countless human races die in the mouths of demons because of my grudge. Ha ha ha, when it's really a joke." After hearing Yan Feng's words, Gu Inca couldn't help but sneer. "With your cultivation, you'll be able to overthrow thousands of living beings in the span of raising your hands and feet when you execute your divine ability. Nowadays, they actually compare themselves to mortals, so self-deceiving that it's simply a travesty. What a conversation." Yan Feng shook his head, not wanting to continue with the nonsense. Immediately, he swept his gaze towards the endless demonic creatures outside the city, focusing on the remaining 3 8th order battle-powered demonic creatures. Sacrifice target, 8th order demon fox. Required materials, 1 heart of demon fox, 10 drops of demon fox's blood, 1 demon fox's tail, and 500 strands of demonic energy. Sacrifice cost, 50 years of life. Remaining life, 18 years. Whether or not to sacrifice. Sacrifice target, 8th order demon ape. Required materials, 1 heart of devil ape, 10 drops of devil ape blood, 10 pounds of devil ape bone, 500 strands of sinister chi. Sacrifice cost, 50 years of life. Remaining life, 18 years. Whether or not to sacrifice. Sacrifice target, 8th order demon mouse. Required materials, 1 heart of a demonic rat, 10 drops of blood of a demonic rat, 10 feet of skin of a demonic rat, and 500 strands of Inin chi. Sacrifice cost, 50 years of life. Remaining life, 18 years. Whether or not to sacrifice. The devil mouse was the aura of cultivation that had been hiding within Anning County City and constantly provoking Yan Feng. At this moment, Yan Feng was only facing 4 8th order warriors, as well as an endless tide of terrifying demons. Standing at the head of the city in a black power suit, his ink-like black hair danced wildly with the wind, and his robes hunted. "I'll only give you one chance. Bind your hands and you'll be given a pain in the ass." Chapter 76, The Killing Spree. Roar. As Yan Feng's words fell, the 3 8th order demons outside of the city were furious, and the entire tide of demons instantly rioted, the terrifying demonic aura ravaging the heavens and earth. "Black Wind Demon God, let's make an end today." Gu Inca gazed at Yan Feng, his blood-colored Confucian robe suddenly holding up the heavens and earth, transforming into a blood magic phase of more than 8,000 feet. Yan Feng's eyes were awe-inspiring as he took a step out against the tide of demons, instantly transforming into the body of a 10,000-foot demon god as he looked at the demons sweeping across the sky and directly opened his mouth to spit out a strike of lightning. "Get out! Rumble!" Eye-piercing thunder light along with the horrible sound wave steeply exploded. The volatile heavenly thunder might as if the heavenly tribulation descended to cleanse the whole piece of heaven and earth. Countless magic creatures have turned into flying ash. The second and third rank demons didn't have any resistance at all, and directly died into nothingness in the destructive thunder sound. Demonic creatures below the 6th rank continued to explode and fall under the sweep of the heavenly Tao's thunderous might, ambushing corpses all over the place. Only the demons above the 6th rank barely survived, dragging their heavily damaged bodies to flee in a sorry state. The destructive thunderous sound that erupted under the Dharma heaven and earth's augmentation purged the endless tide of demons almost empty in an instant. As for the 3 8th ranked demonic creatures as well as the blood magic phases that were being focused on by Yan Feng, even though they all reacted quickly and launched their defenses, they were still unable to resist the fusion power of the 2 innate great divine abilities. The blood magic quite literally cracked a large portion of the phallic true body. The 8-tailed demon fox had broken 2 of its tails, and the 3-eyed demon ape was covered in blood. The devil mouse was the first to hide in the void, leaving behind a trail of black blood stained with demonic chi. Yin Feng sacrificed the black wind divine sword. The sound of the sword's chant suddenly resounding through the heavens and earth as he slashed at the 6-tailed demon fox with the weakest breath. Kiki! The 6-tailed devil fox let out an angry hiss, and his body erupted with a shocking surge of devil chi, instantly transforming into a devil fox phantom of more than 5,000 feet, with the 6 tails behind him tearing up the sky and cracking the earth, burning a powerful force of rules against the sword. Click! Under the sword blade, the demon fox phantasm had no power to resist at all, and was directly chopped off 3 tails. Kiki! When the 3-tailed demon fox saw the black wind divine sword that was killing, its eyes revealed a touch of fear, and a white light bloomed in its icy vertical pupil. Yin Feng suddenly felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and he was plunged into an abyss of blood, surrounded by countless horrifying demons that surged madly. Clang! A clear sword chant resounded from the depths of his mind, and the gray spirit cicada also let out a cicada chirp at the same time. The heart of the sword is clear, plus the powerful divine soul cultivated by the spirit cicada transformation. Yin Feng did not even need to utilize his void-breaking spirit eyes, and the blood sea abyss in his field of vision exploded like a broken mirror. The district's illusions were not qualified to affect Yin Feng at all. Seeing that the illusion was broken, the 3-tailed demon fox did not hesitate to give up its last 3 tails and burned the entire demon fox dharma phase just to stall Yin Feng for an instant in exchange for a chance to live. However, when the black wind divine sword chopped down, countless berserk sword chi erupted, destroying and crushing the demonic fox dharma phase. The demon fox let out a wail as its divine soul was torn apart by the sword intent. With the power of just one sword, the 8th order demon fox's true body was nailed to death on the spot. Roar! The 3-eyed devil ape failed to save the devil fox in time, and immediately let out a furious hiss, and immediately transformed into a 10,000 feet devil ape phantom, and the vertical pupil of his eyebrow shot out a black devil light. Yin Feng turned his head abruptly, his nirvana heavenly eyes opening steeply, his radiant eyes transforming into a golden divine aura that shot out, directly meeting the black demonic light. Rumble! The 2 IR'd aptitudes collided with each other, and the surrounding void instantly collapsed, with fragments of the void obliterating under the aftermath. However, in just an instant, the black demonic light was destroyed under the attack of the golden divine aura, and the unstoppable golden divine aura directly pierced through the demonic ape phantasm. Roar! The 10,000 feet demonic ape dharma phase was instantly melted down by a small half, and the heavily injured 3-eyed demonic ape's eyes were scarlet, his eyes revealing the intention of madness. In the next instant, Yin Feng brought his sword to kill, preparing to behead another 8th order demonic creature. At this time, the blood magic phases that had rushed to support him collapsed with a bang, and the countless fragments of the phases evolved into a monstrous sea of blood, instantly invoking the majestic power of the rules and condensing them into a void formation pattern. Buzz! The moment the blood sea formation took shape, Yin Feng clearly felt a powerful resistance as the rules of blood transformed into a chain of emptiness, forcibly restricting his movements. At the same time, a demonic claw swiftly probed out from the void, the sharp claw tip quenched with the rules of virulent poison, the cold light going straight for Yin Feng's head. Kiki! The gray spirit cicada in his mind hissed, and his powerful divine senses allowed Yin Feng to react instantly. However, just as he was about to make his move, the 3-eyed devil ape in front of him suddenly let out a maniacal roar, and even directly gave up its defense and rushed towards Yin Feng, and then decisively blew up its phantom body. Rumble! A demonic phantom close to 10,000 feet exploded itself, its terrifying might seeming like the punishment of annihilation. The power of the explosion completely no less than the power of the 2 innate great divine abilities Yin Feng had superimposed. The void was directly blown out into a black hollow, and the terrifying aftermath almost shattered half of the sky dome, and the entire canopy seemed to have transformed into a massive black spider web. Yin Feng, who had borne the brunt of the blast, had sustained at least 80% of the damage from the explosion, and his avatar true body was instantly crippled by close to 30% or so, and the demon rats behind him took the opportunity to tear apart most of the avatar's true body's head. The laws of intense poison crazily eroded the power of the Dharma heaven and earth divine ability, rapidly dissolving the body of the demon god. Yin Feng immediately utilized the Nirvana heavenly eye, the blazing Nirvana golden flame wrapping around the entire demon god's body, speedily repairing itself while also burning away the poisonous rules that were corroding his body. Immediately afterward, Yin Feng's eyes reflected a blood-colored full moon, and the moment he broke through the demon mouse's trail, he raised his hand and swung his sword violently. Clang! The moment the sword chants exploded, the demon mouse was scared out of his wits. Subconsciously, he wanted to continue to escape with the help of the void, but he realized that his surroundings had been enveloped by the sword domain. The berserk rules of the sword blocked the void, making it impossible for its talent to be utilized at all. At this moment, the majestic blood sea formation suddenly boiled up, forcibly binding Yanfeng's movements as countless rules of blood condensed into a party of blood-colored seals that poured down towards his head. Seek death. Yanfeng snorted coldly, holding up a divine and demonic great handprint with one arm, slamming it against the blood-colored great seal, while the blood-colored full moon in his eyes reflected the true body of the blood demon hidden in the sea of blood. In the next instant, the gray spirit cicada in Yanfeng's mind locked onto the other party's divine soul and suddenly let out a sharp hiss. Kiki! The moment the stinging cicadas rang out, Gu Yucai, whose true body had merged into the blood sea formation, suddenly let out a miserable cry. His entire body stiffened for a moment as if he had been struck by lightning, and then his soul aura began to gradually decline. The blood sea formation that had lost control trembled crazily and instantly had a tendency to collapse. However, Yanfeng did not capitalize on the victory, but instead redirected his gaze to the demon mouse. At this moment, the demon mouse had already exerted its demon dharma phase, transforming into a 5,000 feet in size demon mouse dharma phase, frantically bombarding the rules of the sword, wanting to tear apart the blockade of the sword domain. Chapter 77, Transformation of God. Transformation of God. The reason why Yanfeng had chosen the demonic rat was because this demonic rat was clearly adept at the concealment escape technique. Of these 3 8th-ranked demons that had come to attack today, including the blood demon doppelganger, Yanfeng did not want to let any of them go. The only way to do so was to sacrifice and refine all 4 of these 8th-order warriors into one's own strength. Only then did Yanfeng have the courage to deal with this terrifying demonic disaster that was sweeping across the entire Sword Pandao prefecture. Clang! The sword chants sounded at first, and the demon mouse phantasm burned the power of rules to desperately resist, but it was of no use at all. Countless sword chi suddenly blossomed, destroying and tearing apart the thousands of feet of demonic rat dharma phase. As the black wind divine sword chopped down, the demonic rat let out a terrified hiss of despair, and its entire true body was directly chopped into 2. Spilling demonic blood that turned into nothingness under the strangulation of the sword chi. Second, Yanfeng's eyes surged with surging killing intent, and then he turned his gaze towards the 3-eyed demon ape, who had lost most of his battle power. This 3-eyed demonic ape had almost been considered a lost threat after blowing up its true body of Dharma and suffering a rule backlash. Seeing that Yanfeng had shifted his sight to it, the 3-eyed demon ape knew that it would not be able to escape. Thus, forcibly squeezing all of his remaining strength, he once again utilized his eye-art aptitude and shot a black demonic light towards Yanfeng. Stubborn! Yanfeng snorted coldly and directly broke the black demonic light with his sword, effortlessly succeeding in decapitating the 3-eyed demon ape. Finally, only then did Yanfeng look at Guinka, who was dying in the sea of blood. You win! Gu Yucai's eyes were cold as he gazed at Yanfeng, his eyes somewhat unwilling. But you just won today. Soon you will also die. This is the general trend. I knew in the beginning that I couldn't resist, so I might as well use the power of the general trend to complete my revenge. Now you are the same. This demonic disaster will turn the entire Sword Pandao state into a demonic soil. A cultivation strength like yours is like a bright white sun in the midst of the demonic soil. So my son's revenge has finally been avenged. Yanfeng sized up Guinka and had no desire to speak at all. If it wasn't for the fact that a blood demon split soul was needed to sacrifice a blood demon split soul, he would have long ago completely destroyed the other party's divine soul. With a thought, Yanfeng communicated with the demon refining jug within his body, and firstly, the remaining 3 8th-order demonic corpses were incorporated into the demon refining jug. Immediately flicking his long sword, countless sword chi erupted, transforming into a vast ocean of sword chi that easily tore through the blood sea grand formation, and the Gu Yukai, whose divine soul had been heavily damaged, had no power to resist at all. When only Gu Yukai's true body remained in the void, Yanfeng pinched out a divine demon great hand seal, and wanted to take him down. Right at this moment, the divine splendor in Guinka's eyes suddenly lapsed, and his divine soul aura completely collapsed. In the next instant, Gu Yuko's pupils surged with a deep blood color, and then a violent divine soul aura abruptly blossomed out. Blood demon? Yanfeng's gaze condensed, and the divine soul great handprint directly slammed down fiercely. Unbridled. The blood devil roared. The blood-colored robe on his body instantly transformed into a bright bloodlight, and the void where the bloodlight shone suddenly trembled violently. Seeing this familiar scene, an unpleasant feeling immediately arose in Yanfeng's heart. Sure enough, the next moment a deep, pitch-black passage appeared in the void. The moment the passageway to the devil's abyss opened, a palpitating devilish aura was released, causing Yanfeng to feel an incomparably strong threat of death. Damned mole cricket! You were the one who decapitated this seat's blood spirit bilocation in the first place. And now you actually want to decapitate the seat's second bilocation. You simply deserve to die. A 1,000-foot blood demon with 2 horns on its head and covered in blood-colored scale armor slowly walked out from within the passageway of the demon abyss. Sacrifice target, 9th order blood demon. Required materials, 1 blood devil's heart, 10 drops of devil's blood, 100 pounds of devil's bone, and 1,000 strands of fiendish chi. Sacrifice cost, 100 years of life. Remaining life, 18 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, 9th order. The 9th stage blood demon whose cultivation surpassed the Dharma phase realm and was comparable to a transformation god powerhouse possessed 1,000 feet in its true body alone. The moment he saw the blood demon's true body, Yen Feng knew that he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do anything without fighting for his life today. The thoughts in Yen Feng's mind were certain, and he directly made his move without half a word of nonsense. Make the first move. Moreover, facing an enemy whose cultivation realm was far stronger than his own, Yen Feng's first strike was to unleash the most terrifyingly destructive thunderous sound of killing power. Die! The 10,000-foot demon god's body opened its mouth and spat out a destructive thunderbolt, and the terrifying heavenly Tao thunder might flooded towards the blood demon along with the sound wave. A mere 6th order mole cricket, actually controlling several innate great divine abilities. It seems that there are a few creations in the body. The blood demon's eyes were slightly condensed, and it did not hold back in the face of the destructive thunder sound. The power of this divine ability already had the power of the 9th order, and it deserved to be taken slightly more seriously, only to see the blood demon gently raise his hand, and immediately a special strand of rule power covered the void, instantly solidifying the entire void in its entirety. The destructive waves of sound that Yen Feng had erupted were gradually frozen by the solidified void, and the heavenly Tao thunder might was also dissolved to nothing by this particular strand of rules. Origin rules? Yen Feng's mind was shaken, and he immediately felt a great pressure. The most fundamental difference between a 9th order transformation god and an 8th order Dharma phase was in the cultivation of the origin rules. Generally speaking, the 7th stage Yuaning began to sense and cultivate the power of rules, and the 8th stage was to fuse its own origin with the power of rules to condense its own life phantom. And if one wanted to break through the 8th rank Dharma phase, one had to go even further and cultivate the most original rules of heaven and earth, Yin and Yang rules. By comprehending the rules of Yin, one could successfully metamorphose the divine soul into a Yin god, causing a strand of divinity to be born in the origin Dharma phase, thus breaking through to the 9th order transformation god realm. And by controlling the rule of Yang, one can refine the Yin god into a Yang god, and one's own origin completely blends with heaven and earth, breaking through the realm of returning to the void and possessing the qualification of comprehending the laws of the heavenly Tao. When he succeeded in comprehending the laws of the heavenly Tao, he would be able to use the power of the laws under his control to intercept a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao origin, then supplemented with the rules of Yin and Yang to open up the inner world, and used the original phantom as the base for carrying the inner world, breaking through the celestial realm in one fell swoop. It could be said that the Yin and Yang rules, as the most original rules of the heavens and earth, were not only the key to cultivation, but the nature of their special rules was also extremely powerful. The power of ordinary rule powers would almost always weaken by about half when they encountered the Yin-Yang rule. With this alone, a 9th order transformation deity facing an 8th order Dharma phase would have an innate suppression advantage, and the means that the blood demon was exerting at this moment was clearly the rule of Yin that the 9th order controlled. Yen Feng stared dead on at the void frozen by the rule of Yin, his gaze somewhat gloomy. The blood demon playfully glanced at him, sneering and laughing. It seems that the party should be your strongest means, so let's let you see what the true power of the 9th order is next. The words just fell. An incomparably strong sense of crisis immediately arose in Yen Feng's heart, and the moment his eyes reflected the blood-colored full moon, he reacted without any hesitation. The gray spirit cicada in his mind hissed dangerously and directly used the divine soul talent he had obtained during the Mayfly transformation, Void Mayfly. Chapter 78, A Carnage. Ha! A flash of amazement flashed across the blood demon's eyes. To actually be able to see through the Yin god's attacks, and to also possess the divine soul talent of wandering in the void, there really is a great creation in you. Without a word, Yen Feng directly offered the Black Wind Divine Sword. Clang! A solemn sword chant sounded at first, majestic sword chi spreading across the sky, and the violet rules of the sword ripped through the frozen void with the Dao weapon's enhancement. The sharpness of the Black Wind Divine Sword managed to cut through the blockade of the rule of Yin, and the blossoming sword chi instantly formed a sword domain that enveloped the blood demon. The blood devil stared at the Black Wind Divine Sword in Yen Feng's hand, his eyes revealing greed, a mere Jindan cultivation. Yet you can even possess a Dao weapon. You have really given this seed a great surprise. Yen Feng's eyes were icy cold as his divine sword gathered countless sword chi, the power of rules burning as it transformed into a pale dragon of the sword path, slashing down towards the blood demon. The blood devil was not the slightest bit afraid. His body erupted with a shocking aura, and his 1,000-foot demonic body was like a terrifying divine weapon, directly pinching his fist and smashing it against the black wind divine sword. Dang! Blood-colored secret patterns emerged on the blood devil's scale armor, and the moment it collided with the black wind divine sword, its scale armor seemed to be covered with a layer of blood-colored armor, easily resisting the killing power of the divine sword. Avatar? Yanfeng's mind was shaken, not knowing whether this was the blood demon's divine ability or talent, but it was obvious that this blood demon hadn't used its full strength at all until now, especially since the blood demon was still sizing him up provocatively. What other means do you have other than a Dao weapon? Hurry up and cast it out for this seat to see what level you can reach. Yanfeng's expression sank, and then without any hesitation, he directly cast the demonic sword Phantasm. Rumble! A 10,000-foot devil sword came out across the sky, and the rules of the sword in the entire void rioted crazily as the black wind divine sword let out a clang. In the next instant, Yanfeng chose to merge the demonic sword Dharma phase and the power of the divine ability of the Dharma heaven and earth with each other. The 10,000-foot demon god's body was as if it was clad in a sharp armor poured from the rules of the sword under the enchantment of the demon sword Dharma phase. After donning the armor, the aura on Yanfeng's body instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. The blood demon's face changed slightly when he saw this, and his gaze couldn't help but be a bit gloomy. Yanfeng glanced at it, a cold smile appearing on his face. As you wish. This is the first time I've utilized my phallic power. I hope I won't disappoint you. The blood demon coldly grunted. Truly a demonic generation. But even if you possess the power of the Dharma phase, you can't make up for the gap in your cultivation realm. This day, this seat will let you die to your heart's content. The words fell. The blood devil's cultivation aura exploded, and his 1,000-foot demonic body instantly became 7 or 8 times larger than Yanfeng's demon god's body, which wasn't weaker in the slightest. Clang! The instant the sword chants sounded, Yanfeng's figure simultaneously burst into flames, directly chopping towards the blood demon with his sword. When the blood devil saw Yanfeng killing, he immediately let out a roar as the monstrous demonic chi released set the void ablaze, the rule of Yin condensing into a blood-colored spear that collided with the black wind divine sword with a roar. Boom! Boom! At this moment, neither of the two demon deities were displaying splendid divine techniques, and there was only a simple to the extreme power fight. However, whether it was the might of the Dao weapon that had been catalyzed to the extreme by the sword intent or the blood-colored spear that had fused with the rules of Yin, the might exerted by both was incomparably terrifying. Every time the black wind divine sword chopped, it triggered the majestic rules of the sword, turning the sky into an ocean of sword energy. The blood-colored spear was like a ferocious blood dragon that overturned the river, carrying the terrifying rules of Yin to freeze the void, forcefully tearing apart the sword chi canopy and piercing the sky with countless black holes. Just as Yanfeng was fighting desperately with the blood demon, on top of the city of Anning County, the three of them, Yu Xing Yue, looked up at the horrific battle above the sky dome, their minds all tense to the extreme. Elder Bai, Star and I are too weak in cultivation to be able to see the battle situation. Can you go and help Mr. Yan? Yu Xingchen's eyes revealed a worried look as he inquired towards the white-haired old man next to him. The white-haired old man shook his head. Their battle already belongs to the power of the Ninth Order. The old man can't intervene at all, and even if he forcefully joins in, it's just asking for death. Yu Xingyue looked heavy. Is there no other way to help Mr. Yan? The white-haired old man sighed. The Ninth Order Transformation God does not have more than 5 fingers even in the entire Golden Yang province. The only thing the old man can do nowadays is to try his best to protect the city behind him. Yu Xingchen said, Sister, that fellow acts cautiously and is so perverted. He definitely won't lose. Even if he can't beat him, he will definitely be able to escape. The white-haired old man nodded and said, to kill many 8th Order demons against the odds with the power of the 6th Order, and now to fight against 9th Order blood devils, you can definitely be called a demonic talent. People like him are often accompanied by great fortune, and it is not difficult to turn misfortune into good fortune. Hearing the two say this, the worry in Yu Xingyu's eyes eased slightly. She also knew that there was no use worrying about it, and could only hope that Mr. Yan would really have great luck and be able to save the fate of the people of the city. At this moment, the battle above the sky dome had also reached a white-hot stage. Yanfeng's demon god body had ignited a blazing golden flame, the power of Nirvana frantically repairing the injuries pierced by the blood-colored spears and burning the rules of Yin that had eroded his body. On the opposite side, the blood demon also looked incomparably lousy, with most of his blood-colored scale armor shattered, and the flesh on his chest partially melted by the Nirvana heavenly eye, with the horrifying lightning arcs left behind by the destructive thunder tone flickering in the blasted flesh. Even the pair of hideous devil horns on its head had one of them sliced off by the black wind divine sword. As the battle grew longer, the more the blood demon's heart felt stifled. If we were to talk about true strength, it was definitely superior to the other party. Nay, Yen Feng was relying on the power of the Dao weapon to exert a killing force that even it felt unable to consume. What was even more excessive was that the Nirvana avatar in Yen Feng's body was still able to constantly repair his injuries, and even the rule of Yin was able to incinerate it. And so after a bit of tussle, in turn, it was much more heavily wounded. The blood demon had originally planned to rely on his cultivation advantage to continuously consume his opponent's power. As long as it waited for Yen Feng to gradually show his decadence, it would be able to take complete control of the battle. However, what the blood demon never expected was that the other party was only a mere 6th order cultivation realm, and the power he possessed was actually so long-lasting. While maintaining the Dharma heaven and earth all the time, he also fused a sword Dao Dharma phase, and the innate great divine ability was even thrown outwards as if he didn't want mana. If the battle continued, it was feared that it would not wait for Yen Feng to run out of power before it would be unable to support it first. What the blood demon did not know was that Yen Feng was actually incomparably anxious at this moment. Even though he cultivated the innate creation scripture and possessed the profound fundamentals of dual cultivation of the Dharma body, he could not withstand such a horrifying exertion. But Yen Feng had no way out, much less dare to show his cowardice, and could only harden his head and launch an even more frantic attack, exchanging injuries for injuries, fighting for his life. Finally, under Yen Feng's tidal wave of fierce attacks, the blood demon finally couldn't bear it anymore and directly burned the blood demon's true body, sacrificing a 1,000-footing god. Chapter 79, Chopping the Sky. Rumble. The moment the 1,000-footing god appeared, a rumble of thunder emanated from the entire firmament. The moment he saw the blood demon god, Yen Feng's entire mind and heart tensed to the extreme, and the gray spirit cicada in his mind hissed madly, as if it had met some kind of terrifying natural enemy. This time, however, it was impossible for Yen Feng to continue dodging, and if he wanted to kill the blood demon, he had to face this god head-on. Kiki. The gray spirit cicada erupted with surging divine soul power as it unleashed its killing talent. The stunning cicada song. The moment the cicadas sounded, the 1,000-footing god stiffened for a moment as if struck by lightning. Immediately, the entire god released a shocking killing intent, the rules of Yin condensing into countless divine soul spears under the power of the god, stabbing at the gray spirit cicada in Yen Feng's mind like a torrential downpour. Get out! Yen Feng opened his mouth and spat out a destructive thunderbolt. The terrifying heavenly thunder might meeting the divine soul spear along with the wave of sound, shattering all the power of the Yin gods. Clang! Yen Feng immediately killed the 1,000-footing god with his sword, not wanting to give the Yin god the chance to continue striking. However, when the black wind divine sword chopped down, the Yin god suddenly disappeared in place. The Yin god can travel heaven and earth with the help of the rules of the origin, and the speed of the recluse is beyond imagination. Yen Feng's eyes emerged as a blood-colored full moon, reflecting the Yin god's whereabouts before locking it firmly in place, resolutely not giving the other party any chance to sneak attack. At the same time, he cast a sword domain to block the surrounding void, preventing the Yin god from escaping again. Damn! Seeing that Yen Feng's gifted aptitude was so difficult to deal with, the blood demon Yin god was instantly a bit furious. How could it not figure out where a mere 6th rank had learned so many means of attacking the divine soul? The Yin god was indeed powerful, possessing a crushing advantage over ordinary divine souls, but its essence was also divine soul power, and it would ultimately be restrained by divine soul attacks. In particular, the stinging cicada's gifted attack vaguely contained a force of supreme yang that had been searing its Yin god's body. If it was refined into a yang god, it would have no fear of the supreme yang power at all. Unfortunately, it was now only the power of the Yin god, which was being suppressed to death by this power of the supreme yang. By this moment, the blood demon actually knew that it would be difficult to kill Yen Feng with his own strength. However, if he went and invited help, it would mean that he would not be able to enjoy the rewards after beheading Yen Feng alone. Seeing Yen Feng killing with his sword, the unwilling blood demon immediately had the intention of withdrawing. The next day will be long. This time it sacrificed living souls to open the passage of the devil's abyss is a great merit. There is no need to commit danger alone for a Dao weapon. Once he thought of this, the blood demon decisively gave up his demonic body, exploding the power of the Yin god to tear apart the sword domain. Wanting to escape from the void with the help of the rules of the origin, Yen Feng's eyes chilled at the sight, and without hesitation, he urged the golden sword seed within his body. In the next instant, an overwhelmingly powerful sword intent erupted, and a touch of extreme killing Dao rhythm blossomed out of the sword intent, and the entire dome of the sky trembled violently amidst the berserk sword chants. What is this? The blood demon in God's face was horrified at being locked by the terrifying sword intent, not realizing that Yen Feng actually had such a terrifying sword Dao secret art, causing it to smell a death crisis. Clang! The black wind divine sword trembled crazily, instantly erupting with a palpitatingly sharp aura after fusing with the sky-splitting sword intent. Click! Click! the void shattered under the pressure of the sword intent, and as the divine sword chopped down, the entire dome of the sky was instantly split into pieces, and a pitch-black sword scar divided the heavens and earth into two halves. Ah! The blood demon god let out an agonizing cry of pain, and his 1,000-foot god body was completely shredded by the heaven-slashing sword intent in an instant. Dead? Yin Feng watched in some disbelief as the blood demon god gradually obliterated into nothingness, realizing that he seemed to have severely underestimated the power of the heavenly sword-cutting scripture. Immediately, the divine sense hastily sank into his body. The golden sword seed became dull and luster after the outburst of the sword just now, and the two sword patterns on the surface of the sword seed collapsed. If one wanted to perform the heaven-slaughtering sword intent again, one would have to rebreathe the sword intent. Phew! Yin Feng mentally and spiritually exhausted. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and put the blood demon corpse into the demon refining pot, then lifted the Dharma heaven and earth and demon sword Dharma phases. Mr. Yen. Seeing the end of the battle, the three of them, Yu Xing Yue, quickly rushed over. Yin Feng spoke directly. I need to shut down and recuperate for a while, so I'll leave the rest to you guys. The white-haired old man nodded his head slightly. Don't worry, sir. Before sir leaves the gate, I will definitely do my best to protect the city. Then I'll trouble your excellency. Having said that, Yen Feng's body moved and immediately disappeared in place. Elder Bai. The devil tide is expected to sweep in again soon. Yu Xingyu looked at Yen Feng's departing back. Wanting to speak, the white-haired old man raised his eyes to look at the terrifying sword scar that spread hundreds of miles outside of the city and shook his head. Don't worry. With the deterrent of this battle just now, unless another 9th-ranked demonic creature emerges, this Tranquility County city will be safe and sound. So if there really is a 9th-order demon attacking? If that's the case, there's nothing I can do but bury these old bones at the head of this city. The other side. Yin Feng didn't waste any time after returning to the prison division and directly teleported to the gap of misty heaven. Although the demonic tide was temporarily repelled this time, there would soon be even more powerful demons coming. Yin Feng must raise his cultivation strength as soon as possible in order to be able to save his life in this demonic plague. In this battle, he had first killed 3 8th-order demons, and in the end, he had exerted all his strength before he managed to kill the 9th-order blood demon with the help of the heavenly sword intent. It was a pity that the power of the blood demon split had been withdrawn by the blood demon, or else Yin Feng would have been able to sacrifice one more blood demon split of the 8th rank this time. However, the 3 8th-order demons in the demon refining pot at the moment, as well as a 9th-order blood demon, were also enough to allow Yin Feng's cultivation strength to undergo a metamorphosis. On the gray pumice stone, Yin Feng's mind communicated with the demon refining pot and was the first to select the demon mouse as the target for sacrifice. Sacrifice target, 8th-order demon mouse. Required materials, 1 heart of a demonic rat, 10 drops of blood of a demonic rat, 10 feet of skin of a demonic rat, and 500 strands of Yin Qi. Sacrifice cost, 50 years of life. Remaining life, 18 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. As Yin Feng's mind moved, the demon refining pot immediately began to extract the cost of longevity. A few moments later, a blood-colored demonic rat was transformed into a blood-colored Dan pill under the violet gold flame offering. Immediately afterward, the blood-colored Dan pill flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into countless auras that merged into Yin Feng's body. Sacrifice target, 8th-order demon mouse. Sacrifice proceeds, innate creation scripture cultivation plus 7,105. Poisonous rules plus 99. Demonic spirit phantom. Spirit devouring body. Air-breaking recluse. Palm. The insanely surging mana directly caused Yin Feng's cultivation to break through the Jindan limit and break through to the Yuanying realm. In the middle of his mind, the gray spirit cicada spat out a strand of divine soul origin and successfully integrated into the Dantian space. Above the 49 pints of the green lotus Tao foundation, the red-colored golden Dan that had reached perfection shattered at the moment it fused with the divine soul origin, revealing a 49-inch purple golden Yuanying. Rumble. In the void, the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation quietly emerged. P.S. A little late, posting first and then changing it. Chapter 80, Breaking Through Yuanying. Boom! The purple heavenly Tao lightning roared down, and the robes on Yin Feng's body instantly turned into flying ash. Complicated golden secret patterns surfaced on the surface of his skin, and explosive lightning arcs leapt from all the pores of his body. Inside the Dantian space, the 49-inch purple golden Yuanying was bathed in purple thunder light, its demeanor serene as it gulped down the power of creation in the robber thunder, continuously enhancing its own base. As a single robotic thunderbolt fell, the purple golden Yuanying was haunted by a stronger and stronger metaphysical Tao rhythm, as if it was nurturing something. Time passes slowly. When all 9 of the realm-breaking Yuanying's robberies fell, the aura of Tao rhythm on the purple gold Yuanying completely solidified, transforming into a special rule of heaven and earth. Rules of creation. The innate creation scripture successfully broke through the fifth layer, condensing 49 inches of perfect dollar babies and innately awakening the power of the rules of creation. At the same time that the complete dollar baby was born, Yanfeng's physical body also metamorphosed successfully, with countless golden secret lines condensing into a single brilliant golden rune that quietly concealed itself in the center of his brow. Immediately, a message fed into Yanfeng's mind. The brilliant golden rune that was condensed after the fleshly body had broken through the realm was also a special rule power, the rule of force. In addition to the two special rule powers gained from the cultivation breakthrough, Yanfeng had also managed to perceive the rules of thunder during the heavenly Tao thunder tribulation, and after breaking the boundary, Yanfeng's divine soul power had instantly increased by a large margin, and the fleshly body power that had continued to surge was also being madly transformed into divine soul power. In the headspace, the gray spirit cicada was once again wrapped into a large gray cocoon by the silk threads woven by the power of the divine soul. After absorbing the majestic divine soul power, the gray cocoon was more than several times larger. Click! A crack quietly surfaced on the surface of the gray cocoon, and then the entire gray cocoon shattered. In the next instant, a burst of brilliant white light suddenly blossomed from the shattered cocoon pupa, followed by a pair of gorgeous seven-colored feathered wings stretching out. Tong Tian Technique Third Change, Butterfly Dance Change. A seven-colored spirit butterfly danced in the headspace, its gorgeous feathered wings gently waving, immediately showering countless starry dots of seven-colored spirit light. In the sprinkled spiritual light, there was a rule power that belonged solely to the divine soul, the rule of lust. But all beings with spiritual intelligence cannot escape the control of their 7 emotions and 6 desires. When Yanfeng's divine soul successfully metamorphosed into a 7-colored spirit butterfly, the power of his divine soul instantly skyrocketed tenfold. And not only did he gain the power of the rules of eroticism, but he also once again awakened a divine soul talent. Phantom World Butterfly Dance. Using the rules of lust as its foundation, it utilizes the power of the divine soul to construct an illusionary world that can trap the enemy's divine soul in the illusionary realm. This talent was equivalent to a growth-type illusion spell that fused the power of rules with the power of the divine soul. As long as the rule power and divine soul power were stronger, the more powerful the illusion art would be. After Yanfeng's divine soul made a breakthrough, his mind also gradually began to absorb the memory fragments and the many cultivation insights gained from sacrificing the demonic rat. First, there was the poisonous rule controlled by the demonic rat, as well as the demonic spirit phantom that evolved from the demonic rat phantom. The second was the spirit-devouring body extracted from the bloodline of the demonic rat. The spirit-devouring body had been successfully integrated into Yanfeng's demonic physique, allowing Yanfeng to possess the special talent of devouring all sorts of strange energies and transforming them into his own cultivation. This physique talent sounded as if it was not powerful, but the actual role was exceptionally powerful. The reason why the devil mouse was able to possess an 8th-order cultivation was in fact largely due to the spirit-devouring body. In the memory fragments of the demon mouse, Yanfeng saw that the demon mouse was relying on its spirit-devouring body to crazily devour the filthy energies that other demons did not dare to contaminate, including many poisonous fury chi. This was also the fundamental reason why the demonic rats were able to cultivate the rule of intense poison. It could be said that after Yanfeng possessed the spirit-devouring body talent, it was equivalent to obtaining a fleshly aptitude that was invulnerable to all poisons. And apart from the spirit-devouring body, Yanfeng ended up acquiring a void escape technique from the demonic mouse. When Yanfeng had killed the 6th-ranked creepy blood clothes, he had obtained the special ability of being on the other side from the creepy blood clothes. Being on the other side of the room can hide itself in another layer of emptiness, which is difficult to crack even with the power of an unusual yuaning. The only drawback is that you can't move without exposing the trail. And this void transportation technique obtained from the demon mouse could not only hide itself in the void, but also perform the transportation technique with the help of the power of the void, equivalent to an advanced version of being in the other side. After absorbing the relevant epiphanies of the void escape technique, Yanfeng also thoroughly digested the harvest from this sacrifice of the demon mouse. His cultivation eventually stayed at the peak of the early yuaning stage, just one step away from the mid-yuaning stage. In fact, if Yanfeng was to make a breakthrough, he could also force a breakthrough by virtue of his profound background, and only needed to stabilize his cultivation realm a little after the breakthrough. However, to Yanfeng at this moment, forcing a breakthrough was simply unnecessary, because the demonic rat was only the beginning. Yanfeng's chosen next target was the 8th-order demonic fox that had its 8 tails chopped off. Sacrifice target, 8th-order demon fox. Required materials, 1 heart of demon fox, 10 drops of demon fox's blood, 1 demon fox's tail, and 500 strands of demonic energy. Cost of sacrifice, 50 years of life. Remaining life, 968 years. Whether or not to sacrifice, Yen Feng originally possessed 1,018 years of longevity, and sacrificing the demon mouse had consumed 50 years of longevity. However, the cultivation level breaks through the Yuaning and succeeds in adding 1,000 years to his life. Today there are 1,968 years of life remaining. A mere 50 years of longevity was completely worthless. Sacrifice. As Yen Feng's mind moved, the demon refining pot within his body instantly began to extract the cost of longevity. Not long after, a blood-colored eight-tailed demon fox in the space of the demon refining pot let out a despairing wail under the burning of the purple and gold flames. In just a few moments, a blood-colored Dan pill was successfully sacrificed. Immediately, the blood-colored pill flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into countless spiritual lights that merged into Yen Feng's body. Sacrifice target, 8th Order Demon Fox. Proceeds from sacrificial refinement, cultivation of innate creation scripture plus 7,982. Rule of illusion plus 99. Illusory magic phase. Secret technique of replacement life, remnant. The moment the blood-colored Dan pill transformed into a spiritual light and merged into his body, Yen Feng's cultivation directly broke through the middle stage of Yuanying, and continued to progress towards the peak of the middle stage of Yuanying. And after absorbing the demon fox's memory fragments and cultivation insights, Yen Feng had, unsurprisingly, taken control of another consummate rule power, as well as an illusionary magic phase evolved from the demon fox Dharma phase. In addition, Yen Feng had also obtained a crippled life substitution secret art. Originally, Yen Feng thought that the demon fox's ability to break its tail to survive was its own awakened bloodline talent, but this was actually a mutilated secret art that demon fox had once accidentally acquired. When it was said to be a replacement life technique, it was actually a way to deflect the damage of the attacks one received at the cost of sacrificing part of one's own origin. In the memory fragments, Yen Feng learned that the demon fox's acquisition of the replacement life technique was crippled, sacrificing one of its own origins at a time in order to deflect half of the damage it received. To Yen Feng, this secret art of substitution of life was instead a bit of a chicken rib. Because he possessed the Nirvana heavenly eyes, there was no need to sacrifice a causal source to deflect half of the damage he had received. After digesting everything he had gained from sacrificing the demon fox, Yen Feng's cultivation reached the peak of the mid-Yuaning stage. This was so because every time Yen Feng raised his cultivation, he grew along with his physical body and divine soul, and as the realm got higher, the more cultivation power was needed to break the realm. However, fortunately, Yen Feng still had an 8th Order demon ape in his hands, as well as a 9th Order blood demon, so he thought that breaking through to the Dharma phase realm should still not be a problem. Immediately, Yen Feng turned his gaze to the demonic ape and the demon refining pot. Chapter 81, The Truth of the Devil's Plague. Sacrifice target, 8th Order Demon Ape. Required materials, 1 heart of devil ape, 10 drops of devil ape blood, 10 pounds of devil ape bone, 500 strands of sinister chi. Cost of sacrifice, 50 years of life. Remaining life, 918 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. Buzz. The demon refining pot trembled violently and immediately began to extract the cost of longevity. A few moments later, the scarlet demon ape successfully transformed into a blood-colored Dan pill that flew out of the demon refining pot and transformed into countless spiritual lights that merged into Yen Feng's body. Sacrifice target, 8th Order Demon Ape. Sacrifice proceeds, innate creation scripture cultivation plus 8,431. Destruction rule plus 99. Demon Ape Dharma phase. Destruction pupil. Vajra Overlord body. Boom! As the spiritual light entered his body, his mana skyrocketed. Yen Feng's cultivation instantly broke through the late Yuanying stage. This three-eyed demonic ape was actually the strongest of the 3 8th-ranked demonic creatures. The true body of the demon ape Dharma phase alone was 10,000 feet in size, no less than the sword turtle Dharma phase that Yen Feng had once beheaded. And the rewards of sacrificing the three-eyed demon ape did not disappoint Yen Feng. In addition to controlling the rule of destruction and the demonic ape Dharma phase, Yen Feng had also obtained the special physique of the three-eyed demonic ape as well as his bloodline talent. Yen Feng had once sacrificed a second-stage ape demon to obtain the physical talent of a Vajra's body. Now that he had sacrificed the 8th-stage demonic ape and obtained the Vajra Overlord body, it had undoubtedly allowed Yen Feng's physical body base to grow once again by a great deal. The bloodline talent of the three-eyed demon ape, on the other hand, was the black demonic light that had collided with Yen Feng's Nirvana heavenly eyes during the battle, the Pupil of Destruction. Although the Pupil of Destruction was clearly no match for the Nirvana heavenly eye, this talent was able to condense the power of the destruction rules. Moreover, the power could continue to grow with the enhancement of the rule power, equivalent to an innate minor divine ability. The development potential could not be underestimated. In particular, the Pupil of Destruction was not like the Nirvana heavenly eye, which could only erupt a single golden divine aura at a time, and was only suitable for use when fighting with an enemy alone. using the pupil of destruction to execute the power of the rule of destruction, but wherever the gaze reached, it could invoke the power of the rules to kill. In the face of an enemy whose cultivation level was lower than one's own, even a large number would not be enough. Yan Feng spent about half a tea time to completely digest the harvest gained from sacrificing the demonic ape. It was more or less the same as what he had predicted. His cultivation had only reached the late Yuaning stage to the extent of being more than halfway there, and he was still quite a bit short of the peak of the Yuaning stage. But Yan Feng was in no hurry. His expectant eyes then surveyed the 9th-ranked blood demon corpse in the demon refining pot. Yan Feng was actually no stranger to this blood demon. This was because during the last time he had sacrificed his 7th-ranked blood demon doppelganger, Yan Feng had fused the blood demon's memory fragments. He had witnessed the blood devil cultivate to the 7th stage of cultivation from the beginning of its birth, step by step in the sea of blood, and the blood demon split at the time was only transformed by one of the blood demon's palms. At that time, Yan Feng had fantasized that one day he would capture the blood demon's true body and throw it into the demon refining pot to be sacrificed once more. I didn't realize that this wish would actually come true today. Sacrifice target, 9th order blood demon. Required materials, 1 blood devil's heart, 10 drops of devil's blood, 100 pounds of devil's bone, and 1,000 strands of fiendish chi. Sacrifice cost, 100 years of life. Remaining life, 868 years. Whether or not to sacrifice? Sacrifice. As Yan Feng's mind moved, the demon refining pot within his body shook violently and began to extract the longevity cost required for the sacrifice. When a full 100 years of lifespan had been drawn, the demon refining pot blossomed with a brilliant purple-gold light throughout its body. Inside the demon refining pot, the 9th order blood demon corpse seemed to have been reborn after incorporating the fiendish chi. Originally a tattered blood-colored scale armor was new, and the severed devil's horns were restored as before, revealing a hideous appearance again. Roar! The blood demon roared angrily into the void, his terrifying aura suddenly erupting, wanting to fight against the purple-gold flames that kept falling. However, even with the might of the 9th order, it appeared powerless in the face of the purple-gold flames. Under the burning of the purple-gold flames, the blood demon continuously struggled and let out hissing roars of incomparable pain, and his body's blood-colored scale armor resounded with nuisance sounds. Soon, the 9th order blood demon that had been so ferocious just a moment ago was completely silent, turning into a blood-colored pellet lying quietly in the demon refining pot. Immediately, the blood-colored Dan pill flew straight out of the demon refining pot, transforming into countless spiritual lights that merged into Yan Feng's body. Sacrifice target, 9th order blood demon. Proceeds from sacrificial refinement, cultivation of innate creation scripture plus 43,597. Rule of blood plus 99. Blood magic phase. Rule of plus 24. Jade bone and blood body. Blood lotus splitting treasure technique. Rumble. After the spiritual light entered his body, Yan Feng immediately experienced the marvelous feeling of surging cultivation again. At the same time, his mind was rapidly receiving the blood demon's many memory fragments as well as cultivation insights. Still in the midst of that demonic abyss and sea of blood, the blood devil who had broken through the 7th stage continued to cultivate in a subconscious manner. However, as time passed, it realized that its cultivation grew more and more slowly. The blood demon knew it was because of the talent limitations. The Blood Devil clan was born from the Blood Sea, and their natural qualifications were given by the Blood Sea. In the Blood Fiend clan, the natural talents from low to high were Iron Bone Blood Body, Silver Bone Blood Body, Gold Bone Blood Body, and Jade Bone Blood Body. When this Blood Devil was born, his natural talent was actually quite good, and he was a Golden Bone Blood Body that was not found in 10,000, so he was able to successfully cultivate all the way to the 7th level of the hierarchy. However, after breaking through the 7th stage, the Golden Bone Blood Body's enhancement to cultivation gradually became weaker. If there were no surprises, the highest ceiling of this Golden Bone Blood Body of the Blood Demon would be equivalent to the 11th level of the Celestial Realm, and it also needed to be polished with incomparably long years before it could reach the 11th rank cultivation. This was also the cultivation trajectory of many Blood Demon seniors who possessed the Golden Bone Blood Body. The Blood Demon naturally wasn't willing to stop at the 11th rank for the rest of his life, nor did he want to spend a long time polishing his cultivation. Thus, the Blood Demon proposed to the clan to accept the trial of life and death, with the reward being to obtain the Jade Bone origin left behind by the clan's predecessors. Finally, the Blood Demon had gone through a life and death trial in the Demon Abyss, and not only did his cultivation successfully break through the 8th rank, but he also obtained the rewards of the trial quest. After fusing the Jade Bone origin, the Blood Demon had metamorphosed his Golden Bone Blood Body into a Jade Bone Blood Body in one fell swoop, possessing the potential to break the 11th rank. And just then, the higher-ups of the Blood Demon clan found the Blood Demon and dispatched it to the Qian Kingdom to complete a mission. If the mission is successful, the Blood Demon will be granted the cultivation resources to break through the 12th stage. The Blood Devil was naturally willing to take a risk for the sake of cultivation resources, so he split off a number of blood spirit doppelgangers and entered the Qian Kingdom's territory through the spatial rift. After some careful searching, the Blood Demon finally settled on the Sword Pond Dao state. However, just as the Blood Demon intended to carry out its next plan, it was discovered by human martial artists who discovered its whereabouts and suppressed it for close to 100 years. It was only recently that the Blood Demon party managed to get out of the trap with the help of the Red Fire sect. It then sacrificed living beings to open the passageway to the Devil's Abyss, inviting the Devil's Plague to sweep across the entire Sword Pond Dao state. Fairy Division Ranch, Split Treasure Cliff. After digesting the Blood Demon memory fragments, a flash of inexplicable shimmering light flowed from the bottom of Yin Feng's eyes. In fact, the Blood Demon's mission was to find the entrance to the Immortal Division Ranch within the Qian Kingdom, then enter it and head to a place called the Cliff of Divided Treasures to look for an item. As for triggering the demonic plague, it was merely an attempt to turn the entire Sword Pond Dao state into a demonic land, and then find out about the Immortal Division Ranch with the help of the power of the rules of the demonic path.